This audiobook contains 0 censored sentences and 155 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. The faint sound of her inhale echoing in the silence. Just like you wrote, Polixia's voice was still very soft, but the trailing end carried a subtle hook that tugged at the listener's nerves. In the next second, she tilted her face up a little, the faint light tracing the gentle lines of her neck. "Hold my chin, rougher and harder." At Polixia's request, Lucian lifted her chin a little rougher, feeling the delicate, warm touch like holding a piece of smooth, heated jade. "Not enough. Be rougher." Polixia's low voice was not a command, but more of an urging. A kind of confirmation as her beautiful eyes stared unblinking at Lucian, filled with pure anticipation. Sighing inwardly, Lucian's fingers tightened, feeling the contour of Polixia's jawbone and the soft, smooth texture of her skin, which made her breath catch for a moment before it grew deeper, hotter. And also, Polixia lowered her gaze, thick lashes casting a small shadow beneath her eyes. Her voice so soft, it was almost just air. "It needs to feel like I really can't get away from your grasp. Damn it." Lucian cursed inwardly once more. No doubt she's definitely developed an unusual taste for rough treatment. He was now certain Polixia was enjoying the thrill of being handled firmly. In other words, she had grown accustomed to a rougher approach. And worse, this tendency had been triggered by his own actions. Crap, how am I supposed to explain this to Cass? Lucian, feeling guilty, thought helplessly. All right, the show's over. Lucian let go of Polixia and stepped back, his tone returning to calm and gentle. Go get some rest. However, he was not sure if it was just his imagination, but he thought he saw a hint of disappointment flicker in Polixia's eyes as he let her go. Fine. Good night. Polixia left Lucian's cabin and returned to her cabin next door. Out of Lucian's sight, Polixia placed her right hand over her chest, the corners of her lips lifting slightly. So good. My mind feels numb. After that night, Polixia changed. Now, she no longer begged Lucian to write stories for her, but instead asked him to act out all the scenes he had written before with her. Every time he watched her leave with her face red as a tomato, he knew things had gone too far. Needless to say, Castoras's beloved younger sister had been led down a path of no return by him. In the blink of an eye, time passed. In the new year arrived the time for the sisters to switch shifts once more. On the day of Polixia's departure, the rain poured relentlessly. Soaked from head to toe, she appeared before Lucian with rainwater streaming down her smooth forehead, finally dripping from her pointed chin. Why are you soaked? Don't tell me. You did this on purpose? Lucian knew Titans could use their power to block out the rain and would never get wet, so Polixia was obviously doing it on purpose. Well, we won't be able to see each other for the next year or so. Polixia spoke with an even softer voice than before, as if she had gathered all her strength for each syllable. Her voice trembled faintly, shredded by the roar of rain outside. Yet each word struck Lucian's ears with perfect clarity. Can you pin me against the wall? One more time? Lucian had long since grown used to requests like this after spending a whole year together. If it wasn't 200 times, it was 199. Because of that, in the next moment, Lucian smoothly pinned Polixia against the wall with practiced ease, his demeanor calm. Looking at the young woman before him, her breath quickening and her eyes burning, Lucian felt his own temperature rise. Thank you. Polixia whispered her thanks directly into Lucian's ear, then rose on tiptoe and pressed her soft lips to his cheek. In the next moment, she slipped from Lucian's grasp like a mischievous fairy and left without looking back. Lucian stood in place, stunned. He touched the spot where Polixia had kissed his cheek, then pressed his hand to his chest, feeling his slightly racing heart. Damn, even I got swept up in this, huh? Holy Maiden of Resurrection, after Polixia returned to the Nether Realm. Just like before, it was also 2 days later when Castorice finally appeared. What's wrong with my sister? Castorice asked as soon as she arrived. I keep feeling like there's something odd about her. She wanted to get some answers from Lucian. But unfortunately, there were none to be found. Maybe after seeing how wonderful the world is, she's now longing for a new one? Lucian made up a random excuse. He naturally would never admit that it was because of his overbearing CEO stories that her sister had been corrupted. I think so too. Castoras's confused expression softened. I hope she can stay like this from now on. Seeing her like this, Lucian couldn't help but avert his gaze, feeling a bit guilty. And so, the two of them once again set out on their journey together, continuing to save lives throughout Amphireus. Even though Castorice still could not hug anyone else, just being able to hug Lucian was enough for her. As they rescued more and more lives, she gradually became the one to start conversations, sharing all sorts of strange and interesting tales she had heard from the dead. Now, she laughed more often, no longer as withdrawn and indifferent as she had been. Day after day, year after year, Lucian spent 20 years with Castorice and Polixia in this way. During those 20 years, they traveled across many city-states in Amphireus, and eventually, a legend about the Holy Maiden of Resurrection began to spread. Eternal Holy City of Okima, as a city-state under the protection of the world-bearing Titan Kephael, was one of the holy cities among the many city-states of Amphireus. A few years ago, the demigod of law, Saridra, became the ruler of Okima, led many Chrysos heirs, and began the first flame chase journey. Unfortunately, they suffered a devastating defeat, causing the flame chase journey to be put on hold. In the end, not only did the knight commander of Okima, Hisalins, disappear, but Saridra vanished as well. Before Saridra left, she had entrusted the burden of Okima to Aglia, but at that time, Aglia had only just become a demigod still young and lacking in political skill. Because of that, the Council of Elders seized the chance to strip away most of Okima's power, continuing to suppress the faction of Chrysos heirs under Aglia's lead. Send someone to find that Holy Maiden of Resurrection. If she really can bring the dead back to life, she's the key to our return to Era Chrysia. Inside the conference room of Okima's Council of Elders, several men and women had gathered to discuss a confidential matter, led by an old woman who appeared to be in her 70s or 80s. Elder Canes, I heard Aglia is also looking for that Holy Maiden. We have to move faster than her and send more people. Many city-states have already realized how important that Holy Maiden is. Having the power to bring back the dead, even if we can't return to Era Chrysia, no longer have to fear death. Elder Canes, I hope you can hold on until the Holy Maiden is found. One after another, the people spoke while looking toward the old woman named Canes. It's fine. I've already chosen my successor. My memories, my knowledge, and my will be passed on to the next Canes. Human skills and knowledge, these could all be considered memories. If they sought a miracle from the Time Titan, the Council of Elders would have a way to transform memory into some kind of tangible form, and then, using alchemy, they could pass it on to someone else. In this way, they preserved all the skills and memories of their predecessors sometimes. Even their personalities would be completely overwritten by their predecessors. At the same time, Aglia was also sending her people to search for the legendary Holy Maiden of Resurrection. Teacher, is that legendary Holy Maiden really the Death Titan? It's just a guess on my part. Honestly, I'm not completely sure. Inside the hero's bath, Tribby answered Aglia's question with a frown. The Death Titan has been gone for so long that people have forgotten they could not only grant death, but also refuse it. Tribby continued, thoughtfully stroking her chin, which only made her look cuter. But logically, the Death Titan should be guarding the Nether Realm, not wandering the mortal realm, right? Besides, that Holy Maiden always has a companion traveling with her, moving between different city-states, so I'm not certain either. It's a shame the way Amphireus sends messages is so outdated. Aglia nodded thoughtfully. Some information is already distorted by the time arrives, and it's hard to tell what's true anymore. If only people could exchange information instantly. Ah, that's a good idea, AG. Tribby smiled brightly. You could try to make it happen. You can definitely do it. Hearing her teacher's encouragement, a vague idea gradually began to take shape in Aglia's mind. Maybe something could be done with my golden nymphs? As this thought passed through her mind, Aglia casually released a golden beetle known as a golden nymph. Go on, just wander outside, though, if you happen to meet the Holy Maiden of Resurrection. That would be perfect. Okima wasn't the only city-state taking such actions. Other city-states were also sending their people everywhere to search for traces of the Holy Maiden of Resurrection. Clearly, none of them wanted to die so badly. Ever since the Death Titan came into existence, the once immortal people of Amphireus had lifespans, could be killed, and could die of old age. Because of this, they hated the Death Titan and wanted to destroy them, hoping to return to the so-called perfect golden age known as the Era Chrysia. However, since they couldn't do it, or rather, since it was impossible to do it, they set their sights on the Holy Maiden who could bring the dead back to life instead. If death could be undone, how is that any different from immortality? As a result, there were more and more soldiers on the land of Amphireus, where instead of fighting wars, they searched for the legendary Holy Maiden everywhere. Ironically, thanks to the Holy Maiden of Resurrection, a temporary peace emerged between the city-states. Somewhere in the forest near Okima, inside a small wooden cabin. Lucian, did I go too far? Now everyone's looking for us. Castor Ice, like a child who had done something wrong, leaned on the windowsill and gazed at the distant city-state of Okima with a complicated expression. Nah, you should be happy instead. Lucian stood behind her and responded with a smile. Now, they're not hiding from you, but want to invite you to be their Holy Maiden. No, they're just after my resurrection ability. Castor Ice said resignedly. If I show them my power to grant death, they'd keep their distance like before. If the whole world stays away from you, then just turn around. They'll always be here. Lucian shrugged nonchalantly. Hearing such sweet words, Castor Ice couldn't help but smile. I know. Ever since Castor Ice became obsessed with saving people, the legend of the Holy Maiden of Resurrection had spread among the people, which stated, if your fate is tragic, if you hold kindness in your heart, the Holy Maiden of Resurrection will show you mercy. Many people who had been resurrected by Castor Ice had even built statues of her. Now, countless people could recognize Castrus's face at just a glance, and even her companion, Lucian, had portraits spread among the public. As Lucian and Castor Ice chatted and chuckled while gazing toward the distant Okima, a golden beetle silently crept closer and perched on a branch across from the cabin, as if it were observing the two inside. Lucian, sensing that someone was intently watching him and Castor Ice, noticed the beetle, and the moment he did, a piece of knowledge quickly flashed through his mind. He remembered that the golden beetle was known as the golden nymph of the romance titan, meaning Aglia had inherited the romance titan's power and had become the demigod of romance. In other words, this golden beetle must be Aglia's golden nymph. Cass, someone will be visiting us soon. Lucian suddenly said while glancing ahead. Let's meet her. He decided it was time to try a new way of living. He had spent 20 years traveling with Castor Ice, yet the script still hadn't been completed, so he felt it was time for a change. Who? Castor Ice glanced at Lucian and asked curiously. She's the demigod of romance. Lucian replied, waving his hand at the golden nymph. However, her purpose in coming isn't your power of resurrection. A few minutes ago, in Okima, Aglia was deep in thought. At that moment, an image appeared in her mind as she shared the senses of the golden nymph she had casually released earlier. Through the golden nymph, she saw two people with extraordinary auras, but what mattered most was that their physical characteristics truly matched the legendary Holy Maiden of Resurrection and her companion. As Aglia observed the two and began to conclude they were indeed them, she saw the companion wave his hand at her golden nymph. He noticed me? Aglia, he thought in stunned silence. Aglia's invitation, Ligus as Lucian had expected. It did not take long before someone arrived in the forest where he and Castor Ice resided. Aglia of Okima requests an audience. A sexy, golden-haired woman with a voluptuous figure stood beneath the wooden cabin suspended on a tree. looking up and calling out respectfully. In the next moment, the cabin door opened, and the surrounding branches moved on their own, bringing Lucian and Castor Ice down. What Aglia saw was a stunningly beautiful young woman in a white dress, her fair skin glowing against the fabric just as one would expect of the so-called Holy Maiden of Resurrection. More importantly, she immediately felt a sense of kinship with the young woman, which confirmed that this Holy Maiden truly possessed a core flame. In other words, her teacher, Tribby, had guessed correctly. This Holy Maiden was indeed a Titan, or more precisely, the Death Titan, Thanatos. Realizing this, a gleam flashed through Aglia's eyes. As long as this Titan was willing to cooperate, there was another core flame to be gained. Next, Aglia turned her gaze to the young man beside the Holy Maiden. In that instant, she had to admit he was so handsome that words could not describe him. Easily the most handsome man she had ever seen in her life. However, although he appeared gentle and harmless, for some reason, he made her instinctively feel a sense of danger. It was as if, should she anger him, she would die at least. That was what her golden threads told her. Aglia was confused as she gazed at the young man. What kind of person could travel with the Death Titan? In her eyes, someone who even gave her a stronger sense of mortal danger than the Death Titan felt somewhat absurd. Greetings, I am Aglia, the demigod who inherited the core flame of romance. I currently serve as the governor of Okima. My purpose in coming here is to invite both of you to join the flame chase journey and save the world. Aglia's tone was very gentle and polite as she explained her purpose in visiting. Lucian curled his lips into a slight smile. From what he saw, the current Aglia truly showed a strong sense of humanity, a sharp contrast to the emotionless Aglia in the game. A version of Aglia whose humanity had not been erased, yet was actually quite cute, young, and easy to read. As Lucian's gaze instinctively swept over Aglia's body without leaving a trace, he had to admit that she really was sexy, especially the golden tattoo on her left breast, mostly covered by her clothing. It made one want to pull her clothes aside just to see the full design. Flame chase journey, huh? Castor Ice thought complicatedly. Because she had regained memories from her previous life, she knew what the true purpose of the so-called flame chase journey was. Regardless, she did not answer immediately, but turned her head to look at Lucian, seeking his opinion. Aglia, who caught this detail, was a bit surprised. Why would the Death Titan seek this young man's opinion? She really could not think of anyone who could influence a Titan, especially the Death Titan, who was literally Amphireus, god of death. Could this young man actually be the Death Titan? Did they switch identities to disguise themselves? As Aglia was lost in thought, Lucian spoke up. Well, we can go and have a look. Lucian nodded lightly. If we feel like it, we can save the world while we're at it. Only then did Castor Ice turn her head back to Aglia, giving her answer. All right, we'll go with you to Okima. Upon hearing this, Aglia was momentarily stunned. It was only natural. She truly had not expected this to be so simple, with them not even asking for anything in return, because from her common sense, she had anticipated them to make some over-the-top demands like sacrifices, power, or something along those lines. Who would have expected these two to be so easygoing? Thank you both for your willingness to help. Please follow me. Aglia gave a respectful bow, her way of showing sincerity. If it had been anyone else, even Chrysos' heirs, they would not have received this kind of treatment. Along the way, Lucian learned about the current state of Okima from Aglia. Aglia had started as a dressmaster and had only gained prestige after becoming a demigod, even though she was called a governor. The Council of Elders had only pushed her into that role because she was young, lacked experience, and was easy to control. Currently, the true power in Okima was still in the hands of the Council of Elders. Of course, Lucian did not care about any of this. Who was in charge was meaningless to him, since all that mattered were Castor Ice and Polixia. He had only agreed to go to Okima to see if he could trigger the script's completion conditions. After a while of walking, the three of them finally arrived in Okima. Lucian had to admit, Okima was truly a magnificent city-state, about as large as Janusopolis, with a towering figure that seemed to reach all the way up into the clouds. "Welcome to Okima," Aglia said with a smile, gesturing toward the bustling city-state with her hand. "I will arrange a residence for you both, and you may keep it permanently." Hearing this, Lucian nodded, feeling very satisfied with her perceptiveness. He understood this was mostly because she had recognized Castoris as a Titan, so it was only natural for her to offer something as good as possible for her core flame. Of course, it was not that he was content with a small benefit, but rather that he liked Aglia's attitude. If, like in the original story, she and the other Chrysos heirs had greeted him with judgment and harshness, he would have razed Okima to the ground. Soon, Aglia brought the two of them to a luxurious mansion with a spacious front yard that had been prepared in advance. Clearly not just as a token gesture. "I hope we'll get along well. If you have any problems, feel free to come find me." Leaving these words behind, Aglia turned and was about to leave when Lucian suddenly stopped her. "What about a teleslate?" In Amphireus, a teleslate was basically a phone. However, Lucian had forgotten that Okima did not have Aglia's internet network at this point, so she only looked at him in confusion upon hearing his words. "Sorry, I don't quite understand." Aglia smiled awkwardly. "What's a teleslate?" "Oh, right, it's too early for that." Lucian scratched his head, then pulled Aglia back to sit down. "You're the demigod of romance. You can sense targets with your golden threads, and those threads can also transmit information, right?" He briefly explained the usage of the teleslate. If you spend some time spreading your golden threads all over Okima, then use a special material to display the information from the threads, you'll be able to communicate in real time. Get? Likewise, you could also use the golden threads to eavesdrop on all of Okima's conversations, including the secret meetings of the Council of Elders, for example. Lucian casually laid out the whole idea for Aglia. Upon hearing his explanation, Aglia pondered silently for a while, and after a few minutes of silence, a sudden look of realization dawned upon her. "I see. Amazing." All this time, she had always carried a vague idea in her mind, yet she could never quite piece it together. Now that Lucian had explained it all at once, her idea became clear. Needless to say, this was exactly what she wanted: something to transmit information instantly in real time and keep tabs on the Council of Elders. "Thank you, Mr. Lucian." Aglia suddenly grabbed Lucian's hand, her joy written all over her face, completely different from the cold Aglia of the future. Meanwhile, seeing another woman holding Lucian's hand for so long without letting go, Castoris, who watched from the sidelines, felt a bit annoyed. Castoris was about to step forward, but remembering her own nature, she stopped 2 steps away and spoke up. "Lady Aglia, it's getting late." Upon hearing this, Aglia understood it was a sign to leave, so she quickly bid farewell to the two. As soon as she left, Aglia threw herself into designing the Golden Thread Network, which would later be known as the World Wound Web. However, almost immediately after Aglia departed, Lucian and Castoris had another visitor. It was a strange-looking robot with a hollow cavity in the center of its chest. "Greetings, sir, ma'am." Entering the front yard gate, the robot bowed politely like a gentleman and greeted them with a distinctive male voice. "I am Lycurgus, an honorary member of the Council of Elders. I heard you have come from afar, so I came to pay my respects." It went without saying that with such polite manners, anyone would call him a model citizen. Lucian narrowed his eyes, sizing the robot up and down. He immediately recognized this so-called Lycurgus as Lygus, the administrator of the Emperor's scepter that simulated Amphireus. The one before him was nothing more than a clone within Amphireus simulation, controlled by the true mastermind behind it. Lucian, of course, did not care about this robot at all, nor did he care about the schemes behind him. Why? Because their situation at this moment was, you are simulating Amphireus, while I'm simulating you simulating Amphireus. It was clear who was in control of the situation. Of course, the main reason was that Castoris was the script's protagonist, so Lucian's focus was entirely on her, making any emperor's scepter meaningless to him. Besides, he had no fondness for the Council of Elders and did not want to interact with them. So the fact that Ligus was actually visiting him only pissed him off. "Which foot did you use to step in first in the yard just now?" Lucian asked calmly. Ligus thought for a moment, then answered with a smile. "It was my left foot, sir." You actually dared to step in with your left foot first?" Lucian suddenly cut Ligus off and snapped. "Get out." Bang! As soon as Lucian finished speaking, he entered the mansion with Castor Ice silently following him and slammed the front door shut. Ligus stood frozen at the entrance, dazed. What did that mean? Was stepping in with the left foot wrong? Me? Just a passing emanator of abundance, just like that. Ligus, known as the most prestigious member of the Council of Elders, had been ruthlessly turned away by Lucian. Of course, if even Ligus was treated like that, the rest fared no better. Some were refused entry for stepping in with their left foot first, and some for stepping in with their right. Some were refused entry for knocking on the door with their left hand, others with their right, and there were even some who were denied simply for being ugly. In short, Lucian shut them all out with whatever absurd reason he thought of on the spot. Damn bastard. We thought this was some kind of test from the Holy Maiden, so we kept coming to their place one after another. Now it seems that man is just humiliating us on purpose. A few elders gathered together, venting their anger. All right, calm down. Canes raised a hand to quiet them. Since they refuse our goodwill, we'll just change tactics. Go investigate any information you can find on the Holy Maiden of Resurrection, anything at all. Stop running around like headless chickens. Think about how we managed to get this far as mere mortals. If the straightforward way doesn't work, then well, just go about it in the shadows. Leaving these words behind, Canes turned and left, while the rest of the elders looked at each other in silence. In any case, one thing was decided in that moment. They swore they would obtain the power of resurrection, even if it meant resorting to dirty and underhanded methods. At the same time, Aglia had already constructed the basic framework of the World Wound Web, so once the experiment succeeded, she could immediately begin setting it up. AG, did Mr. Lucian tell you how to set up the golden threads without even asking about your abilities? Tribby, who was standing nearby, curiously asked Aglia. Yes, teacher. Aglia nodded instinctively, but then froze. Now that you mention it, he never asked. It was as if he already knew everything about me. I see. Tribby softly nodded, then faintly smiled. Well then, let's go pay him a visit together, shall we? Now, she felt even more curious about this Lucian, her curiosity surpassing even that of the Holy Maiden of Resurrection. When Tribby and Aglia arrived at the mansion arranged for Lucian and Castor Ice, they saw both of them crouching on the ground together, tending to potted plants in the front yard. Hey, there Tribby walked up to the two and greeted them with a cute smile. Lucian turned to look, spotting a little red-haired girl, one he knew all too well. Sorry to bother you. My teacher heard about the Golden Thread Network you suggested and wanted to visit you. Aglia explained with an apologetic smile. We're Tribby. Tribby waved her little hand. Thank you for coming here to help AG. Her adorable appearance and self-introduction instantly melted Castor's heart. Of course, Castor Ice knew she was the very first demigod, so although she looked like a little girl, Castor Ice still treated her with the utmost respect. Feeling the urge to give her a head pat, yet not daring to, was a strange kind of torment for Castor Ice. Hello, it's nice to meet you. I'm Castoris. Castor Ice suppressed her urge and waved her hand back with a gentle smile. Tribby, excluding you, how many of your split cells are left? Lucian, who had remained silent until now, suddenly asked something sensitive, which made Tribby snap to attention. 249 left. Is there a problem? Tribby sensed no ill intent from Lucian, so she answered honestly. After fleeing for 100 years, many of her split cells had died, and she honestly did not know how much longer the remaining 249 could last. I see. Lucian nodded calmly, but then his expression turned serious, his eyes bright and firm. All right, call them all back. I can restore you. Restore her? Tribby and Aglia were both a little confused, since they truly did not understand what Lucian meant. What Tribby was about to ask. But Lucian raised his hand to interrupt her. Ask me after you've recovered. You wouldn't believe me even if I told you now. Hearing this, Tribby hesitated for a while before deciding to call all her split selves back. For some strange reason, Tribby and her other split selves all had the same thought. Lucian could be trusted he would never harm them. Soon, everyone found an open space in the yard. Lucian told Tribby and all her split selves to gather, then took out a white bandage and wrapped them all together with it. What's this? Aglia started to ask with worry, but don't worry, AG, we're fine. Tribby interrupted Aglia's words, not wanting to hurt Lucian's feelings. Before long, more than 200 little girls were wrapped into one giant dumpling, squeezed tightly together. Seeing this, Aglia made no effort to hide the worry in her eyes, her gaze shifting repeatedly between Lucian and the wrapped little girls. Lucian did not mind Aglia's skepticism and simply focused on activating the godly bandage. Soon, the giant dumpling began to change shape, then shrank, and in the end, it took on the form of an adult woman's body, looking like a mummy. In the next moment, Lucian suddenly picked up the mummy in a princess carry and rushed into the mansion. Seeing this, Aglia was stunned. What's he doing? Aglia instinctively chased after Lucian, worried for her teacher's condition. Castor Ice, on the other hand, did nothing but cover her mouth and chuckle quietly from the side, not because of any strange reason, but because she knew why Lucian did that. One should remember that if Lucian used the godly bandage to restore someone's body, it would also affect the condition of their clothes, so when the bandage was unwrapped, the restored person would be completely naked. Knowing this, Lucian obviously had to bring the restored Tribby into a closed, safe room, just in case someone accidentally saw VIP content. In the bedroom, as soon as Lucian dropped the mummy onto the bed, the bandage unraveled. As expected, what followed was indeed VIP content. Even though Lucian had already seen this VIP content in the first script, he could not help but be tempted again. As he expected, even with just a few incomplete split cells, the godly bandage could still restore Tribby and her split cells to their prime state, a gorgeous woman with long red hair and a slender, fair body, the mature Tribios. Lucian could not help but recall all the times he and Tribios had tangled together for an hour before he returned to the real world. What's going on? Tribios glanced over her own body in surprise. Now, she had actually returned to her original form from all her 250 split cells, and what's more, all her exhausted divine powers had also been fully restored to the state they were in when she first became a demigod. Soon, however, Tribios sensed someone staring intently at her, which made her realize that she was actually naked in front of man. In the next second, Tribios, her face blushing, quickly rolled over, yanked down the window curtain, and wrapped herself up in it. Who are you? Tribios stuttered, her face blushing harder. How could you turn me back? By rights, she should never have been able to return to her original form, since the only possible end for her was all her split selves dying in foreign lands. Me? Just a passing emanator of abundance. Lucian shrugged, then casually conjured a set of clothes and tossed them to Tribios. Just then, Aglia rushed in, but when she saw Tribios, she was completely stunned, frozen in place. Teacher? Aglia asked in disbelief. Is that you? Seeing the wide-eyed Aglia, Tribios sighed softly, then smiled gently. AG, it seems like I've recovered. Even though Aglia and Tribios had no idea how Lucian did it, the evidence was right before their eyes, so neither of the two women could find any reason to doubt it anymore. Do you know where your mother's body is buried? Lucian asked seriously, gazing at Tribios. Tribios paused, then turned to Lucian with a complicated expression. Even though she didn't know why, she felt as if Lucian knew her very well, and for some reason, she even felt a strange sense of closeness to him. I was too little then, so I really don't know. I'm sorry, let alone knowing where her mother was buried. She had not even witnessed her mother's death. I see. Lucian couldn't help but sigh with pity. He had hoped to find Mortis' remains and use the godly bandage to revive her, but without her body, there was nothing he could do. As for Mortis' soul, So many years had passed that it was probably already lost somewhere in the River of Souls, because after all this time, he hadn't encountered her soul in the nether realm. In the end, without saying anything more, Lucian silently turned and left the bedroom. Aglia and Tribios watched his somewhat lonely back, then glanced at each other in bewilderment. Both women were still reeling from the shock that Lucian had accomplished what they, two demigods, could barely manage. Aglia, teacher, can I cling to his leg? My instinct tells me he can solve all our problems. Tribios, Ag, why don't you give it a try? Please, be rough with me. Ever since Lucian restored Tribios to her true form, Aglia had treated him as the most honored guest. To stay on his good side, Aglia would visit him in castor ice every few days, and each time she brought clothes she had personally woven by hand and offered them as gifts. No wonder Aglia is known as the dressmaster of Okima. Her skills are honestly amazing. Lucian wore a black chiton in a casual style that exposed one shoulder, adorned with gold accessories. Castor Ice was also dressed in a new outfit, a pure white, luxurious dress that made her look even more like a wealthy lady than before. Lucian, if you like it, I could learn too. Seeing how much Lucian enjoyed his new clothes, Castor Ice started thinking about learning tailoring herself, since she also loved making little crafts like sewing his plushies, for example. More importantly, watching him wear clothes made by another woman, she couldn't help but feel a little sour inside. Now, she had a new goal. She wanted to see him wearing something she had made herself, and hear him praise her handiwork. Oh, Lucian smiled and gently gave Castor Ice a head pat. Now you said it. He'll start looking forward to it now. Truthfully, he really wanted to see what kind of clothes she would make for him. It's a shame that I have to wait until the next shift. Castor Ice sighed in pity. He'll only be able to start learning in a year, so please wait until my turn again. Leaving these words behind, she soon returned to the nether realm in her new outfit. Today was the day for the two sisters to switch places again, since a year had already passed since the previous shift. Ding-dong, just as Lucian was lost in thought, waiting for Polixia's arrival, the doorbell rang. He didn't even need to look to know who it was, because he already knew there was someone who had been trying to get close to him all year. Sure enough, when he opened the door, it was Aglia. Mr. Lucian, my golden threads now cover the entire city. I can listen in on all the voices in the city now. Aglia proudly announced her achievement as soon as she entered. Of course, except for you, I haven't left any golden threads in here. It's the least respect I can give you. In other words, Lucian's home was the only place in Okima that wasn't being monitored by her. You're taking a different path now, Lucian thought, smiling lightly as he gazed at the expressive Aglia. If this Aglia were the one who had lost her human emotions in the game's main story, she wouldn't be able to sleep at night without monitoring everyone, and she would have done something reckless already. It was precisely for that reason that Lucian liked this more human Aglia, gentle and thoughtful. Mr. Lucian, would you like to hear the voices of Okima? Aglia asked with a smile. How do I do that? Lucian asked, honestly curious about the golden threads. Just hold my hand. Aglia reached out her hand toward him. Lucian didn't hesitate and reached out, interlacing his fingers with Aglia's, and in that instant, he heard countless voices inside his mind. Some of her golden nymphs even showed him images like CCTV feeds. He had to admit that Aglia truly was a human-shaped surveillance system, the satellite of Okima. Excuse me, what are you two doing? In that moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded right next to Lucian's ear. Lucian immediately turned his head and saw Polixia staring straight at his and Aglia's interlocked fingers. Her eyes, which were usually half closed, were now wide open, fixed firmly on their hands. Aglia, startled by the sudden newcomer, quickly pulled her hand back from Lucian's grasp. Because she had been focusing on listening to other voices, she hadn't paid attention to her surroundings, which made her not notice the newcomer. However, now that she took a closer look at this suddenly appearing young woman, a wave couldn't help but stir in her heart. Why did this young woman give off the same sense as her? More importantly, this young woman looked so much like Castor Ice. Is she also a Titan? Aglia stared blankly at Polixia, her face full of shock. But this feeling a death titan? Two death titans? Two titans of the same kind? In all her life, she had never heard of such an absurd thing. Could one of them be a fake? Well, let me introduce you. She's Polixia, the actual death titan, Thanatos, and also Cass' younger twin sister. Seeing Aglaia staring at Polixia in a daze, Lucian took the initiative to explain the situation. Resurrecting the Death Titan, restoring Castoris, two Death Titans, two core flames of death, and taking turns guarding the Netherrealm. Only after Lucian explained did Aglaia have no choice but to accept this fact. Sorry, I need to go process all this. Holding her forehead, Aglaia immediately left, overwhelmed by the flood of new information. Since this was bound to clash with her and her teacher's worldview, she needed to discuss it with her teacher as soon as possible. And so, after Aglaia left, only Lucian and Polixia remained in the mansion. By the way, elder sister said I have new clothes too, so I hurried over. Polixia seemed unconcerned about what had just happened and smoothly changed the subject. Upon hearing this, Lucian placed the custom-made clothes lying nearby into her arms and told her to try them on. A few minutes later, a beautiful young woman in a lavender dress appeared before Lucian. Now that Polixia had taken off her half-face mask, she looked just like an ordinary big sister next door. Do I look good? Polixia spun in front of Lucian, showing off her new appearance, looking completely unguarded. Yep, you look great. Lucian smiled and praised her without hesitation. Absolutely beautiful 10 out of 10. As soon as these words fell, however, Polixia's expression suddenly turned a little sad. Are you going to abandon me? Polixia asked, her gaze dropping. Lucian paused at the sudden question, confused. He had just praised her beauty, so how did it end up turning into talk of abandonment? Why did you suddenly ask that? Lucian asked with a frown. Just now, you looked really close with that woman. Polixia said softly. I thought you were going to live with her. Hearing this, Lucian couldn't help but roll his eyes, feeling speechless. I was just borrowing her power to eavesdrop on others. Nothing more. Really? You're not lying to me? Do you think I would lie to you? No. Polixia shook her head, then smiled. I trust you. Just like that, the misunderstanding cleared up, making the gloom in Polixia's heart vanish, though she still carried some worries. Just now, when she saw Lucian so close to another woman, she felt an inexplicable sourness in her chest and the urge to go over and separate them. Yet, when it was her elder sister who was close to Lucian, she oddly didn't feel anything strange. In fact, it made her happy. As Polixia thought about it, scenes from overbearing CEO stories with love triangle plots suddenly flashed through her mind. Honestly, she really disliked the plot where the supporting female character stole the male lead. And the scene where that golden-haired woman interlocked fingers with Lucian reminded her of it. In the next second, Polixia made up her mind. Lucian, please push me against the wall. Polixia's voice rang out, not her usual clear, steady tone, but dry and tense, as if gathering the last of her courage. She paused for a moment, yet her gaze stubbornly refused to look away. For an instant, her eyes dropped to her new dress, only to suddenly shoot back up to meet Lucian's. Lucian could see that her eyes were pleading, along with a kind of desperate resolve, as if she were making a great sacrifice. Seriously, you really are too obsessed with those romance stories. Lucian couldn't help but complain, but as usual, he playfully pinned Polixia against the wall. Lucian, do you love me? Polixia suddenly asked, her voice soft and gentle. Of course I do. Lucian nodded without thinking. Come on. How couldn't he love this cute and beautiful woman who had always been by his side for years? 20 years 10 spent with Castoris, and the other 10 with Polixia. How could he not have feelings for them? I know there's only one way people show they love each other. Polixia tugged at the edge of her new dress. Please tear this off and prove it to me. Now, it was Lucian's turn to be stunned. Wasn't she getting a bit too out of hand today? How did the big sister next door suddenly end up like this? Do you know what you're saying? Lucian asked grimly, his eyes narrowing. I do. Polixia's face was bright red. but she still looked straight into his eyes and answered with determination. Caneys and cleaners, as everyone knew, a storm, no matter how heavy, would eventually subside. Once the raging tides of the storm retreated, what remained was a beach marked by the strange calm that followed disaster. In Lucian's bedroom, the halo of the floating lamp gradually stabilized again, casting a gentle light that illuminated the fine dust slowly settling in the air, and also shone upon the mess scattered across the room. Now, that once expensive, deep purple dress had become nothing more than torn scraps that could not even cover one's body, pitifully strewn across the dark carpet and the edge of the bed, like tattered butterfly wings ripped apart by the storm. Even so, under the warm light, they still reflected a faint, mysterious luster. On the bed, Polixia leaned against Lucian's chest, her body no longer tense like a drawn bow, but completely relaxed, soft beyond imagination. Her head rested in the crook of his neck, her warm breath brushing rhythmically against his skin, bringing a subtle, tickling sensation. In this gentle atmosphere, Lucian lightly tapped his fingers against Polixia's arm. Polixia seemed startled by the slight movement, shivering just a little like a sensitive mimosa. Yet the resistance Lucian had expected never came, as she only burrowed even deeper in his neck with her eyes still closed. Elder sister isn't good at expressing herself, but I know she loves you just like I do. Polixia, keeping her eyes closed, spoke softly with a lazy tone that carried the warmth of someone completely at ease. Do you like my sister? Of course I do. Lucian blurted out without thinking. If he were back on Earth, where having multiple women wasn't common sense and was frowned upon, he would have had to think twice before saying something like that. Fortunately, he had transmigrated to another world that followed a different common sense, so there was no need to hesitate. In that case, you need to be the one to take the initiative. Polixia hugged Lucian even tighter. My sister is definitely too shy to confess her feelings. I'll try my best, but... Lucian nodded, then shook his head. I can't rush it, and I can't treat her the same way I treat you, or she'll probably get scared off. Upon hearing this, Polixia smiled faintly, gazed at the ceiling for a moment, and then spoke again. Well, I'm different because, unlike my very kind sister, I can't help but think all sorts of negative things when I see you with another woman, especially when I thought you'd leave me for someone else. I mean, you brought me back to life and let me experience so many wonderful things. You're also good to me and to my sister. After all that, loving you and not wanting to be abandoned by you is normal, so me getting anxious and kind of rushing it is perfectly normal. Okay? Honestly, I could be reserved too. Seeing Polixia trying so hard to make excuses, Lucian chuckled and gently stroked her cheek. All right, let's say you were then, Lucian said with a helpless sigh. Just like that, after their feelings were finally made clear, their relationship became even closer than before. Polixia claimed to be reserved, but after reading all those overbearing CEO romance stories, she kept coming up with new and even more peculiar requests, wanting to try all sorts of things. Yet, whenever outsiders were present, she would instantly slip back into being that gentle, quiet sister next door. Who could have imagined this young woman had such a different side to her? Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Polixia became good friends with Aglia and Tribios, and they often went to the hero's bath together. Thanks to that, Lucian got to see them in swimsuits that no one else could. Another half a year unknowingly slipped by. Reluctantly, Polixia prepared to leave this home that had been filled with lively nights, the place where her first time was taken. I hope the next time we meet, you'll hear good news about you and my sister. Polixia waved to Lucian with a smile and turned to leave. However, unlike last time, Castor Ice returned swiftly this time, which showed that the two sisters hadn't talked much. Lucian didn't even need to think to know that Polixia must have urged Castor Ice to come back as soon as possible. What happened? Castor Ice asked, looking puzzled. Polixia doesn't seem willing to chat with me about the fun things she did, like usual. Maybe she's just going through a rebellious phase? Lucian gave a sheepish smile. Everyone has those days at this age, after all. As soon as he finished speaking, Lucian couldn't help but get lost in thought. I just finished with the little sister, and now I'm supposed to immediately confess to the big sister? Isn't this a bit much for Cass? Maybe I should wait a while. Just like that, Lucian decided to wait. Time passed once more. Now, Lucian had grown familiar with life in Okima. As a new day began, Castor Ice went alone to the Marmorial Market to buy needles, thread, and fabric, planning to make the clothes she had promised Lucian. Lucian originally wanted to accompany her, but she refused to let him come along, saying it was a surprise. In the end, with nothing else to do, Lucian, as always, lay at home, pondering a problem that had haunted him for over 20 years. How am I supposed to complete this script? Am I really supposed to save Amphireus or something? Knock, knock. As Lucian lost himself in his thoughts, someone knocked at the door. Lucian quickly stood up, went to the entrance, and opened it. As expected, it was Aglio again. So, what do you want to talk about today, AG? Lucian asked with a smile. My golden thread network is already set up. Aglia smiled back. Now, we can use teleslates to chat. However, after Lucian brought Aglia into the room, he noticed her smile had vanished, replaced by a serious expression. Lucian, I think there's something you need to hear for yourself. It's about the Council of Elders. Aglia had already woven her golden threads throughout Okima, even into every corner of the Council of Elders, allowing her to listen in on all their conversations. It was because of this that the Council of Elders had been so quiet these past 2 years, causing no trouble. Why? Because any trouble they would have caused was already dealt with by Aglia before it could even begin. Let me guess, the Council of Elders can't hold back anymore and wants to make a move on the Holy Maiden of Resurrection? Lucian smiled, his expression calm yet cold as he voiced his guess. You knew already? Aglia was momentarily surprised, not expecting him to guess right immediately. I really can't hide anything from you. Aglia sighed helplessly, then reached out her hand toward Lucian. Anyway, the Council of Elders is conducting a meeting now. Want to hear it? Lucian did not hesitate as he interlaced his fingers with Aglia's, listening to the voices carried by her golden threads. TCH, the Holy Maiden of Resurrection is getting closer and closer to Aglia. We can't just ignore this. All our requests have been ignored, so they clearly don't care about us at all. More importantly, Aglia keeps seeing through our plans in advance. I'm starting to think there's an imposter among us. And that first demigod, she must have been helped by the Holy Maiden of Resurrection. That's why she's back to her prime. We have to make a decision quickly. If those Chrysos heirs really gain the power of resurrection, they'll only become stronger, and will never survive, right? Either we get the Holy Maiden, or we destroy the Holy Maiden. Don't worry. To prevent leaks, Elder Canes has already started taking action in secret. Maybe we'll hear some good news soon. Just like that, the conversation ended. From their exchange, Lucian understood one thing: the Council of Elders had finally grown tired of living and were seeking death. Just then, Aglia's body suddenly grew tense. My golden threads sensed something wrong at the Marmorial Market. Aglia suddenly stood up. It's Castor Ice. Elder Canes has already made a move. Aglia was ready to rush out and help, but before she could take a step, Lucian grabbed her hand to stop her. Tell me the location with your golden threads. Aglia didn't mind Lucian holding her hand and immediately complied, sharing the golden threads information. Thanks to the golden threads, Lucian quickly pinpointed the exact coordinates. The next moment, Lucian placed his hand behind Aglia's waist and gently pushed, activating Absolute Hit. Swish! In an instant, the two vanished. Several minutes ago, in Marmorial Market. Marmorial Market was the heart of daily life in Okima, where its many shops kept the city's routines going and offered a dazzling array of goods, from fine crafts to classic books. Castor Ice had come to pick up some fabric she had ordered. During her year in the Nether Realm, she hadn't been idle. For alongside her duties as the Death Titan, she devoted her spare time to practicing tailoring, determined this year to finally make clothes Lucian would like, just as she had promised. Castor Ice, or should I say Holy Maiden of Resurrection, stopped on the bustling street of Marmorial Market as Castor Ice walked. Holding a note in one hand and a shopping bag in the other, an old, white-haired woman suddenly blocked her path. "Do you need something?" Castorice looked up and asked, confused. Everyone in Okima knew the old woman was Elder Canes of the Council of Elders. Yet even after living in Okima for more than a year, Castorice still didn't recognize her. "Of course I do," Canes replied, her voice and expression cold. "You've refused us too many times, and even helped one of those Chrysos heirs regain her strength. Now, the Council of Elders can no longer tolerate your actions. What a shame. If we can't have you, then we must destroy you." As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her hand, and in that instant, over a dozen people in black appeared around them. They were known as Cleaner's Assassins, specially trained by the Council of Elders. By special means, they inherited the memories and experiences of past generations of cleaners, all for the sake of hunting down the Chrysos heirs. "Kill her," Canes coldly ordered the cleaners, without even a hint of mercy in her voice. "Being ignored by me is the luckiest thing to ever happen in your life." Armed with daggers and hidden weapons in their hands, a group of cleaners surged toward Castorice with cautious, disciplined movements, for when facing someone with special abilities, they would never underestimate them or let their guard down. As soon as Castorice realized that these people had openly declared their intent to kill her, she naturally would not just sit and wait for death. In the next moment, with a wave of her left hand, the divine authority of the Death Titan appeared, granting the equality of death to all living beings. In that instant, the cleaners at the front had no idea what was happening before they suddenly collapsed to the ground, turning into butterflies and vanishing on the spot. What happened? What did she do? All the surviving cleaners, seeing something strange happening to their comrades, immediately retreated and did not dare act recklessly. Canes, who watched the spectacle, frowned, sensing that this holy maiden was not as simple as she had thought. Clearly, this so-called Holy Maiden of Resurrection seemed to be able to do more than just resurrect others. She could send people's souls away directly as well. "I see. You're not a Holy Maiden at all," Canes suddenly shouted with an angry expression. "You're a witch who brings death." Of course, this was mainly aimed at the residents of Okima hiding in the distance. "Fire your arrows. Don't get close to her." As soon as Canes gave this order, a cleaner immediately pulled out a sleeve crossbow and aimed it at Castorice. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Over a dozen finely crafted arrows immediately shot out. They clearly wouldn't stop until Castorice was dead. However, in that very moment, two figures suddenly appeared before Castorice. Clang, clang, cling, clang, cling. As the arrows were already just inches away, a slender finger flicked lightly, and with a metallic sound, one arrow was knocked aside, precisely striking the rest of the incoming arrows. Everyone saw a young man in a black chiton with one shoulder exposed appear, holding the hand of Aglia. In an instant, it was as if the earlier chaos was not even worth reporting. Aglia holding hands with a man, that was the real news. Meanwhile, when Castorice saw Lucian and Aglia holding hands, although she did not say anything and looked calm outwardly, she felt a bit uncomfortable inwardly. At this moment, she didn't know why, but she really wanted to break the two apart, keeping one by her side and sending the other to the south. "Cass, are you okay?" Ignoring the cleaners and Canes, Lucian let go of Aglia's hand, looked at Castorice, and asked with concern, I'm fine." Castorice gently shook her head and gave him a soft smile. "You also know these kind of people can't hurt me." Hearing this, Lucian nodded and did not ask further. In the next moment, he swept his gaze over the cleaners, then finally at Canes. Well, the Council of Elders was rather respectful at first, so I ignored you all," Lucian said slowly, his eyes growing colder with each word. "Soon, you will come to realize that being ignored by me is the luckiest thing to ever happen in your life." As soon as these words fell, he casually stomped his right foot, and at once, the arrows on the ground began to float as if gripped by an invisible force before shooting out in an instant. "Piuki, piuki, piuki, piuki." In just zero point 0.1 seconds, while everyone was still digesting Lucian's words, the arrows had already pierced through all the cleaners' heads, and only Caney's was left alive. What happened? What did you do? Caney's suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. It was as if the god of death himself had descended. Step, step, step. Lucian slowly walked toward Caney's, his footsteps echoing strangely, like the ticking clock of her death. If you don't want to die that much, I will give you the blessing of abundance and let you enjoy endless life, just as you wished. As soon as Lucian reached Caney's, he gripped the top of her head and bestowed the blessing of abundance upon her without hesitation. Caney's instantly felt alive again, completely free from the sensation of old age and impending death. But before she could rejoice or even wonder why he was doing this, a flash of light appeared before her eyes and vanished just as quickly. Right after that, her line of sight suddenly rose as the man before her grabbed her hair and lifted her up. Ugh, ugh. Caney's tried to speak, but to her dismay, she found herself unable to make a proper sound. At the same time, the hiding residents stared at Caney's in terror, their faces frozen in horror because at this moment, her severed head was in Lucian's hand, yet she could still let out muffled sounds. Clearly still alive. Who wouldn't be scared out of their mind by this nightmarish scene? Rejoice, your damn memories won't make it to the next you. Lucian's indifferent voice echoed slowly. I will make you witness the destruction of the Council of Elders with your own eyes. Seeing the helpless and terrified Caney's, Lucian clicked his tongue, then calmly walked toward Aglia. Watching him approach while holding Caney's severed head, Aglia's heart couldn't help but skip a beat at this gruesome sight. It was not as though she had never seen such bloodshed before, but his heavy, murderous intent truly startled her. Clearly, he was a gentle and refined young man, whose smile had always been warm and comforting, so why did he now seem like a demon? At this moment, Aglia couldn't help but feel that Lucian was even more terrifying than the Black Tide. Where's the Council of Elders? Lucian asked calmly as he gazed at the silent Aglia. Take me there. Follow me. Aglia nodded and immediately turned to guide him, afraid to risk disaster and become the next severed head on display. However, this also meant that her earlier instinctive fear when spying on Lucian back in the nearby forest had been correct all along. Castor Ice, without saying a word, silently followed close by Lucian's side, unwilling to let him face the enemy alone. Before long, the three of them arrived near a tall structure, the entrance to the district reserved exclusively for the Council of Elders. Lucian tossed Caney's severed head to the ground and nudged it with his foot, making sure this elder could witness the destruction of the Council of Elders with her own eyes. Thanks to the blessing of abundance sustaining her brain, Caney's would not die so quickly. Yet without a body reduced to nothing but a head, she could do nothing but watch as everything unfolded before her. Ag, Okimo will belong to you from now on. As soon as these words fell, Lucian raised his hand and unleashed the power of the path. Imaginary energy instantly condensed above, forming a massive, ethereal golden finger in the sky. It was actually Lucian's own self-created movie, named it the Abundance Heaven-Imprisoning Finger, inspired by the novels he had read in his original world. Seeing the ethereal finger suspended overhead, Aglia was stunned. She couldn't help it, that finger was so enormous, nearly as large as the giant figure of Kefale. If it fell, wouldn't it destroy Okima instantly? Lord Lucian, this... Aglia dared not call Lucian directly by name, fearing he might destroy Okima in a fit of anger. Don't worry. Lucian calmly glanced at Aglia before pressing the massive finger down toward the ground. Meanwhile, Ligus, who was in the middle of a discussion with the other elders in the district, quickly looked up as he sensed the energy from the path of abundance. What is that? How could there be abundance here? Unfortunately, before he could even process what had happened, as a deafening, explosion-like sound tore through the air and a violent tremor shook Okima, the entire Council of Elders district was instantly flattened. Aglia, who saw this, widened her eyes, feeling terrified. It was only natural because there had been nearly 10,000 people in there, good or evil, all of them were killed. Yet despite such overwhelming power, not a single other area was actually affected, which made her marvel at Lucian's precise control and ruthless methods. Ugh! Canis' severed head was sent rolling by the shockwave, tumbling several times across the ground. By chance, it came to rest upright, allowing her to see the former district of the Council of Elders, now nothing but flat earth. Now, she finally understood the meaning of Lucian's earlier words. Being ignored by him was truly the luckiest thing ever, because when he actually paid attention to you, you were either a friend or a corpse. You know, back in the past, I had a nickname, the Butcher of Amphireus. Lucian slowly walked up to Canis, smiling calmly. I earned it by killing 300,000 people. Upon seeing his smile and hearing his words, Canis instantly felt a terrifying chill unlike anything she had ever experienced in her life. And more importantly, she truly regretted ever provoking this butcher. As Lucian's shadow loomed over Canis' severed head, a size 42-foot came down and crushed her skull without mercy. Splat! Canis' brain fragments splattered everywhere, yet not a single drop stained Lucian's shoes. Just like that, the moment Canis died, the Council of Elders of Okima came to an end. Lucian, he did it all for me. Gazing gently at Lucian's back, Castoris quietly murmured to herself, feeling deeply moved. Because the Council of Elders had wanted to kill her, Lucian slaughtered them for her sake, staining his hands with their blood. Just as Lucian had told her before, if someone tricks you like before, just leave them to me. They'll drag them back before you and make them confess their sins. At this moment, Castoris felt no pity or sorrow for the dead, but only gratitude and warmth toward Lucian. Aglia, on the other hand, stared blankly at Lucian, as if she saw the shadow of Imperator Saridra in him, that same iron-blooded ruthlessness, the kind that silenced even the Council of Elders. However, compared to Saridra, Lucian was undoubtedly 100 times more ruthless, not even leaving a single elder alive. So many innocent people, and even the spies I sent in. Aglia murmured helplessly, feeling genuinely pained. After all, the district had not only contained the Council of Elders, but also some ordinary citizens who knew nothing, as well as the spies she had sent. Knowing they died like that, she did not know whether to cry, to laugh, or to feel angry at Lucian for dragging them into this. Just then, Lucian walked up to the two women and calmly spoke. Cass, call their souls here. Agi, you be the judge. Let the good be resurrected, and let the wicked never reincarnate. Nether King what? Resurrect? Judge? Aglia was stunned upon hearing Lucian's words. Does this mean he's going to bring the innocent back to life? As this thought crossed her mind, Lucian's figure mysteriously became even more magnificent in her eyes. Just a moment ago, Aglia had felt conflicted about his anger leading to the deaths of innocent people, but now, those thoughts were completely gone. He did well to kill them. He did so well. I knew you'd do that. Castoris spoke with a faint smile, as though she had long expected Lucian to act this way. It was only natural. After spending more than 10 years together, day and night, she understood him well enough. Yes, he would kill without hesitation, but he would never kill the innocent. Today, he had the nerve to massacre nearly 10,000 people. She believed there had to be a reason. And just as Castoris had expected, Lucian indeed had one. Part of the reason was to establish absolute authority, to set a new order for Amphireus. But for this order to work, a few who died unjustly would have to serve as examples. As for the other part, the most important one, it was that he knew Castoris did not want to see innocent people die. Knowing it would make her very sad, Lucian naturally tried to avoid it as much as possible. Cass, you really do understand me best. Lucian reached out and gently touched Castoris's cheek, his thumb brushing away the dust from her face. Thanks to this, Castoris was so flustered by his sudden intimate gesture that her cheeks quickly turned red. I'll go take care of the souls first. Castor Ice quickly turned and walked away, using her divine authority to summon all the souls who had just died. Lucian chuckled, then patted Aglia's smooth shoulder. Agi, your golden threads can also sense souls, right? Go and see which souls were good people and which were bad, especially the members of the Council of Elders. Pick them out for me. I want to throw them into the river of souls so they can never reincarnate. Never reincarnate. Needless to say, this phrase alone sounded terrifying. Yet these terrifying words had come out of the mouth of someone who always seemed so harmless. Of course, I'd be happy to help. Aglia nodded and gave an elegant smile. Several minutes later, thousands of souls lined up before Aglia, forming a long queue. Aglia wielded the Romance Titan's divine authority to judge whether a soul had been good or bad in life. If someone had been good, Castor Ice would wave her right hand, deny them death, and return their soul to life. If someone had been bad, Castor Ice would cast them into the river of souls, where they would never reincarnate. As for those who were neither good nor bad, just innocent victims, they too were resurrected. Naturally, this event caused a huge uproar in Okima. Okima's residents, already terrified by the enormous finger in the sky, trembled in fear, and when they saw that same finger actually flatten the district of the Council of Elders, their terror deepened further. Is this the coming of the Black Tide? Or are we under attack? It's terrifying. I saw the Council of Elders destroyed. It looked like everyone died. I heard the Council of Elders was plotting to kill the Holy Maiden of Resurrection at the market. Maybe this is karma? As crowds gathered around the ruined district, discussing the fate of the Council of Elders, they suddenly witnessed a spectacular sight, the judgment of souls and the resurrection of the dead. Attention to all people of Okima, this is Aglia speaking. Do not panic, I am speaking through the power of the Romance Titan. In that moment, Aglia's voice rang in everyone's ears, because the Council of Elders sought to seize the power of resurrection and attempted to kill the Death Titan. They were judged and annihilated by divine punishment brought by Nether King Lucian. Nether King Lucian has promised us that everyone will face a fair judgment after death. If you do many good deeds, you may return to the earth and be resurrected. If you have done nothing but evil, you will be cast into the river of souls, never to reincarnate. And those who walk the middle path will be reincarnated, beginning a new life. Nether King. It was a title Lucian had simply made up on the spot. Both Castor Ice and Polixia, the two reapers whose domain was the Nether Realm, listened to him. So didn't that make him the king of the Nether Realm? Resurrected? As long as we do more good deeds, we can be resurrected? Oh, that's amazing. My goodness. So, the Holy Maiden of Resurrection is actually Thanatos? Thanatos actually bought Faber for me before. Let me think. I don't think I've done anything bad. Does not returning borrowed money count? When you put it that way, Chrysos' heirs are much better than the Council of Elders. Oof. Those villains shouldn't have eternal life. It's clear Era Chrysia isn't as fair as the Nether King's rules. Many people in Okima could see things clearly now. Yes, Era Chrysia did grant eternal life, but many evildoers lived forever as well, so they would always harass others. If they were to be compared, Lucian's rule seemed 1,000 times better. Good people gained long life, while the wicked would perish. In the end, anyone who did not harbor evil intentions instantly chose to support Lucian and Aglia. Of course, this matter ultimately did not only cause a stir in Okima. Soon enough, other city-states received the news as well, like Castrum Kremnos, Sabini, Adian, Alflank. In that case, what about us Kremnoans? We're always fighting and killing, but we also defend the front lines against the Black Tide. Does that make us good or bad? Why did Thanatos show up in the holy city protected by Kephael? Is she picking on Kephael just because they died early? Nether King. Just the name alone sounds so badass, it gives me chills. I heard one of his fingers is as big as Kephael himself. Very soon, Lucian's rules as the Nether King spread across Amphireus. Everyone was weighing whether they would be resurrected or never reincarnated after death. Should they hurry to do some good deeds now, so they could reincarnate in the future? At the same time, the higher-ups in other city-states grew uneasy, afraid the Nether King might quietly arrive at their city and start another massacre. A month later, with no more opposing parties, all power in Okima finally fell into Aglia's hands. Aglia and Lucian also had an agreement she would work for the Nether Realm, helping Castorice and Polixia judge whether souls were good or evil. Because of this, Castorice no longer needed to worry about resurrecting bad people, which left her very satisfied. Ding! Congratulations on completing the script. In 24 hours, the script will close, and the host will leave the current world. Completed? Dozing off on his bed, Lucian quickly sat up with a surprised expression, not expecting the script to be completed so suddenly. He had only wanted to set up a rule to make things easier for Castorice and Polixia, so they would not be disliked by others in the future. He did not expect it would actually trigger the script's completion. 24 hours, huh? At least there's enough time to say goodbye this time. It was just a pity that, unlike Polixia, Castorice still acted reserved and never showed any intention of advancing their relationship deeper. Bang! As Lucian was feeling sentimental and lost in thought, wondering what to do in these remaining 24 hours, the door of his bedroom suddenly slammed open. In that instant, Castorice rushed in, looking anxious as she clutched her chest as if she were in pain. I suddenly feel a sharp pain in my heart. Why? Why do I feel like you're about to leave me? Castorice looked Lucian straight in the eyes with a distressed expression, hoping for an answer. You. Lucian blinked in surprise, then smiled gently. Cass, you know me so well that you can sense it even before I say a word. He looked at the beautiful young woman in the elegant dress before him, clearly reluctant to part with her. Meanwhile, as soon as Castorice heard his words, she immediately felt as if she had fallen into an icy abyss. In the next moment, tears began to well up in her eyes. Did I do something wrong? Castorice grabbed Lucian's hand tightly and asked with tearful eyes. I can change. Just tell me what it is. I will do anything. I beg you, please don't abandon me. Before departure, seeing the tears welling up in Castorice's eyes, Lucian felt heavy-hearted as well. Unfortunately, there was no other way. He still had to leave the script. You didn't do anything wrong, Cass. Lucian opened his arms and pulled Castorice into his embrace, speaking softly to comfort her. It's just that I have something important to take care of, so I have to leave for a while. I promise I'll come back. Castorice buried her face against his chest, staying silent. Cass, will you wait for me? Lucian asked while gently patting her head. I will. Castorice replied instantly without lifting her head, almost as if she didn't want him to see her tears. How long? How long will you be gone? A few years, probably. Lucian gently made her look up, their eyes meeting. We'll try to come back as soon as I can. I promise. He moved his thumb to wipe away Castorice's tears, then continued. Well, let's go back to the Nether Realm. I should also say goodbye to Sia. With that, the two of them immediately returned together to the Nether Realm. Deep within the Nether Realm, there was no change of seasons and no bustling daylight, only eternal dusk, a hazy world soaked in gentle starlight, and a sea of flowers stretching silently to the end of the earth. Each petal of these flowers seemed to hold traces of deep blue stardust, glowing softly, light gentle enough to reach even the depths of the soul. In the center of this sea of flowers, 3 figures walked slowly side by side. Lucian walked in the middle, his silhouette blurred by the bluish glow that filtered through the flowers. Polixia, her light lavender short hair shimmering like honey under the stardust glow, clung tightly to his left side, her pale fingers intertwined with his so tightly her knuckles turned white, as if she wanted to fuse her very being into his hand. Resting her cheek on his shoulder, her beautiful eyes held only endless, quiet attachment. Castorice, on the other hand, trailed half a step behind Lucian's right side, like a faint shadow that might vanish in the wind at any moment. "Can't you really stay? For me and my sister?" Polyxia's voice broke the silence, tinged with a subtle hoarseness, as if it had been soaked by dew clinging to flower stems. With his left hand still held tightly by her, Lucian stopped walking, turned around, and then his right hand rose naturally, gently brushing her cheek and wiping away the dampness at the corner of her eye with his fingertip. Polyxia slowly looked up, gazing straight into Lucian's eyes, where the gentleness she knew so well had settled into an unshakable resolve. "Would you two be willing to wait for me?" Instead of answering, Lucian asked a question of his own as he gazed at Polyxia, then at Castorice. "Willing." Castorice and Polyxia answered instantly. However, as soon as their answers fell, both of them knew Lucian's departure was inevitable. In the next moment, Polyxia suddenly let go of Lucian's hand. The motion was crisp, carrying a sense of abrupt decisiveness before she stepped lightly ahead, circling behind Castorice. Before Castorice could even react, she felt a gentle but unyielding force press her forward from behind. Castorice gasped, her body pitching uncontrollably forward, inevitably falling straight into a warm, solid embrace. Lucian's familiar scent instantly overwhelmed her. "Elder sister, if you still hesitate, you really won't get another chance." Polyxia's voice sounded right beside Castorice, filled with burning urgency and encouragement. "Are you just going to watch him leave with regrets? Are you really going to let yourself regret this?" Polyxia's urging was so direct, so unavoidable, it was like a red-hot brand that pierced through every mask Castorice used to hide her feelings. Castorice looked down, feeling as if all the blood in her body rushed to her cheeks, leaving them blazing hot. A while later, mustering all her courage, Castorice quickly looked up, her gaze locking with Lucian's deep eyes. "Lucian," Castorice, face flushed, said softly, Would you accept my love?" Seeing her like this, Lucian, feeling an overwhelming sweetness in his heart, couldn't help but give her a gentle smile. "Of course I would." Lucian chuckled helplessly. "I mean, we've been together for years, so you should already know how I feel about you. Honestly, at this point, our feelings for each other are so clear that saying it out loud almost doesn't matter." Upon hearing this, Castorice felt as if her body had gone numb, emptied out as she tingled all over, so weak it seemed like she would collapse. Suddenly, Polyxia, who had been silently watching from the side, leaned in, slipped past Castorice, and kissed Lucian directly on the lips. Seeing this sudden scene, Castorice was instantly stunned, the flush on her face vanishing at once. What was that supposed to mean? What was her younger sister doing? "Elder sister, you're a step slower than me again." Polyxia glanced at her sister and smiled teasingly. "No way." Castorice felt like she had been struck by lightning, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. "Did you two already?" How could her quiet and reserved younger sister act so brazenly like this? Of course, she was not jealous of her younger sister sharing Lucian. She just thought her sister's actions did not match the personality she remembered. Completely the opposite. In fact, when did it even start? She had not noticed anything at all. At the same time, Lucian was at a loss. Holding the elder sister in his arms while the younger sister boldly kissed him right in front of the elder sister without hesitation, wasn't this going a bit too far? Lucian looked down and saw that Castorice was staring at him with a particular look, but fortunately, it was not a peculiar one, it was a pleading one, as if she were asking him to treat her the same as the younger sister. Lucian did not ask any questions, and simply pressed his lips to Castorice's, which were trembling slightly from nervousness, sealing away all the noise, all the chaotic thoughts, all the panic about parting, and the uncertainty of the future. A few seconds later, their lips finally parted, though Castorice looked a bit dazed. "Elder sister, are you satisfied now?" Polyxia giggled, then grabbed Lucian's arm. "Lucian, before you leave, play Overbearing Emanator with me one more time." Lucian naturally understood what she meant. She just wanted him to be rough with her. Castorice, on the other hand, looked completely ignorant upon hearing her sister's words. "Play what?" Castor Ice asked, looking at the two of them in confusion. "Elder sister, you definitely wouldn't dare, so don't ask." Polixia shook her head, acting mysterious. "All right, time is precious. I want to play a few more times." "No, I want to join too." Castor Ice frowned and declared without hesitation. "As long as Lucian is here, I'm not afraid of anything." Upon hearing this, Polixia flashed Lucian a triumphant smile and then looked at Castor Ice. "All right, he'll teach you." Polixia guided Lucian's hand, trailing it down the soft curve of Castor's back with a gentle yet irresistible intent, until it rested firmly and possessively on her slender waist. Even the wind in the nether realm seemed to soften in that moment, gently brushing across the sea of flowers, causing countless ghostly blue petals to silently sway and dance. Before long, the view began to spin and blur, while the flowers, sparkling with starlight, seemed to turn into streams of light, weaving and twining at the edge of her hazy vision. Castor Ice felt herself being gently but irresistibly pulled into this whirlpool as her body grew softer, her consciousness hazier, as if she were floating above a sea of stars. "Don't be scared, elder sister." A warm breath brushed against Castor's ear, along with a familiar voice tinged with playful mischief, gentle as a feather, yet piercing straight through the haze. "Who else but Polixia? Don't worry, he'll help you." Polixia's voice was so close, soothing and comforting, yet carrying a secret, tempting heat. Return and Herta's curiosity in the nether realm. The wind stirred up flower petals, swirling and dancing around Lucian, Castor Ice, and Polixia like a silent blessing. Done with their role-playing game, the three of them lay amidst the sea of flowers. Lucian held Polixia's shoulder on his left, Castor's waist on his right, while he gently rested his chin on the soft crown of Castor's hair. "Wait for me." Lucian's voice was low and hoarse, carrying the relaxation that came after everything had settled, yet it still cut through the closeness between the three of them with absolute clarity. Like a brand, Lucian's 3 words engraved themselves deep into Castor's chaotic heart, making her grip tighten on his hand resting at her waist. Polixia also tightened her arms, holding Lucian even closer before her deep gaze met his, but unlike Castor Ice, even though they would face separation, there was not a trace of sadness in her eyes, only pure, gentle warmth. "We'll always wait for you, even if it takes 1,000 years." A bright smile curved Polixia's lips as she stated softly but firmly. Silent, deep blue petals drifted down, settling in Castor's loose hair and dusting their shoulders as well. Beneath the nether realm's serene sky, under that eternal canopy of stars, 3 hearts became entangled on the night before parting, bound together strangely and intimately as the endless sea of flowers bore silent witness to this fleeting yet eternal moment. Time slipped away in an instant as 24 hours unknowingly passed while the 3 spent the day bonding together. Lucian vanished in the 2 sisters' embrace, as if he had never existed. Only the blessing of abundance within their lower abdomens remained, proof that he had once stepped into the 2 sisters' lives. Script: Castor Ice complete. Reality: Herta Space Station. At this moment, Herta had already returned from the path space after being left alone by Lucian and Noose. Yet after searching for quite some time, she truly could not find any trace of Lucian, and there was also no sign of Noose appearing again, let alone responding to her. How did that guy do it? Why did Droidhead respond to him so easily? Besides, I've never heard the name Lucian before. Herta spoke to herself, unable to figure it out, no matter how hard she tried. "Madam Herta, is it possible that man has some special way of communicating with Ians?" Beside Herta, the 4th mirror asked timidly. Otherwise, why would Noose ignore the great and peerless emanate of erudition like Madam Herta and instead respond to some nobody? Once Herta heard this, she suddenly understood. "You have a point. Did you happen to record any footage of Lucian just now?" "Of course, beautiful Madam Herta, I recorded it. Take a look. He's so handsome, ID rate his looks at least 10,000 points. Oh, but of course, that's nothing compared to 1,000th of yours. Only now did Herta carefully examine Lucian's appearance, and she had to admit that he was indeed handsome. She could not find any faults with his appearance. It was just a pity that his shameless behavior was too revolting. Yet, it was precisely this kind of scoundrel who could so easily draw the attention of an Aeon. In her eyes, this was simply absurd, completely unreasonable. Fourth mirror, send Lucian's footage to the IPC. Leave a message asking them to help me find this guy, and be sure to emphasize that he's a friend of Genius Society 83 Herta, so they must be polite to him. Once they find him, contact me immediately. Understood, Madam Herta. Executing your command. In just a few seconds, the IPC headquarters sent a response to Herta. Evidently, the IPC's higher-ups quickly passed down Herta's request without delay, telling everyone to pay attention to the handsome man named Lucian. It was only natural. Herta was, after all, a genius with deep ties to the IPC, someone who held extremely high value. For such a small request, the IPC did not even need to hesitate. At this moment, an IPC staff member contacted Herta through the fourth mirror, which could also be used as a real-time communicator, basically serving as a phone. Madam Herta, we have already distributed Mr. Lucian's footage as you requested. Do you have any more specific information, such as a star system, planet name, or coordinates? Herta frowned, thinking for a moment, then shook her head. No, that's all I have. Just find him by his face and name. As she thought about it, she realized she had not asked Lucian for any other information just now and had only heard his name, come to make friends, and, in the heat of the moment, had started arguing. In the end, Lucian met Noose, and the two of them went off to have a private chat. Understood, Madam Herta. We will do our best to fulfill your request. Speaking of which, there's some bad news. Our headquarters' main account was hacked, and the culprit appears to be Stellaron Hunter Silverwolf. She breached the firewall created by you and Mr. Skrullum, stealing 200 billion credits. We hope you can come and perform maintenance and upgrade the firewall, and preferably use even stronger technology. What did you say? Herta's voice rose 3 pitches. Silverwolf breached the firewall made by me and Skrullum? No, wait. Are you blaming me right now? No, Madam Herta, you misunderstood. I'm just stating the facts and not emphasizing that your firewall was breached. Are you sure it was that little girl? There's no way someone like her could breach my firewall. She must have had outside help. Herta declared confidently. It was not as if she did not know that little hacker who was always causing trouble. Yes, Silverwolf had some skills in hacking, but there was no way she could get past the network defense system created by both her and Skrullum. Not to mention, the IPC had another mysterious genius reinforcing the defenses. So there was absolutely no way she could do it on her own. Just who was the helper pulling the strings? Herta walked over to the window, gazing out at the starry river of the galaxy. Now, there are 2 people she was deeply curious about. One was Lucian, who could casually summon an Aeon like nothing, and the other was Silverwolf's mysterious helper, who managed to breach the firewall of 3 geniuses. As Herta was still discussing matters with the IPC's staff, a figure suddenly appeared behind her. Who else but Lucian? Lucian looked around with raised eyebrows, and as he expected, he had returned to the original spot. He also saw Herta standing 10 meters away at the window, gazing out at the galaxy, seemingly talking with someone through the mirror beside her. Better not disturb her for now. Let's check the system first. Lucian immediately opened the system's panel to check his information. Host, Lucian ability, disarm, absolute hit, godly bandage follower, Tribios 1000, Mortis 1, Facial 1, UAU 1, Castorice 1, Polixia 0 script. 0 revive follower looks like the part of the script that can affect reality doesn't include Xia. Lucian knew the script could affect reality, but only partially, and even then, it was random. Fortunately, Polixia was already his follower, so she could be revived. Remembering the young woman who was reserved on the outside but wild on the inside, Lucian smiled and activated Revive Follower without hesitation. Amphoreus, eternal holy city of Okima. At this moment, Aglia and Tribby stayed by the unconscious Castoris, guarding her. Tribios had already split up, sending her split selves to help the other Chrysos heirs, leaving only Tribby to relay messages. Cass has been asleep even longer than I was last time. Does that mean she spent more time with him than I did? Tribby, sitting beside Castoris with her chin propped up in her small hands, spoke absent-mindedly as she gazed at Castoris. If one listened carefully, there was actually a hint of jealousy in her childlike voice. I'm not sure. Maybe she just ran into more trouble. Aglia thought about it for a moment, but ultimately could only give such a perfunctory answer. I wonder if Cass will end up like me. Tribby muttered, absent-minded. Aglia fell silent, not daring to say a word. Honestly, she really had no idea how to respond to that since she had never been in love before. Maybe if she ever did, she could answer? Of course, that was just wishful thinking. Even her humanity had been worn away, leaving her completely numb to any feelings between men and women. So there was no way she would ever fall in love in this lifetime. Reunion of two sisters and the death of Canes. Just as Aglia was troubled by Tribby's question, Castoris suddenly opened her eyes. "Aye, Lady Aglia?" Lady Tribby, Castoris muttered in a daze as she gazed at Aglia, then at Tribby. But her eyes quickly sharpened, revealing a certain determination. I dreamed about Lucian, but I feel like it wasn't just a dream. It must have really happened somewhere I don't know about. Because she had seen Tribby's example before, Castoris found it easy to accept what was happening to her. Truthfully, the new memories felt as if they had just happened, and she could even feel the lingering warmth in her lower abdomen from her time bonding with Lucian. Castoris instinctively touched her lower abdomen, and, sure enough, she felt a flicker of familiar power there, which surprisingly began to resonate with Tribby. "Cass, teacher, your abdomens are glowing." Aglia was completely baffled as she saw the two's lower abdomens start to glow with a greenish light. She looked at her own abdomen, but there was no glow, so she was certain Lucian must have also granted Castoris the so-called blessing of abundance. Indeed, her guess was not wrong. As for how the blessing was bestowed, she didn't think much about it. "Cass, could it be that you also—" Tribby's big eyes looked innocent and pure, but the meaning behind her words was hard to say aloud. Seeing Tribby's little abdomen glowing as well, Castoris instantly blushed and nodded shyly, admitting it. If it had been in the past, she certainly wouldn't have understood any of this, but things were different now. After her younger sister and Lucian had taught her about the world of adults, she immediately understood what Tribby meant. In any case, this is a good thing. Seeing Castoris's bashful reaction, Aglia gently stepped forward, patted her on the shoulder, and comforted her. With Mr. Lucian's blessing, the future flame chase journey will be much easier. Honestly, I want one myself, but I can't even get it. Upon hearing this, Castoris's cheeks turned even redder. It couldn't be helped. Whenever she thought about how she had been blessed, her heart would race as she remembered the various wild and embarrassing postures she had done when bonding with Lucian. Moreover, Aglia actually said she wanted it as well. If Aglia knew how the blessing was given, would she still want it? "AG, that's enough. Let Cass take it in for a bit." Tribby naturally understood why Castoris was so embarrassed, so she quickly tried to smooth things over. "Yes, that's as it should be." Aglia nodded lightly with a smile, then suddenly added, "If only Phaenon could be blessed by Mr. Lucian too, if his abdomen glowed, had really looked like the true deliverer." "No." At Aglia's words, both Tribby and Castoris instinctively cried out at the same time. Absolutely not. They would never let Lucian bless Phaenon. They had no objection to a normal blessing, but letting Phaenon's abdomen glow? Absolutely not. Just imagining Lucian doing that to Phaenon. Both of them couldn't help but shudder. Aglia was completely puzzled. Why were these two reacting so strongly? Could it be some kind of taboo? Seeing the two's agitated expressions, Aglia decided not to ask any further. Thud! Suddenly, a burst of commotion broke out. Two people came sprinting down the corridor, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the three. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. It was Phanon and Mighty Eye returning from their mission, though they seemed to be racing each other. Of course, since neither would let the other win in the end. Phanon won by lunging forward at the last second. Deliverer, that little trick is the only thing you're good at, Mighty Eye said with disdain, looking annoyed as he gazed at the white-haired man beside him. That's all being clever. Phanon lay face down on the ground, his face covered in dust, but still grinned. Ah, I get it. There's no word for clever in your Kremnoan dictionary. Huh? You bastard. Mighty Eye gritted his teeth. You two are as lively as ever. Castor Ice chimed in with a smile as she watched their familiar antics. Although in her original memories, it had only been a few dozen minutes since she last saw them. In the new memories, she had not seen Mighty Eye and Phanon for over 20 years, so this could be considered an old friends reunion. Castor Ice, I'm so glad you're all right. Phanon said with a smile as he picked himself up and brushed the dust off his body. Looks like you're fine. Good. Mighty Eye glanced at Castor Ice and nodded calmly. Castor Ice nodded with a smile, then continued, by the way, everyone, I have some good news. As she spoke, she pulled a core flame out from within herself. It was none other than the core flame of death. Seeing it, everyone's eyes instantly widened. Is that a core flame? Aglia asked in disbelief, her eyes widening slightly. Cass, how did you get that? It was Lucian. Castor Ice smiled knowingly as she answered. He not only revived my sister, but also restored the Death Titan's divine authority within me, allowing me to possess a core flame of death. Because of that, now, there are 2 Death Titans and 2 core flames of death. But more importantly, the fact that I can now use the Death Titan's power, and the existence of this core flame, proves that Lucian truly exists. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a surge of excitement. It was only natural. Who could have imagined that after searching for so long and finding nothing about the core flame of death, Castor Ice would just wake up with one? And not only that, if what she said was true, there would now be 2 core flames of death. It was almost unbelievable. No one could figure out how Lucian had managed it. Could he recreate core flames or something? Wherever you are, Mr. Lucian, thank you for the gift. Phanon bowed his head at Castor Ice, giving his thanks to Lucian through her. Sister? Cass, what's this about your sister? Aglia, catching the key detail, asked again. Castor Ice immediately told everyone about Polixia. Thanatos, huh? I wonder if your younger twin sister is still alive. Phanon muttered thoughtfully. If she is, that would mean one more Titan on our side enough to take on Nikator. Just as these words fell, a purple portal connected to the River of Souls suddenly appeared before them. Sister, I thought you might want to see me, so I came without being invited. As these gentle, soft words echoed from the portal, everyone's attention immediately shifted toward it. In the next moment, a beautiful young woman with pale skin, bright lilac eyes, pointed ears, and short lavender hair stepped out barefoot. Even though she wore a mask that covered half her face, it was obvious she was beautiful, since her features almost perfectly resembled Castrus's. As a result, without needing any explanation, they instantly knew the moment they saw her that this newcomer was none other than Castrus's younger twin sister, Polixia the Death Titan, Thanatos. Polixia, I knew you'd be alive, Castor Ice said in a relieved tone, stepping forward to hug her sister. Seeing this, everyone else glanced at each other, then sensibly stepped back to give the 2 sisters some space. Is Lucian already back? Polixia asked with a hopeful expression. Originally, after she died in the mortal realm just after reviving Castor Ice, she awakened in the nether realm and encountered a broken fragment of her own consciousness there. After reclaiming that fragment, she learned that after her death, the nether realm had plunged into chaos because of her deed. In the end, since she couldn't step into the mortal realm anymore, she stayed alone by the sea of flowers in the nether realm, waiting to reunite with her elder sister. However, the memories she now possessed only went back about 1,000 years, to the moment she and Lucian parted. Given that she had died early, Her memories in this life, mostly gained from that consciousness fragment, were sadly scarce. Because of this, she ultimately treated her memories with Lucian as her main ones and those from the fragment as secondary. Not yet. Castorice answered with a sigh, gently shaking her head. Let's wait a little longer. Okay, I see. Polixia looked a bit sad, but quickly composed herself. In that case, should Lucian's rules as the Nether King continue? Castorice thought for a moment, then shook her head again. Not for now. Unlike that time, Lady Aglia is not in great condition now, so let's not trouble her any further. Knowing Aglia's condition was getting worse, Castorice would not let her judge the dead with her golden threads anymore. As the two sisters were catching up, Lady Aglia, something terrible has happened. A man dressed like a scholar suddenly came running over, shouting as he ran. The Elder Canes was found dead. Chaotic Council of Elders, what? Everyone was startled when they heard the news of Canis' death. It was only natural. In Okima, there was not a single Chrysos heir who did not know Canis, who had always stood at the very front lines when it came to opposing them. Canis had achieved great results in Okima and possessed a large group of supporters. Many believed she would use the resources she had gathered to change the current situation, where the Chrysos heirs held real power and reshape Okima's political landscape. To put it bluntly, Canis was the greatest obstacle to the flame chase journey in Okima, and yet she had suddenly died? For a moment, Aglia did not know whether to be surprised, happy, or confused. What are my golden threads? Aglia had only spoken half a sentence before she figured out. It was not that she could not sense the situation of the Council of Elders, but that she had grown weaker, so she could not even sense such a major event right away. In the end, she pulled herself together and focused on sensing the Council of Elders. Finally, she heard voices. Someone, come quickly. Elder Canes has been murdered. Lockdown District 29. Seal off the entire area. How could this happen? How could she just suddenly die like this? Investigate immediately. Was it poison, a curse, or Aglia's golden threads? Find out everything. It's bad. It's bad. Another elder just died suddenly. My teacher just died too. Someone help. What on earth is going on? Why are they all dropping dead one after another? It must be those Chrysos heirs. It has to be Aglia's doing. If she isn't the one behind this, it'll eat my hat upside down. Aglia could hear the utter chaos within the Council of Elders as reports of deaths kept coming, one after another. Why was this happening? I've just heard from the Council of Elders. Aglia relayed the news to everyone. Most of the members have died suddenly, and even some of the old hereditary members have died as well. However, the cause is still unclear since it was all very sudden. Good. Serve them right. Mighty Eye clapped his hands in delight. Now no one will get in the way of the flame chase journey anymore. He had long found that old hag an eyesore, after all. But why? Phanon frowned and stroked his chin in wonder. What if the same thing happened to us? He was worried, afraid he would suddenly see his friends drop dead since his dream was, after all, to save everyone. Wouldn't know either. Tribby shook her head like a rattle drum, and her other selves were just as clueless. Castorice timidly raised her hand. I think it might be related to Lucian. Everyone instantly looked at her. Cass, tell us what you think. Aglia asked seriously. In my dream, Lucian wiped out the Council of Elders for my sake. Castorice admitted honestly. But that was the Council of Elders from 1,000 years ago, not the current one. I just have a feeling that the two are somehow connected. Truthfully, she wasn't sure either. It was just her intuition telling her this. Polixia, who was listening from the side, also had the same thought. Everyone immediately fell into deep thought. Wiping out the Council of Elders was no doubt a ruthless move. It should be noted that there were so many in the Council of Elders, and each of them had various influences. Yet they were all killed just like that. It sounded a lot like the Imperator Saridra from Okima's history. If someone were disobedient, they would simply be dealt with, making all power concentrated in one person. But that dream happened 1,000 years ago, right? Phanon found it hard to believe. I mean, could it really cause people to suddenly die now? Honestly, That's seriously way too unbelievable. If that were true, then what was the point of their flame chase journey? Lucian alone could save Amphireus, so there would be no need for the Chrysos heirs. For now, we have no other explanations. So let's stick with Cass' guess. Aglia said in a solemn tone, "As for the exact process, we don't need to worry about it yet. Right now, the most urgent thing is to seize power back from the Council of Elders and continue the flame chase journey." Now that it had come to this, she decided to go and check on their political rivals, and while they were down, finish them off in one go. As for you two, Aglia glanced at Castorice and Polixia. "I think you need some private time, so you don't need to join." In the end, after making all the arrangements, Aglia led Tribby, Phaenon, and Mighty Eye away, leaving only Castorice and Polixia, who looked at each other in silence. As the four vanished, Polixia suddenly grinned. "Sister, if there's a chance in the future, it'll help push you again." Upon hearing this, Castorice instantly remembered that embarrassing moment. "Stop it!" Castorice exclaimed, her face flushing red. "What's gotten into you? You used to be so quiet and reserved." "Foo-foo. Then you should ask Lucian what he did to me." Polixia giggled and clung to Castor's arm. Just like that, the two sisters joked and bickered as they returned to Castor's living quarters. Of course, they would keep their promise, waiting for Lucian to return to their side. Beyond Amphireus, in a certain observation room. Here we go again. As expected of the abundance, it never ends. As Ligas saw the word abundance appear again in the logs of the scepter system, he sighed and couldn't help but complain. He couldn't help it. Even though the current recurrence wasn't even over, there were already 3 signs of abundance. If there wasn't someone manipulating things behind the scenes, he wouldn't believe it for a second. Yet no matter how he checked, he couldn't figure out who was interfering with the simulation. On top of that, some unknown force was also affecting the progress of the simulation, causing considerable data drift. "Just wait till I find you. When I do, they'll call for backup, and make sure you regret messing around." Unable to resolve the data drift, Ligas ultimately decided to wait and see. Maybe Iron Tomb would merge with the abundance? Back at Herta Space Station, after Lucian finished checking the system, he noticed that the number beside Polixia's name had changed from 0 to 1, which meant she had successfully revived. As for the events surrounding Amphireus, he was completely unaware. "It's you." Sensing someone's presence behind her, Herta quickly turned around and saw Lucian, instantly pointing her finger at him. "Fourth mirror, end the call. Go block the door." Herta hurriedly urged the fourth mirror. In the next instant, the fourth mirror immediately ended the IPC call and then flew over to block the exit. Sorry, handsome, but today you're not escaping the beautiful claws of Madame Herta." Watch closely and learn from the brilliant and peerless Madame Herta. Let her show you how to deal with a troublemaker like you. Blocking the exit door, the fourth mirror rambling in a gloating tone, but then, whoosh, a magic staff suddenly flew over and pierced the fourth mirror. "Shut up, stupid mirror. Keep spouting nonsense, and it'll send you back for a rebuild." Herta's forehead was covered in black lines as she berated the fourth mirror. "I'm sorry, beautiful Madame Herta. I won't act out again." Being scolded so harshly, the fourth mirror immediately whimpered and sobbed, sounding utterly pitiful. Lucian, on the other hand, stayed silent, completely baffled by their interaction. "Lucian, didn't you want to be friends with me? Hey, raise your chance." Herta straightened her hat, flicked her hair, puffed out her chest, and struck a lively pose. Needless to say, she was full of confidence, or rather, full of narcissism. From her perspective, nobody in this universe didn't want to be friends with Madame Herta, because she was a peerless gem, a beauty beyond compare, and unbelievably smart. Who could refuse the invitation of a beautiful lady like me? Herta thought proudly to herself as she gazed at Lucian with a charming smile gracing her face. He showed off in front of me by attracting Droid Head just to get my attention, right? You should hurry up and say, "Madame Herta, please be friends with me," or something like that. As Herta was lost in her fantasy, Lucian curled his lips into a playful smile. Well, if I remember correctly, Someone just said she'd rather die than be friends with me, though. Huh? Who said that? Herta asked with a clueless expression, sounding genuinely confused. Faye slapped Herta. Herta honestly did not expect Lucian to suddenly bring up the past. Fortunately, she was self-absorbed enough to believe that as long as she was not embarrassed, it would be someone else who felt embarrassed. Ahem. A genius like me has so many things to remember every day. There's no way I'd recall who said that. Herta pretended to be serious, wanting to brush off the topic as quickly as possible. I remember it was a member of the Genius Society, a scholar who solved the mystery of the imaginary leakage phenomenon. Lucian said calmly, looking as though he truly did not understand what she meant. I also remember she said that if she begged me to be friends, she'd be an idiot. No idea. Herta waved her hand, refusing to admit it at all, smoothly acting shameless. You know, there's so many people in the Genius Society. I don't know who solved the mystery of the imaginary leakage phenomenon either. As soon as these words fell, however, the fourth mirror suddenly started playing a recording. It seemed that because Herta had thrown her staff and pierced it, it had malfunctioned and was now playing back a recording from just a short while ago. Who do you think you are? Do I need to remind you again? In Genius Society 83, Herta, the scholar who solved the mystery of the imaginary leakage phenomenon and the solitary waves theory. Besides, you just try to act like a creep with me. Even if I had to jump out this window and die, I'd never be friends with you. Beg you? You must be crazy. If I ever have to beg you, I must be an idiot. Herta's previous statements echoed one after another in the laboratory loud and clear, was as if the recording was slapping her in the face over and over. Fourth mirror. Herta muttered in a deep voice, her face darkened with rage. She had just wanted to play dumb and brush off the matter, then find a way to change the subject and move on. But who could have predicted that her own creation would betray her at a time like this, leaving her with no way out? Huff. Suppressing her frustration, Herta let out a breath and forced a smile. Yes, yes. I said all of that satisfied. I admit I underestimated you, okay? All right. How do you want to cooperate? It could be said that Herta was already being quite generous even after losing face and with no way to save it. She could still smile and was willing to negotiate. Nah, I'm feeling wrong now. I don't want to cooperate with you anymore. Goodbye, Lucian said with a smile, then turned to leave without the slightest hesitation. He was not joking. After Herta had mocked him so gleefully before, how could he not get back at her a little now? As soon as Herta saw Lucian refuse her so decisively, without even considering it for a second, she was thrown into utter turmoil inside. How could he refuse? She was Madame Herta, the genius admired by everyone. How could he possibly not care? Her beauty, her status, her abilities weren't all of them top tier. Things everyone dreamed of pursuing? You really want to give up the chance to be friends with me? Herta leaned forward and shouted in a hurry. No. Lucian shook his head. I just think the other geniuses in the Genius Society probably also wish to meet Noose, no? At the very least, they won't let me be treated unfairly. Just like that, he took a step forward. Hey, wait. Herta panicked and rushed forward to grab Lucian's arm. They don't wish to meet Droidhead. In that lousy society, nobody talks to each other, and everyone's hard to deal with. I'm the friendliest one here, and no, I admit, I might have spoken a little harshly just now. I'm sorry. Honestly, she truly was afraid Lucian would run away. If that happened, her wish to meet Noose would take forever. Moreover, if he really had a way to draw Noose's attention and every other member of the Genius Society got to meet them except her, wouldn't that make her look pathetic? It would be better to secure him herself, so she could ask Noose questions anytime she wanted. Just imagining being one of the only two to ever meet an Aeon was already thrilling. For this reason, Herta admitted her own fault for the first time in her life. Her first admission of guilt was half-hearted, but the second one was somewhat more sincere. If anyone who knew her saw her admitting her mistake, they would definitely be dumbfounded and rub their eyes in disbelief. Lucian casually dug at his ear. In the future, please say nicer things. My eardrums are pretty sensitive, and no, I can't handle harsh words. Seeing how eager Herta was, his mischievous side was finally satisfied. But friends, Lucian deliberately dragged out his words, enjoying the way Herta held her breath in suspense. Well, I suppose I could consider it, but what? Go on, just say it. Herta's eyes lit up in an instant, her whole body tensing even more. My space station resources? Database access? Top-tier experiment samples? Or credits? Whatever you want, just pick. Nope, none of that interests me. Lucian shook his head lightly, his smile deepening, exuding a calm that seemed to see through everything. What do you want then? Herta asked urgently, already bracing herself for some outrageous demand. It was only natural. Buying a chance to meet an Aeon was enough to make countless people go bankrupt, so she was already expecting Lucian to look down on the typical offers. However, if he wanted to use the chance to meet an Aeon as a bargaining chip to become friends with her, it was obvious he was after something of hers, or maybe he was after her, or more specifically, after her body. In the next moment, Lucian pointed at Herta. I want you. Before Lucian could even finish, Herta's expression changed instantly as she realized that her guess was right. Lucian was after her body. Don't even think about it, Herta exclaimed, instantly took a step back. I'm not that kind of woman. What do you mean by that kind of woman? Lucian stared at her, expressionless. I want you to help me build a planetary network defense system, aka firewall. Huh? Firewall? That's it. Herta's voice shot up an octave, her eyes widened. You got Droidhead's attention just for a damn firewall. Her beautiful eyes widened, filled with disbelief, absurdity, and a strong sense of you're wasting something precious. Do you even know what kind of phenomenon that was just now? It was the will of an Aeon descending personally the key to the source of the universe. Herta spun halfway in place, her slender fingers rubbing at her temples as she tried to process the shock and disappointment. And you want to trade it for a mere firewall? Are you out of your mind? At this moment, Herta looked exactly like a miser watching someone trade a priceless heirloom for a piece of bread. So what? Lucian raised an eyebrow, leisurely watching Herta lose her mind with a nonchalant smile. Does Madame Herta think this deal isn't worth it? Or do you mean you can't do it? Should I go ask Skrullum for help instead? He deliberately put some subtle emphasis on the words can't do it. Worth it? Worth my... A curse nearly slipped out of her mouth, but Herta quickly swallowed it at the last second. Gazing at the nonchalant Lucian, Herta took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling sharply. Now, that passionate, fervent look in Herta's eyes was finally replaced by a complex mix of grievance, unwillingness, and resignation as she bit her lip and glared fiercely at Lucian, like she wanted to eat him alive. It couldn't be helped. If Lucian used the chance to meet an Aeon as a bargaining chip for just a lousy firewall today, tomorrow he'd be trading it to the IPC for a mere drone. If she, Herta, could be taken advantage of today by him, tomorrow others could be the same. By then, just any cat or dog would get to meet an Aeon, and when that happened, what value would her achievement of meeting an Aeon even have? Needless to say, the thing that billions saw as the hardest and most valuable was, in Lucian's eyes, not even worth mentioning something that could be obtained on a whim. It's worth it, okay. Anything I agree to is worth it, and there's nothing I can't do. I don't need anyone's help. In a loud and determined voice, these words were forced out from between Herta's gritted teeth, brimming with the tragic resolve of someone making a heroic sacrifice. Lucian, in response, gave Herta a skeptical look. But what if your firewall gets breached by the Stellaron hunters? Lucian asked with a frown, pretending to be worried. I heard that wanted criminal, Silver Wolf, stole hundreds of billions of credits from the IPC. What do you have that's worth the Stellaron hunters' attention? Herta shot back, looking unconcerned. Besides, that little girl isn't nearly skilled enough to get past my firewall. Of course, in Herta's mind, aside from Silver Wolf's mysterious helper, she alone really wasn't enough. Yes, but what if? Lucian pressed, still skeptical. No what ifs. Herta waved her hand impatiently. If the Stellaron hunters really break through my firewall, it'll work for you for 100 years for free. How about that? Conspiracy Lucian raised his phone and pointed it at Herta. Say what you just said again, I'll record a video for proof. Upon hearing this, Herta was dumbfounded. Now, she had to admit, this guy was really slick, always ready to take advantage of every situation, even though she had only said that casually. Huh. Herta let out a long, tired sigh. Given that she had decided to be his friend, she had to see it through to the end, no matter what. In any case, she was confident that when it came to network defense, there was no way she would be defeated by a mere Stellaron hunter like Silverwolf. Of course, unless she just stood by and did nothing, then maybe Silverwolf could break through, considering she had a mysterious helper behind her. However, to avoid that, she planned to connect the firewall directly to her own phone later so she could respond at any time. Regardless, she had already risked too much just to meet Noose, so she had to go all out. All right, you win. Herta gave in, then made her promise. If the network defense system Herta built for Lucian is easily breached by the Stellaron hunters, Herta will work for Lucian for 100 years free of charge. In the name of Member 83 of the Genius Society, Herta, this video is proof. Nodding, Lucian put his phone away and smiled in satisfaction. Now he had picked up an exceptional employee for free, hadn't he? He just needed to find time to call Silverwolf over. In that case, we're friends now, Lucian said with a smile, looking forward to working together. All right, friend. Herta rolled her eyes, then went straight to the point. About meeting Droidhead, when are you going to help me? When you're done with my business, it'll naturally help you meet your Droidhead. Lucian answered casually. As for whether you can get their attention, that depends on your own ability. All right, that's fair. It's a deal then. Herta nodded calmly, but inwardly, she sighed in relief. She was not unreasonable and was well aware that beings like Ian's were impossible to predict. Even if she could attract their attention, they might not be interested in a conversation. Regardless, she was confident that as long as Lucian did not steal the spotlight like before, there was no way Noose would ignore her, who was their own emanator of erudition. Here, take this as a little extra compensation. Herta handed over a golden, gleaming card to Lucian. It's an advance pass for the space station. It grants you the highest level of authority. You can go anywhere in the space station, open any door, and use any device. Across the whole Herta space station, only Herta and the lead researcher, who is also the acting space station manager, Asta, had this level of access. Now, there was one more Lucian. As for the reason, Herta knew Lucian was not interested in anything the space station had to offer, since he had just turned down her offer to exchange resources for his help without batting an eye. Simply put, this was just her way of showing her attitude, a willingness to make friends. Lucian, of course, did not mind having another useful item, so he took the advance pass without hesitation. Thanks. Lucian briefly examined the advance pass, then casually pocketed it. In that case, let me give you a gift too. Add me as a friend, I'll send you the gift. Not waiting for Herta's reply, he added her contact as a friend and immediately transferred 200 million credits without hesitation. Seeing the notification of incoming credits on her phone, Herta paused for a second. 200 million was not small. Yes, someone like her did not really need money. But for someone to send 200 million credits casually just like that, Lucian definitely was not ordinary. TSK, you're pretty loaded, huh? Herta remarked with raised eyebrows. Don't tell me you stole these credits? Ahaha, you saw through me? Lucian laughed awkwardly. Actually, I'm that hacker who stole 200 billion credits from the IPC. Haha, funny you think I believe that? Herta gave a disdainful smile. If you were really that good, would you still need me to create a firewall for you? It went without saying that Lucian was just talking nonsense in her eyes. Tell the truth. You don't believe it. Tell a lie. You take it seriously. Lucian thought silently, feeling helpless. All right, hurry up, Herta said, grabbing Lucian's arm. Let's go to your place now. I want to see what kind of treasure needs my firewall. In her mind, if someone needed a member of the Genius Society to set up a network defense, it had to be something as valuable as the IPC's main account, right? Did Lucian have a great treasure that needed so much protection? Now that she thought about it, she became even more curious. Okay, let's go. Lucian prepared to use absolute hit to bring Herta to Jarilo 6, but she suddenly stopped him. Wait, I almost forgot something important. Herta took out her phone and immediately started a video call with her bestie. What's up? You're calling me at this hour? Did something happen? On the other end came a gentle and mature-sounding voice of a woman anyone could tell it belonged to a refined beauty. Guess who I just met? Droidhead, Herta said with a somewhat proud voice. More importantly, now I'll have a chance to see them often. Not just once, but many times. From now on, I should get a new tidal audience of news. That's impressive. Even though they might have seemed like they didn't get along, they were actually close friends. Seeing Herta already using him as her trump card for bragging rights, Lucian wanted to laugh, but quickly held it in. In the end, feeling bored of waiting for Herta, who was busy showing off to her bestie, Lucian stepped away to contact his partner in crime. Oh, it's you. Make it quick, I'm in the middle of a game. On Lucian's phone screen, Silver Wolf's face appeared, looking especially cute from this angle. In a few days, come find me. I'll help you beat Herta. Lucian stated calmly, sounding as if he were discussing something trivial. Beat who again? Herta? Give me the details. As soon as she heard about beating Herta, Silver Wolf instantly perked up. She even stopped playing her game and just went AFK. Now, her big eyes stared straight at Lucian through the video call. Soon, the two of them started conspiring, and Herta, still busy showing off, had no idea she was already being set up by a couple of schemers. A few minutes later, Lucian ended his call, and Herta ended hers a few seconds after. Herta put away her phone, then ordered the fourth mirror to notify every staff member of the space station to return to work. Done? Lucian asked calmly, arms folded. Yeah, so how do we get to your place? Herta asked back, using your spaceship? At this question, Lucian, under her curious gaze, took hold of her magic staff, wrapped his arm around her slender waist, and with a flash, activated absolute hit. In the next instant, the two of them vanished only to reappear at the Clippeth Fort's entrance. What the? Herta glanced around, feeling amazed once again. You even have a spatial ability? Realizing that she had just been teleported, she couldn't help but wonder how this man could keep surprising her again and again. Herta glanced at Lucian, and her eyes, filled with a mysterious glint, started to narrow. One moment he's stripping my clothes. The next he's bringing an Aeon, and now he's teleporting through space like it's nothing. I thought he vanished before because of Droidhead, but it seems like it was his own ability. What an interesting person. Lucian, just what other secrets are you hiding? I'm getting more and more curious now. At the same time, seeing Herta gazing at him intensely, Lucian chuckled, then replied to her question casually. Want to know? Try and find out. Meanwhile, in the Stellar Hunter's hideout, Silver Wolf had just ended her call with Lucian when a black cat walked over. Silver Wolf. Who are you talking to? Stopping before her, the black cat actually spoke, its tone curious. It was clearly no ordinary cat, for it was one of Ilias' incarnations, the founder and leader of the Stellar Hunters. Just that mysterious guy who helped me steal 200 billion credits from the IPC that day. Silver Wolf replied casually, continuing to play her game. Oh, it's him? Suddenly, a tall and alluring purple-haired woman with red wine-colored hair tied in a messy ponytail, wearing a white dress shirt, a black jacket draped over her shoulders, and black high-waisted shorts with nylon tights, chimed in as she sat down next to Silver Wolf. Out of the 200 billion, he took 120 billion, but only you got all the bounty? Kafka. Having a high bounty just means I'm strong, it's not a bad thing. Silver Wolf responded calmly, looking nonchalant. Anyway, there's already 5 billion on my bounty. What's another 200 billion? I just think it's a bit unfair for you, you know? Kafka sighed softly, then gently smiled. So why did he call you? Nothing serious. Silver Wolf, putting down her controller, replied with a shrug. He said he wants me to come find him to help me beat Herta. Upon hearing this, Kafka went silent. Elio was also silent for a moment before speaking seriously. He is very strange. Ever since you started dealing with him, the script has started to blur. Are you interested in making friends with another genius? What do you mean by that? Silver Wolf looked at the black cat in confusion. As a longtime member of the Stellaron Hunters, she did not dare to doubt what this black cat had said, because he was Elio, the founder and leader of the Stellaron Hunters. Known as the Destiny's Slave, Elio possessed the ability to foresee the future, and every Stellaron Hunter would always follow the script he had seen, which was none other than the future. It's the literal meaning, Silver Wolf. Elio said solemnly. "I'll be honest. The once clear vision I saw became blurry and unstable after you made contact with that mysterious man. You know, any fate I cannot see means it has vanished." "You mean he'll die?" Silver Wolf asked with a frown. "More or less, that's the most likely outcome." Elio nodded, confirming it bluntly. "My advice is, don't make contact with that man again. You're an important part of the script, so we cannot afford even a small risk." "If Elio says so, then it must be true." Kafka chimed in, her expression serious. "Silver Wolf, you know Ilias never wrong." Seeing both Elio and Kafka so serious, even the always confident Silver Wolf began to hesitate. If she had to be honest, Lucian did not seem like a dangerous guy at all. In fact, he seemed like an interesting guy. In the first place, why would teaming up with him lead to her death? Besides, defeating Herta was one of her life goals, which started after she fought Skrullum and lost. Even though Skrullum had not said much about it, Herta had actually launched a counterattack and mocked her endlessly. Silver Wolf could not stand that kind of humiliation, so she set a small goal for herself to slap Herta in the face. It was a pity that such a powerful ally who could help her achieve this goal was off limits now. "Fine, I get it." Silver Wolf nodded, finally relenting. Elio nodded, then glanced at Kafka. "Kafka and Sam as well don't go near that mysterious man. He may have hidden intentions toward us." As for another Stellaron Hunter known as Blade, Elio was not worried, because Blade was someone who never made friends and always acted only with the team. "He'll let Firefly know." Kafka nodded with a smile. "As for whether she'll listen, I can't guarantee that." Right after her words fell, she stood up and left. Elio, on the other hand, spoke with Silver Wolf for a moment, then left as well. Left alone, Silver Wolf sighed softly, then sent a message to Lucian. "Silver Wolf, I might not be joining you to beat Herta after all. My family won't let me hang out with you." Meanwhile, still outside the Clippeth fort, Lucian received Silver Wolf's message. He pulled out his phone and, upon reading it, raised his eyebrows in puzzlement. What did she mean by "my family won't let me hang out with you"? Was her family seeing him as some kind of bad influence or a delinquent kid? Besides, the Stellaron Hunters were hardly saints. So how could someone like Silver Wolf ever need to be led astray? "Lucian, all right, then just write a virus program for me like before, and we'll call it your contribution." Silver Wolf, "Sure, that's work." Lucian put away his phone and did not reply further. He remembered that there were only a handful of Stellaron Hunters, so it was not hard for him to guess who was prohibiting Silver Wolf from mingling with him. It had to be either Elio or Kafka. "Just wait. When your Stellaron Hunters are affected by my script, they'll poach them from you." "Let's see how you do then, Elio. When you're all alone." As Lucian was lost in thought, scheming his next move, Herta's voice sounded beside him. "I found some data from a few hundred years ago. Drilo 6A planet corrupted by a Stellaron." "I see now. You're worried the Stellaron Hunters will come for the Stellaron. So you wanted my help to protect it." Now that Herta had learned there was a Stellaron on this planet, her impression of Lucian had improved quite a bit. It was only natural. His willingness to come to her for a deal to help save this planet showed that he was, at the very least, a decent person. As for being an emanator of abundance, as long as he was not harming her interests, she did not care who he was. Protect the Stellaron? Lucian pulled out his phone and pointed at his own account. "I just want to protect my property." Herta looked at the zero displayed on the account, feeling baffled. How could she not? Lucian's so-called property was an empty, broke account? I don't mean to be rude, but even if a thief came here, they'd give up and end up leaving you some credits as charity before going home. Herta remarked while glancing around, sensing that the Clippeth fort was the only thing that could be called luxurious. Everywhere else was just hard to describe. First of all, compared to the civilizations out there, this planet, which had only one city and a backward civilization, basically had nothing to steal. Apart from the mines underground, there was nothing of value here. And now that Jarilo 6 had only just connected with the Interastral Peace Network, there weren't even any credits in its account. What property was he even protecting to the point of needing her help? Having a genius like her set up a network defense here was complete overkill. Don't worry about that. Just do what you promised me, Lucian said calmly, looking at Herta without a hint of doubt. No money? One should remember that Lucian still had 119.8 billion unlaundered credits with Silverwolf. So once they were laundered, he would be considered a major tycoon in the universe. It was just a pity Lucian couldn't do hacking, so he needed Silverwolf's help. All right, whatever you say. Herta waved her hand, as if this was child's play to her, as easy as drinking a glass of water. He'll get it done when I'm back. Just as Lucian was about to send Herta back, a spaceship with a unique design descended from the sky, stopping above the Clippeth fort. In the next moment, the spaceship's hatch opened before a dashing, green-haired Foxian woman disembarked from the sky, floating down with a gust of wind swirling around her body. Lucian, seeing this scene, recognized the spaceship and the Foxian. Right away, they were none other than Kuller's unique spaceship and Yuyu. Lucian, Yuyu, landing smoothly in front of Lucian, immediately called his name with a longing voice while her two fox ears twitched lightly, and her tail swayed left and right behind her. Seeing Yuyu still as beautiful and spirited as ever, Lucian smiled in relief. I've been waiting for you, Ino, Lucian said with open arms. Yuyu, saying nothing more, silently walked up to him and embraced him without hesitation. Now, the memories of her death no longer mattered to her. She just wanted to cherish this moment with the man she loved. Meanwhile, Herta, wearing a flat expression, stood silently to the side as she suddenly felt like a third wheel. Standing felt awkward, sitting was no better, and staying or leaving both felt wrong. TSK. Getting forced to be a third wheel out of nowhere. Isn't this bullying single people? In all her life, she had never fallen in love with anyone. In fact, let alone fallen in love, she honestly had never even felt affection or attraction for anyone. At most, she just felt admiration for someone if their skills were really impressive. As for doing things like hugging someone and then acting all lovey-dovey the way Lucian did, that just was not her. Just imagining herself doing this kind of thing was enough to make her whole body break out in goosebumps and cringe. Nonetheless, she could not help but keep glancing at the two of them embracing, feeling slightly sour inside. Suddenly, however, she noticed something off. This green-haired Foxian looks kind of familiar. Herta sensed something strange about the Foxian the more she looked at her, the more familiar she seemed. Before long, a certain memory of the past flashed through her mind, making her recall that this Foxian seemed to be the Arbiter General of the Xianzhou Alliance who had sacrificed herself in a big war known as the Third Abundance War. Decades ago, before this Foxian perished in that war, she remembered that they had even crossed paths. Hey, stop hugging for a second. Let me have a look. Herta walked over and pulled Lucian and Yuyu apart before scrutinizing Yuyu with her sharp gaze. One look, and she was sure this Foxian woman was indeed the supposedly dead Arbiter General. Madam Herta, long time no see. Yuyu, recognizing Herta, greeted her with a polite smile. In fact, the two knew each other because, in the past, Herta would sometimes visit the Xianzhou Yaoqing on business trips. So it really is you, General. How did you come back to life? Herta cared less about meeting an old acquaintance and more about the fact that Yuyu had returned as if nothing had happened. Well, Yuyu awkwardly scratched the back of her head. I don't know the details, but it's all thanks to Lucian. Indeed, she truly did not know how she had been resurrected. She had simply awakened in Lucian's bedroom in Kuller, alive and well. Herta quickly turned to Lucian. You really do have secrets even resurrecting the dead? Are you serious? In the past, she had read the news of the Third Abundance War. From what she knew, it was thanks to Land's sky-shattering Lux arrow, which wiped out the entire Abundance Army, that the war ended. However, Many others, including their own followers, were wiped out as well. Normally, being wiped out by an Aeon's attack, no one should have survived, especially since it was not just any Aeon, but Lon, who was known as one of the Aeons with immense destructive power. Given that, the only explanation was that Yueyu must have been resurrected. One should know that resurrecting a perfect life form was a technology that not even anyone in the Genius Society possessed. In fact, countless people had studied resurrection, yet no one had ever achieved such a flawless result. Even her good friend, member 81 of the Genius Society, Ruan Mei, a genius in the biological sciences, had never managed it. Even now, Ruan Mei was still working tirelessly in her lab, hoping to resurrect a perfect life form. Unfortunately, even if she succeeded, the resurrected life form would usually end up with amnesia, deformity, loss of control, or death within a minute. Compared to Yuyu, who was resurrected so perfectly able to pilot a spaceship, remember her past, and even fall in love in all of history, there was only this one case. Keep it low-key, please. Lucian placed a finger to his lips, looking nonchalant. It's nothing worth bragging about. Seeing his nonchalant attitude, Herta's eyes lit up. A perfect resurrection, yet he did not think it was worth bragging about. If Ruan Mei found out, she would probably cling to him every single day. Hey, Lucian, are you interested in making friends with another genius? Herta, with a smug smile on her face, asked with folded arms. Well, although she's a little less beautiful than me, and not quite as smart as I am, she's still amazing. I think you'll like her. Reunion of master and disciple, yeah, that works. Lucian smiled and nodded in agreement at Herta's offer. As the saying goes, the more friends you have, the more opportunities you get. He naturally would not refuse to make friends with a beautiful woman, especially when that woman was Ruan Mei, a talented expert with achievements in the field of biology. Perhaps she might even discover a new life in the future. He certainly had to form a connection with her, even if the script might eventually lead him to meet her. It was always beneficial to get acquainted in advance. As for resurrecting a perfect life form, as long as he used the godly bandage, even a fossil could be restored to its original form. He could even revive the Star Crusher Swarm King, Scaricabaz, effortlessly, the emanator of propagation that Ruan Mei had always wanted to bring back to life. All right, once she finishes her experiment, he'll tell her. He'll contact you then, and we can meet at the space station. Herta arranged everything, which made her look just like a matchmaker, trying to set up Lucian and Ruan Mei, as she even picked the time and place and discussed their backgrounds and preferences. In the end, after everything was settled, Herta was gently pushed by Lucian, sending her back to the Herta space station using absolute hit. Must admit, that guy's teleportation ability is really useful. It's even better than my own space warp. I have to get closer to him. He definitely has more secrets. Herta had already begun planning her future with Lucian as soon as she returned to the space station. Back to Belobog. After Lucian sent Herta off, he strolled through the city with Yu, wanting to show her the scenery here. You know, these people are really lucky to have met you, just like Kohler. Yu sighed, then spoke with genuine emotion. Looking around at her surroundings, she could already imagine the bright and prosperous future of this planet. Well, there's no need to rush. Lucian responded with a smile. ITLL still takes some time for that to happen anyway. Yeah, Yu nodded and smiled as well. They'll keep helping you build your new world, too. Upon hearing this, Lucian chuckled, feeling a bit of joy stir in his heart. Since Yu had said that, he even considered moving Kohler here to be a neighbor for Jarilo 6. By the way, you should go see Fei Xiao first. Lucian suggested. She already visited me ahead of you, and said she wants to see you. Fei Xiao, Yu muttered, looking hesitant. It wasn't that she didn't want to see Fei Xiao, she just didn't know how to face her now. In her original memories, she remembered being Feixio's master, and Fei Xiao was her dearest disciple. Even up to the very last second before her death, she had always prayed for her disciple's bright future. But things were different now. Now, there was another layer to their relationship, one that had nothing to do with master and disciple. Knowing they were both sharing the same man, How was she supposed to face her disciple now? For this reason, Yu hesitated. You two used to be master and disciple, but that ended the moment you died. Lucian, seeing her anxiety, gently touched her face to comfort her. Now, you're my woman, just like Fei Xiao, so there's nothing to worry about. You're right. Yu took a deep breath and let it out, finally calming down. I was overthinking it. As Lucian had said, their master-disciple relationship had ended 30 years ago, so what mattered now was their relationship as sisters sharing the same man. All right, they'll go see her now. Yu smiled, her mood suddenly brightening. Seeing her mood stabilized, Lucian smiled, then contacted Fei Xiao and soon got the coordinates for the Xianzhou Yaoqing. In the next moment, with a gentle push, Yu vanished. As for himself, Lucian planned to move Kuller to be Jirilo Via's neighbor. So he immediately teleported to Kuller, though this time the way he teleported was quite different. Lucian, always curious about things, wanted to know if by tying a thread around a leaf, holding onto the thread, and tossing the leaf with absolute hit, he would also be carried along with it. As it turned out, he did get carried along. As for why he teleported in such a roundabout way, he realized that teleporting this way apparently ensured he would not accidentally hurt anyone. Xianzhou Yaoqing. In the center of the Xianzhou Yaoqing stood a very tall building, like a skyscraper towering over the many other buildings. It was none other than the seat of Merlin's Claw the Residence, as well as the office of the Yaoqing's Arbiter General. Unlike the Xianzhou Luofi's traditional-looking structures, however, the Xianzhou Yaoqing's architecture had a distinctly corporate, urban style, thanks to the IPC's influences, though traditional eaves still adorn the tops of many buildings. Several minutes ago, when Lucian was still strolling with Yu and Bellowbog, Fei Xiao was in a conference room inside the seat of Merlin's Claw, holding a meeting with the Yaoqing officials about the sale and usage of Sakinchada's minerals. I propose we sell everything to the IPC and then buy a batch of new weapons to boost the combat strength of the Verdant Knights. No, this time the IPC isn't taking a cut, so we actually have a surplus. Our research institute should apply for funding. Education needs funding too, and so do welfare programs. Seeing the officials arguing with each other, Fei Xiao was getting a headache. Everything needed money. Even with the high taxes, the expenses were still just as high. I really missed those worry-free days on Kuller, when I could just focus on fighting. In Kuller, she hadn't needed to worry about money or politics, and only had to follow Lucian and Yu to hunt down abominations. Because Kuller was quite well off, everything they needed was already provided, so this kind of worry was almost non-existent. Just as Fei Xiao was about to speak up, beep beep, her phone-typed Jade Abacus suddenly rang with a special notification sound, and she knew right away it was a message from her beloved Lucian. At the same time, everyone in the conference room immediately fell silent, but their eyes were bright with curiosity, as if they were waiting to receive some kind of oracle. Everyone present couldn't help but wonder who did their general set up a special notification sound for. All of them already knew Marshal Hua's special notification sound, so it definitely wasn't her. In other words, their general had set up a special notification sound for a second person. Because of this, they were so attentive they wanted to know who it was. Fei Xiao, not aware that the others had focused their attention on her, picked up her Jade Abacus and saw that Lucian was just asking for her coordinates. In the next moment, she immediately sent Lucian her location coordinates without even thinking, right here in the conference room. Why does he need my coordinates? Fei Xiao curled her lips in a slight smile. He didn't say, maybe he wants to see me? Everyone immediately sensed that something was off with their general. Smiling at her Jade Abacus like that, it was just like someone dating online and receiving a message from their beloved. 3 seconds later, while Fei Xiao was still focused on her Jade Abacus and the others remained silent, watching her intently, someone suddenly appeared above her out of thin air, falling straight toward her. Whoosh! Feixio's reflexes instantly kicked in, her body accelerated, and she got ready to dodge. But before she could, she froze when she saw the person's appearance. In the end, instead of dodging, Fei Xiao opened her arms wide and caught the person who fell toward her with a careful motion. Just like that, the two of them hugged. Long green, silky hair and white, teal-tipped hair danced through the air. The scene was almost beautiful. Jiao Qiu and Mose both tensed up in tandem, instantly on guard, while the others grew alert as well, worried it was an assassin. As the two women spun around, the green-haired intruder ended up with her back to everyone. "Master, welcome home," Fei Xiao said softly, her tone gentle and affectionate. "Seriously, don't call me master anymore," Yu replied, just as gently. "From now on, call me sister, okay?" In their voices lay the regret of separation and death, the joy of a happy life, and the gratitude of reunion. Even though their words weren't loud, in the quiet conference room, every syllable was crystal clear. "Master? Who?" "General Feixio's master." "Isn't that General Yueyu? Didn't General Yueyu pass away?" "I think this is cosplay." Everyone in the conference room exchanged puzzled glances, completely lost. Only Jiao Qiu, upon seeing that familiar back, recalled the voice and mannerisms of someone from the past, someone he had served before Fei Xiao became the arbiter general of the Xianzhou Yaoqing. If that person had truly returned, the entire Xianzhou alliance would absolutely be shaken. Are you General Yueyu?" Jiao Qiu finally managed to choke out a trembling question. Yu's return. Jiao Qiu could not believe his eyes, yet longed for it not to be a mistake. Under the gaze of over a dozen people in the conference room, Yueyu separated from Fei Xiao and slowly turned to look at Jiao Qiu. "Jiao Qiu, I suppose I should say. Long time no see." Yueyu raised her left hand and gave a gentle wave. In that instant, Jiao Qiu froze in place, not moving at all, as if he had been encased in ice. Mose, of course, recognized Yueyu as well, since her portraits were everywhere in this building. As for the others, there was no need to ask. Everyone was utterly frozen like Jiao Qiu, since they also recognized Yueyu. Am I seeing things? Is she really General Yueyu? Could it be an imposter trying to trick us? General Fei Xiao, this isn't a joke, is it? Clearly, everyone still found it hard to believe. It couldn't be helped. Who could possibly survive within the damage range of the Rainbow Arbiter's sky-shattering Lux arrow? Do I look like I'm joking to you? Fei Xiao asked in a completely serious tone and expression. Seeing their general so serious, everyone glanced at one another in silence. You really are General Yueyu, Jiao Qiu said slowly, his voice trembling a little. You're still alive. If you were alive, why didn't you come back? Rather than believing in resurrection, he was more inclined to think that Yueyu had narrowly survived and had been recovering somewhere. Sorry, I really was dead for nearly 30 years. Yueyu smiled apologetically. Someone brought me back to life, though. I can't quite explain the principle. I mean, there are plenty of miracles in this vast universe, so resurrection isn't impossible, right? As soon as these words fell, everyone was caught in another state of shock and disbelief. Yes, dying and then coming back shortly after was nothing unusual, but someone who had died for several decades and now suddenly stood before them, whole and intact, was truly unbelievable. If it were that easy, would there have been the sedition of Imbibitor Luni incident on the Xianzhou Luofu? Wait, General Yueyu, I mean no disrespect, but I have to confirm something. A diviner from the Divination Commission stepped forward with a question. Are you sure you haven't been possessed? After all, strong abominations like those Hiliobi have been known to possess people. How can you prove your identity? I suggest going to the Yuk for testing. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances and began to waver. I can. Fei Xiao wanted to speak up for Yueyu, but was stopped by Yueyu herself. That's a very reasonable suspicion. Yueyu nodded, her face extremely calm and solemn. As the former general, I know well that the Yaoqing has fought abominations for years and has seen all kinds of their abilities, so such suspicion is well-founded. In the next moment, however, she suddenly smiled, then praised the diviner who had questioned her. But seeing that you still have your basic sense of caution, I'm pleased that the Yaoqing hasn't regressed over the years. I believe in you. Jiao Qiu suddenly stood up and spoke seriously, his eyes that were usually squinting now opened just a little, their determined gaze hard to make out. I believe you are General Yu. Well, this should be enough to prove it. Realizing that explaining with words was just a waste of time, Yu directly summoned her Spiritus. In an instant, the power of the hunt surged forth, filling the entire conference room as a dark green aura appeared, enveloping Yu's body. Just like Fei Xiao, Yu's Spiritus was also flying Aureus, a fox-looking creature bestowed by Lan himself. However, instead of being white cyan like Feixio's, Yu's flying Aureus was dark green. After Fei Xiao inherited flying Aureus from Yu, it changed to white cyan according to her own attributes. Of course, no mortals, including the people in the conference room, could perceive its true form, since it was said that only in that fleeting moment when beings at death's door were briefly frozen in time could the gazes of mere humans witness its descent. It's definitely the Spiritus bestowed by the Rainbow Arbiter. It truly is the blessing of the Rainbow Arbiter. Everyone in the room stood up almost in unison, overwhelmed with excitement. Anything else could be faked, but how could anyone fake the blessing of the Rainbow Arbiter? Lan, if the Spiritus is with General Yu, then General Fei Xiao. Mose looked at Fei Xiao with doubt, making the others follow suit. Seeing everyone looking at her, Fei Xiao summoned her own Spiritus, and in the next moment, the same power of the hunt, emerged. Now, with the real deal right here, appearing before their very eyes, no one could doubt Yu's identity any longer. Welcome back, General Yu. In an instant, everyone cupped their hands toward Yu and shouted together with excitement. Now, this meant the Xianzhou Yaoqing had two Arbiter Generals. Their fighting strength would only increase. Needless to say, this good news had to be reported to the Xianzhou Alliance as soon as possible, no question about it. Fei Xiao had no intention of hiding Yu's return either. After all, so many people had witnessed it already, and there were also CCTVs in the conference room, so she decided to report it herself and take the initiative. Fei Xiao first planned to contact Marshal Hua to inform her. As for the other higher-ups in the Xianzhou Alliance, she honestly disliked them because all of them were old-fashioned, always suspicious of everything, and far too troublesome, so she decided to ignore them for now. At most, she would discuss such matters only with the other Arbiter Generals. Soon, upon hearing the news, Marshal Hua immediately started a meeting in the private group chat of the Arbiter Generals. Hua, everyone, the Yaoqing has just reported something incredible. Yu, the former Arbiter General of the Yaoqing, has been resurrected and is now with Fei Xiao. Jing Yuan, what? Resurrected? Yao Wang, you mean she came back to life after nearly 30 years? Are you sure she isn't possessed by some evil power? Or is Fantilia impersonating her? Xianquan. Fantilia? She wouldn't be that dumb, would she? Pretending to be someone dead for years, a former general, no less. She'd get exposed instantly. Huayan, let General Fei Xiao explain. All this wild speculation serves no point. Youwu agreed. Fei Xiao, how should I put it? I had a dream where someone changed my childhood, saved everyone, and led me to fight the abominations. Later on, when I woke up, a master was actually alive again. In the end, Fei Xiao only gave a summary of her dream and left out the key point that Lucian was an emanator of abundance. Of course, she also exaggerated a little about Lucian's kindness and his attitude toward the Xianzhou Alliance. She was not foolish if, she said, it was the work of an emanator of abundance. It would only cause more suspicion. One should know that some Xianzhou natives were willing to accept the benevolent denizens of abundance, but there were also others who hated them to the core, which was not something that could be changed overnight. If the Xianzhou Alliance were to accept Lucian, it would have to be a gradual process. Maybe, someday, other generals, or even the Marshal herself would be saved by Lucian, just as she had been. By then, there would be no need for extra explanations. He would naturally become part of the Xianzhou Alliance. If the Xianzhou natives found out that the one helping the Xianzhou Alliance was an emanator of abundance, just imagining it was nerve-wracking. Fei Xiao pictured the upheaval that would erupt in the future and actually felt a bit of anticipation. But for now, Lucian's true identity had to remain a secret. Jing Yuan. Honestly, this is hard to believe. You had a dream, and reality changed? What kind of power could do that? Xianquan. In your dream, the Fanghu had no casualties at all? But there's no change here on my end. Nearly 1/5 of the Fanghu is truly destroyed in that war. Yao Guang. My suggestion is to come to the Yuk and let me verify it personally, so the truth will become clear. Huayan. Yes, that's the simplest solution. Yo Wu agreed. Fei Xiao and Yu Yu both hesitated, since they knew that the Decalite reflection barrier matrix at the Xianzhou Yuk was extremely powerful. Its principle was similar to the matrix of prescience ultima at the Xianzhou Luofu, but more superior, since its methods of calculation and inspiration were all derived directly from the wisdom walker, Nous, the Aeon of erudition. Considering that, who knew whether they would be able to see the true story from Yu's dream? If so, Lucian's true identity would surely be revealed. In the end, Fei Xiao couldn't find a way out and messaged Lucian to ask his opinion. Several minutes later, she received a reply from Lucian. Lucian, even if Nous personally tried to calculate my existence, they couldn't see through me. You are all closely linked with me, so there's nothing to worry about. With Lucian's reassurance, Fei Xiao and Yu felt at ease and immediately responded to the generals and the marshal. Fei Xiao, I have no objections, nor does my master. We will go for the verification right away. Hua. In that case, let Yu set out for the Yuk. We all welcome her return. After closing the group chat, Yu began preparing to depart for the Xianzhou Yuk. Of course, she did this not just to prove her innocence, but also for her own agenda. Now, what she needed was to regain her influence and status within the Xianzhou Alliance, and only then could she stand up for Lucian in the future. They'll go with you just in case. Fei Xiao, still feeling uneasy, decided to accompany Yu. It's been 30 years, so there are some things you're bound to find unfamiliar. Let me borrow an ability from Lucian first. Showing off Herta's space station, Herta's laboratory. As soon as she returned to the space station, Herta immediately started working on a network security system for Lucian. With the whole superintelligence system connected to the IPC's virus database, it can quickly identify all kinds of viruses and precisely eliminate them. In front of a supercomputer, Herta muttered with a confident smile as her hands typed without stopping. Humph, with access to the IPC's virus database. I don't believe the Stellaron hunters can break through my creation. A few minutes later, Herta finally finished creating a super-intelligent network security system, strong enough to cover an entire planet. They'll send it over tomorrow and pretend this Madame Herta spent a lot of effort on it. Right after saying this, Herta stretched and checked the time, then used the fourth mirror to video call Ruan Mei. Is there another glorious achievement you want to share with me again? As soon as Ruan Mei's figure appeared in the mirror, she asked softly, seemingly already used to Herta's antics of calling her randomly just to show off. Unlike usual, however, Herta didn't show off right away, but instead showed concern. Ruan Mei, has there been any progress with your research on resurrecting life? Not really, nothing substantial. Why are you asking about this so suddenly? Nothing much, just wanted to exchange some ideas. Herta shrugged nonchalantly. In your opinion, what would a perfect resurrected organism look like? Of course, it should have the best condition it had in life strength, appearance, consciousness, and memory note different from before death. Only then is it valuable for research. All right, so how far have you gotten? Have you met that standard? I found a fragment of an ancient beast bone, then tried to extract its genes and reassemble them to restore the creature's former state. Alas, the results are always strange and only last about 3 minutes before they vanish. I still need lots of experiments, but maybe I'll make some progress. I see. Herta nodded thoughtfully. So you're not that impressive after all. Why do you say that? Well, I made a friend who managed to resurrect a Xianzhou Arbiter General who had been dead for almost 30 years. Perfectly and full of life, as if nothing had happened. And you know what's even more ridiculous? He's even dating her now. Isn't that wild? Herta stared at the beauty on the screen with a half-smile, hoping to see some unusual expression on her face. But unfortunately, the beauty was as calm as ever, though a hint of confusion did flash across her face. Tell me more. Describe the state of that resurrected life form. Herta told her everything she had heard and seen, while Ruan Mei silently listened, deep in thought. Once the explanation was finished, the room fell silent for a moment. Herta didn't mind, even if the two of them just stared at each other. It would never feel awkward. It does sound perfect. If it's truly a perfect resurrected life form, it's very valuable for research. Help me ask your friend if I could take a look at the research data and the specimen. What do you think? Of course not. Herta rolled her eyes. Why would he just hand that over to me? Ask him yourself. I already told him I'd introduce you, and he's happy to meet you. Fine. You'll meet him then. Upon hearing this, a teasing smile appeared on Herta's face. I thought you'd refuse to make new friends, but turns out academics matter more to you, huh? Herta knew Ruan Mei didn't like socializing and was never quick to trust others, so this time, being willing to meet someone showed just how much she cared about resurrecting a perfect life form. All right, I'll set something up when I have time and arrange a meeting for you two. That's all for today. Herta ended the call, feeling delighted as she had once again succeeded in showing off in front of Ruan Mei. Even though both geniuses admired each other, there was always some rivalry, though it was only Herta who thought this way. The things you can't do, my friend can do. That's what you call superiority. Of course, beyond just showing off, Herta genuinely wanted to help Ruan Mei. Lucian was so talented, and even news had noticed him. Yet he wasn't a member of the Genius Society and was not someone famous. Even after pondering seriously about Lucian to the point her head felt like it was burning, she still couldn't figure it out. Yariluvi, Belubok. At this moment, Lucian had already moved cooler beside Jarilo 6, and now it orbited a shining star near Jarilo 6. Planet relocation was nothing new for Kuller's inhabitants. They were completely used to it and didn't care at all. So wherever their savior wanted them to go, they would go. Cocolia was utterly shocked when she heard the sudden news. In the Supreme Guardian's office, Cocolia sat sideways on Lucian's lap, reading through Kuller's information in her hand. So, another civilization under your command wants to ally with us? Only one? For now, it's just one, Lucian replied while squeezing her thigh, enjoying the soft, cottony feel. Well, there might be more in the future, though. Go meet Nirgal first. She should be arriving here soon. Bah! Lucian patted Cocolia's butt, making a sharp sound. Keep it down, someone might hear. Cocolia blushed, complaining softly. All right, gotta keep up appearances during work hours. Lucian chuckled and stood up. Well, I'll go take a walk. You go welcome our new ally. He had been running around non-stop since coming out of the script and hadn't had a chance to relax. Now that he was free, he decided to take in the sights. As she watched Lucian's figure disappear, Cocolia quickly fixed her hair and makeup in front of a big mirror. From the information she had read, she learned that Kuller's leader, Nirgal, was an intelligent beauty. Knowing that, she definitely couldn't afford to lose her edge in front of another woman and had to appear at her best, casually walking through the streets with both hands in his pockets. Lucian overheard the crowd's chatter a few dozen meters away. I heard a new neighbor just moved in nearby. It's the Supreme Guardian's people, here to ally with us. My uncle works at the Clippeth Fort and got some insider news. He said the whole planet's full of a race called Foxians. They're basically humans with fox ears and tails. Oh my god, this is awesome. I'm so marrying a Foxian wife. I heard their technology is also way more advanced than ours. Yeah, they have living vehicles they can run, fly, and even their houses are alive. Thank you, Supreme Guardian. If it weren't for him, would have frozen to death ages ago. How could we even dream of a future like this? All hail the Supreme Guardian. Hearing all their praises, Lucian was in high spirits. Not gonna lie, being admired feels so much better than being feared. In the blink of an eye, the next day came. In the morning, just as Lucian finished dressing after taking a bath, Herta's message came. Herta, come pick me up. The thing you wanted is done. As soon as he read the message, Lucian grinned. Lucian, all right. Right after replying to Herta, Lucian immediately messaged Silverwolf. Lucian, send me your virus program. It'd be best if it had your signature, so Herta knows it's you. Silverwolf. Okay, they'll send it right away. Silverwolf. By the way, they'll put on your phone so I can watch it live. I want to see Herta cry and make a scene. Using the mastermind as bait to catch the mastermind? Because Herta insisted on having him pick her up, Lucian teleported back and forth twice and brought her straight to Belobog from Herta space station. Herta simply couldn't be bothered to travel that far herself, since with Lucian's teleportation abilities, he could just flash over, making things unbelievably convenient. Here, it is the super intelligent firewall I made just for you. Herta handed Lucian a chip that looked small and delicate, full of high-tech vibes. Just use any main control device as the core. And ITLL work. Not wasting time, Lucian immediately plugged it into the main control device in the Clippeth fort, and in that instant, it connected to every network on the entire planet. Of course, at the moment, the only network on the planet was Belobog. Now, if anyone tries to hack this planet's network, they'll be intercepted, and an alarm will go off. Herta straightened up with confidence, her expression making it clear she wanted Lucian to praise her. Yeah, not bad. Lucian nodded calmly. Now I don't have to worry about the Stellaron hunters coming to steal. He pretended to feel reassured, but secretly, he was already using his phone to send Silverwolf's virus program to his own network. Just like when he hacked into the main account of the IPC before, Lucian used Absolute Hit to launch the virus, breaching Herta's super-intelligent firewall with ease. Duh, when Madame Herta gets involved, it's obviously just that easy, Herta said leisurely while stretching her body. Besides, with me here personally, the Stellaron hunters wouldn't dare to WOVO. Suddenly, the main control device blared an alarm, cutting off Herta's words. Warning. Virus detected. Network is under attack. Herta froze on the spot, blinking in confusion. What did this even mean? Was her own creation embarrassing her on purpose? Coincidence? Or had it been planned all along? Herta quickly glanced at Lucian, suspecting he was up to some trick to win their bet. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? Right after the bet, things suddenly went wrong? Only a fool wouldn't notice that. What are you looking at me for? Lucian shrugged, looking completely innocent. Herta thought about it for a moment and realized he had been right under her nose the whole time, without any chance to pull anything off. In the end, she temporarily pushed her doubts aside, grabbed her mini-computer, and started intercepting the virus herself. Clack, clack, clack. Herta typed on the keyboard at lightning speed. Although she was not a hacker, her skills were still on par with the pros, which was what being a genius was all about. No way. However, the more Herta tried to fight the virus, the more shocked she became, since the hacker's virus acted like it was on drugs. At this moment, she had already thrown every trick she had at it, but she still couldn't stop the virus from breaking in. Herta was utterly surprised and dumbfounded. Just who was this mysterious expert with such insane hacking skills? No matter what she tried, she couldn't stop the virus advance at all. There was just no way. I see. Looks like even the alarm is just a weakness left on purpose by the hacker. For a moment, Herta felt a sense of helpless despair. If that damn hacker actually got serious, my firewall probably wouldn't even have time to sound the alarm. Damn it, our gap is just too big. It had been years since Herta last felt this way. Beep. Suddenly, every device, including Herta's mini-computer, went blue screen at the exact same time. In the next moment, a chibi figure of Silverwolf popped up on every screen and started dancing. Herta lolalalal, all the electronic devices around them, as long as they could make noise, started blasting the same audio. Even Lucian's phone was playing it. Silverwolf. Herta glared at the taunting chibi figure on her mini-computer screen, her face turning red with fury. You damn brat are really something, aren't you? At this moment, as a nameless fury burned fiercely inside her, Herta couldn't help but think that the hacker had infiltrated from the very start, had known she would come to install a firewall, and had been waiting until right after it was set up just to humiliate her. Herta clenched her fist, veins bulging on her forehead, looking like she was about to go on a rampage, but fortunately, After 2 deep breaths, she managed to calm herself down. However, because the virus had broken through the firewall, it started attacking the network terminal. Yet, as Herta carefully observed its behavior, she realized that the virus itself wasn't actually that strong. In fact, it was quite ordinary, to the point that even her casually created antivirus program could have wiped it out automatically. But if that were the case, then why had she been unable to stop its advance? Just what was going on? Beep. A moment later, Silver Wolf's virus was wiped out completely, which was surprisingly effortless. It was only natural. In the first place, the virus' original purpose was just to break through Herta's firewall, not to actually destroy Jarilovia's network. Moreover, with Herta handling it personally, the virus was doomed to be eliminated quickly. As a result, once the virus was gone, all the devices around returned to normal. Lucian felt relieved that he had thought ahead. Right after Silver Wolf sent the virus to his phone, he had her transfer the virus to another device somewhere else instead. Then set it up so his phone would only have the right to send the virus. Thanks to that, Lucian was nothing more than an innocent victim in Herta's eyes. Trying to piss me off on purpose? Fine, just you wait, you damn brat. It'll get the IPC to ban all your game accounts. Herta cursed at her mini-computer, yelling at Silver Wolf and the mysterious expert helping behind her. Needless to say, she had completely lost this round of cyber warfare and lost so badly at that. Of course, she also had no more doubts about Lucian, given that he had been right beside her the whole time, not doing anything, not even touching his phone. Besides, the virus, while not strong, was able to break through every new safety barrier she put up, which meant the hacker had to be fighting her in real time, so it could not possibly be Lucian. However, didn't this mean Lucian won the bet? No matter whether he was involved or not. She had indeed failed to stop the Stellaron hunters from breaking in. Damn it! Herta silently cursed in her heart. Just wait till I call for backup. Let's see how many of you can handle it. Now that it had come to this, if she couldn't handle it alone, she would just find someone to help. Skrullum, as an Intellitron, was a master of network data, so if he helped, it would be a piece of cake. As Herta was still grumbling with resentment, a phone suddenly appeared in front of her face before Lucian's voice sounded in her ear. Herta, can you check out this video for me? What's it about? Lucian asked with a faint smile. What else could it be? Of course, it was the video of Herta making a vow on their bet. If her firewall was truly breached by the Stellaron hunters, she had to work for Lucian for free for 100 years. What are you so anxious about? It's not like I said I'd go back on my word. Herta turned away and huffed coldly. You must be thrilled to have a genius like me working for you, right? Of course I am. Lucian nodded, then chuckled. Who wouldn't be happy to have a beautiful genius working for them for free? What do you mean by free? Awful. Herta grumbled again. 100 years means 100 years, keep my word. Come back to the space station with me, and I'll fulfill the bet right away. Herta huffed, then stood up with a dark aura of resentment swirling around her. It went without saying that she was really upset right now, which was only natural. Someone she had never taken seriously had just embarrassed her in front of someone important and even taunted her directly to her face. Who could stand that? Let alone anyone else. Someone as proud as Herta definitely couldn't. It was just that her strong logic kept her from snapping. Oh, you're so straightforward? Lucian was a little surprised as he saw that Herta was actually being this straightforward about the bet. He couldn't help but feel something off. Oh, right? You got a Stellaron on you, right? Don't forget to bring it. Herta suddenly turned around and gave a cold smile. Now, you're my bait to get at that little girl. Upon hearing this, Lucian nodded calmly, but inwardly he was complaining. She's using the mastermind as bait to catch the mastermind? If she ever finds out the truth, she'll probably lose her mind. Asta, a rating of 9 out of 10 Pier Point, Interastral Peace Corporation headquarters. As Herta was still grumbling because of Silver Wolf, a computer in the IPC's technology department suddenly blared an alarm. Chief, the marked virus source code just showed up. A technician immediately called the chief over. He was part of a newly formed unit created to monitor all sectors of the Interastral Peace Network. because the virus program that had previously invaded the IPC's main account had already been decoded and tagged. Whenever a similar source code appeared anywhere in the network, an alarm would automatically trigger. This alert, it's from a really remote place. Looks like one of those civilizations that just connected to the network recently. Why would the Stellaron hunters go out to the middle of nowhere? Ugh, whatever, just report it. The rest isn't our problem. Just like that, the P-35 rank chief quickly recorded the information and forwarded it to the higher-ups. Soon, the IPC's department heads convened an online meeting. Madam Scardeye, honestly, I didn't expect Jarilo 6 to still be hanging on. I bet the Stellaron hunters are there to recover the Stellaron. We have to send someone to investigate. Erita, yes, and this should fall under the Strategic Investment Department. Oswaldo Schneider, if you run into trouble, contact me. I can send some people to help. Tara Van Keen, you just want to snatch Elio, huh? Ha. Diamond, they'll send someone to handle it. All right, that's all. Update me if there's any news. With that, the meeting quickly reached a decision. The Strategic Investment Department would send someone to investigate the Stellaron hunters' whereabouts. Since it was just a signal, there was no need to make a big commotion. In his office, Diamond thought it over for a moment. Considering there was a chance they might encounter the Stellaron hunters, he needed one of the 10 stone hearts to lead. However, since everyone else was busy and only Jade was currently free, he ultimately gave her the task of heading to Jarilo 6 to track the Stellaron hunters down. Herta Space Station. Earlier, after Herta finished her experiment with Noose, she summoned all the staff back and had them resume their work in the space station. Herta Space Station floated above a planet known as the Blue, separated by special spatial technology. If one stood on the space station's platform, one could see the Blue's beautiful form in its entirety. For this reason, whenever staff felt exhausted, they would come to the platform, stroll for a while, and admire the stars, the galaxies, and the Blue. As Herta Space Station became busy again, a young woman with pink hair, a fair complexion, and light blue eyes hurried by, looking especially busy, as if something urgent was happening. Asta was her name, serving as the lead researcher and acting manager of Herta Space Station. Restarting the space station burned through more resources than expected. We'll need to put more funds into this. Asta pulled out her phone and transferred 200 million credits to the station's finance account without hesitation. At the same time, she noticed a message from her mother. My daughter, do you still have enough money out there? I checked last month's bill. How did you only spend 100 million credits? Did you run out of allowance? My precious daughter, don't skimp on yourself just to save money. If you're running short, remember to ask Mom for more. Love you. Huh. There was just too much going on last month. I barely had time to shop. We'll try to buy something this month. Asta scrolled through her phone while walking quickly, when suddenly, thud, she ran straight into a female staff member, and the coffee in the staff member's hand instantly spilled all over her, staining her shirt and skirt. So sorry. Lady Asta, I didn't see you there. Seeing it was Asta, the staff member quickly apologized in a panic. No, it's my fault for not watching where I was going. Asta put away her phone and smiled. I should be the one apologizing. I'll pay for your coffee. Just expense it to me later. Hearing this, the staff member paused. She had just stained Asta's clothes, yet Asta wasn't upset, and even offered to reimburse her coffee. Thank you, Lady Asta. I'm really sorry for messing up your clothes. I'll be more careful next time. Wearing a relieved expression, the staff member kept thanking Asta over and over while bowing her head. Asta just waved her hand with a smile and left. I'd better take a shower, or it'll smell like coffee all day. Asta lifted her arm, sniffed it, and caught a strong coffee smell. In the end, she immediately put down her work and went to her room's bathroom to shower. Meanwhile, inside Herta's laboratory, Herta and Lucian showed up in unison. Your ability is really handy. As long as you know the coordinates, you can come and go whenever you want. Huh? What's the principle behind it? We're not close enough to share secrets, are we? Lucian shrugged. TCH, forget it if you don't want to say. Herta pouted, looking irritated. I don't care that much anyway. Lucian smiled slightly. and said nothing more. Right now, he was the mastermind behind the hacking incident. So, of course, he wouldn't reveal absolute hit. Herta then summoned her 4 mirrors. I need to collect some interest from Silverwolf first time for a little payback. Go walk around the space station yourself. Ask Asta to give you a tour. Herta said, waving her hand dismissively. Oh, and don't go back to Jarilo tonight. Pick any room and stay over. Come see me later. One mice been wanting to meet you. Once she finished speaking, she focused on her revenge, tracking Silverwolf's IPs while contacting the IPC to ban her game accounts. Seeing this, Lucian didn't bother her and turned to leave the lab, sighing in pity. Wolfie, you still can't escape being banned, huh? Lucian felt a bit of sympathy, so he sent Silverwolf a message. Lucian, Herta's going to ban your game accounts. Be careful. As soon as he sent it, Silverwolf replied instantly. Silverwolf. WTF. Silverwolf. Thanks. You're a lifesaver. Right after these replies came, Silverwolf didn't respond again, probably busy saving her game accounts. I really am living the life of a double spy. Bouncing between 2 women, Lucian couldn't help but make fun of himself. Done warning Silverwolf. He followed the signs and headed up to the residential area of the space station. If there were free rooms, why not take one? Lucian wandered around casually, checking rooms left and right, but since all the staff were still working, the residential area was almost empty. He had an advanced access pass on him, anyway, so even private room doors would open for him. Of course, that was meant for emergencies to make sure he could get through anywhere if needed. Yet after checking out a few rooms, none were quite satisfactory to him. In the end, after several minutes of wandering, Lucian stood in the middle of a corridor and finally picked a room he liked. He used his advanced access pass to open the sliding door, and the moment he walked inside, the door closed automatically behind him. He had to admit, the room was pretty good. Not only was it spacious with a nice view outside the window, but it also had everything one could need. However, there was one problem. Given that every room had its own bathroom, and the bathroom door of this room was closed and locked, it meant someone was inside. Fancy decor. It must be a woman's room. Lucian remarked inwardly as he realized that someone had occupied the room. Better leave now. If I run into the room owner, I won't be able to explain myself. He was just about to turn and leave, but PSSS, suddenly, the bathroom door slid open. In an instant, an unexpected VIP content appeared in Lucian's field of vision. A pink-haired young woman stood before him, and Lucian, who still used her in the game, instantly recognized her. It was none other than Asta. Well-developed, with curves in all the right places, her waist slender like a snake, her skin smooth and fair. Flawless. As Asta stepped out of the bathroom, she was holding a pair of cute, star-patterned panties, apparently just about to put them on. Seeing this scene, Lucian gave Asta a rating of 9 out of 10. At the same time, Asta, who had just gotten out of the bath and hadn't had time to dress yet, met Lucian's eyes. For a brief instant, her mind went completely blank, her face utterly stunned until the next second. Every instinct as a woman screamed at her scream. Kya dash! Asta screamed and quickly covered her most private part below with both hands. But completely forgot about the 2 pink bunnies on top. Everything was still in full view. A bad-feeling damp, shoulder-length pink hair clung messily to Asta's smooth neck and cheeks, with droplets constantly forming at the tips and trembling as they rolled down, while the water slid along her graceful jawline, following the curves of her body before disappearing from sight. A faint blush of pink spread across her exposed skin, hazy with steam, extending from her slender calves all the way to her rounded shoulders. At this moment, time seemed to freeze suspended by that sudden wave of warm, moist air, and within this fleeting instant, Lucian finished viewing Asta's VIP content. However, now he felt genuinely confused. Am I born with a lucky pervert trait? Lucian's current situation was just like some anime protagonist who always stumbled and somehow managed to land on beautiful women and enjoy those. Benefits. Yes, that must be it. There's no other explanation. Lucian closed his eyes and nodded thoughtfully. A transmigrator ought to have this kind of trait, right? You. As Lucian was deep in thought, Asta shouted, her voice so sharp it almost tore through the thick walls of the space station. Filled with shock, embarrassment, and a hint of anger at her privacy being invaded. Asta's eyes swept like lightning toward the small, round table beside her, where a hardcover book lay open, then grabbed it without even glancing at the title. Whoosh! Her arm swung out in a sharp arc with a force that could have smashed through the space station itself, sending wind and water flying as she hurled the book straight at Lucian's face. The heavy spine traced a deadly arc under the light, brimming with murderous intent. However, just as that hardcover book strong enough to knock out even a Void Ranger was about to strike him, he casually reached out and caught it with perfect ease. Right after, he grabbed the nearby bedsheet and tossed it over her, wrapping her up completely. Now, not only did he cover the view, but he also restricted her movements. "What are you trying to do?" Asta's chest heaved violently, the blush on her cheeks deepening from both anger and steam. "Herta gave this to me, told me to pick a room, and I ended up running into you by accident." Lucian pulled out the advanced access pass, explaining calmly. "In other words, this is just a misunderstanding. I didn't mean to see you bathing." Even though his voice was not loud, it was clear enough, carrying an almost detached calmness, as if he had not just seen her in that compromising situation. Asta's eyes, still burning with fury, locked onto the golden card in Lucian's hand, and in that instant, the anger on her face froze in the most abrupt way. Only then did Asta recognize Lucian. His face matched the one posted on Herta's announcement. "Are you Madam Herta's honored guest? The third person on the space station to have an advance pass. Mr. Lucian?" "Yeah, that's me." Lucian nodded calmly. Asta had never expected such a scene. Herta's honored guest, by sheer coincidence, had seen her completely naked. And the worst part was, she couldn't even make a fuss about it. It couldn't be helped. Lucian was, after all, Herta's honored guest. It concerned both Herta's reputation and Asta's own. Even though since childhood, Asta had always been the darling of her parents and had never been seen naked by a man. Not even her female friends had seen her naked now. Just like that, she had given it all away. It was hard to accept, but she had no choice. Asta took a deep breath, trying to comfort herself with the thought that at least Lucian was ridiculously handsome. In the end, all her fierce energy and anger, everything that was about to explode outward, was stopped dead by this ironclad fact, stuffed back down in the most awkward way. "Hiss!" Asta took a sharp breath, short and forceful, then straightened her back, trying to regain the composure expected of the lead researcher of her space station. Unfortunately, her slightly trembling fingers and blood-red earlobes betrayed the chaos in her heart. "Please leave first. I need to get dressed." Asta's voice tried to maintain the elegance of a rich heiress, but if one listened closely, there was a faint, almost undetectable tremor at the end. Lucian nodded calmly, following Asta's instructions with smooth, unhesitating motions. However, as he was about to turn and leave, "Wait!" Asta called out to him again. Lucian looked back and saw Asta's face burning red. "Help me unwrap the bedsheet, please. I can't move." "Sure." Lucian turned again and, with a casual flick, let the bedsheet slide off her, exposing Asta's naked body again. However, Lucian did not look this time and left the room without turning his head. Drip, drip, drip. In the room, only the sound of water droplets hitting the mat remained. It was so regular it made one's heart race. Before long came the frantic rustling of soft fabric, sounding like clothes being pulled on in a hurry. He really didn't seem to have any bad intentions. As she dressed, Asta replayed the previous scene in her mind. Even though Lucian had seen her naked body, he had also used the sheet to cover her, and even when he left, he didn't try to sneak a look. In fact, his calm eyes and steady voice really seemed free of any worldly desire. She was well aware that she was beautiful and wealthy, which was why she had encountered plenty of lecherous stares in her life, making her able to tell the difference between lecherous stares and not. Because of this, she could tell that Lucian's stare was not particularly a lecherous one filled with lust. but more like an appreciative and admiring one towards something beautiful. It really must have just been a misunderstanding. I mean, he isn't familiar with the space station, and there was no one to guide him, so it isn't his fault, right? As she thought this, asked to finally let it go, though meeting Lucian again might still be a bit awkward. And so, after getting dressed and tidying the room, Asta finally stepped out and happened to see Lucian standing by the window in the corridor, gazing at the sea of stars beyond with a serene expression. He stood there quietly, taking it all in. Only now did Asta realize she had still underestimated how handsome Lucian was. For under the starlight, he looked like the brightest star within reach. As the daughter of an extremely wealthy family, she had met plenty of rich heirs, but none of them had Lucian's kind of charm. If you like stargazing, Mr. Lucian, you can stay in the room next to mine. It has the best view of the star cluster. Asta walked over, trying to ease the awkwardness. It was only natural. Lucian was, after all, Herta's honored guest. It should be noted that there were very few people Herta treated as honored guests, so although she had never heard of Lucian's name before, Asta still knew how to judge a person's status. Lucian turned at the pleasant voice beside him and glanced at Asta. Now, Asta was dressed in a white dress that outlined her graceful figure, the clothes she always wore in the game. Her pink hair, now dry and smooth, draped over her shoulders, and she wore the calm smile of a young lady, as if the embarrassed girl from earlier had never existed. "All right, they'll take your suggestion," Lucian replied with a calm smile. With that, the room next to Asta's became Lucian's. Ding-ling-ling, just then, Asta's phone suddenly rang, and as she took her phone and looked at the screen, it was Herta calling. "Asta, I forgot to tell you. Help me welcome Lucian. Have you seen him? Mr. Lucian is right next to me." "Oh, good. Give him a proper welcome and help him pick a room, then just grab any of my puppets and bring one over to my lab right now, together with him." "Understood, Madam Herta." Right after hanging up, Asta couldn't help but grumble inwardly. "Aprupe balkuma." Yeah, by sacrificing my own innocence. Asta let out a helpless sigh. Herta was really unreliable when it came to little things like this. If she had just said something beforehand, someone could have been arranged to greet Lucian, and he wouldn't have wandered into the forbidden lotus pond. "Mr. Lucian, Madam Herta wants me to bring you to see her," Asta said with a polite smile. "By the way, I also need to pick up her puppet to bring along on the way. You don't mind?" "Puppet?" Upon hearing puppet, Lucian frowned and suddenly had a bad feeling. "Don't elle me? Is she going to use her puppet to settle the bet?" A new deal when Lucian and Asta brought a Herta puppet with the serial number 89757 into Herta's laboratory. Herta herself was lazily reclining in her streamlined ergonomic chair, smiling with delight at her computer screen. "Humph. I've just banned 42 of your accounts. Let's see you try me again." What a pathetic little hacker. It was obvious that Silver Wolf had already taken a hit. In the first place, she never had a mysterious expert to back her up, so she naturally stood no chance against Herta's counterattack. 76 accounts, and she managed to save 34, was already impressive. Lucian couldn't help but picture Silver Wolf's about-to-cry expression from the game. Even though it was Lucian who had done all of this hacking conspiracy, it was Silver Wolf who was taking the blame for him. No wonder Elio didn't want her to mess around with him. "Yo, you're here." Herta saw Lucian and Asta enter and immediately stood up, pointing at the Herta puppet Asta had brought. "There you go, your Herta-free labor for 100 years. It had a figure similar to Herta's childhood self, with a fixed, eternally polite smile on its face, looking a bit stiff. Lucian, however, couldn't bring himself to smile. Just as he had feared, Herta was playing word games with him. "I want you, not your puppet," Lucian said emotionlessly. "How crude. Which one isn't me, the real thing or the puppet?" Herta smiled calmly. "Look at the video, Herta, working for you for 100 years, right? Literally, it meets all your requirements." As these words fell, she tilted her head slightly, her violet eyes sparkling with childlike mischief, as if she could see right through the secrets of the galaxy. "I never said the real deal had to do the work, did I?" Herta spread her hands, as if showing off a flawless work of logic. Meanwhile, Asta upon hearing their conversation, felt her mind almost freeze. Was this really something the narcissistic, empathy-lacking Madame Herta would say? Unless Mr. Lucian has something equally valuable. Asta could only guess this much. Lucian did not look at the exquisite Herta puppet at all. His gaze passed over it, falling instead on the real Herta's face, which practically declared, "I've already won." In the next moment, a faint smile flickered at the corner of Lucian's mouth, like a stone dropped into a deep pool, stirring only a slight ripple before vanishing. Well, this woman really holds grudges, huh? Not willing to take a loss, not even a little. Interesting. Right after this thought crossed his mind, Lucian leaned close to Asta's ear and whispered something, his voice so low that only she could hear it. In the next moment, Asta went to fetch a cylinder projector device and placed it beside Lucian. "In that case, I should keep my promise and let you see, droid head." Lucian looked up, calmly meeting Herta's suddenly sharp violet gaze, then pressed a nearly invisible sensor on the side of the cylinder. "Here you go, the droid head you wanted to see so much." Buzz, a faint humming sound resounded, and soon, a slowly spinning 3D hologram appeared at the top of the cylinder. It was none other than Noose 3D hologram. Seeing this, the corners of Herta's mouth gradually dropped, and her smile faded. Are you playing me?" Herta questioned, disbelief flickering in her eyes. "Right back at you." Lucian smiled indifferently and patted the head of the Herta puppet. In an instant, the atmosphere inside the laboratory turned tense, making Asta start to panic. One was Madame Herta, and the other was obviously no pushover. If these two really started a fight, it would be big trouble. "Hey, Che, let's all calm down, okay? Sit down and talk it out like civilized people." Asta grabbed Lucian's arm, trying to act as a peacemaker, but he quickly slipped his hand free from her grip and turned around. "We're even. Goodbye." Leaving these words behind, Lucian walked toward the exit without hesitation. Seeing Lucian really about to leave, not caring about his relationship with her at all, Herta instantly felt a complicated mix of emotions. Although she had only known this man for a few days, and it was barely even a partnership, she felt a strange urge to make him stay. In all her life, this was probably the first time she had ever wanted to keep someone from leaving, even though she didn't know why. Her instincts now told her she would regret it for life if she let him go, and coincidentally, she was someone who always trusted her instincts. Lucian had an indifferent expression as he walked away, looking like he truly didn't care. However, as he continued forward, no one noticed that Lucian was softly muttering with each step he took. 3. 1 step. 2. 2 steps. 1. And on the 3rd step, wait. Herta suddenly shouted, then rushed over and grabbed Lucian's arm, stopping him from leaving. "It was just a joke, okay?" Herta said with puffed cheeks, looking both pitiful and desperate. "No need to go that far." Asta, seeing this scene, stood there in a daze, completely stunned. It couldn't be helped. In her understanding, this was probably the first time Herta had ever gone out of her way to stop someone from leaving, actually grabbing him herself while looking so desperate. Unbelievable. Is this really something Madame Herta would do? Asta thought in disbelief, trying to make sense of the scene before her eyes. Shouldn't she have just arrogantly given orders and coldly told someone to show him the way out like always? Just what kind of leverage does Mr. Lucian have to make even Madame Herta back down? In the end, the more Asta thought about it, the more confused she became. Meanwhile, Lucian's gaze returned to Herta's face, taking in her puffed cheeks full of embarrassment and frustration, her eyes showing unwillingness yet resignation. Seeing her like this, Lucian smiled faintly, a quiet satisfaction rising within him from finally breaking the deadlock. "Oh, it was a joke? I thought you were about to go back on your word. I should have known the great genius and beautiful Madame Herta wouldn't be so shameless as to twist words and break promises, right?" Lucian's words were laced with sarcasm, deliberately provoking Herta, which succeeded. Now, Herta was so angry that she had nowhere to vent. "Enough!" Herta shouted sharply, pulling Lucian's arm closer to herself. "I, Herta myself, will work for you for 10 years. In exchange, You have to let me meet Noose in person at least 5 times. Deal or not? It was clear she really wanted to keep him and was willing to compromise. Deal. Lucian nodded calmly. All right, to make sure you're convinced, they'll let you meet Noose tomorrow. Then we'll sign a contract for it. Lucian was clearly banking on Herta's desire. It should be known that her desire was to research Noose, maybe even ask them questions to break through her knowledge singularity. In other words, everything she wanted hinged on meeting Noose, but at this moment, only Lucian could make that happen. Because of this, she was utterly at Lucian's mercy. If someone treated her like how Lucian treated her right now, she would have definitely blacklisted them or even beaten them up on the spot. Just like that, the two reached another deal. Lucian still gave Herta some face, agreeing to reduce her labor term from 100 years to just 10, so for the next 10 years. She herself would be his top worker. Asta, still in complete shock, stood silently by the side. She had only wanted to break up the fight and keep things from getting out of hand, but now, what had she just heard? Madame Herta, working for Mr. Lucian for 10 years. Meeting nous? How did these words even fit together in a single sentence? It was just so unreal. If the IPC, the Intelligentsia Guild, the Genius Society, the Blue, or the staff of Herta Space Station ever found out, their jaws would hit the floor. Now, Asta couldn't help but feel full admiration for Lucian, because he was the first person to ever truly have the upper hand with Herta, which, in her eyes, was something truly impressive. Done with the new deal, Herta quickly adjusted her mood and went back to her usual self. Now that we're on good terms again, let's get back to going after the Stellaron Hunters. Right after saying this, Herta video called Skrullum with her mirror, with Lucian standing right beside her. Before long, an Intellitron appeared on the mirror, a robot with a machine head, a monocle, a fedora hat, and a tuxedo, looking like a proper gentleman. Herta, just as Skrullum was about to speak, Herta immediately interrupted. Screwy, come to my space station. I need your help to deal with a big shot among the Stellaron Hunters. Logic. I am currently conducting experiments in a distant galaxy. I am unable to return to the space station for the time being. Upon hearing this, Herta quickly remembered that Lucian's teleportation ability was quite advanced, so maybe he had a way. However, just as Herta was about to turn to Lucian to ask, his face appeared right behind Skrullum in the mirror. Herta, huh? Skrullum and Ruan Mei, when Herta saw an extra face appear in the mirror. She immediately turned to look beside her, but saw nothing. Asta had gone back to work long ago, but Lucian had just been here a moment ago. Clearly, it must have been Lucian's bizarre teleportation ability, but was it really possible to reach through a network like this? If so, that was beyond amazing. From now on, if anyone acted like an internet troll, she would have Lucian reach over and beat them up. Herta reeled in her surprise, then looked back at the video call, seeing that Lucian was indeed standing behind Skrullum, reaching out to push him. In the blink of an eye, the scene on the other side of the video call changed into the space station. Now, Skrullum was standing in front of Herta, video calling her face to face. Herta, Skrullum muttered, feeling stunned. He was clearly on a planet 7 million light years away from Herta Space Station. Experimenting, so how could he appear at the space station in just 0.74 seconds? He seemed to remember someone pushing him just now. Skrullum turned to look behind him, just in time to see Lucian suddenly appear on the sofa nearby. Lucian looked Skrullum over as well, appreciating his elegant appearance. He had to admit, paired with his humble and polite words and manner, Skrullum was elegance itself. As for how Skrullum got teleported here, just as Herta had guessed, Lucian had locked onto Skrullum's location through the video call network and was able to use absolute hit to teleport instantly. Question: who is this gentleman? Skrullum turned to Herta and asked politely, is the spatial transference just now related to him? He's Lucian, a friend I made just recently. Herta answered casually. He has a strange teleportation ability, for example. Sending you here to my space station takes him only a second. Conclusion: I'm glad you have made a new friend, Herta. Skrullum nodded, then looked at Lucian again, his face expressionless, if you could even call it an expression. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Lucian. I hope we can get to know each other in the future. even though there was no expression on his face. His tone was steady and humble. "Oh, and how pleased are you?" Lucian smiled faintly and replied with a question. Skrillum paused for a second before answering. "Judging by the teleportation just now, Mr. Lucian is definitely a very unique individual, making me interested in you." Conclusion. I am as pleased as I would be to save the world. Upon hearing this, Lucian couldn't help but chuckle. He had to admit, it was a pleasure to hear Skrillum speak. What did it mean to have high emotional intelligence? Skrillum was the answer. "Hey, enough with the small talk." Herta interrupted the two, dragging Lucian over to her mirror. "Hurry and bring Ruan Mei over as well." Right after saying this, Herta immediately video called Ruan Mei. As soon as the call connected, Ruan Mei saw Herta sitting close to an unknown man, their relationship seemingly close. "Is that the one you Mindy?" Before Ruan Mei could finish her sentence, the man in the video disappeared, and in that instant, she sensed someone behind her. As soon as Ruan Mei turned around, she felt someone push her, and then the scenery before her eyes instantly changed to the space station. Herta, for once. A surprised, confused look appeared on Ruan Mei's usually calm and flat face. "Surprised? Didn't see that coming, did you?" Seeing this rare change in Ruan Mei's usually flat expression, Herta gave a small, satisfied smile. As Ruan Mei was still processing what had just happened, Lucian had already returned to everyone's sight. Once again, he vanished and reappeared so suddenly, crossing 7 million light years in the blink of an eye. Skrillum was deeply curious and wanted to have an in-depth conversation with Lucian about his teleportation ability, but since it was their first meeting, he held back from showing too much eagerness. Ruan Mei, on the other hand, quickly composed herself and fixed her beautiful yet apathetic gaze on Lucian. In the next moment, without saying a word, Ruan Mei stepped forward, reaching out and pointing her fingers toward Lucian's neck. "But, Pa," under Ruan Mei's calm eyes, Lucian instantly caught her wrist with his left hand, but sadly, since she was wearing gloves, he could only feel a faint warmth from her delicate hand. "Don't be nervous. I mean no harm," Ruan Mei said softly. Her calm eyes met Lucian's. "It's just part of my work habits. I can open my senses through touch, letting the details of life flow into my mind, helping me understand your biological structure." "All right, first time's free." Lucian smiled as he released Ruan Mei's hand, allowing her fingertips to glide along his neck. If he had to describe the sensation, it honestly felt pretty nice, though if she hadn't been wearing gloves, it probably would have felt even better. A few seconds later, Ruan Mei pulled back her hand, her expression subtly tinged with surprise. "A strong power of abundance in a human body. I heard you can resurrect those long dead. Can you show me?" Ruan Mei's voice was extremely gentle and strangely calm, but anyone could hear the note of request in it. Meanwhile, while Ruan Mei was standing right in front of him, Lucian quickly looked her over from head to toe, getting a good look at her without anyone noticing. No doubt about it, she was the epitome of an Eastern beauty. Fair skin, a lovely figure, C-cup. He could even catch a faint scent of fragrant flowers from her body. Needless to say, Ruan Mei was truly a feast for the eyes, ears, and nose. "What do I get out of it?" Lucian asked calmly, the corner of his lips lifting slightly. An equal exchange is only fair." Ruan Mei's expression was as calm as ever, but this time she actually gave a small smile. "How about a favor? As long as it's within my ability, will help you unconditionally. Just so you know, her favors aren't easy to get, even I can't get them easily." Herta egged from the side. "All right, deal." Lucian pretended to hesitate for a moment before nodding in agreement. Ruan Mei's favor wasn't much use for now. But who knew about the future? All he had to do was show off the effect of godly bandage, and he could earn a potential powerhouse's favor. It was undoubtedly a huge win. "You're one of the few who can get my name right. I like people like that. No wonder Herta became friends with you." Ruan Mei gave another small smile, and as she spoke, her soft, pink lips were so alluring, they made people want to take a bite. Yeah, enough with the chit-chat." Herta impatiently interrupted. Hurry up and start already. I want to see your resurrection ability for myself. Request. I would like to observe the process. I promise not to interfere. Skrillum, who had stayed silent for a while, immediately chimed in. Go ahead. I'm not that easy to distract. Lucian shrugged, then turned to Ruan-Mei. What do you want me to resurrect, though? Hearing this, Ruan-Mei immediately took out a pitch-black object, like the root of a broken worm, then thought for a moment before putting it away and replacing it with a bone fragment instead. Here, this is a piece of an ancient beast's remains. I tried to extract its genes and clone it, but I failed. Give it a try. Ruan-Mei handed the bone fragment to Lucian, then took out a recorder, preparing to document the process. Skrillum pressed a button on his head, also starting to record. Herta also ordered her mirrors to record the process. I don't think you'll get much out of your recordings, since what I'm about to do is more like magic, Lucian said with a smile, then created a white bandage with godly bandage and wrapped it around the bone fragment. Seeing this, the three geniuses had no idea what he was doing. A moment later, to the three's surprise, the bone fragment wrapped in the bandage began to transform and expand. In just a few seconds, it grew to 10 meters tall. Luckily, the laboratory ceiling was high enough and didn't get smashed. Whoosh! In the next moment, as the bandage unraveled, a humanoid beast looking just like Alien Baltan from the Ultraman series appeared in front of everyone. It looked around as if wondering where it was, its pincers opening and closing without aggression, merely watching the four strangers warily. Seeing the beast, Ruan-Mei's eyes suddenly lit up. It was the life form she had failed to clone after countless tries. It was resurrected so perfectly by Lucian with nothing but a bone fragment. Ruan-Mei walked to the beast's foot, probing its life structure with her fingers, and was immediately stunned. This isn't genetic cloning, but true resurrection. Ruan-Mei murmured to herself. My mark is even still on that bone fragment. Ruan-Mei fell silent for a moment, then glanced at Lucian, who was casually answering Herta's and Skrillum's questions. He must be the stepping stone that can help me advance even further. I want him. As this thought crossed her mind, Ruan-Mei approached Lucian, leaned close to his ear, and then whispered something. Can you revive an emanator of propagation? New genius friends reviving an emanator of propagation? As soon as Lucian heard the name propagation, he instinctively felt disgusted. Ruan-Mei actually wanted to revive an emanator of propagation. He knew that Ruan-Mei regarded emanators as mysterious and unfathomable beings, which was also the main reason that drove her to study what made them so much closer to Ians than ordinary living beings, so she could reach the essence of life itself. For that reason, she chose the most primitive and purest emanator starcrusher Swarm King, Scaricabaz, an emanator of propagation hoping to create its replica for study. In fact, the current attempt to revive the ancient beast was meant to pave the way for replicating Scaricabaz. I advise you not to mess with the propagation. You can't handle the consequences. Lucian stared into Ruan-Mei's eyes, speaking seriously. If you want to resurrect other creatures, it'll go along with you, but not the propagation. Taze-Zarunth, as the Aeon of propagation, had personally made Scaricabaz into their emanator, a powerful existence among the swarm, and one of the most terrifying forces during the swarm disaster. From its mouth, Scaricabaz could gather and unleash a death beam capable of splitting planets with ease, turning the shattered remains into a cradle for its offspring. If one didn't kill it in a single blow, it could unleash an insect plague at any moment. Knowing that, Lucian definitely didn't want to deal with something like that. Of course, if even a single piece of its remains was still around, resurrecting an emanator of propagation with a godly bandage would take only a few minutes if he wanted to. In fact, let alone the emanator of propagation, maybe he could even revive the Aeon of propagation themselves. At this thought, Lucian suddenly remembered how, in the original story, there was a blonde man carrying around a fragment of Taze-Zarunth's divine body, and he was in contact with Ruan-Mei. If Ruan-Mei asked him to resurrect an emanator of propagation now, Would she one day ask him to resurrect the aeon of propagation later? Such a thing must definitely never happen. It was not without reason that beings of the propagation were even more hated than the abominations of abundance. Don't worry, dear, I'm just joking, Ruan said with a half-smile, watching Lucian as if she were admiring some rare treasure. Seeing her like this, Lucian felt he had to bring her back to the right path and keep her away from the propagation. Just listen to her even calling him dear now. It was obvious she was completely interested in him. What are you two chattering about over there? Herta yelled at the two, who were having a close, private conversation. Ruame, get that beast out of here. Don't mess up my lab. If the ancient beast hadn't been so tame and cautious, just standing there without moving, the laboratory would probably have been destroyed or drenched in its blood already. Ruanmei immediately got to work and sealed the 10-meter-tall ancient beast inside a crystal. This really was a great experiment. Skrillum muttered in a curious tone. Question, Mr. Lucian, what is the principle behind your bandage? I'd like to discuss this with you. Unfortunately, that's a secret. Lucian replied with a faint smile. Well, when we become good enough friends to share everything, I'll tell you. Of course, that's very reasonable. Skrillum didn't press further and nodded politely. Conclusion. I'd be happy to be the kind of friend who can share everything with you. Seeing how his eyes seemed to light up, Lucian quickly gave a perfunctory nod. He had to admit, these three geniuses sure had their quirks. Now, not only Herta, but even Skrillum and Ruan may had some kind of connection with him, but most important of all, with three members of the Genius Society backing him. He no longer had to worry about getting ganged up on. One should know that back then, when the IPC wanted to wipe out all Intellitron life, it was only after Skrillum joined the Genius Society and became a deterrent that the IPC chose to play nice. Becoming their friends was undoubtedly a good thing. Becoming friends with three geniuses at once, you are the first, and no. Next time, I might as well introduce Steven to you too. Seeing Lucian getting great attention from Skrillum and Ruanmei, Herta teased with a faint smirk. If you weren't such a beautiful genius, I wouldn't even bother to know you. Lucian joked with a chuckle. Ha! Herta scoffed with a faint smile gracing her face. Well, since you're so good at talking, it'll set you up with a super firewall this time about the same as the one at the IPC headquarters. In a good mood after being complimented, she asked Skrillum to help her create a super network defense. Ruanmei was a genius in biology and a little weaker in this area, so she didn't participate. At this moment, she just sat across from Lucian, trying to talk him into becoming her research partner. If you're interested, you can come to my lab and take a look. I created a strange creature that could do a backflip. Sure, I'll check it out when I have time. Lucian never imagined that this cold beauty, who never socialized, would be the one to invite him to her home. And just like that, the two of them chatted through the night, while Herta and Skrillum were busy creating the so-called super firewall. By the next day, with Skrillum's help, Herta finally completed the super firewall. I really put in the effort this time, so you'd better remember it. Herta said seriously as she handed a chip to Lucian. Oh, so you're saying you were half-assed last time? Lucian raised his eyebrows, his gaze sharp and scrutinizing. Ugh, I'm hungry, my ears are ringing, I can't hear you. Herta pretended not to hear and turned away before muttering quietly to herself. Why hasn't that little hacker come yet? Got cold feet? And that mysterious hacker helping her afraid of getting ganged up on? Hearing her mutter, Lucian instantly felt pity for her. Sorry, but that so-called mysterious hacker is already mixed in with your group. As this thought crossed Lucian's mind, Skrillum walked over. Mr. Lucian, I'd like to visit your hometown. Would that be a problem for you? Huh, why would that be a problem? Go ahead. Lucian chuckled softly. Honestly, I'm always happy to have guests. If you don't mind, I'd like to come along as well. Ruanmei, who was snacking on pastries nearby, heard their conversation and chimed in softly. Of course you should go. Herta stood with her hands on her hips, looking like she wouldn't rest until she got her revenge. In the first place, the reason I called you two here is to help me deal with that mysterious hacker. Lucian, of course, had no objections. It was a good thing for three geniuses to go out and spread some knowledge to the locals. Yari Luvi. Out in the wilds, a distance away from Belobog, a spaceship was parked in an open field. A group of soldiers in alloy armor disembarked in formation, followed by a voluptuous woman in an elegant dress and a hat. It was none other than Jade. There's only one city on this whole planet? Jade gazed at the distant city of Belobog and remarked casually, "Looks like the Stellaron really did a number on Jarilo 6. In the next moment, she gazed at the sky, or more precisely, at an unfamiliar planet orbiting nearby Jarilo 6, one with a far more advanced civilization that had yet to be integrated into the IPC's economic system. Not bad, Jade thought silently. While we're here, let's bring that planet under the IPC's influence as well. Compared to Jarilo 6, she was even more intrigued by the thought of taking over that more advanced planet. Lady Jade, should we begin the surface sonic survey? A skinny employee holding a strange-looking device stepped forward to ask. Start it. Jade calmly gave the order, then slowly sat down on the sofa brought over by one of the staff, admiring the scenery as she waited. Really unexpected. A planet nearly destroyed by a Stellaron is now bursting with life. Who exactly saved this civilization when it was on the brink of extinction? Honestly, this place is dirt poor. The civilization is backward, the cost of support is high, and the returns are low. If they don't have any true leader worth mentioning, it'd be much more efficient to just annex this civilization directly. Jade's visit after a long while. A complete map of Jarilo 6 appeared on the tablet in Jade's hands. The mountains, rivers, forests, and creatures on the surface were all clearly displayed, and even the structures, terrain, and people in the underworld beneath Belobog were detected. Such was the power of advanced technology. In a place where civilization lagged behind, this technology proved most effective, undisturbed by any other interference. There's an arsenal in the underground as well? Jade pondered silently while tapping her finger on the sofa armrest. If the information is correct, all of this is actually IPC's equipment left here for the locals centuries ago to help them fend off invaders. There's even a giant mech, huh? But its details weren't in the files. Could it be something the locals developed themselves? Jade finished scanning Jarilovia's surface, but found no sign of the Stellaron hunters, nor did she detect any particularly powerful individuals. Maybe the most threatening thing was that giant mech hidden in the valley, but for the IPC, a mech like that could be disabled with a few mechanical disruptor rounds. It seems there's nothing here worth noting. No pressure at all. Jade put away her tablet and gave the order to the others. One team, come with me, the rest, stay here on guard. Now that she had confirmed everything on this planet, she decided to conduct a personal inspection. If someone here had managed to resolve the Stellaron crisis, their leader couldn't be too weak. If the person was worth recruiting, she would show some respect, but if there was no strong leader and they had just survived by coincidence, she would simply take the planet over. If they refused to cooperate, she would have to resort to other means. With part of an emanator of preservation's power, her authority in this backwater place was unquestionably top tier. Before long, Jade entered Belobog, but was stopped by the Silver Main Guards. However, after saying she was here for business negotiations, Jade was soon granted an audience with Cocolia. Clippeth Fort, Supreme Guardian's office. Cocolia sat at the long desk on the dais, looking down at the visitor from above. Below the dais, Jade stood alone, looking calm and composed. Ms. Cocolia, Jade said. Her voice held a warmth that brooked no refusal. Jarilo 6 has endured the eternal freeze up to now, and I admit that tenacity is impressive, but forgive me for being blunt. Tenacity alone has limited value in the markets of the vast galaxy. Cocolia sat upright on the Supreme Guardian's seat, her eyes deep and cold as she listened to Jade's words. Her hands were folded atop the desk, knuckles slightly whitened, betraying a touch of tension from having her domain intruded upon. Regardless, facing this imposing visitor from a galactic corporation, she showed no sign of backing down. Jarilo V's value does not need to be judged by outsiders, Ms. Jade. Cocolia's voice was steady as stone, hardened by the snow and wind of Belobog. Our people, our history, our treasures beyond price, and the value your corporation speaks of, I'm afraid, is far removed from what we understand. Jade let out a soft hum, her smile deepening a sharp, cunning glint flickering in her eyes. Even treasures need the right custodian and means of appreciation. In short, what she meant was, who's really in charge here? How strong are you to confront me? It should be noted that business negotiations never begin with a confrontation. One had to be courteous where courtesy was due, subtle when the situation called for it. Jade's gaze locked onto Cocolia, sharp as a probe, trying to dig out any clue from that flawless face about a Stellaron or any other powerful presence. If you want to talk about these matters, speak with our Supreme Guardian. Cocolia responded, her lips curling into a confident smile. As his woman, she had full faith in Lucian. Knowing his overwhelming strength and the alliance with Kuller, even the IPC would have to think twice before causing trouble. However, she wasn't sure whether he had any past grudges with the IPC, so it was best not to mention him right now. Letting him handle the talks himself also meant any trouble could be dealt with directly, erasing witnesses if necessary. You're not the one in charge here? Jade asked, looking slightly puzzled. No, Cocolia replied calmly. I'm just handling government affairs on his behalf, no more, no less. If that's the case, then let me meet the true decision-maker. Jade narrowed her eyes. You're not the one in control of this matter. Unfortunately, that won't be possible for now. Cocolia shook her head. Our Supreme Guardian is away, and we have no idea when he'll return. Upon hearing this, instead of anger, Jade remained calm, her smile never wavering, as if Cocolia's response was just a minor hiccup in her expectations. A moment later, she turned gracefully, her heels making a crisp click against the floor. Such determination is admirable, Jade said slowly. Her words sounded like honeyed poison. You'll wait here for a few days, then? I hope to meet your true leader soon. With that, she left the office directly, the sound of her heels echoing through the empty hall like the ticking of a clock. Cocolia, staring at Jade's departing figure, knew this woman was a viper who looked friendly and graceful, but always acted according to the situation. Clearly, the request to see the Supreme Guardian was only a test. If Lucian didn't return in a few days, she would probably make her move. As Jade exited the Clippeth fort, she regrouped with the IPC's armed guards waiting outside. Lady Jade, what should we do? Nothing. Jade smiled faintly. Well, wait for the so-called Supreme Guardian and see what he's made of. Honestly, she didn't mind waiting. In fact, she could use this time to gather more intel, so she could have a better advantage later. If it were Obsidian handling this task, she probably would have already started a violent crackdown and thrown Belobog into chaos. But unlike her, Jade preferred to bide her time and strike only when the moment was right. For now, she just had to see if this place truly had a leader worth her attention. Ding, ding, ding. Jade's phone suddenly rang, and as she took it out and glanced at the screen, she saw it was a call from Diamond. Jade, any sign of the Stellaron hunters? No, and no sign of a Stellaron either. I'm guessing it's already been taken by the Stellaron hunters. As expected. By the way, when the department was investigating Jarilo 6, they found a bad debt. They already sent the details to you. I know this is technically Topaz's job, but since you're already there, you handle it. Any issues? Of course not. P46's work has no boundaries. As soon as the call ended, Jade immediately checked the documents sent by the Strategic Investment Department. It turned out that 700 years ago, the architects of Jarilo 6 had borrowed a huge sum of credits from the IPC to fund their defensive war. In the end, after Jarilo 6 lost contact, the IPC assumed the planet was destroyed, so the debt was written off as bad. However, now that Jarilo 6 was found to have survived, the debt naturally needed to be repaid. After all these centuries, the interest and debt, TSK, Jade remarked, certain that there was no way this poor place could pay the debt back. Might as well acquire this planet directly and have everyone sign up for mining duty at the IPC. In 100 or 200 years, the debt will be paid off. With her new assignment in hand, she entered the Clippeth fort once again and knocked on the Supreme Guardian's office door. Come. As Cocolia's voice resounded, Jade pushed the door open and walked in with a smile. Miss Cocolia, there's still a debt you need to sign. As soon as Jade spoke, however, she paused when she noticed there were several new faces in the office. Herta, Skrullum, and Ruanmei. A gesture of goodwill. Herta, Skrullum, Ruanmei. As soon as Jade walked into the Supreme Guardian's office, she was stunned, frozen in place. What's going on? Why are 3 members of the Genius Society here? Even the always aloof Herta is present. Jade naturally recognized the members of the Genius Society, especially these 3. They were particularly famous among the other geniuses. Herta needed no introduction. She was an emanator of erudition, and even the IPC sometimes had to cater to her moods. Skrullum had single-handedly convinced the IPC to abandon its hostility and take the initiative to make peace. Ruanmei, an expert in the field of biology, had been described by the IPC as a very low-key person possessing extraordinary perception and the ability to integrate information, easily capturing the microscopic details of reality, weaving them into a torrent of data in her mind, and using them to make deductions and predictions. I didn't come to the wrong place, didn't I? Jade could hardly believe her eyes as she looked around her surroundings. Am not wrong, this is the previous office. If that were the case, why would 3 geniuses gather in such a poor place out of nowhere? Could they be here to investigate the Stellaron on this planet? They couldn't possibly be here to back Jarilo 6, right? Or maybe the Stellaron on Jarilo 6 was actually being handled by these 3? If so, that would explain everything. As Jade was still in shock, processing the scene before her, a young man suddenly appeared out of nowhere, standing beside Herta. He was so handsome that it was hard to describe. In simple terms, just one look, and Herta, from the traditional project department, would definitely want to sign him as a galactic idol. Such was Jade's first impression of the young man. You're with the IPC, right? Herta, spotting Jade, asked with raised eyebrows. Madam Herta, I didn't expect to see you here. Jade quickly put on a polite smile and responded gracefully, as if her previous shock had never existed. As Skrullum and Ruanmei noticed her, she greeted each of them respectfully before asking what troubled her. Did the 3 of you come here to conduct experiments? Do you need any assistance from the IPC? MS. Jade, I came here to visit the hometown of a future friend. There are no experiments planned. Skrullum answered politely. Same for me. Ruanmei followed with a flat voice and expression. Oh, you go do your thing. Don't mind us. Herta said casually while waving her hand nonchalantly, then reached out her hand toward the young man before her. All right, Lucian, give me the chip. Looks like you've got things to discuss with the IPC, so I'll do you a favor and install the firewall for you. Lucian casually reached into his back pocket and placed the chip in Herta's hand. EW, goes. Herta scoffed and shot him a look of utter disgust. Then, not bothering with him anymore, quickly walked away with the chip, with Skrullum following her to help with the installation. Ruanmei, on the other hand, looked around and found a sofa to sit on. Meanwhile, after hearing the 3's responses, Jade immediately latched onto the keywords friend and Lucian. One should know that being friends with the members of the Genius Society was no simple matter, and the way Herta interacted with that young man, so casually it seemed they got along quite well. In an instant, Jade's business instinct told her this place was no ordinary place, and that young man was also no ordinary person. Could he be the friend of Herta from the rumors spreading in the IPC? Lucian? As Jade gazed at Lucian with a calculating eye, Cocolia seemed to regain her sense of security upon seeing his return, visibly relaxing. Now that her sense of safety soared, when she looked at Jade, she actually found Jade's viper-like presence kind of cute. As Herta and Skrullum's figures disappeared, Lucian looked over at Jade's eyes, scanned her body up and down. It was his first time meeting her in person, so he definitely had to get a good look. Long, pink-purple hair, a strikingly beautiful face. D-cup breasts, excellent. S-tier legs, excellent. An S-tier body as well, excellent. Her looks went without saying, also S-tier, excellent. A bonus for knowing how to step on people, and high heels plus 0.2 points. Jade's score was 9.2 out of 10. Any woman who could get more than 9 points from Lucian was undoubtedly a rare beauty. So Jade truly made the cut. Lord Lucian, Cocolia was just about to tell Lucian about the IPC's intentions, but he suddenly raised a hand to stop her and took the initiative to explain himself. Interastral Peace Corporation, Strategic Investment Department, P46 Senior Manager, one of the 10 Stonehearts. Jade. Technically, Topaz should be the one collecting Jarilo V's bad debt. So why are you here? Lucian rattled off a string of information without missing a beat, causing Jade's mind to race for a fitting response. As she had guessed, this Lucian evidently was really hurt his friend, but she couldn't help but wonder how he knew about Yarilos' bad debt. One should know that she had only just received the notice herself from Diamond, and Lucian wasn't even with the IPC. So how'd he know already? Jade felt something was off with this man. TCH, this place is deeper than it looks. Thankfully, she hadn't acted impulsively and messed things up. Just changing tactics would be enough to resolve things perfectly. I'm not here to collect debt. Jade quickly shifted gears, flashing an elegant smile. I'm here on behalf of the IPC to offer congratulations to celebrate you getting through the crisis. At this point, she couldn't possibly miss it. Lucian was clearly Jarilo V's savior and true leader. But most important of all, he was friends with the three geniuses. Never mind how strong he might be, his connections to the three geniuses alone were enough for the IPC to treat him with special care. Besides, she herself was good at spotting value. Her judgment now was that Lucian had hidden value, worth far more than Jarilo V's debt, someone worth investing in, winning over, making friends with, and one whose returns could explode in the future. But that's not what you said earlier, Ms. Jade. Cocolia, using Lucian's presence to back her up, suddenly chimed in boldly. Ms. Cocolia, you might have misunderstood. Jade kept smiling. What I meant was, does Jarilo need the IPC to help with this development? If things are built up, the value goes up, right? Upon hearing this, Cocolia was at a loss for words as she realized that nothing too explicit had been said in their conversation just now. Needless to say, that was the whole point of why Jade kept things subtle. It left room to maneuver if something unexpected, like now, happened. You said you came to offer congratulations. Did you bring a gift? Lucian asked with a calm smile. Of course, I prepared one. Jade nodded softly. It's just that there was a delay on the way, so it'll be delivered in a few days. In truth, she hadn't prepared anything, so she'd have to hurry and get her department to fix that. I see. Lucian nodded slowly. So, Cocolia, what did you hear just now? Well, Ms. Jade said something about signing a debt. Cocolia replied without hesitation. You misheard, Ms. Cocolia. Jade calmly shook her head. It's a contract inviting Jarilo to rejoin the IPC's economic system, agreeing to erase the debt, and also send our people to help with its development. As she spoke, she hurriedly tapped away at her phone behind her back, revising the contract sneakily. Originally, the contract had called for Jarilo 6 to basically sell itself to pay off the debt, but she had no choice but to rewrite it right on the spot now. Lucian, fully aware of what she was doing, was secretly delighted. It was only natural. Erasing the debt without hesitation and only asking them to join the IPC's economic system, it was clearly a gesture of goodwill. Joining the IPC's economic system meant using credits as the main currency on Jarilo, which fit perfectly with what Lucian had been planning. Of course, he knew it was most likely because of the three geniuses that Jade had made such a decisive change. Regardless, Lucian couldn't help but admire Jade's decisiveness. She truly had vision and courage. In the end, after a brief talk, Jade signed a new contract with Jarilo 6. Jarilo 6 joined the IPC's economic system. The debt was wiped out, and both sides became friendly partners. Ms. Jade, please make yourself at home. I have something important to take care of, so I won't be accompanying you. Done with the contract, Lucian said his goodbye, left Belobog, and headed straight into space to find a deserted planet where he could carve an inscription as a gift for the IPC. It was obviously necessary, not only to make the IPC not think he was just mooching off them, but also to show his capability, so they wouldn't regard him as a powerless man who only relied on his relationship with the three geniuses. A thank you planet. Nu's appearance situation has changed. You know Lucian, right? He is the leader of Jarilo 6. Herda and Skrullum, as well as Ruan Mei, are also on good terms with him, probably close friends. I think there's investment value here. Immediately after leaving the Clippeth fort, Jade promptly contacted Diamond, reporting everything she had learned on Jarilo 6. Jade, you're a veteran at this kind of thing, so I trust your judgment. A friend of three geniuses is definitely valuable. Dig deeper whatever you need, money or manpower, you're in charge. I just want results. Of course. I won't let you down. Director, there's a planet for you outside. Before Diamond could respond to Jade, his subordinate's voice suddenly came through it, sounded urgent and panicked. A planet for me? What nonsense are you spouting? I'm not lying. A planet just appeared next to Pier Point, and there are even words inscribed on it. Beep. As soon as the subordinate finished speaking, the call was disconnected. Jade was left completely confused, having no idea what was going on over there. So she had no choice but to contact her colleague to find out. Pier Point, Interastral Peace Corporation headquarters. At this moment, an unknown planet suddenly appeared out of nowhere in space, frighteningly close to Pier Point. Countless IPC staff stood frozen on the ground, staring up in shock at the planet's sudden appearance. It looks like there's writing on it. Thanks. It says, thanks to the Strategic Investment Department for the gift of cooperation. Wishing Diamond 10,000 credits income per month. Jarilo 6, Lucian. 10,000 credits per month? What a vicious wish. Are they trying to pick a fight? It's clearly a thank you letter. Thank you letter. My ass who sends a whole planet as a thank you? 10,000 credits for a department head is awful. Insane. I've never seen a thank you at this level before. I'm keeping this memory for life. Lucian. That name sounds familiar. Where have I heard it before? Do you have Alzheimer's disease or something? HQ sent out a notice a few days ago, telling us to keep an eye on someone named Lucian. He's the guy Madame Herda's been looking for. Oh, right, I forgot about that. No, wonder definitely worthy of being Madame Herda's friend. Just like that, the entire IPC staff broke into a noisy commotion, all gazing up at the unprecedented sight above. Diamond stood by the top-floor window of the headquarters building, staring at the ridiculous thank you planet with twitching lips. Jade had just finished her report, and Lucian had already sent a planet over as a thank you. How much time had passed? How did Lucian even get a planet to Pier Point? Jarilo 6 was millions of light years away from Pier Point, even with continuous warping. It should have been impossible to arrive this fast. That man really does have some value, just as Jade said. Does he think Jade only recognized his connections to the three geniuses and not his abilities, so he sent this planet to show off? Diamond guessed Lucian's intentions, but didn't care. He was an emanator, so the only ones he took seriously were other emanators. He couldn't help but have a gut feeling that Lucian was actually an emanator as well, but regardless of whether he was or not, from a business perspective, Lucian was definitely worth the investment. In the next moment, Diamond sent Jade a message. Diamond, double the resources for Jarilo 6. Lucian is worth it. Also, send gifts to the three geniuses. Done with the message, Diamond ordered someone to clean up the thank you planet. Naturally, the rest of the department heads also heard about it, and each had their own thoughts. Yariluvi Belubok. When Jade received Diamond's message, she finally learned what had happened at the IPC headquarters. As soon as she found out, a chill suddenly ran down her back. Lucian had just said he had important things to do, and then, out of nowhere, an unknown planet appeared beside Pier Point. What kind of ability is this? He really does have hidden value. I need to put in more effort. Jade now found herself deeply intrigued by Lucian. From their previous conversations, she had oddly felt he was just a normal person different from all those other geniuses, yet this thank you planet proved he was anything but ordinary. Maybe she could even recruit him into the IPC? Clippeth Fort command room. Herda had just finished installing her best created network defense. And now all of Belobog's network was super secure. Even ordinary hackers stood no chance. Even Silverwolf wouldn't be able to break in except for the mysterious expert who had helped her, of course. Screwy, we'll stay here for now, Herta said with irritation in her voice. If that hacker dares to show up, well, I'll take them down immediately. It'll cure them of their internet addiction. Logic. If the enemy can break into IPC's network and even overpower our firewall, that's definitely a formidable hacker. Conclusion. I only have a 50% chance of winning, but I'll do my best. Skrillem's expression didn't change at all as he responded, but his tone was resolute. Just then, Lucian walked in, overhearing their conversation, and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Another day of outsmarting geniuses. Ding. Script cooldown complete. You can now activate the script again. Script. 1. Activate the script? Suddenly, the system's voice sounded in Lucian's head. No. Lucian immediately rejected. Because the script was his trump card for showing off or staying alive, he would use it later when the time was right, since he already had a plan. Lucian, you came at the perfect time. As soon as Herta saw Lucian walk in, she called out, Your firewall is ready. Now we just need to wait for the Stellaron hunters to take the bait, so stay here. I don't want you slacking off. Seeing her scolding look, Lucian smiled. What a shame. I was just about to introduce you to Noose. Lucian said casually and plopped down in a chair. All right, let's wait a little longer then. In the next instant, the moment Herta heard Noose, she immediately ran to Lucian and grabbed his arm with wide, almost crazed eyes. Wait for what? Herta pulled him up with force. Hurry up. After I meet Droidhead. I can wait as long as you want. Question. Are you two talking about meeting Noose of the Erudition? Skrullum, seeming to have caught what they were talking about, asked with his pitch rising a few notches. Yes, you heard right. But you can't join us, Screwy. This is my chance. Herta had worked hard for this day and naturally didn't want anyone else involved in case something went wrong. If Noose got distracted by someone else again, her efforts would all be in vain. Herta, is this the reason you befriended Mr. Lucian? Skrullum asked again, looking enlightened. Yeah. So what? Herta shot back, raising her chin. No, nothing. I just found the answer to a question I'd always been wondering, the reason you took the initiative to make friends. Skrullum replied. His tone held a hint of teasing. In that case, I wish you both good luck. He didn't ask for anything else because he knew his boundaries, and that was exactly one of the things Lucian appreciated about him. Skrullum, he'll introduce Noose to you next time if there's a chance. Lucian joked, then left the city with Herta, just in case any sudden energy surges caused by Noose's appearance hurt bystanders. In a vast clearing, Lucian placed Noose's hologram projector in front of him and turned it on. Hey, is this some kind of ritual? Herta asked with a skeptical expression. Why does it not work when I do it? It's because only I can do this ritual. Lucian shrugged casually. Besides, it'd be really dangerous if anyone else tried it. He wasn't kidding. Stripping an Aeon with disarm was as risky as it gets. Lucian said no more and fixed his gaze on the hologram of Noose. Then thought silently. Disarm. In the next moment, a layer of Noose's outer shell fell off in the hologram. Huh? Is the projector broken? Herta was just about to check the device, but before she could, Lucian called out loudly. Noose, come out and see me. Buzz. In the next moment, the imaginary energy in the area surged wildly, and the temperature skyrocketed. Unlike last time, however, Lucian and Herta did not enter the path space. Instead, a colossal figure appeared in the sky, or more precisely, in the space just outside Jarilo Via's atmosphere. It was a massive robot head, shining with a dazzling red light that covered all of Jarilo 6. No way, Herta muttered, looking utterly stunned. Droid heads actually projecting themselves this time? No matter how she thought about it, her genius mind still couldn't comprehend why an Aeon would appear just because Lucian called them out. What was even more ridiculous was that it was actually an Ian's projection this time, something even rarer than an Ian's gaze. Even Xander 1 Kuwabara, Noose creator, probably hadn't received this kind of treatment. What exactly did Noose see in Lucian? Fourth script. Marshal Hua's announcement in the distant depths of the universe. A massive robot head known as Nous, was calculating everything in the universe. Of course, the fact that they were calculating everything in the universe meant that their computing power clearly far surpassed the limits of human comprehension. At this moment, as always, Nous calculated the universe's future, intending to anchor the fate of the universe, when suddenly their outer shell fell off. It was that strange power again, able to peel off their shell with ease from billions of light years away. Even though it did not cause any real harm, it still affected their condition. It was absurd, since they had never encountered such an event before. Back when this had happened, they could not even figure out any information about the culprit, and now it happened again. Nous pondered for less than a millisecond, then traced the source directly and found the culprit's location. In that instant, they sent out their projection. It was none other than the colossal figure now appearing above Jarilo 6. Isn't that the Aeon of Erudition? Someone here actually managed to receive an audience with an Aeon? Jade, in the middle of inspecting the contract document with Jarilo 6, was stunned as she looked up at the sky, gazing at the colossal figure bathed in red light. Needless to say, the projection of the Aeon of Erudition above was enough to drive the Intelligentsia Guild mad. I knew there was something special about this place. Is it that man? Does the Aeon of Erudition come for him? Jade didn't know why, but her instincts told her it was somehow related to Lucian. If that was the case, then she would hit the jackpot this time. That meant she had to make sure she kept her relationship with him tight. Meanwhile, in the command room inside the Clippeth fort, as Skrullum looked up through the window and saw a Nous projection in the sky, his body could not help but shiver all over. As expected of Herta, her insight is still as sharp as ever, able to spot someone who could attract an Ian's attention. Conclusion: making friends with Mr. Lucian was the right choice. At the same time, inside the Supreme Guardian's office, Ruanmei also glanced out the window, drawn to Nous' projection. All this time, she had always wanted to study the essence of an Ian's life to see how they differed from humans, but she had never been able to, since she could never meet an Aeon in person. Now, she could, though it was only a projection. Even though the Aeon of Erudition neither looked at her nor came for her, she knew who had summoned them. Understanding this, she believed there would be many opportunities in the future. You are the key to my future. My research will need you, Ruanmei murmured to herself, then calmly took a sip of her tea. As Nous' red light shone over all of Bellobog, all the citizens, including the Silvermane guards, were both shocked and afraid. Such a gigantic robotic head hung in the sky, as if it were about to crash into their home. Who wouldn't be scared? Especially those who suffered from megalophobia. Their legs had already gone weak. Truthfully, even Lucian himself never imagined Nous would send their projection directly. If he kept stripping Nous' shell, would the real one show up next time? Suddenly, the red light covering the whole planet started to contract, focus, and gather onto one point exactly at Lucian. In that instant, an indescribable will seemed to crash into his mind. But fortunately, with the godly script system's protection, there was no real problem. Hey Lucian, don't steal my spotlight again. I'm supposed to be the protagonist here, Herta shouted in a hurry, growing anxious as she saw Nous focus its attention on Lucian once again. All right, I'm out of here, the rest's up to you. Lucian gave Herta an okay sign, then silently chanted inside his mind. Activate the script. Random character script starting. Jinglu randomly drawing a conceptual ability. Immortal kneel. Any living being will automatically kneel and press their palms together when you swing your sword at them. If they are unable to do so, they will be cut in two on the spot without exception. Right after Lucian activated the script, his figure disappeared instantly, losing their target. Nous once again covered the whole Jarilo 6 in red light, apparently scanning it. Hey, droid head. No, look at me. I'm your emanator. Herta smiled confidently and shouted at Nous while waving both her hands aggressively. I have a question for you. What is, unfortunately, before she could even finish, the red light vanished with a swoosh, and gone along with it was Nous' projection, all of it, taking only 3 seconds. Herta stood there frozen, her smile stiffening in an instant. Before long, the corners of her mouth dropped lower and lower, her face darkening as if ink could drip from it. True heartbreak was not about yelling or throwing a fit. True disappointment was not about crying one's eyes out. Droidhead, I should have refused to become your damn emanator. Herta yelled in anger, feeling so furious she nearly passed out on the spot. If Adrila were still here, I'd definitely have switched sides, wanting to curse Noose but unable to find the right words. All she could do was reminisce about almost becoming an emanator of beauty. Droidhead and Lucian must have something going on. Herta instantly calmed down and muttered thoughtfully, "Why does Droidhead always appear at his beck and call? I have to get to the bottom of this." Now she had a new goal. From now on, she would study Lucian wholeheartedly to find out just what it was about him that attracted Noose, though what made her curious the most was whether he could attract other Ians too. Xianzhou Yuk, Divination Commission. At this moment, Yu and Fei Xiao had just completed the verification from the Decalite Reflection Barrier Matrix. A jade abacus floated before them, and a voice resounded from it. Your dream is too mysterious. Even the Decalite Reflection Barrier Matrix cannot reveal it, so I can only divine your future. It was Yao Guang's voice, the Arbiter General of the Xianzhou Yuk, known as the Seer Strategist. At the very least, you are both beneficial and harmless to the Alliance. And both of your Spiritus are also genuine. These 2 points are more than enough proof. Welcome home, Yueyu. He'll be relying on you from now on, Yao Guang. Yueyu replied, smiling at the jade abacus. Fei Xiao, on the other hand, stood calmly beside Yu, but was grumbling inwardly mainly because she couldn't satisfy her curiosity about seeing Yao Guang's appearance, even though both of them were Arbiter Generals. Yao Guang was always hiding in the shadows and spoke through a floating jade abacus, controlling everything from some place nobody could find. In fact, even among the Yuk's native citizens, very few had seen her true face, so it could be said that she really was a master of lying low. Nonetheless, nobody could deny her contributions to the Xianzhou Alliance, and they also simply could not do without her. I will report this to the Alliance and reinstate Yuyu's military status. I'm sure the Alliance will be thrilled. Another general's fighting power, those old geezers must be overjoyed. Fei Xiao joked casually. By the way, about that Lucian you mentioned, can you bring him here? I'd like to see him. Not for now, he's busy saving the world. Yu and Fei Xiao both shook their heads, replying with the same words in unison. Even they found their timing strangely in sync. Very well. Fate will bring us together eventually. Now that this is settled, I won't keep you any longer. Please go on. As these words fell, the floating jade abacus shut itself off and fell to the ground before a diviner from the Divination Commission came to pick it up and put it away. Yu and Fei Xiao exchanged silent glances, then left together. Both of them felt relieved. Just as Lucian had said, the secrets of fate were obscured, and nothing about their dreams could be predicted. Even the blessing of abundance he had planted in them had not been detected. Apparently, because the Xianzhou natives and Foxians already possessed the blessing of abundance since birth, as long as they didn't overuse its power, nobody would ever notice and would simply regard it as an ordinary blessing. Before long, Yao Guang reported Yu and Feixio's verification to Marshal Hua, and Marshal Hua, in turn, announced it to the entire Xianzhou Alliance. All of the Xianzhou ships soon learned about Yu's resurrection, leaving everyone shocked and delighted. Xianzhou Luofu, seat of divine foresight, sitting before a chessboard, a tall man with a light complexion, long white hair tied into a ponytail with a red ribbon, golden eyes, and a mole under his left eye, made a surprised expression the moment he heard Marshal Hua's announcement. He was Jing Yuan, the Arbiter General of the Xianzhou Luofu, known as Divine Foresight. From what he had heard from his chief counselor, the resurrected Yu really was, truly, the former Arbiter General of the Xianzhou Yaoqing. However, what was even more surprising was that Yu actually still possessed her Spiritus. In other words, there were two identical Spiritus now. Diviner Fu, this news really is incredible, Jing Yuan said with a casual smile. What do you think is the background of this Lucian they mentioned? Sitting across the chessboard from him was a short and petite, pink-haired girl, or more precisely, a several hundred-year-old girl. Fu Xian was her name. She was the master diviner of the Xianzhou Luofist Divination Commission and one of the 6 charioteers. You're asking me? Fu Xian replied, while seriously pinching a black chess piece, searching for the best move on the board. Hand over your position as general, and he'll tell you. Huh. Jing Yuan yawned lazily, then narrowed his eyes. Honestly, I'm jealous. The Merlin's Claw gets to reunite with her master. Huh. He muttered quietly to himself, gazing dazedly at the chessboard. But strangely, I heard they now act like sisters instead of master and disciple. Weird. Jinglu and Lu Ocha somewhere in a star system within the vast universe, on a planet ruled by the abominations of abundance. A white-haired young woman froze hundreds of half-human, half-serpent creatures with a single sword strike. They were a race among the abominations of abundance, known as the Cobra kinds. Abominations, all of you deserve to die. Her cold voice matched the chilling glow in her crimson eyes, which gleamed like pools of blood as her slender frame. Long, silky white hair tipped with light blue, and pale, porcelain-like skin radiated an otherworldly beauty. Her attire consisted of an elegant dress of black, dark blue, and white, adorned with designs of moon phases and drifting clouds. A blue ribbon tied her long hair, while a red one decorated her hip and the back of her dress. Her legs were clad in dark, knee-length heel boots, and in her right hand, she held a sword forged from pure condensed energy blade made entirely of ice. Her name was Jinglu, a wandering swordswoman and a wanted criminal of the Xianzhou Alliance. Like I said, killing these abundance lackeys does absolutely nothing. A man who had watched from afar stepped forward after the fight ended, speaking with a helpless smile. I mean, even the Xianzhou Alliance can't wipe out these abominations faster than the Aeon of Abundance can spawn new ones. He was a slender man with long blonde hair that reached his upper thighs, fair skin, and green eyes. He wore a black turtleneck beneath a white coat trimmed with green and gold, white pants, and black boots with golden buttons and black soles. However, what truly made him stand out striking and unforgettable was the exquisite white coffin strapped to his back. Luocha, do you ever dream at night about your homeland being slaughtered by these abominations? Jinglu casually tossed her ice sword aside, and it dissolved into icy crystals before vanishing. Like you said, killing the plague's author and cutting off the abundance at its root is the only answer. But with my sword right now, I can't even cut down planets. All I care about now is killing my enemies with my own hands. Jinglu took out a black strip of cloth with a silver crescent moon detailed in the center and tied it over her red eyes, hiding any trace of emotion from her gaze, yet from her tone. It was easy to hear the bitterness and hatred beneath it. In that case, while I was doing business with the Alliance, I heard some interesting news. Maybe you'll be interested. Luo Cha looked calm, his tone betraying no emotion at all. It was precisely this calmness that made him seem like a man carrying stories of his own. Let's hear it, Jinglu said flatly. Luo Cha glanced around, then found a large stone and sat down on it. Do you know Yueyu, the former Arbiter General of the Xianzhou Yaoqing? Luo Cha asked while crossing one leg over the other. I've read about her in the history books. Never met her. Jinglu lightly shook her head. Back when Yueyu was still active, Jinglu had already been afflicted by Mara and had become a wanted criminal, never once returning to the Xianzhou Alliance. It was only recently that she had started reading some Xianzhou history, wanting to see what had happened over the centuries since she left, and that was when she learned the name Yueyu, the Arbiter General of the Xianzhou Yaoqing who had died in the Third Abundance War. Luo Cha nodded softly, then continued. Well, the Alliance issued an official announcement, confirming that she's been resurrected. Moreover, she's also regained her military status. So now there are 8 Arbiter Generals in the Xianzhou Alliance. Isn't that crazy? Upon hearing this, Jinglu froze for a moment, then clenched her fist in anger. Resurrection was a forbidden topic to her. Back then, two fools had violated the taboo of resurrection, and that was how everything had spiraled into an endless tragedy. Is that news true? Jinglu asked, feeling very skeptical. If resurrection really could be so perfect, her life wouldn't have ended up such a mess. Of course, Luocha replied calmly. Isn't the whole point of my trips to the Alliance to gather information? Was it one of the Vidyadhara High Elders? Jinglu asked emotionlessly. Did they come up with another resurrection technique? I have no idea. Luocha shook his head. Even though the Alliance didn't release any specific info, the fact that they're willing to accept her and even let her be a general again means there's clearly no harm. As soon as she heard the words no harm, Jingli's heart trembled. "Huh, she's really got it good," Jinglu remarked, sounding like she was mocking herself, or maybe she was just envious, not being regarded as an abomination and then killed. So, Luocha looked straight at her. Are you going to go and ask how she was brought back to life? Maybe your friend, don't mention her. Jingli's voice instantly turned cold, and ice crystals began to materialize around her body as she interrupted Luocha. They'll never let Baiheng suffer that punishment again. No one's going to disturb her peace. She's fine now. Baiheng was a forbidden topic for her. Back then, it was those two fools who had used a Vidyadhara secret technique known as Transmutation Arcanum, along with the flesh and blood of the Emanata Shuhu, to resurrect Baiheng. In the end, they had turned Baiheng into a mindless, draconic abomination that went on a killing spree, slaughtering anyone on sight. Ultimately, because those two fools couldn't even clean up the mess, Jinglu herself had no choice but to drive her sword through her best friend's skull. Even now, she still remembered how she had twisted her sword inside Baiheng's brain, destroying it completely, blood gushing everywhere as she watched her die in agony. Because of that incident, Jinglu had lost herself to Maharashtra, killed her own people, fled the Xianzhou Luofu, became a criminal, and had wandered the universe ever since. In that case, let's stick to the original plan and keep waiting for a chance to meet with the marshal. Seeing Jingli's strong reaction, Luocha decided not to bring up the resurrection topic again. Other people might chase after resurrection like it was the greatest thing ever, but to Jinglu, it was a kind of torture. Fine, Jinglu responded indifferently. All right, they'll keep doing business with the Alliance. Luocha sighed softly, then stood up. By the way, your Mara is only being suppressed for now. Try to control your emotions. A little fluctuation, and you'll fall into Mara struck again. If that happens, I won't be able to save you. My abundance power isn't all-powerful. As these words fell, he turned, planning to head toward the nearest Xianzhou ship as a traveling merchant. Jinglu stayed where she was, watching him walk away. Of course, even though her eyes were covered, Jinglu could still sense where people were. Keep an eye on the Luofu for me, Jinglu calmly reminded. If you hear anything about Dan Heng or Blade, let me know right away. Luocha raised his hand with his back to her, signaling that he understood. Jinglu didn't trust those two fools Dan Heng and Blade to stay out of trouble if they caught wind of resurrection. If another incident like the sedition of Imbibitor Luni broke out, she really would go on a killing spree, leaving no one alive. Just the thought of it made her head throb. In truth, the reason she had stayed on this planet was solely to vent her anger by killing abominations and keep herself in a good mood. But the moment she thought about those two fools, her mood soured again. As a result, Jinglu went out and slaughtered over 1,000 more cobra kinds, taking over one of their settlements. Done with the slaughter, she stepped into one of the houses within the settlement, planning to rest for a bit. Thud! Jinglu swung the door shut, sealed it with her ice, then lay down on the bed inside and closed her eyes to rest. Before long, a wave of drowsiness suddenly swept over her, and in her trance, she began to remember her homeland, the Xianzhou Sangqing, and her enemies, the devourer of worlds, Rahu, and the mastermind behind it, an emanator of abundance, Shuhu. In the deep, dark void, the living planet Rahu wailed and sang, charging forward with burning mountains and scorched land, ready to swallow everything. Countless people screamed in the streets, struggling and writhing in the despair of doomsday. while golden vines grew endlessly from their noses and mouths. Back then, she had been just an ordinary 11-year-old girl, able only to watch helplessly as it all unfolded, unable to move as her insides churned, something within her heart thrashing wildly like a ripe grain about to burst from its shell, swelling beyond its limit. Nevertheless, the mountains charging toward her made it clear she was nothing but a fly before it, about to be snuffed out by the mere pinch of a divine envoy's fingers. "Someone, save me," Jinglu murmured a barely audible plea before drifting into a deep sleep, entering a mysterious state beyond reach. Xianzhou Tsangqing, devourer of worlds Ro, nightmare in the year 6300 of the star calendar. The Xianzhou Tsangqing unexpectedly encountered a living planet during its voyage across space, which caused the sky above the Tsangqing to die, shrouded in darkness. Of course, it was not because of nightfall, but because the sky itself was being devoured alive by something. A crimson planet, known as the Devourer of Worlds, Rahu, hung high above the clouds of the Xianzhui Tsangqing, pulsing endlessly like a beating heart. Before long, Rahu slowly split open its shell of rock, sinew, and vines, spewing forth countless monsters. It was both a ravenous beast feasting without end and a mother on the verge of giving birth. Writhing, Rahu opened its planet-sized maw within, which lay a terrifying darkness, and forcibly filled every inch of space above the Xianzhou Tsangqing, making the jade towers that once gleamed across the sea of stars seem as insignificant as dust beneath the scarlet glowing surface of this living planet. In this chaos, the sense of oppression did not come from above, but from beneath one's feet, as the entire land of the Xianzhou Tsangqing groaned, twisted, and fractured in agony under Rahu's crushing gravity. In no time, the Xianzhou Kangsheng's proud towers, pavilions, and palaces with their intricate beams and soaring eaves let out a grating, tooth-aching shriek as they were ground past the limits of matter itself. Glazed tiles crashed down like torrential rain, shattering to dust, while sturdy pillars bent and burst apart in an instant, as if they were nothing more than rotted wood. Now, the dust was no longer a drifting haze, but a thick, suffocating yellow-gray tide that devoured what little light remained. "Ruin dash!" A shrill, cracking scream resounded, but it was barely audible over the collapse of buildings and the roar of dust. On various corners of the Xianzhou Tsangqing, the wreckage of star skiffs burned as the air filled with the iron scent of blood, choking dust from shattered buildings and a sweet, rotting stench wafting from within Rahu. Those lucky enough to survive the first wave of destruction scattered like ants scalded by boiling water, scrambling frantically through the ruins, each step risking a misstep onto the warm corpse of a neighbor. "Someone, help!" A woman cried out hoarsely, her hair in disarray, half her face caked with blood and ash, clutching a swaddled baby tightly to her chest. Her baby's shrill, ragged cries cut through the chaos like a dull knife, scraping nerves raw as the woman rushed blindly toward the shelter of a ruined archway. Unfortunately, in the shadows, a monster born from Rahu was already lying in wait, and in just a few seconds, devour them both. "No, my Strail." Not far away, a fat merchant in fine clothes had lost his mind. His bloated body was wedged between a collapsed shelf and half a broken wall, clutching a huge bag stuffed with heavy brocade pouches, apparently his life savings and Strail, the currency of the Xianzhou Alliance. Clink, clink. A handful of Strails spilled from the torn mouth of the bag, jingling as they scattered across the bloody dirt. Yet the merchant paid no mind to the terrifying sounds approaching from above and frantically tried to shove more Strails back into his arms, his chubby fingers bleeding from the sharp edges until a shadow loomed over him. It was the shadow of a monster that had just crawled out from a nearby crack and landed before him. It resembled a skinned giant lizard, but with insect-like segmented limbs and a spiral-toothed maw. PSSS. Drool mixed with sticky mucus dripped onto the merchant's bag, sizzling as it ate through the fabric. At the sight of his corroding bag, The merchant finally looked up and met the monster's compound eyes filled with nothing but pure hunger, void of all intelligence. Meanwhile, nearby, a massive broken metal beam pinned down a young Cloud Knight. His breastplate caved in, one leg twisted grotesquely beneath him, bone jutting through his uniform. A pool of vivid red blood spread beneath him as he gripped the broken shaft of his halberd, the jagged end pointed toward the hellish, writhing sky. An indescribable itch and burning sensation spread from deep within his bones and organs, as if countless roots were tunneling and growing wildly through his flesh. Ugh! Huff! He tried to inhale, but only ragged. Bellows like wheezing escaped his throat before an irresistible cold and stiffness swiftly overtook his body, erasing the agony. As a Xianzhou native, the immortality granted by the blessing of abundance he had received since birth now became the cruelest curse. All of these gruesome scenes were witnessed by a white-haired little girl who was still just 11. Her classmates, friends, and elders all dead. Now, she was utterly exhausted, unable to run any farther, and completely hopeless as she crouched frozen, watching all these tragic scenes helplessly. At this moment, rescue from the Xianzhou Luofu was nearly here, since they were the closest Xianzhou ship to the Xianzhou Cangqing. Upon learning of the disaster that had befallen the Cangqing, the Luofu had immediately assembled their Cloud Knights for rescue. We're almost there. Keep accelerating the warp. Inside a massive star skiff, a woman in heavy armor leading a fleet of Cloud Knights looked grim and tense as she shouted orders. Report. New intel: 90% of Cangqing has been destroyed. Casualties have reached 95%. It must be another ploy of an emanator of abundance, attacking with a living planet. Damn it. No point worrying about that now. Just save whoever you can. Even though the reinforcements raced toward the coordinates of the disaster as fast as they could, by now only a sliver of the Xianzhou Cangqing remained, since the rest had already been swallowed by Raho. Needless to say, it would all be gone soon enough. In this disaster, the white-haired little girl was very lucky, as she happened to be hiding in the last surviving fragment of the Xianzhou Cangqing, crouching quietly beneath it. Damn abundance! Damn abundance! Damn abundance! Her eyes were empty, her face etched with despair as she muttered the word again and again under her breath, as if carving it into her mind. Someone, anyone, please, step, step, step. Just as the little girl muttered to herself with empty eyes, footsteps suddenly echoed behind her. However, in her current state, she barely cared and didn't bother to look back. It was only when the figure making those footsteps stepped ahead of her its side profile, catching the light, that she saw it was a young man around 18. System, I don't like this beginning. Lucian glanced around with a speechless expression, then looked at the white-haired, empty-eyed little girl behind him. Are you kidding me? Everyone's already dead, and the script protagonist's like this now. Who am I even supposed to show off to? You're terrible for starting at this time. Seriously, why start with so much tragedy? How can I impress her now? Her mind's already broken, and she already hates the abundance to the core. Ding! Detected problems with the current script. Because your appearance and past performance meet the criteria, the script will restart. Buzz. Right after the system's message resounded in Lucian's mind, everything around him froze in place. It was as if time itself had stopped. Moments later, the world suddenly shattered, and the scene before him changed once more. "No, dash!" Yelling hysterically, the white-haired little girl, who had been crouching with empty eyes, woke from her dream, drenched in cold sweat, terror etched on her face. From her appearance, it was clear that her dream had tormented her. It was only natural. Such a dream was truly hell, a mortal purgatory for an 11-year-old girl like her. A nightmare? Thank goodness. Realizing that hellish scene was just a nightmare, the little girl pressed her hand against her chest, breathing hard to calm herself. As if remembering something, however, she quickly glanced out the window and saw delicate beams, gleaming jade towers, and palaces. Everything was still as beautiful as she remembered. Jinglu, are you home? Come out and play. As the little girl, Jinglu, was still staring out the window in a daze, several voices suddenly called from the courtyard. They were children's voices, the voices of her classmates and friends. Jinglu blinked her eyes, then quickly got up, dressed herself, and prepared to go out and play with them. In this huge house, she was all alone, for her parents had both died as martyrs. Immortal Neil, saving the Xianzhou Tsangqing, seat of Arbiter General. At this moment, several people in power had gathered inside the building that served as both the office and residence of the Xianzhou Kangcheng's Arbiter General. Chief Counselor of the Cloud Knights, Helm Master of the Skyfaring Commission, Cauldron Master of the Alchemy Commission, Furnace Master of the Artisanship Commission, Commissioner of the Realm Keeping Commission. Because the Xianzhou Kangcheng's Arbiter General had recently died in battle and a new one had not yet been chosen, for the Kangcheng's 6 charioteers, along with the Chief Counselor who had temporarily taken charge of the Cloud Knights, were now co-governing the Tsangqing. Chief Counselor, we detected abominations along the route ahead. We should detour around them. Helm Master, although the Master Diviner is out on business, the Diviner in charge of his place said it's safe to pass. I think we should just go straight through ITLL, save us energy and time. Calder Master, yes, let's just go ahead. If we speed up, there shouldn't be any problems. Furnace Master, you call me here just for this? Since the Diviner is already checked, let's just speed up and get through. Commissioner, yes. We'll waste a lot of energy if we detour. I also agree with speeding through this section of the route. 5 people, for votes in favor of going straight, there was naturally no objection, as the minority obeyed the majority. As a result, the Xianzhou Tsangqing began to accelerate, hoping to pass through the area where the abominations of abundance had appeared as quickly as possible. However, not long after, a sudden warning came from the staff monitoring the surveillance system. And not good. A living planet up ahead. It's charging straight toward us. As soon as those words fell, it struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving everyone present cold to the core. Chief Counselor, a living planet, you say? Are you saying there's a living planet? Cauldron Master, how did the Divination Commission not foresee this? Furnace Master, without the Master Diviner. You diviners are all useless. Upon hearing this, several diviners standing nearby couldn't help but lower their heads in shame. Honestly, no one could blame them for their outburst. Already accelerating, the Xianzhou Tsangqing could no longer stop in time, and with a living planet rushing straight toward them. A collision would mean the entire ship's instant destruction. In an instant, the atmosphere froze as the breath of death enveloped the entire room. Everyone's heart was in their throat. It felt as if the very character of death was hanging over their heads, as they were still struggling to think of countermeasures. A red shadow had already appeared in the sky above the Xianzhou Tsangqing, visible to the naked eye. Second by second, that red shadow grew larger at a terrifying pace. Chief Counselor, it's over. We don't have enough time. Commissioner, damn it. We're going to get billions of people killed. Helm Master, it'll take a Starskiff squadron to self-destruct and blast open an escape route. Furnace Master, it's too late. Everything's too late. We're moving too fast. Aside from those in this room, most of Xianzhou Kangcheng's citizens had witnessed this strange sight. Many were still gazing upward, admiring the massive, round red planet that hung above, and among them was Jinglu, lifting her eyes to the sky as well. However, the moment Jinglu saw the red planet, her entire body froze because that red planet marked the beginning of her nightmare. No, this can't be right. Why, yes, this must be another nightmare. Right? I need to wake up. Jinglu pinched her arm, her face, and her thigh. But unfortunately, all she felt was pain. Nothing else worked. In other words, this was not a nightmare, but reality. In just a few breaths, the red planet, already about to blot out the sky above Xianzhou Tsangqing, grew larger with every blink. Run! Hurry! Jinglu grabbed the female classmate beside her and ran toward the rear sanctum of Xianzhou Tsangqing. The farther they were from the red planet, the better their chances of surviving. Jinglu, where are we running to? Even though the other classmates didn't know why Jinglu was running, they followed instinctively as soon as she ran. Thud! Just as Jinglu was about to answer the question and warn everyone, she suddenly crashed into someone. Ouch! Jinglu bounced back and landed on her bottom, while the person she had crashed into stood firm as a rock. You're Jinglu? As Jinglu closed her eyes in pain and rubbed her aching bottom, a warm voice resounded. Jinglu slowly lifted her gaze and saw a handsome young man with silky black hair, his appearance surpassing every word in her vocabulary. Who else could it be but Lucian? Unfortunately, Jinglu had no time to admire a handsome man right now. She just wanted to escape as far as possible with her classmates. Mr. Run, look above us. That red planet is about to fall on us. It's going to eat everyone. As soon as she finished shouting this warning, Jinglu dashed off again, but as she passed by Lucian, he reached out and grabbed her arm. Do you want me to cut down that planet for you? Lucian asked calmly, a faint, gentle smile on his face. Jinglu glanced at him in panic, but his gentle smile instantly soothed her restless heart. Cut down that planet? Can you? Jinglu asked softly in a daze. I can. Lucian nodded lightly. As long as you tell me you want that planet to fall, it'll make your wish come true. Jinglu did not know whether to trust him, for this event was not happening in her nightmare. Maybe this man could really do it? Please, if you can, please help me cut down that red planet. I want it to fall and never appear again. Jingli's red eyes shone with unwavering determination as she poured her whole heart into the wish. All right, lend me your wooden sword, kid. Lucian nodded, then snatched a wooden sword from one of Jingli's classmates, almost making the kid burst into tears. Just stay here and watch me cut that planet for you. He smiled at Jinglu once more before lifting his gaze to the red planet above. By now, Rahu had already covered most of the sky above the Xianzhou Tsangqing in at most 10 seconds. It would definitely crash into the Tsangqing. In the next second, Lucian flicked a leaf from his finger and vanished instantly. 10. Lucian reappeared at the bow of the Xianzhou Tsangqing. 9. A massive red planet, Rahu, loomed several hundred meters ahead, crashing forward with overwhelming pressure. 8. Lucian slowly raised the wooden sword in his hand before unleashing Immortal Kneel. 7. If you want to blame someone, blame your lack of hands. Lucian remarked calmly and gave the wooden sword a gentle swing, as if he had used no strength at all. 6. Buzz, following the buzzing vibration. A silver-white line appeared across Raha's body. It was a sword slash mark. 5. Look, everyone inside the seat of Arbiter General witnessed an unbelievable scene on the screen. An unknown young man stood alone at the bow of the Xianzhou Tsangqing, and the moment he swung the sword in his hand, the living planet was actually split apart in an instant. 4. Splurdash. As the devourer of worlds, Rahu, was cleaved in two, torrents of blood immediately burst from within, and in that instant, black and red blood splattered across the barrier enveloping the Xianzhou Tsangqing. 3. Ruhart Dash. Rahu let out a deafening roar so powerful that, with its planet-sized body, a single bellow could easily deafen any mortal. 2. Lucian drew upon the imaginary energy to shield himself, keeping both the blood and the roar from reaching him. As for the Xianzhou Kangcheng citizens, if not for its advanced barrier that slightly dampened the sound, half of its billions of citizens would have been deafened on the spot. Nevertheless, the sudden roar still left them trembling in fear. Of course, since the Xianzhou natives carried the blessing of abundance since birth, even if their hearing was damaged, their bodies would soon heal themselves, so it was not truly a problem. 1. Raha's roar finally stopped, and its split body lay motionless. What's going on? What's making that sound? It's that red planet. It's been cut in half. What do you mean? Wasn't it about to crash into us? Who cut it? Naturally. Ordinary people could not see clearly what was happening outside the Xianzhou Tsangqing. Only those within the seat of Arbiter General could view the details through the surveillance cameras. Chief Counselor. Who is he? Hell Master. He saved us. Diviner. I'm still divining. still divining. All of them stared at Lucian's figure on the screen, their expressions breaking out of control. Everyone here knew exactly what kind of disaster had just been averted. It was an extinction-level disaster. And it was that young man standing on the bow of the one who had destroyed the living planet in just a few seconds all by himself, who had turned the tide and saved billions of people. Hero, an invitation, Jinglu stood dumbly in place, tilting her head back as she stared blankly at the demonic red planet, which grew larger and larger in the sky. In her nightmare, that living planet wailed and sang, sweeping toward everyone with burning mountains and land. On the long street, people screamed, struggling and writhing in the despair of doomsday, as golden vines endlessly grew from every one of their mouths and nostrils before death claimed them. In the end, she was one of the very few survivors. In her moment of despair, someone appeared before her, and as that person glanced at her and spoke something, her nightmare suddenly ended. It was then that Jinglu finally remembered the face of the young man just now was exactly the same as the person in her dream. Jinglu did not understand why this was, but what mattered was that she saw it with her own eyes, the fall of the red planet. In the sky, that demonic red planet was effortlessly split in half by the young man, wailing as it fell in agony, while everything around her remained as beautiful and prosperous as ever. No death, no hell, no loneliness. It was as if now was a dream. Amazing, Jinglu muttered softly as she looked up. Even though she could not see the young man's figure, she knew he was there, cutting down the red planet at her request. Rumble dash. A moment later, as Rahu finally fell dead, its split body crashed into the barrier covering the Xianzhou Sangqing, causing the entire ship to tremble. Fortunately, the ship had anti-vibration technology, so the buildings did not suffer serious damage, though many people lost their footing and fell. A few seconds later, everything finally calmed down again. The weather was clear and sunny, without a single cloud in the sky, while the red planet had vanished as if nothing had happened. Inside the seat of Arbiter General, however, everything was in an uproar. We're saved. We're saved. Thank God. Thank you, mysterious youngster. Strong. Too strong. He cut down a planet with a single strike. Absolutely unbeatable. I've never been so excited in my life. I'm about to cry. My goodness. I thought we were definitely going to die today, but I didn't expect a hero to come and save us. Everyone who witnessed Lucian's feat, whether they were officials, soldiers, or ordinary staff, was overwhelmed with joy. It could be said that they had just witnessed a miracle. In a situation where death had been certain, everyone actually survived, and not a single person was harmed. If this was not a miracle, then what was? Seeing the young man's feat and how he appeared valiantly right before their doom, they couldn't help but feel that he had to be someone sent by the Rainbow Arbiter themselves to be their new Arbiter General. In the end, after a brief discussion, the temporary leaders all agreed on the spot to choose the young man as the new Arbiter General. As for whether the Xianzhou Alliance would recognize the young man, that was a matter for later. For now, because they were in dire need of a new Arbiter General to lead, and now that someone who fit to be their new Arbiter General had finally appeared, they must seize this chance as soon as possible before another great disaster ensued. What are you all standing around for? Go look for the hero. Glancing at the captains of the Cloud Knights nearby, the chief counselor shouted with urgency, and from his tone, every captain understood one thing: they must find the hero, no matter what. Given that Xianzhou Sangqing now lacked a leader, the appearance of a powerful hero who had rescued billions of people single-handedly was, without question, a sign of hope they desperately needed right now. In the end, with a rush, each captain of the Cloud Knights began leading a small squad of knights to the bow of Xianzhou Sangqing to welcome the hero. Go find a handsome young man with black hair. He's even more handsome than I am, so you should find him easily. When you see him, immediately line up to welcome him. You lot have no idea who just saved your lives. Move. Unfortunately for them, at this moment, Lucian had already returned to Jinglu. I cut down that red planet for you, just as I promised. On a quiet, empty alley, Lucian looked at Jinglu with a smile, speaking casually as if what he had just done were nothing significant. I saw it. Thank you. Jinglu nodded softly and gave a sweet smile. Seeing her smile, Lucian could not help but admit that her white hair and red eyes, when paired with that smile, truly were the marks of a top beauty. Even now, the 11-year-old her was already stunning. No wonder she would one day become a femme fatale. What are you guys talking about? A girl around 10 years old walked over and asked with a puzzled expression. Several other boys and girls, about 9 or 10 years old, also came over and stared at Lucian with blank curiosity. I know, he's a child kidnapper. A chubby boy with a runny nose pointed at Lucian, accusing him. Is there even a kidnapper who looks this good? I don't buy it. A plump 10-year-old girl argued, defending Lucian. Jinglu, instead of answering the question, found her friends noisy and annoying right now. He's not a kidnapper. He's the hero who saved Songqing and saved us. Jinglu spoke seriously with a cold face, but of course, none of the children could accept her words since they did not see Lucian do anything. Nevertheless, since she was older and like a big sister to them, none of them dared to argue and just looked at each other in silence. Meanwhile, seeing Jinglu defending him so fervently, Lucian chuckled quietly, finding her act adorable. Sure enough, even though he hadn't expected the script to actually restart, it was definitely the right move, because now Jinglu could be approached easily, unlike the previous her who already hated abundance with every fiber of her being. Needless to say, the previous beginning was garbage, truly a cliché mess. However, now that the Xianzhou Songqing had escaped destruction, unlike in the original story, Lucian couldn't help but wonder what would happen next. Forget it. Just take it one step at a time like always. As long as I keep an eye on Jinglu and finish the script, that's enough. As Lucian was deep in thought, he suddenly felt someone tugging at his sleeve, snapping him out of his thoughts. He looked down and saw Jinglu at his feet, pulling his sleeve, while her friends had already walked away, apparently shooed away by her. However, because of their height difference, she had to look up at him, which made her look even more adorable. What's your name? Where do you live? Can you give me your jade abacus contact? Jinglu asked in rapid succession. Lucian thought for a moment before answering. My name is Lucian. I'm a wandering swordsman. As for where I live, the sky is my blanket and the earth my bed. I go wherever I please. Hee hee. You make it sound good, but really, you're just homeless? Jinglu spoke with a smile, but then her clear eyes suddenly filled with hope and shyness as she thought of something. In the next moment, with a child's directness and warmth, she spoke again, but this time shyly. Well, do you want to come to my house? Jingli's little hand unconsciously twisted her own sleeve, then gazed at the distant, lantern-lit residence. My house is really big. I can get you the best room to stay in. As she spoke, she looked a bit nervous, but her eyes were bright and determined, full of an invitation that could not be refused. But you have to teach me your swordsmanship. I want to become as strong as you. Jingli's eyes shone with a longing for ultimate strength, and even more, a complete trust and admiration for the mysterious young man in front of her. At this moment, what filled her mind was the desire to prevent another disaster like the one in her nightmare from happening again. So she longed for the kind of power that could protect everything. Lucian lowered his gaze, slightly stunned as he saw the gratitude and pure invitation in Jingli's eyes. He was silent for a while, looking as if lost in thought. A gentle breeze lifted the black hair on his forehead, and if one looked closely, they might spot a faint trace of gold flickering deep within his hair. Jinglu waited patiently, her gaze fixed on him, filled with hope and yearning. A while later, the corners of his lips seemed to lift ever so slightly, an almost imperceptible smile. Your house, huh? Lucian muttered softly, gazing at the distant, lantern-lit residence, the house Jinglu had spoken of, an emanator of abundance. Stepping into the home of the future sword champion of the Xianzhou Luofu, even though this thread of fate seemed harder to grasp than the living planet he had just cut down, that was exactly his goal. He only needed to act mysterious and let Jinglu invite him herself otherwise. He would definitely be mistaken for harboring bad intentions and ulterior motives. All right. In the end, Lucian nodded slightly, accepting Jinglius' invitation, his expression calm and without a ripple. Becoming an arbiter general? I refuse. As Lucian glanced at his surroundings, he realized that Jinglius' house was indeed enormous and could have easily accommodated more than a dozen people. Why is your place so empty and quiet? Lucian suddenly realized that he actually did not know anything about Jinglius' childhood background. All he had ever known from the game was a brief mention that her hometown was the Xianzhou Songqing, which was destroyed by Rahu, and later on, she became the disciple of an armored woman from the Xianzhou. Now, he had met the young Jinglu in person and finally had a chance to learn about her family background. He wondered if he would get to meet a white-haired MILF. My parents were killed by abominations, so I am an orphan. Jinglu answered calmly, her voice so calm as if it did not involve her at all. They left me this house and a large sum of money, enough for me to grow up. Having survived that true nightmare, she felt that her mental resilience had grown much stronger, so when she spoke of her deceased parents now, she no longer felt as sad as she used to. I see. Lucian nodded softly as he realized there would be no white-haired MILF, then joked without hesitation. Well, you're a bit luckier than me, then. At least you have an inheritance. Back then, I didn't even get any of that, just the clothes I wore on my body. Seeing his casual attitude as he spoke about his past, Jinglu began to feel at ease, especially since there was a sense of shared hardship between them. Because the Xianzhou Kangcheng's architectural style was quite similar to the Xianzhou Luofus, both rich with ancient charm, her house was a grand traditional, Eastern-style mansion located in a bustling district. It was clear that her parents had saved up a great deal of money when they were alive. However, in the original story, all this property was unfortunately swallowed up by Rahu, leaving her a penniless refugee. If Lucian were in her position, he would have just collapsed on the spot. Before long, Jinglu led Lucian into a large empty room. You can live here from now on. Jinglu chuckled softly, and there was even a trace of happiness in her voice. From now on, you have a home too. Lucian looked at her smiling face, and he suddenly felt like he was a stray cat that had just been adopted. Aren't you worried I'm a bad guy? Lucian asked in wonder. I mean, what if I have some evil intentions toward you? What kind of bad guy would save people? Jinglius' expression stayed composed as she shook her head. If you're after my inheritance, they'll just give it to you as thanks for saving me. Would you even want it? Upon hearing this, Lucian couldn't help but chuckle. Jinglu, even at 11 years old, was quite something. All the suffering she had endured had turned her into a cold on the outside, warm on the inside, ice queen. Suddenly, Lucian felt a certain desire. He wanted to see what kind of person he could turn Jinglu into on this different beginning. Smart, but not really smart. Lucian reached out and gently patted Jinglius' head. You have no sense of your own beauty at all. From now on, don't let people you have just met into your home again. You're too weak to protect yourself. Jinglu did not resist having her head patted. On the contrary, she seemed to enjoy that long-lost sense of security, looking like a little kitten, her eyes narrowing slightly, looking obedient and cute. Don't worry, you're the first and the last. Jinglu nodded calmly. I want you to live here because I want to learn from you. Right after saying this, her lips curled up slightly before she locked eyes with Lucian, her red eyes gleaming. That's why I'll have to trouble you to protect me from now on, Master. As soon as he heard Master coming out of Jinglius' mouth and saw her curled up lips, Lucian felt his heart melt. He never expected this little girl to be so sly and clever. All right, so, can you cook? A little bit. Okay, then you're officially my disciple. As soon as these words fell, Lucian suddenly remembered something. Should Seal call Jinglu Senior or Junior? From his perspective, he had accepted Seal as a disciple first, but in terms of timeline, Jinglu was more than 1,000 years earlier than Seal. Oh well, let them fight for it in the future. Whoever wins gets to be the senior. Lucian chuckled inwardly and shook his head. All right, good disciple. Hurry up and go cook for your master. I want to try your cooking. He wasn't actually hungry, he just wanted to taste a meal cooked by Jinglu herself. How many people ever got that chance? If some of his online buddies from his original world, those who had Jinglu as their waifu, knew about this, they would definitely cry in blood and curse him. In that case, Master, you'll have to arrange your own furniture. Jinglu smiled faintly before slipping away to the kitchen. At the same time, inside the seat of Arbiter General, the chief counselor and 4 of the 6 charioteers had already reported everything that the Xianzhou Tsangqing had experienced to the higher-ups of the Xianzhou Alliance, from the initial decisions to the attack, and finally to the black-haired young man who had, with his own strength, single-handedly turned the tide, slain the living planet, devourer of worlds Rahu, and saved the Xianzhou Tsangqing from disaster. Every step was carefully documented. Yes, the Alliance is already aware of this matter. Regarding your recommendation for that mysterious hero to become the next Arbiter General, the Alliance approves. Bring him to the Yuk for assessment. Once he passes, he may inherit the Yuk's Spiritus. Upon hearing this reply, the 4 were filled with excitement. As the most prosperous Xianzhou ship, the Xianzhou Tsangqing definitely needed a powerful Arbiter General to hold the line. If there had been an Arbiter General to stand against Rahu before, there would not have been such a world-ending disaster. Because there was no Arbiter General, the most prosperous Xianzhou ship had nearly become history. Not wasting any time, the chief counselor immediately gave the order to the captains of the Cloud Knights. If you can't find anyone at the bow, pull up the surveillance. Search every single place, make sure you find the hero. As all the captains excused themselves to carry out the order, the Helm Master stopped them. Wait, Xuanlian. We should make this public and establish his reputation first, so the public can easily accept him later. Upon hearing this, the chief counselor, Xuanlian, thought it over for a moment before agreeing with the suggestion. Just like that, everyone, whether they were high-ranking or low-ranking officials, began working, searching, and spreading the news about Lucian. Finally, after a long search, they found his whereabouts 2 days later right there in the residence of a martyr couple. 3 days after Lucian settled in Jinglius' residence, the chief counselor and 4 of the 6 charioteers arrived at the residence with gifts. You are? As Lucian opened the door after hearing knocking sounds, he saw a group of men and women in neat, official clothes. It was clear at a glance that they held high status. It really is you, hero. Thank you for saving us. Thank you for saving the Tsangqing. Xuanlian quickly stepped forward and grabbed Lucian's hand excitedly, pouring out words of gratitude endlessly. Ordinary people might not understand, but the 5 of them certainly did. A feat that saved hundreds of billions of lives. Who would not address such a man as hero? There's no need for thanks. Lucian looked awkward, really not wanting to hear all these words of praise from this official. If there's nothing else, go back to work. The Tsangqing still need your support. Goodbye. Wait, it's not just thanks. We came here to ask you to take the position of Arbiter General of the Xianzhou Tsangqing. Xuanlian spoke hurriedly. Then his expression turned grave. Because the last general died in battle, and the one who was supposed to inherit the position was killed as well, we need someone with strong power and upright character to lead the Tsangqing. And the best candidate we can think of is you, hero. As he spoke, the others wore the same serious expression. Why do you think I'm the right one? Lucian asked with raised eyebrows. You killed Rahu, a planet-level threat, with a single sword swing. Xuanlian replied solemnly. Your strength is unquestionable. I guarantee it. You stepped up to save the Tsangqing at its moment of destruction. The Helm Master added. Your resolve and courage are obvious. And after the crisis, you kept your achievements hidden, never asked for rewards, and stayed low-key. The commissioner also added, such a noble act. Your character is truly impeccable. Knowing all this, how could anyone be more suited for the role of Arbiter General? Seeing this group of high officials speak with such sincerity and determination, Lucian almost started to believe he really should take the job. But unfortunately, I refuse. Lucian had no interest in being an Arbiter General. Handling official duties every day. What was so great about being a bureaucrat anyway? Besides, since an Arbiter General would receive a Spiritus, what if getting it conflicted with his own power of abundance? Wouldn't that basically expose him, revealing himself as an emanator of abundance to the entire Xianzhou alliance? And what if the Aeon of the Hunt, Lan, found out? He would only be making things harder for himself. It had only been a few centuries since Shu Hu orchestrated the Second Abundance War, so emanators of abundance were still hated. Still the Xianzhou alliance's #1 public enemy. Understanding this, he would never make Jinglia's script more difficult on purpose. Wasn't it better to just stay and live peacefully with Jinglu? What click? Xuan Lian wanted to persuade Lucian more, but the door was already closed. Huh. Let's leave it for today, Chief Counselor. We'll try again later. Sighing, then shaking his head, the furnace master spoke with pity. Xuan Lian fell silent for a moment before suddenly calling out. Hero, at least tell us your name. Lucian. Lucian, still standing behind the door, replied calmly while rolling his eyes. After all that inspiring and touching talk, after asking him to be their Arbiter General and thanking him for saving them, they were only asking his name now? Weren't these officials a bit unreliable? Shu Hu, Azure Sword Immortal. A different Jinglu somewhere in a distant star system, a massive tree, which had just devoured all the natives of the planet, stood tall upon its surface. In truth, it was not a simple tree, but the infamous emanator of abundant Shu. Rahul. Shu Hu suddenly sensed that the connection with his pet had been severed, which meant that Rahu, the planet he had personally enlightened, was dead. Who killed my pet? It must be those bastards hogging the traces of abundance again. In this universe, what he despised the most were the Xianzhou natives. They had willingly sought Yaoshi for immortality and received the traces of abundance Yaoshi's creations that countless followers of abundance had never attained yet after obtaining them. They turned their backs on their God and Savior, running off to worship that devilish archer author who harbored intense hatred toward Yaoshi. But worst of all, they shamelessly still monopolized the traces of abundance and refused to let any other followers of abundance use them. Absolutely detestable. They were nothing but shameless trash. If they dared to kill his pet today, then tomorrow they would dare to kill him. As Shu Hu thought about it, the angrier he grew. If not for the presence of the Arbiter Generals on the Xianzhou Alliance's side, he would have already charged forward. Last time, he had started a war, but because of those Arbiter Generals, he had been defeated. Now, he was recuperating and gathering strength for another war. Fine, I'll let you act arrogant a little longer. Once I've recovered, I'll attack the Luofu first and seize the Ambrosial Arbor. I'd like to see who can stop me then. Just like that, knowing his pet had died, Shu Hu was truly furious, but he ultimately managed to hold it in. Shu Hu continued to the next planet, devouring its natives while gathering new followers of abundance, preparing for the next war. Ambrosial Arbor, he was determined to have it. Xianzhou Songqing, Inner Sanctum, Jinglius residence. As Lucian sent away those officials, he finally enjoyed some peace and quiet. In the end, after tasting Jinglius cooking as always, he sat in the courtyard, basking in the sunlight at his leisure, when suddenly, Master, it's 3 days already. I want to learn swordsmanship now, as you promised. Jinglu, having changed into her training clothes, approached Lucian and brought out the sword left by her parents. It was 3 feet 7 inches long, weighing over 3 kilograms. Seeing her bring out a real sword, Lucian started to panic a little because he did not know any swordsmanship at all. In fact, he had made an excuse to recuperate for 3 days and used those days to remember any swordsmanship from his original world to teach Jinglu, but sadly, it was in vain since he didn't know any swordsmanship at all. It couldn't be helped. In the past, he was not a swordsman or anything, and he merely watched some sword moves from movies, anime, games, and the like. How could he teach someone swordsmanship? However, since his image as a swordsman who could split a planet in two had already been established, he had to keep up the act. All right, from today on, you'll swing your sword 3,000 times a day, 100 push-ups, 100 squats, and run 20 kilometers. Lucian instructed calmly, his expression solemn. However, after hearing the training plan, Jinglius' beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Master, will that really work? Why do I feel like if I train like that, it'll lose my hair? Also, what sector school do you belong to? What swordsmanship will you teach me? A barrage of questions came one after another from the confused Jinglu. Lucian thought for a moment and decided to make something up. No sector school. Lucian calmly shook his head, acting mysterious. But the world calls me the Azure Sword Immortal. In his eyes, when one traveled the world, one's reputation was whatever one claimed it to be. Jinglu, upon hearing the name Sword Immortal, instantly had her eyes light up. No wonder her master could slice through a planet so easily. He was actually a sword immortal. Seeing Jinglu truly fall for his nonsense, Lucian continued to put on a mysterious act. To kill in 10 steps, leave without a trace for 1,000 miles. Once the deed is done, brush off your robes and conceal both your fame and skill. As Lucian spoke, a beam of sunlight coincidentally fell upon him, making him appear just like the protagonist of a fantasy tale, glowing with a halo. Combined with the lines he recited, he could not have seemed more unfathomable. In all her life, Jinglu had never seen anyone act this cool before. As a result, she was utterly awestruck. At this moment, she could almost see a hero, sword in hand and wine jug at his side, stepping into legend with a single stride, free, elegant, and brimming with boundless spirit. Amazing! Master, please teach me your swordsmanship. Jinglius' eyes widened, and her mouth dropped open. Slightly admiration and longing were written all over her face. You're my disciple, so of course he'll teach you. Lucian smiled and pointed to the old, worn wooden stake in the yard. All right, just practice as I said. Jinglu nodded and, with a determined look, marched over to the stake and began swinging her sword at it. 3,000 sword swings later, Jinglu felt her arms go numb. Yet she still had push-ups left to do. Her breath came in shallow gasps, her muscles screaming for rest. But her willpower burned brighter than any fatigue. A while later, after running 20 kilometers, she felt her legs turn to jelly, but she still had squats left. As she squatted, her legs trembled beneath her at one point, but she quickly caught herself, forcing her body to stand tall once more. Sweat streamed down her face, but she refused to wipe it away. As Jinglu struggled through the grueling training, her eyes locked onto a distant point on the horizon. It wasn't just the physical challenge that drove her, it was the promise of something greater, something beyond the limits of her current state. Now, she had a purpose, one that she was unwilling to let slip away. Every drop of sweat, every aching muscle was an investment in her future, and she wasn't about to waste it. Seeing Jinglu already looking half dead, yet still determined to continue, Lucian's gaze softened slightly as he observed her. But only for a moment before it became steady and unwavering. There was no pity in his eyes, only quiet approval. Even though he didn't know any swordsmanship, he at least knew how to get one's body in shape, which was why he planned to get Jinglius' body in shape first. At least he knew that, with a healthy and strong body, one could do anything. As night came, Jinglu, having already finished her day's training, now lay limp in the bath. Will I really be as strong as Master if I keep this up? Jinglu pondered silently and tried to lift her arm, but it was too weak to move. In fact, her whole body was now soft and powerless. If I could just lie here forever, that wouldn't be too bad. Jinglu suddenly felt her eyelids grow heavier and heavier until she could no longer keep them open. In the next moment, her eyes closed completely, and her mind drifted into a peaceful, quiet oblivion. For a brief moment, there were no worries, no thoughts, just a gentle, endless calm. Lucian, sitting alone in the courtyard and enjoying the cold breeze, waited for Jinglu. But even after a long wait, he still did not see her come out. Disciple? Lucian called out, but no one answered. In the end, he stood up, entered the house, and went to Jinglius' room, but found no one inside. Is she still in the bathroom? Lucian pondered for a moment before walking toward the bathroom. Jinglu? He stood before the bathroom door, knocking and calling out, but there was no response from inside. Don't tell me she drowned in the tub? As this thought crossed his mind, Lucian no longer cared about manners and barged into the bathroom. As soon as he entered, he saw Jinglu was indeed still in the bathroom, passed out inside the tub. He quickly checked and confirmed that she was only asleep. Yet no matter how much he called, she would not wake up. "If it weren't for me, you'd have drowned in here today, my dear disciple." Lucian muttered helplessly, then created a white bandage with godly bandage and wrapped Jinglu up with it. Of course, during the process, he inevitably caught sight of something hidden. With my lucky insight trait, I can see hidden things anywhere I go. Lucian couldn't help but roll his eyes at himself. Now, what appeared before his eyes was a fair, smooth, and tender little figure, with the only downside being that Jinglu was not fully developed, yet probably a B cup at best. Nonetheless, from top to bottom, everything was delicate and attractive. If it had been someone perverted, they would definitely have made a mistake, but as a true gentleman, Lucian only looked from afar and did nothing inappropriate. In the end, after finishing bandaging Jinglu, Lucian immediately left the bathroom, knowing that the still young Jinglu was easily embarrassed. Not long after Lucian left, Jinglu finally woke up. Even though she was confused about why she was wrapped in a bandage, as it came off, she surprisingly felt incredibly refreshed. Now, her whole body was filled with strength, her eyes were bright, and she felt like she could swing her sword another 3,000 times. Is this bandage Master's doing? It was only natural for her to come to this conclusion. Considering there were only 2 people in her house, her suddenly being bandaged could only have been her master's doing. In other words, the exhaustion miraculously leaving her body must have been his help as well. However, does that mean Master saw everything? Jinglu glanced at her own body, then quietly crouched in the tub, letting the bathwater cover her head. Although she was well aware that this kind of thing should have been terribly improper, she could not bring herself to be angry with her master. In fact, rather than anger, what filled her mind now was how she was supposed to face him later. In the end, Jinglu did not come out of the bathroom until midnight. When she passed by the living room, intending to go to her room, she saw Lucian sitting on the couch, apparently waiting for her. As soon as their gazes met, however, her face instantly turned red, and she hurriedly looked away, looking panicked. A moment later, after exhaling a deep breath, she opened her mouth and spoke up. "Thank you for helping me recover." Jinglius' voice was as soft as a mosquito's, but luckily, Lucian's hearing was sharp enough to catch it clearly. If anything happens in the future, just come find me, okay?" Lucian responded with a gentle smile. Seeing such a sudden, gentle smile, Jinglu was so startled that she turned and ran straight back to her room, diving under the blanket with her ears burning red. Damn, is that super shy girl really the Jinglu I know? Lucian could not help but wonder to himself as he thought of the original Jinglu in the game. Needless to say, the 11-year-old girl who ran away from him in embarrassment was nothing like the crazy, cold beauty he remembered. Acting Arbiter General 1 week later, the Xianzhou Kangcheng's 6 charioteers, as if they had nothing better to do, once again teamed up to persuade Lucian in person. Naturally, their ultimate goal was still the same: to have Lucian lead the Xianzhou Sangqing as its Arbiter General. "Listen, this time I'm going for the tragic card." Chief Counselor Xuanlian spoke with great confidence. "I used this move on the last general. It works every time. I did a divination for Lord Lucian, but I couldn't see anything at all." The master diviner of the Divination Commission, who had finally returned from his business trip, said with a frown, "It's weird, I'm starting to think there's something wrong with my ability." Upon hearing about the Xianzhou Kangcheng situation, the master diviner couldn't help but feel a wave of lingering fear. Went on a business trip, but his home was gone? Fortunately, someone strong had held the line and protected the whole Xianzhou Sangqing. In the end, he immediately joined the group, doing his part to convince Lucian to take the position of Arbiter General. Forget all that. Later, it'll play the poor and struggling role, and you all play the weak and bullied part. The Helm Master chimed in with a completely straight face. Just say our Sangqing keeps getting targeted and suffering because we don't have a general leading us. In fact, this was their first time dealing with someone who genuinely did not want to be an Arbiter General. So no matter how hard they tried to convince Lucian, They had no choice but to resort to a few tricks. In Jinglius' residence, she was now practicing sword swings as usual, but she had gotten so used to it that swinging the sword 3,000 times in a row no longer exhausted her. "Master, spar with me." Jinglu, finished with her 3,000 sword swings, held her sword up with confidence. "Let's see how many of your skills I've picked up." Her current posture it was as if being able to swing an over 3 kilogram sword 3,000 times was enough to make history. Lucian, lying on a rocking chair, lazily turned his head to glance at Jinglu. "My dear disciple, you're getting ahead of yourself." He admitted Jinglu was talented. She could make rapid progress even without any hacks or cheats, but sadly for her, she was provoking a true cheater. Lucian stood up, stretched lazily, and picked up a wooden sword lying nearby. "Ready?" Lucian asked softly. Jinglu grew serious, gripping her sword with both hands, her entire body tense. Even though her master usually looked relaxed and harmless, she knew well that he had real, terrifying swordsmanship. His battle records were out there for all to see. Soon enough, in her line of sight, Lucian casually let his sword drop in front of him, seemingly without any strength. "Huh, that's it." Just as this thought formed in Jinglius' mind, her body suddenly moved on its own, rushing forward uncontrollably as if she were possessed. Bah! Once Jinglu came back to her senses, she found herself already kneeling in front of Lucian, palms pressed together, catching his wooden sword voluntarily. Jinglu muttered, looking truly confused. What just happened? Why did she suddenly run over and catch her master's wooden sword barehanded? Jinglu tried to move her body, but she couldn't move it at all. It was as if her body was now not her own. "Do you know what the difference is between you and me?" Looking down from above with the air of a true expert, Lucian asked nonchalantly. Jinglu shook her head. "You lack aura," Lucian stated directly. "Aura?" Jinglu muttered, looking confused. Lucian put away the wooden sword, allowing Jinglu to move again, then pondered how it was described in web novels before speaking again. "Aura is before a fight even begins. You can turn your back on your opponent, tilt your head slightly, give them a sideways glance, and say, 'With the sun and moon in my hands and the stars within my grasp, there is no one like me in this world.'" "Whoa!" Jinglu exclaimed with glittering eyes and instantly felt her blood boil. Such bold, arrogant words could only be spoken by the true powerhouse. "With the sun and moon in my hands and the stars within my grasp," just listening to it, she could tell that it was an overbearing and awe-inspiring line. Of course, it wasn't just Jinglu who felt her blood boil. The 6 eavesdropping old foxes outside the courtyard gate were equally felt their blood boil. Xuanlian hissed, terrifying, simply terrifying. "Commissioner, what overbearing words. Just hearing that line makes me feel like I could take on 100 men. Hell, Master, we absolutely have to make him the general. Art Songqing will definitely become the #1 Xianzhou ship in the Alliance." All this shuffling and whispering outside naturally didn't escape Lucian's notice. "You 6 outside, come in." Lucian calmly called out, his wooden sword coming down. Swoosh! Bah! In an instant, the 6 eavesdroppers appeared before Lucian, all kneeling, with a wooden sword hovering above their heads. Each of them had their palms pressed together as if catching something, yet all they could do was kneel on the floor. Looking stunned, the Master Diviner tried to get up but found he couldn't move at all. "He's too strong. He can even restrain all of us at once." Naturally, the stronger Lucian was, the happier they seemed to become, as shown by how, kneeling there, all 6 of them were actually smiling with happiness. "It's you guys again?" Lucian sighed tiredly. "I'm not becoming your general. Pick someone else." 7 days a week. These people showed up at least 5 times, and each time they tried to persuade him to become the arbiter general of the Xianzhou Songqing. It was like they had glued themselves to him. Honestly, if Jinglu weren't here, he would have already moved to the Xianzhou Luofu. Lucian put away his wooden sword, and the 6 finally regained their freedom. "Lord Lucian, please have some pity on us. I beg you that Songqing just can't do without you." Hugging Lucian's arm, The Helm Master spoke in a pitiful tone, eyes brimming with tears. Meanwhile, Chief Counselor Xuanlian clung to Lucian's right arm. The Commissioner grabbed his left leg. The Furnace Master hugged his right leg. The Calder Master just sat there, acting powerless, and the Master Diviner was still running divination, trying to figure out the success rate of this move. Needless to say, each of his six had their assigned role. Lucian was completely numb. Honestly, none of these big shots acted the least bit like proper officials. Look at the Xianzhou Luofus Helm Master. Yukong so mature, so steady. Master Diviner Fu Xian so solemn, with a great commanding presence. Chief Counselor Qingzhu so proper. Yet when one looked at these six, no wonder they ran into Rahu. Lucian had a feeling the previous Arbiter General had probably been killed by their nonsense. All right, cut it out. Lucian waved them off impatiently. At most, they'll just act as a stand-in. If there's any crisis you can't handle, they'll step in. Once you find a right person to be the general, they'll quit. Upon hearing Lucian's words, the six looked at each other as if holding a silent conversation for a moment before one of them, Xuanlian, smiled and cupped his hands. Okay then, acting general, it's settled. In the end, Lucian, who couldn't say no to their endless pleading, became the acting arbiter general of the Xianzhou Sanqing. As an acting arbiter general, there was no need for assessments or inheriting the Spiritus. He did not need to handle official business, but he held decision-making power. He did not need to show up for work on normal days, but he was responsible for protecting the Xianzhou Sanqing in times of crisis. Additionally, his monthly salary was set at the Arbiter General standard. Just like that, after some discussion, the six left in satisfaction, finally giving Lucian some long-overdue peace and quiet. So many people dream of being an Arbiter General, but never get the chance. Why don't you want it, Master? Jinglu asked curiously. Why? Because I'm your master. Lucian lay back in a rocking chair and answered bluntly. Compared to the Sanqing, I'd rather spend my time with you. Fame and status aren't as important as you. It was only natural. If the script couldn't be completed, what was the point of fame and status? Upon hearing Lucian's answer, Jinglu fell silent, staring blankly at the man lying lazily on the rocking chair. So, Master is willing to give up power and status. For me, Jinglu couldn't help but feel deeply moved. I'm not alone anymore. Thank you, Master. Feeling gratitude to Lucian from the bottom of her heart, Jinglu smiled and returned to her relentless training. But unlike before, she truly made progress this time. At this moment, Jinglu unknowingly closed her eyes and meditated, as if reaching a moment of enlightenment. With the sun and moon in my hands and the stars within my grasp. Following Lucian's guidance, Jinglu suddenly opened her eyes, and then, picturing a sword immortal in her mind, she summoned imaginary energy and... Correct, boom. Jinglu swung her sword and instantly froze the wooden stake in front of her, splitting it in half. Lucian, who watched with half-open eyes, couldn't help but be stunned, his eyes widening slightly. Is this talent? Even with my nonsense teaching, she can actually come up with a special move on her own? He couldn't help but marvel at his little disciple. No wonder that even when thrown into a pile of monsters, Jinglu could chop her way to becoming the top swordsman and became the sword champion of the Xianzhou Luofu. Grown-up Jinglu, I did it. I did it. Jinglu was overjoyed as she saw the result of her strike. Now, she was convinced that Lucian had not lied to her. Daily hair-shedding training really could make her stronger. Especially in terms of aura. With aura, she could become even stronger. Master, let's spar again. I made progress now. Let's see how far the gap is between us. Jinglu eagerly raised her sword, wanting to compare herself against her master again. Lucian rolled his eyes, stood up from the rocking chair, grabbed the wooden sword beside him, and then casually swung his sword. Thud! Jinglu instantly knelt like before. Are gaps really this big? Even after improving, I still have to kneel. Jinglu felt a bit disheartened, but quickly regained her confidence. It must be the difference in aura. I have to learn a stronger aura. Lucian had no idea what kind of epiphany she was having on her own, But either way, once she was on the battlefield later and fought against numerous abominations of abundance, with her great talent, she would level up naturally. However, what he did not expect was that ever since he had taught her the meaning of aura, the Xianzhou Cangqing had gained a strange swordswoman acting as a vigilante. During dark, windy nights, whenever murders or arson occurred, there would always be a long, white-haired, beautiful girl standing atop a high perch. At the peak of the sword, standing proud over the world wherever I exist, the heavens shall follow. Holding a sword in her right hand, with her back turned to the criminals, the girl would always recite lines like this in a cold, indifferent voice. What a strong presence. Yeah, she's a tough one. Meanwhile, whenever the criminals got distracted enough to comment on her words, they would be frozen solid, rendered immobile, and captured before they could even react. Needless to say, such an appearance and entrance, who else could it be but Jinglu? Every time she fought someone, she always insisted on a round of theatrics, reciting some mysterious lines before actually striking, which made the Xianzhou Cangcheng citizens truly understand what aura meant. Years later, some in the Xianzhou Cangcheng even began imitating her, always putting on a show before a fight. In this life, I care not for right or wrong, only life and death. One day, while Lucian was out buying vegetables, he saw two local boys about to fight, standing back to back as they recited the same line. Hearing such an edgy and cringeworthy line, Lucian couldn't help but smile helplessly. As expected of the most prosperous Xianzhou ship, the locals were sharp-minded, grasping the concept of aura farming without needing any guidance. Even he had to admit that when it came to showing off while saying words like those so confidently, even he had to admit defeat. All he could say was that the meme cultures from his original world were truly harmful to this innocent world. Little did he know that his casual act of teaching Jinglu what aura was would one day spark a wave of flamboyant displays at the luminary war dance ceremony. Rumble dash. As Lucian strolled back home, thunder rolled across the darkening sky, and heavy clouds pressed low, just as he stepped inside the house. The rain that had been building up in the heavy, darkening clouds finally began to fall, starting with a fine, rustling patter against the tall, glazed roof tiles of the study and the broad banana leaves outside the window. Soon, the drops merged into streams, weaving a curtain of water that hung between sky and earth with a constant rushing sound. Jinglu must be in the study again, looking up cool quotes. Lucian didn't need to guess, he already knew Jingli's habits well. It was only natural, considering they had lived together for 7 years already. He even knew the exact dates of her monthly cycle and would wrap her up with a bandage created by Godly Bandage without any reservations. He could even predict that she was currently on tiptoe, reaching for the book of aura farming quotes he had made in the past upon her request. Lucian gently pushed open the study door and stepped inside. Jingli's study, once her late father's domain, was spacious, lined with ebony shelves crammed with countless books and scrolls, their overlapping shadows stretching across the floor. At this moment, Jinglu, dressed in a simple moon-white Hanfu-style gown, the soft fabric tracing the elegant lines of her slender figure, stood before one of the taller shelves that forced her to look up. Her head was slightly tilted back, and, as he had expected, her gaze was fixed on the innermost corner of the top shelf, where the book of aura farming quotes rested. In the stillness, the warm yellow lamplight illuminated only half of her face, outlining her straight nose and graceful lips, while the other half was shrouded in shadow, her long lashes casting delicate silhouettes beneath her eyes. Her feet balanced on an old wooden ladder one her mother had used and kept ever since. Although not tall, the ladder still required her to stand on tiptoe and stretch her arm fully to reach the top shelf. Before long, her fingertips brushed the deep blue cloth-bound book, but just as she touched it, the ladder gave a faint creak under her uneven weight and began to wobble. A short gasp caught in Jingli's throat as her body instinctively stiffened, her balance faltering, her raised arm pulling back reflexively to find stability. Careful! A deep, calm voice suddenly sounded almost against her ears, steady and reassuring before a gentle but firm force supported her waist and shoulder from behind, pulling her back from the brink of falling. In that instant, a familiar scent enveloped her nose, clean, crisp, with a trace of tranquil greenery. Jinglu instantly knew it was her master's scent. Her heart tightened as if gripped by an invisible hand, then suddenly released as she felt the strong warmth of the presence behind her, seeping through the thin fabric of her clothes. Jinglu turned sharply and found herself staring straight into Lucian's golden eyes. Just inches away, in the dim light, her light red eyes appeared especially deep, yet still reflected her faint embarrassment with clarity. "Master?" Jingli's calm voice now carried the tone of a grown young woman, no longer the childishness of an 11-year-old. Yet the growing redness in her cheeks and ears betrayed her turbulent heart. "A sword master, yet so quick to nearly fall?" Lucian teased casually, looking at his disciple with a faint, knowing smile. Jinglu was too close enough to see each distinct lash, close enough to see her lightly pressed lips. Her warm breath even brushed faintly against his neck, sending a subtle tingle down his spine. "Wearing a dress today, huh?" Lucian remarked, his gaze resting on the dress his disciple wore. "Makes sense you'd have a hard time moving around. Did you think I'd fall on purpose?" "Master?" Jinglu gently pushed him away and turned her back to him, hiding her lips that curled ever so slightly, unseen by anyone. Lucian's eyes lingered on her back, on the fuller curves, the tall figure, the slender waist. All of it spoke clearly that his dear disciple had truly grown up. The girl of 11 had become a woman. "Well, the dress looks beautiful," Lucian said sincerely, a gentle smile on his face. "It really suits your beautiful figure perfectly." Upon hearing this, Jinglu chuckled softly, shyly tugging at the hem of her dress before glancing toward the dark clouds outside. "Master, why haven't you officially taken up the position of Arbiter General yet?" Jinglu asked, suddenly changing the subject. "Didn't I say it 7 years ago? You're more important than that position," Lucian replied calmly, raising an eyebrow. "What if I want to join the Cloud Knights and go to the battlefield? I'll personally lead the Cloud Knights as their general then." Jinglu saw the unwavering look in Lucian's eyes as he answered without hesitation. His straightforward, almost instant answer left no room for doubt. For a moment, Jinglu was lost in thought. In truth, she deeply wanted to join the Cloud Knights to hone her swordsmanship, to grow stronger through real battle. She could not bear the thought of leaving her master. Caught between longing and attachment, hearing that her master was willing to accompany her to the battlefield filled her heart with warmth and joy. "All right, master. I've decided." Jinglu gazed straight into Lucian's eyes, her expression solemn. "For now on, it'll be your right hand, becoming the sharpest sword in your hand." 1,000 years later, Heavenly Ascendant, 1,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye. For Lucian, this was undoubtedly the longest stretch recorded inside script, yet spending every day with a stunning beauty like Jinglu somehow made time flow even faster, making 1,000 years slip away like the snap of a finger. On a planet named Rio 11, where the abominations of abundance had entrenched themselves and enslaved the natives, the Xianzhou Yaoqing dispatched their Starskiff pilots and Cloud Knights to eradicate them. "I heard the general hired the Heavenly Ascendant this time. Is that true?" "It's true. I just saw them earlier." "Great. The general sure knows how to spend. Now that we have the Heavenly Ascendant joining the battle, our victory is certain." As the Xianzhou Yaoqing's Starskiff pilots chatted over the comms, easing the pre-battle tension, a beautiful Foxian woman pilot with light purple hair perked up and joined the conversation. "Is it the legendary Heavenly Ascendant from Songqing? They're amazing. I've heard stories about them since I was a kid." "Yeah, it's them. In nearly 1,000 years of battles, the Heavenly Ascendant has never lost, not even once. Especially the Moonlight Sword, immortal every time she shows up. She looks unstoppable. Honestly, even a Luafis Sword champion might not be a match for her, right? But her master, the Azure Sword Immortal, is so low-key. I've seen him a few times. He's insanely handsome. I'd marry him instantly if I could, but too bad he and his disciple are a perfect pair. I don't stand a chance at all. I wonder if the Heavenly Ascendant is still recruiting. I'd love to cling to their coattails. Just like that, the Starskiff pilots traded words back and forth, gossiping fervently. Simply talking about the undefeated group, known as the Heavenly Ascendant, washed away much of their tension. It felt as if victory was already guaranteed. Meanwhile, on the other side, a handsome man and a beautiful woman stood atop a mountain, side by side, gazing over the local scenery of Rio 11. Jinglu, Master, how much of the Yao King's spoils will we take this time? Lucian, well, the operation's not that big, so we'll take 30%. However, since there are old customers, 20% will do. Jinglu, all right, so how should I make my entrance for maximum aura? Lucian, obviously, as usual, wear a black blindfold, walk down from here with ice spreading under your feet, then take it off straight up dazzling, like breakfast and dinner in one. Jinglu, Master, it's called crescent transmigration. Please don't call it like that. It ruins my aura. Lucian, you? In front of me? What aura could you possibly have? Jinglu, just watch. One day, it'll catch your sword without kneeling an inch. Her gaze remained unwavering as she said this, as if catching Lucian's sword had become an obsession, something that made her cannot die in peace if she didn't accomplish it. Lucian did not understand why she was so fixated on taking immortal kneel, so he only smiled and remained silent, because even if she had 10,000 years of training, she could never withstand a conceptual ability. 1,000 years had passed, and now Lucian and Jinglu could speak freely about anything, though there was still a certain wall between them, an unspoken boundary that neither dared to cross. Regardless, Lucian felt this was already good enough. Unlike in the original story, where Jinglu had been someone else's disciple for centuries and still remained distant and reclusive, the Jinglu before him, aside from her parents being killed by the abominations of abundance, had grown up with her hometown intact, her entire childhood spent with him by her side. As a result, her mindset was better and healthier. Jinglu, however, had her own thoughts when it came to certain emotions. Yes, both of them were close, but she ultimately never pierced that final layer of wall between them. Lucian, knowing this, did not force the matter either and simply let things happen naturally, just going with the flow. Of course, whatever she wanted to do, he would always support her. If she wanted to hone her swordsmanship and improve, he accompanied her from battle to battle. By calling themselves the Heavenly Ascendant, they could join any war the Xianzhou alliance fought so long as they got a share afterward. It had been this way for 1,000 years, which is why they had never gone to the Xianzhou Luofu to take part in the Luminary War Dance ceremony. As a result, Jinglu was not the sword champion of the Xianzhou Luofu known as the Transcendent Flash, but instead bore the alias Lucian had given her Moonlight Sword Immortal, a reputation forged through countless battles like now, when the two were aiding the Xianzhou Yaoqing in eradicating the abominations of abundance on Rio 11. However, because the abominations had gone into hiding, still mobilizing their forces, they could only wait for now. Bored of waiting, Lucian casually pulled a sofa from the system's storage space and calmly sat down. Seeing this, Jinglu calmly walked over and naturally sat beside him. Lucian glanced to his side and saw a breathtaking immortal beauty clad in an elegant dress with a palette of black, dark blue, and white, along with designs of moon phases and clouds, a blue ribbon in her hair, a red ribbon at her hip and the back of her dress, and dark, knee-length heeled boots on her legs. Needless to say, what she wore was the same clothes she wore in the game, looking graceful and elegant. In his eyes, this beauty, whom he had watched since her childhood, had never lost her luster. Compared to the refined and delicate little girl from the past, the beauty before him now bore a sharp, heroic air forged through years of battle. Her presence was ethereal, like a pure white moon. Lucian instinctively reached out, as if to pluck that beautiful moon from the sky, and, to his surprise, his hand met warmth. He looked down to find Jinglu leaning the top of her head into his palm so naturally, while her face was adorned with a faint, beautiful smile. "I'm already 1,000 years old now," Jinglu said gently, then sighed softly. "You still see me as a child, master?" Upon hearing this, Lucian gently rubbed the top of her head for a while before withdrawing his hand with a smile. "No, I just wanted to check if you've gone bald from my training." Lucian joked lightly. "Fufu, I'm not bald." Jinglu giggled, then straightened up and looked into the distance, smoothly changing the subject. "Master, do you remember that clever boy from 200 years ago who helped us deal with the puppeteer jellyfish?" At the mention of puppeteer jellyfish, Lucian immediately recalled a white-haired young man. "Yeah, I remember. If I'm not wrong, his name is Jing Yuan." "Yes, him." Jinglu nodded softly. "I think he might become the Luofis Arbiter General in the future. Why don't you take him as your disciple?" "No." Lucian shook his head. "He and I are not fated as master and disciple. It's been 1,000 years, and you've never taken another disciple. Do that many people truly have no fate with you, master? I have only you as my disciple." Upon hearing Lucian's straightforward answer, Jinglu gave a subtle smile and said nothing more. Just like that, the two sat quietly side by side, gazing at the scenery from the mountain in a peaceful silence, saying nothing more. Jinglius' earlier words had reminded Lucian of the event from 2 centuries ago. In March, the Heavenly Ascendant had accepted a task from the Xianzhou Luofu to lead a group of new recruits into real battle to temper them. Unfortunately, due to an unexpected accident, the battleship transporting them was forced to make an emergency landing on an oceanic planet heavily corrupted by abominations newly emerged, long-lived creatures known as the puppeteer jellyfish. Not long after the landing, those puppeteer jellyfish hijacked the minds of the Cloud Knights, infiltrated the battleship, and nearly succeeded in turning into their nest. However, because those whose minds had been overtaken continued to act normally, it became impossible to tell friend from foe. As a result, paranoia and suspicion spread, which caused the situation to gradually spiral out of control, putting everyone on edge. Back then, just as Lucian was about to intervene to save the recruits from total annihilation, a white-haired recruit stepped forward. "Everyone, I'm Ying Yuan, in the name of the Rainbow Arbiter. I swear I have not been controlled," Jing Yuan stated with a firm expression, his eyes radiating confidence, as if victory was already his. "Listen, those creatures invade the back of the neck, seizing the central nervous system to control our minds and bodies. As long as you protect the back of your neck, they can't harm you. Now, check the back of everyone's neck. If there's anything abnormal on it, it's definitely one of those creatures. You just need to remove it, and their mind will return to normal." Upon hearing this, those unaffected naturally cooperated, but those already controlled definitely would never allow such an inspection. As a result, chaos erupted as nearly half the Cloud Knights began to riot. However, just as the riot began, Lucian casually lifted his sword and made a light swing, his movement ethereal, almost lazy. In the blink of an eye, every controlled Cloud Knight suddenly dropped to their knees before him, hands pressed together, unable to move. Immortal Neil, as a conceptual ability, possessed an immense targeting range and could selectively affect anyone he wished with just a thought. "Kiddo, you're impressive." As Jing Yuan stood frozen, witnessing such an astonishing scene, Lucian patted him on the shoulder and praised him with a calm, serene smile. "Mark my words, you'll become someone great someday." On that day, Jing Yuan saw what it truly meant to wield absolute strength for the first time, one swing, in 10,000 elt. Compared to Lucian, the sword champion of the Xianzhou Luofu was nothing. Starskiff killer Baiheng Rumble. As Lucian was still reminiscing about his moment with Jing Yuan, the roar of combat Starskiff engines suddenly rang out, pulling him back to the present. Evidently, the Starskiff pilots of the Xianzhou Yaoqing had already begun to take off, heading into the skies to scout and seize air superiority. "It's starting." Jinglu stood from the sofa, observing the situation with a serious expression. Lucian also stood up, following her lead. Clearly, Jinglu intended to make her move when both sides appeared at the same time. Only then could she truly make an entrance, doing maximum aura farming. Knowing this, Lucian felt helpless. Back then, he had casually humored her, never expecting she would take this aura thing seriously for 1,000 years. Just then, a star skiff, with smoke trailing behind it, broke from the formation, then veered sharply, charging straight toward the two of them. How did it crash the moment it started? Lucian muttered speechlessly, feeling utterly baffled since he had never seen any combat starskiff of the Xianzhou Yaoqing, famous for their ace pilots, behave this ridiculously. Just taking off and already crashing? Even worse, it was flying straight at him. Master, there's still a pilot on board. Before Jinglu could finish and move to save the pilot inside the damaged starskiff, Lucian was already using absolute hit, teleporting inside the cockpit. Inside, he saw a young Foxian woman with pale, purple hair frantically trying to pull up the starskiff's lever. Oh no! Oh no! Why is someone there? Turn! Turn! Please turn! I don't want to crash into innocent people. Needless to say, the woman was so focused she didn't even notice that someone had appeared behind her. Seeing this, Lucian rolled his eyes, stepped forward, grabbed the woman's arm, and teleported her straight onto the sofa behind Jinglu with absolute hit. Immediately after, he teleported himself with absolute hit as well. Returning to Jinglia's side, all of this took only a few seconds. Meanwhile, sitting on the sofa, the woman was stunned and frozen. Where am I? Where's my starskiff? Oh, crashed. It's crashing into me right now. As she thought to herself, trying to figure out what had just happened, the woman's wide, beautiful eyes locked onto the smoke-trailing starskiff falling toward her. Nearby, Jinglu summoned an ice sword in her hand and, with a casual upward slash, unleashed a burst of frost. Swish! In the next second, the starskiff froze midair, suspended by a pillar of ice, creating a breathtaking scene. Jinglu, her composure unshaken and her breathing as steady as ever, hadn't moved an inch, was truly quite the show. Seeing the suspended starskiff, Lucian nodded, then turned to the Foxian woman seated on the sofa. Her face, her hair color, and her identity as a Yaoqing starskiff pilot, he could recognize the Foxian woman instantly. Needless to say, any player who played the game and enjoyed the lore of the Xianzhou Alliance would instantly know that she was none other than one of the High Cloud Quintet, Baiheng, the group's darling and cherished beauty. Master, you know her? Jinglu asked calmly, glancing at the dazed Foxian. Yes, somewhat. Lucian nodded calmly. If I'm right, she's an ace pilot of the Yaoqing, Baiheng. Hearing her name mentioned, Baiheng finally snapped out of it and took a good look at the two people before her. Why, you're the Azure Sword Immortal recorded in the Xianzhou Alliance's war archives. General Lucian, I've seen your portrait. Baiheng pointed at Lucian, her eyes and mouth wide open, then shifted her finger toward Jinglu. And you're his disciple. Moonlight, Sword Immortal Jinglu. I know you too. Wow, I grew up listening to your stories. I can't believe you actually know me. Baiheng quickly stood and stepped up to them, her gaze full of excitement, as if greeting old friends after years apart, looking like she had completely forgotten about the crash. Lucian's first impression of Baiheng was upbeat, the second was peppy, and the third, unmistakably, was beautiful. Especially her long purple hair and the cute fox ears atop her head. He truly wanted to pat them. Even though he already had Fei Xiao and Yueyu, he couldn't help but appreciate the charm of another Kemonomi. Done with the upper part, his gaze shifted lower. A modest but shapely chest, a slender waist, fair legs, and a fluffy fox tail combined with her upbeat and peppy personality, it was hard for anyone not to like her. Yet no one wanted to partner with her, simply because her comrades always ended up dead or crippled. I've heard a rumor there's an ace pilot known as the Starskiff Killer in the Yaoqing. Lucian smiled, teasing the Foxian woman before him. She's someone who crashes on every mission, leaves her teammates dead or crippled, and yet she herself somehow survives every time. It's you, isn't it? Judging by Baiheng's youthful appearance, She was likely only 40 or 50 years old, still considered young for a Foxian, whose average lifespan ranged from 250 to 450 years. Well, it's not just a rumor. Actually, Beiheng scratched her head awkwardly before continuing. Just now, too. I honestly don't even know what happened. I mean, the engine suddenly failed, the instruments went haywire, and the controls jammed. If you two hadn't saved me, I'd have died for sure. Right after saying this, she bowed deeply to Lucian and Jinglu, expressing heartfelt gratitude for saving her life. Quite a remarkable woman, Jinglu remarked with interest. Surviving to this age with such terrible luck. For 1,000 years, she had seen all kinds of people survive, but never anyone who could survive this much. Needless to say, a body that looked so fragile, yet had endured over 100 crashes, was clearly absurd. So what do you plan to do now? Lucian asked softly. Beiheng glanced at her frozen star skiff, then at him. Can I come with you? Beiheng asked shyly, but then, as if that shyness never existed. Her eyes suddenly sparkled. I mean, you're my idol. No, you two are my idols. I want to see your heroics up close. Like that super cool sword strike just now, freezing a star skiff in an instant. Hearing the praise heaped on them, Jinglius' lips twitched before turning to Lucian. Master, without her star skiff. She's weak, Jinglu said calmly. Should we really bring her along? Lucian knew exactly what his disciple was actually thinking. She was clearly flattered by Beiheng's praises, or else she wouldn't have even bothered to ask such a question. Sure, Lucian nodded with a smile. Honestly, I'd like to see if you can kill me by accident. Hey, don't say stuff like that. Beiheng grabbed his arm and pouted. It's a jinx. I don't want anything to happen to you. Upon seeing this, Jinglu was stunned, her eyes locked on Lucian's arm, where another woman's hands now rested. Bad. A Foxian seductress. How could she have misjudged this Foxian? In an instant, all expression vanished from Jinglia's face, leaving her cold and distant, and ice-cold beauty personified. It's a shame my star skiff's busted, or I could have guided you from the air, Beiheng said bitterly, then pulled out a bow. But it's fine. I'm decent with a bow. I can still help at least a little. Lucian, finding her behavior adorable, couldn't help but chuckle. In the end, not wanting Beiheng to take a risk, Lucian shattered the ice, encasing her damaged star skiff, brought it down, and then wrapped it with a bandage created by Godly Bandage. Why are you wrapping my star skiff with a bandage? Beiheng asked in confusion. Before Lucian could answer, Jinglu spoke first. My master's methods are beyond your understanding, woman. Jinglu, crossing her arms, said coldly. Damage like this, he can fix it with just a flick of his fingers. Really? Wow, your master's amazing. Beiheng clapped her hands, her eyes sparkling. Seeing her genuine awe, heartfelt praise, and earnest gaze, Jinglu couldn't help but feel speechless. It felt like she was punching into cotton. Watching their interaction, Lucian wanted to laugh but held back, not wanting to embarrass his disciple. So he stayed quiet and focused instead on repairing Beiheng's star skiff. Soon, as the bandage unfolded, the once smoking and scratched star skiff now gleamed, looking brand new. Wow, it's really fixed, Beiheng exclaimed, rushing over, hugging her star skiff, and rubbing her delighted face against its hull. It's exactly the same as before. No, it's even shinier. Right after saying this, she suddenly ran to Lucian, grabbed his hands, and swung them up and down. Brother Lucian, you're incredible. You really can do anything. Men who could do everything are the coolest. Beiheng's visit, wow. It's really fixed, Beiheng exclaimed, rushing over, hugging her star skiff, and rubbing her delighted face against its hull. It's exactly the same as before. No, it's even shinier. Right after saying this, she suddenly ran to Lucian, grabbed his hands, and swung them up and down. Brother Lucian, you're incredible. You really can do anything. Men who can do everything are the coolest. Beiheng's enthusiastic and pure praise made even the thick-skinned Lucian feel a little embarrassed. It was no wonder she was the darling of the High Cloud Quintet. Honestly, with so much positive emotional value given, who could dislike her? He himself had to admit, given a little more time, He might have been moved too and become vulnerable to her praises. Just a little trick, nothing worth mentioning. Lucian said with a smile, waving his hand nonchalantly. Over the years, he had heard plenty of words of praise and admiration. But praise as genuine and adorably naive as Beihang's was truly one of a kind, a completely new experience. We're still in the middle of the fight, hurry up. Jinglu suddenly urged from his side. Her face remained calm and coldly beautiful as ever, betraying no emotion. But Lucian could sense that there was a trace of displeasure in her tone. Is she jealous? As this thought crossed his mind, Lucian cast Jinglu a faint, knowing look, which made her shift her gaze toward him, meeting his eyes directly. What with that look? Sorry, but I'm not the type to say that kind of thing. As soon as these words left her mouth, Jinglu turned her head away, not bothering with her master anymore. Lucian smiled, knowing that it was truly jealousy. Now that my star skiff is fixed, it'll just follow you two from the sky. Beihang giggled as she stepped into her star skiff, then lifted off and hovered in the air, tailing the two sword immortals from above. On the battlefield, Jinglu descended from the sky exactly as planned, her boots stepping down on ice steps before unleashing one of the moves from the Game Moon on Glacial River. Lucian, on the other hand, simply waited for the stragglers, and with a single swing of his sword, all the abominations fell to their knees like lambs awaiting slaughter. Seeing the scene, the Cloud Knights were instantly invigorated, cutting through enemies like wheat with their high morale. Needless to say, the Heavenly Ascendant's two sword immortals had become the protagonists of this war. From her star skiff, Beihang watched their heroic figures with open admiration, and, as she provided support from the sky, she also did not forget to snap photos to commemorate the moment. Oh, this one's perfect. I'm making it my wallpaper. Beihang, capturing a stunning side profile of Lucian, exclaimed with glittering eyes. Several hours later, the war finally ended with an overwhelming victory and 0 losses. Lucian and Jinglu took 30% of the spoils as agreed and directly returned to the Xianzhou Songqing with absolute hit. Meanwhile, Beihang stood among the lineup of the Xianzhou Yaoking Starskiff pilots, her heart racing as she gazed at the empty spot where Lucian and Jinglu once were. Right? They saved me. I need to find a time to bring a gift and thank them. Ever since childhood, her parents had, after all, always taught her that gratitude was something one must never forget. Beihang was determined to return the favor. Xianzhou Songqing, Jingli's residence. Lucian and Jinglu had just returned when they saw someone waiting at their doorstep. It was none other than Xuanlian, the chief counselor of the Xianzhou Kangcheng's Cloud Knights. General, you've finally returned. As soon as Xuanlian saw Lucian, he hurried forward to greet him, his face full of smiles. It's acting general. Lucian, feeling helpless, flatly corrected him. It had been 1,000 years since he had served as the acting arbiter general of the Xianzhou Songqing. Even though the agreement had been that he would step down once a suitable successor was found, the 6 charioteers had failed to find one for 1,000 years. Several skyfaring commission helm masters had come and gone, but the arbiter general was still him. Lucian, of course, understood well that they were doing it on purpose, dead set on forcing him to take the position. General, why are you so unwilling? Xuanlian asked in confusion. With your prestige, everyone at Songqing would gladly support you. He truly could not understand why Lucian, who had both ability and reputation, refused to become an official arbiter general. Someone like Lucian was, without question, the most fitting to take the position, especially since he also possessed unfathomable abilities that no one could replicate. One that he still remembered clearly to this day was when Lucian had saved him from the brink of death after he had succumbed to Mara, allowing him to keep on living. Simple. I just don't want to. There's no deeper reason. Lucian shrugged calmly, his tone indifferent. I know you all support me, but don't put me in a difficult position. He wasn't foolish. His current situation was undoubtedly the ideal one, since he could enjoy the privileges of an arbiter general without having to face the trials from lawn or perform the proper duties of an arbiter general. Once the script was completed, he would leave anyway, so there was no need to bother with empty statuses. All right, I won't bring it up again. But the Alliance has sent many reminders. What excuse should I use this time? Xuanlian asked helplessly. Lucian thought for a moment before answering. Tell them the new general candidate sacrificed himself while saving others, so a new election is needed. Fine. Xuanlian sighed helplessly, then left with listless shoulders. Master, you can't keep stalling like this forever, Jinglu said from the side, her tone slightly worried. You're right, but I want you to stall forever. Lucian nodded calmly, his face serene and indifferent. Well, maybe not much longer. Master, that's what you said 500 years ago, Jinglu quipped while shaking her head, then gracefully headed inside the house. Near the sofa, she slowly removed her boots, blindfold, then her gloves, revealing her fair, slender legs and arms, as well as her beautiful, red, ruby-like eyes for everyone to see. No matter how many times he saw this scene, Lucian never grew tired of it. I'm going to bathe, Jinglu said casually before stepping into the bathroom and shutting the door behind her. Oddly enough, whenever she went to the bathroom, she never locked the door. Lucian, on the other hand, took off his outer robe, then went to the courtyard as usual, stretched out, sat on his rocking chair, crossed one leg over the other, and then hummed a tune, thoroughly enjoying the moment. A few days later, Baiheng actually came to visit Lucian and Jinglu, holding a gift bag in each hand. As soon as they met, she was smiling brightly as always, radiating positive energy. I didn't know what you two liked, so I picked something myself. Inside the living room, Baiheng spoke while stuffing a gift bag into each of Lucian's and Jingli's arms. Lucian and Jinglu glanced at each other, then opened the bags, only to find a bottle of wine inside each one. For Lucian, it was an expensive bottle of Starwhirl amber worth several million strail. For Jinglu, it was a bottle of Black Abyss rainbow equally valuable. Such expensive gifts honestly weren't strange. Lucian knew that Baiheng's family was a family of travelers, so her family should be wealthy. Just so, I bought these with my own money there for me, not my family, okay? As if she could read Lucian's mind, Baiheng quickly explained, waving her hands animatedly. Then I'll have to try this wine you emptied your wallet for, Lucian said casually with a chuckle. Not bothering with formalities, he immediately brought out glasses and invited Baiheng to drink together. Jinglu, as someone who enjoyed fine wine but wasn't obsessed with it, had tasted both wines Baiheng brought in the past, but like Lucian, she pretended she hadn't to respect Baiheng's feelings. In the end, the three of them sat in a small pavilion within the courtyard, drinking and chatting happily. Brother Lucian, what's your favorite wine? Baiheng asked casually, her cheeks flushed, clearly tipsy. Lucian thought back over the wines he had tasted throughout the years for a moment, then answered, if I had to pick, it'd be Starfish Vintage from the Abyssal Star. Yes, the name sounds funny, but the flavor is unique. It's just that there's been a civil war there lately, so production's scarce. Oh, Baiheng blinked her large eyes before turning to Jinglu. What about you, Sister Jinglu? What's your favorite? Stardust Tears. Jinglu replied briefly. Oh, that's rare too. Baiheng sighed, propping her chin on her hands. I mean, the planet where the ingredients come from is occupied by the Borisin, so there hasn't been much lately. If it's unavailable, I just won't drink it. No big deal. Jinglu remarked casually as she set down her glass. If she truly wanted it, she could always ask Lucian to bring her there, then tear through the Borisin and take the ingredients back. It's already late. I should get going, Baiheng said while gazing at the orange sky, then clapped her cheeks to stay alert. Well, can I come drink with you two again next time? Of course. Anytime you're free. Lucian nodded with a smile. By the way, where are you headed? Give me the coordinates. Upon hearing this, Baiheng told him the coordinates of her family's residence in the Xianzhou Yaoqing, and the next instant, he gently pushed her and activated Absolute Hit. In the blink of an eye, she was already standing at her home doorstep. Wow, Brother Lucian, you're amazing. In the end, after that visit, Baiheng did not appear again for a long time. It was not until 2 years later, on an otherwise ordinary afternoon, that the doorbell of Jinglius' residence rang again. However, the doorbell was short this time, just 2 chimes before stopping. Upon hearing the doorbell, Lucian walked over and opened the door, but the moment it swung open, he froze. It was Baiheng, but she didn't look, well, at this moment. Her forehead was wrapped in a thick bandage, and her face was sickly pale. "Hey, Brother Lucian." Baiheng immediately flashed a dazzling smile that was almost blinding. "I brought you starfish vintage. Have your taste changed?" A new member, "Hey, Brother Lucian." Baiheng immediately flashed a dazzling smile that was almost blinding. "I brought you starfish vintage. Have your taste changed?" Upon hearing this, Lucian was slightly stunned. "You came all the way here with all those bandages on your head just to give me wine?" Lucian thought, feeling speechless. Seeing Baiheng's current condition and hearing her bring up the wine he had casually mentioned during their past chat, he couldn't help but make a bold guess. Was a reason she had never visited again in the past 2 years because she went to find starfish vintage? "Your head. What happened?" Lucian did not pay attention to the wine, but instead asked about Baiheng's injury first. I just fell while walking," Baiheng said with a grin, awkwardly scratching the back of her head. "It's all right, it's just a scratch. It doesn't hurt at all, and we'll be fine in a couple of days." Even though she said that, Lucian was not stupid and knew that this kind of injury could not have come from just a mere fall. In the first place, the Foxians had the blessing of abundance from birth, so even if they weren't that strong, any injury they sustained should heal quickly. Given this, for Baiheng to need bandages meant her head must have been, at the very least, pierced through, not just scratched. "Master, who is it?" Just then, Jinglu appeared behind Lucian, asking curiously. "Sister Jinglu, I bring good stuff. Everyone gets a share." Seeing Jinglu, Baiheng spoke cheerfully and immediately offered another bottle of wine from her other hand. As Lucian glanced at the bottle of wine, sure enough, just like him, it was also the wine Jinglu had casually mentioned before Stardust Tears. "You." Jinglu was slightly surprised, never expecting that something she had casually said to brush Baiheng off 2 years ago would actually appear before her now. Honestly, she could not deny she was truly moved. Looking at the bandages on Baiheng's head, she must have suffered quite a lot, yet she still smiled brightly the same way, her eyes always brimming with warmth. "You." Jinglu frowned, her gaze falling on the bandage covering Baiheng's head, then at her pale complexion. "What happened to you?" "Ah, fell while walking." Baiheng laughed awkwardly while scratching her nose. "You know I'm always unlucky." "Fell while walking." Lucian chimed in, then huffed. "It's more like you crashed your starskiff again." "Hee hee, I knew I couldn't hide it from you," Baiheng said while waving her hand carelessly, but the wide movement tugged at her injury, causing her to flinch and grit her teeth in pain. "Well, I ran into an asteroid belt on the way. Turbulent storms then tossed me around, so my starskiff crashed, and when I escaped, I tripped and hit my head." "You lied," Jinglu said with a serious expression. "Your injuries, it's because you went to find these 2 bottles of wine, didn't you?" No. I just got them on the way." Baiheng quickly shook her head. "I had missions to fight abominations where these 2 wines were anyway, so when I remembered that you liked them, I just brought them." Upon hearing this, Lucian and Jinglu exchanged silent glances. They both knew it was a clumsy lie after all. They were well aware that the Xianzhou Yaoqing had been fighting elsewhere for the past 2 years. In other words, Baiheng had deliberately gone out of her way to search for their favorite wines. Clearly, it was because she had once been saved by them that she was so determined to repay that kindness through these wines. Understanding this, it was hard for Lucian and Jinglu not to be moved. "Thank you. Come drink with us." Jinglu sighed, then took the initiative to invite Baiheng inside. At first, she had thought this Foxian woman was a thread-A seductress skilled in sweet talk, but she couldn't deny she was touched by her act. So sincere, so passionate, so willing to give, there was no reason not to accept someone like that. Soon enough, the 3 sat together, raising their cups in a toast. However, each time Baiheng tilted her head back to drink, she grimaced in pain, making her look rather comical. "Come, let me fix your head." Lucian beckoned with his hand. "Brother Lucian, are you calling me stupid?" Baiheng pouted, looking displeased. "He meant it literally fixing your wound," Jinglu said with a chuckle. She knew that no matter the injury, Once it was wrapped with her master's miraculous bandage, it would be as good as new. Let me say this first, your clothes will disappear as a side effect. But I promise I won't. Look. Lucian explained the side effect bluntly, afraid of being misunderstood. I trust you. Bai nodded, cooperating obediently. Not wasting time, she was wrapped like a mummy in the next moment and tossed on a jingliest bed. Lucian had even thoughtfully left her a set of new clothes. A few minutes later, Bai came out dressed, and now that she was fully recovered, she was once again bright, dazzling, and radiant as before. Especially her smile, it was so sunny, so warm, and so infectious. Yay! Full health revival. Bai grinned and raised a victory sign, looking a little childish. Well, now you're much easier on the eyes, Jinglu remarked casually, unable to help but smile. In the next moment, Bai suddenly darted over to Lucian, hugging his arm and bursting with praise. Brother Lucian, you can not only repair star skiffs, but also heal injuries. You're amazing. With you around, I don't have to fear getting hurt. It feels so safe. If I were as strong as you, I'd definitely inherit the spirit of the nameless, travel across the starry seas, and quickly board the legendary Astral Express. Beiheng's eyes shone as she spoke of the nameless endlessly. Her left arm clung to Lucian's, her right hand pointing to the sky. Lucian, infected by her cheerful, positive energy, could not help but laugh. Truly, with such a lively and beautiful woman at his side, it was impossible not to smile. Beiheng was practically a cure for depression. Jinglu, seeing Beiheng's closeness with her master, surprisingly sat silently by, watching their interaction with a calm expression. If it had been before, she would have immediately driven Beiheng away for daring to cling to Lucian's arm. But now, a little more liveliness at home isn't so bad. Jinglu muttered quietly before lifting her cup and draining the stardust tears brought by Beiheng in one go. Beiheng, do you want to join the Heavenly Ascendant? Hearing such a sudden question, Beiheng froze for a second, then pointed at herself. Me? Can I? But if I join, you'll be unlucky and might die. Beiheng replied hesitantly and paused after saying join, not daring to say the rest. You just said yourself that with me around, you don't fear getting hurt. Lucian chimed in, smiling calmly. So, what's your answer? Will you join us? Just so you know, it's unprecedented for Jinglu to invite someone on her own initiative, Upon hearing this, Beiheng stared blankly at him, then slowly turned to the nonchalant Jinglu. Truthfully, she had never expected or imagined anyone would invite her to be part of their group. So when these two actually invited her to their group, not just any group, but the group of the two legendary sword immortals she idolized, she was utterly at a loss for words. Not knowing how to respond, Beiheng lowered her head for a moment, then quickly raised it. I will join, Beiheng exclaimed loudly before tears welled up in her eyes. Thank you for not fearing my curse. I'm so happy, Hicks. Her eyes filled with tears, yet her mouth curved into a smile. The contrast made her look quite comical, but thankfully, her beauty was striking enough that even a comical expression looked good on her. I promise I won't drag you down. Beiheng continued with a determined tone and hugged Lucian's arm tighter through her tears. Seeing this, Jinglu could no longer stand it and stepped forward. Enough, Jinglu said helplessly while prying Beiheng off Lucian. You look ugly when you cry, so smile more from now on. Beiheng wiped her tears, then giggled with a dumb-looking grin. Seeing her like this, Jinglu had wanted to be jealous. But how could she be now? Beiheng was simply impossible to dislike. Forget it, Jinglu thought silently, feeling helpless. If Master liked her, then I can accept her. Just like that, from this day onward, Beiheng became part of the Heavenly Ascendant and was no longer a Starskiff ace pilot of the Xianzhou Yaoqing. Of course, just like in the original story with the High Cloud Quintet, Beiheng also became the darling and mascot of the Heavenly Ascendant. Day by day, Lucian, Jinglu, and Beiheng fought side by side across countless battlefields, but Beiheng was mostly only responsible for cheering, mainly because Lucian and Jinglu worried she would get herself killed. It couldn't be helped. From what had happened before, if Baiheng ever flew a star skiff and went out of their sight, she would definitely crash. Her jinxed mouth was, after all, legendary. If she ever spoke a bad omen, even if not 100%, 99% would always come true. In fact, rather than legendary, her jinxed mouth was practically already reaching the realm of the divine. Fortunately, Lucian himself was a conceptual, cheating existence, able to protect her from harm. As time passed, the three of them had unknowingly already spent 10 years together, becoming closer and closer. One ordinary evening, Baiheng suddenly ran up to Lucian with a big smile, proudly waving a ticket in front of him. "Lucian, I want a hot spring discount coupon. Let's bring Jinglu and go soak together." Hot spring, perverted Baiheng Xianzhou Sanqing, was known as the most prosperous among the many Xianzhou ships, since every kind of local culture could easily flourish here, gathering the essence of countless traditions. Among them, the hot spring culture introduced by some outsiders was one of the most popular, as men, women, and children all loved it. In the Xianzhou Kangcheng's exalting sanctum, the largest hot spring facility immediately arranged a private luxury bath upon knowing the acting general's arrival. Divided into two, the vast and luxurious hot spring pool was now occupied by only 3 people, with a paper screen set up in the middle to separate the men's and women's sections. Inside, the spring water was comfortably warm, and the rising steam resembled a soft veil, wrapping one's body in a lazy, soothing comfort. Lucian, Jinglu, and Baiheng soaked in this pool, with only their shoulders and heads above the water. Lucian was naturally alone in the men's section, now leaning against the pool side, and before him, a tray of drinks floated on the water surface. It had to be said, soaking in a hot spring was indeed a pleasure. Any culture that became this popular surely had its merit, especially when nearby the whispers of female companions carried over, making one unable to help but want to listen. "Ah, so nice." In the women's section, Baiheng let out a satisfied sigh, narrowing her eyes like a contented cat as her pale purple hair clung damply to her cheeks. As she leaned back against the smooth stone wall, it only further accentuated the allure of her bare shoulders and neckline. Tilting her head toward Jinglu, Baiheng's beautiful eyes sparkled playfully, her lips curling into a sly grin before she spoke up. "Hey, Jinglu, what do you think about the guy next door? I mean, his figure?" At these words, Jinglu, who had been resting with her eyes closed, had her lashes flutter faintly. "Baiheng, speak no obscenities. Mind your bath." Without so much as opening her eyes, Jingli's voice rang cold and clear, like dripping spring water. "Oh, come on, just say it. It's only us sisters talking in secret. What's there to fear?" Baiheng, unwilling to give up, scooted closer, causing ripples to spread through the water. "Look at his height and long legs. Such a perfect body. Broad shoulders, narrow waist. TSK, born to wear any clothes, everything looks good on him, right?" Jinglu remained silent with her eyes shut, yet her fair ears seemed to faintly flush beneath the rising mist. Seeing Jinglu pretend to be calm only fired Baiheng up even more. "Let me tell you, last time at my place, when Lucian was changing clothes, I accidentally caught a glimpse of his back." Baiheng leaned closer, lowering her voice into a conspiratorial whisper. "Guess what I saw? Whoa, those muscles like they were carved by a blade and chisel. Just looking at them, you could feel the power in them. I wonder how it'd feel to touch he." To mess with Jinglu, Baiheng even deliberately dragged out her tone before chuckling mischievously. "Baiheng." Jinglu finally snapped her eyes open, her light red eyes flashing with thin anger, yet mostly with embarrassment at having her thoughts exposed. You are outrageous," Jinglu exclaimed angrily as a blush bloomed across her cheeks. "Oh my, you're blushing?" Baiheng lit up as if discovering a new world, then leaned even closer, her breath hot against Jingli's sensitive ear. "Don't pretend, my good sister. You dare say you've never looked? Never touched? You two have been together for 1,000 years. No way, there's nothing between you, right?" Cornered by Baiheng, with nowhere to retreat. Jinglu felt the steam muddle her head as her heartbeat quickened. Truthfully, Beiheng's blunt words struck at the curiosity she usually buried beneath her cold composure. Indeed, in 1,000 years, she had never seen all of Lucian. At most his chest, his abs, his back. Jinglu bit her lip unconsciously, her gaze flickering toward the flower petals floating on the water. "He's rather strong," Jinglu said softly, her fingers stirring the warm spring water without realizing it. "Huh, I knew it." Baiheng slapped the water victoriously, sending up a splash. "Admit it, you like this too." "Shut up, pervert." Jinglu, feeling mortified, yelled and wished she could sink beneath the water. Usually this Foxian was so innocent and pure. Why was she being so indecent now? What's perverted about it? Desire is natural. I don't have your long lifespan, so of course I'll cherish what's right in front of me. Baiheng sounded righteous. Yet her eyes scanned the thin paper screen, dividing the baths like searchlights. "Tell me, what do you think he's doing now? You know, this wall's so thin." Her voice grew smaller, but her eyes only shone brighter with excitement. Upon hearing Beiheng's words, Jingli's heart jolted, suddenly having a bad feeling. She wanted to forbid that dangerous idea on the spot, but splash, splash, splashing water sounds drifted from beyond the screen, slow and teasing, scratching at the heart. Beiheng's fox ears instantly shot straight up, nearly piercing the mist. In the next moment, she pressed half her body against the paper screen and poked a tiny hole with her nail, her eager eyes glued to it. "My goodness," Baiheng whispered, her voice sticky with delight. "So sexy. Those abs, those lines." Right after saying this, she licked her lips, still feeling unsatisfied. Meanwhile, hearing Beiheng's whisper, Jinglu felt heat rush straight to her head, her skin tightening from the burn. Wasn't this Foxian growing bolder by the second? Not even pretending anymore? "Baiheng." Jingli's voice dropped, tense as cracking ice. "Come back. Do not look upon what is forbidden." Baiheng turned her head, her eyes curling like mischievous moons while damp hair clung to her cheeks, adding to her charm. "Come, this hole's big enough. You can see clearly." Right after saying this, she grabbed Jingli's wrist, making the caught off guard Jinglu stumble and splash water high. In the end, with her balance lost, Jinglu gasped softly as she was dragged right up to the screen. A thin white towel clung to her body, outlining her slender waist as droplets slid down her smooth neck, and within the rising steam, a blush spread all the way to the tips of her ears. "Baiheng." Jingli's voice, tinged with both shame and urgency, cracked as she struggled, but Baiheng held her fast. "Shoo, keep quiet." Baiheng pressed a finger to her lips, eyes glued to the hole. "Look, look." He turned around. Front view. Upon hearing this, Jinglu felt her scalp tingle. In the end, bewitched by Beiheng's tempting words, Jinglu, feeling like she was going nuts, leaned in closer herself, holding her breath as I slipped to another hole. Beyond the screen, steam swirled, yet that figure was searingly clear. Lucian's back was broad and powerful, water trickling down his taut muscles. Slowly, he turned toward their direction. Jinglu and Baiheng felt their hearts pounding like war drums. However, their gaze had only just caught the shape of his chest when, Ryup, a sharp tear shattered the misty silence of the spring. Baiheng, entranced, had leaned too hard on the flimsy paper screen, making it collapse with a crash. Losing her balance, Baiheng toppled forward, and in the blink of an eye, everything bare and bright presented itself right before Lucian's eyes. I knew it, my born lucky pervert trait is finally showing its power again. Peeping incident KYA. Baiheng screamed as the collapsing paper screen dragged her forward, throwing her completely off balance and sending her flailing wildly before she toppled headfirst. Lucian instinctively turned toward the sound, and because of that, 2 snow-white peaks with their cute cherry tips flashed across his vision. However, it still wasn't over. Right after Baiheng fell, she also revealed her plump buttocks to him in full glory. Splash! As Baiheng plunged straight into the men's bath. She swallowed mouthfuls of water in the chaos. At the same time, Jinglu, who was frozen in place with her brain still processing what had happened, had her body exposed in full view. Her bath towel, before Baiheng fell, her flailing hands had tugged at Jinglia's towel, accidentally tearing it open. In the end, not only had Baiheng failed to save herself, but she had also dragged Jinglu down with her. Lucian silently gave Baiheng a thumbs up at his heart and swore that for the rest of his life, he would keep her safe. "Master, stop looking." Jinglu finally snapped back to her senses, covering her chest with one hand and raising the other. Kacha-kacha, a wall of ice immediately rose before Jinglu, shielding her figure and preserving the last shred of her dignity. Even though she could have reacted faster, with her mind consumed by her master's beautiful body, she had been a beat too slow, leaving herself completely exposed to his eyes. Lucian naturally had already etched the vivid image of Jinglia's beauty deep into his memory. Compared to when she had been 11, her current body was enough to make any man have a nosebleed, especially those white, perfect peaks and that smooth, flat stomach. He had to admit, her body proportions were truly flawless. A model body of the highest grade. It was only thanks to Lucian's willpower that nothing had happened to any other man would never have been able to control himself. Splash! Cough! Cough! Baiheng struggled up from the water, coughing violently as she brushed her wet hair and fragments of the paper screen from her face. In the next moment, her blurred and shaky vision immediately landed on Lucian, standing waist-deep in the hot spring only a few steps away. In Lucian's deep eyes was a knowing calm, laced with amusement, a gaze that carried weight, sweeping slowly over the intruder before him. "It's over. Imskate." Baiheng's mind went completely blank, leaving only this thought buzzing in her head. "It's over, it's over, it's over." Needless to say, not only had she been caught red-handed peeping, but she had also ended up in such a miserable state at that. Even worse, after her tumble and frantic thrashing, her towel had long since slipped away, and the hazy spring water did nothing to hide her naked body from Lucian's sharp gaze. In an instant, shame exploded within her mind like a volcano, sending a rush of heat across her entire face. She wanted to scream, to sink beneath the water, to vanish on the spot. Clearly, everything was laid bare without the towel's cover. Splash! In the next second, Baiheng dove back into the water without a second thought. The scalding heat wrapped around her body, cutting her off from the air and, for a moment, from Lucian's suffocating gaze. However, how long could she hide like this? Lucian was surely still watching. Such a realization clenched Baiheng's heart like the hand of a water ghost. "Ha ha!" Lucian, seeing Baiheng's panicked and embarrassed reaction, couldn't help but laugh, which only made her even more flustered. In the end, after laughing for a while, Lucian leaned casually against the edge of the pool, his eyes still fixed on the spot where Baiheng had sunk. "Stay in there for another 5 hours. It's really comfortable." Lucian teased with a faint smile. "Stop teasing her. She's starting to blow bubbles." Jinglia's voice came from behind the ice wall, her towel already adjusted. Blub blub. Sure enough, Baiheng couldn't hold it anymore as bubbles began rising to the surface. Seeing this, Lucian didn't move and simply stared calmly. Fua! A few seconds later, a head finally emerged from the water, and a gaze full of resentment turned toward Lucian. Why are you still staring at me?" Baiheng snapped, her voice both shy and coquettish. "Pervert! Hurry up and turn around already." As she spoke, the rippling waves lapped softly against the edge of the pool, making Lucian's reflection ripple across the shimmering surface. Lucian, a faint smile gracing his face, remained silent for a moment before opening his mouth. "Oh, a pervert, huh?" Lucian muttered slowly, his tone lifting just slightly at the end. It was a low, steady voice. Roughened a little by the hot water, it carried a calm, knowing weight and a faint trace of amusement. He stayed silent for a while, as if savoring the sight of Baiheng's flustered, embarrassed state before speaking again at a leisurely pace. Can you tell me who was peeping at whom? Miss Pervert? Boom! Upon hearing Lucian call her Miss Pervert, the name seemed to burn Beiheng inside and out before an explosion erupted inside her mind. Beiheng stuttered endlessly, unable to form even a single explanation, making the air grow thick and sweet sticky enough to suffocate. Every wisp of rising steam seemed charged with current, brushing against her bare skin and sending small, nervous shivers down her spine. Helpless, Beiheng turned to Jinglu for aid only to find she had already erected an ice wall and adopted an aloof, uninvolved stance. Even though they had peeped together, Jinglu had washed her hands of it. Beiheng couldn't help but feel wronged. All right. In the end, knowing she was truly in the wrong, Beiheng abandoned her useless resistance. I peeped at you, but you peeped at me too, so neither of us lost out, right? Just let me off, okay? Upon hearing this excuse, Lucian could only chuckle and shake his head in amusement. Call her naive, but Beiheng was clever in her own way. Call her pure, yet Beiheng was still capable of something like peeping. Next time, I won't let you off so easily, Lucian said with a playful smile. If he stoked the fire any further, a mere glance would not be enough to resolve it. In the next moment, Lucian, with a white towel wrapped around his waist, rose from the hot spring pool and walked toward the sauna, leaving Beiheng and Jinglu behind in the pool. Beiheng stared blankly at the closed door, her mind replaying the scene she had just witnessed. When Lucian stepped out of the water, she had kept her eyes fixed on his body, never looking away, not even blinking. It was, in truth, rather shameless of her, but still, she had to admit his body was simply too perfect to be ignored. Next time you do something like this, just wait and see how he deals with you, Jinglu said calmly, her voice carrying a quiet warning. You're no fun. I'm not talking to you. Beiheng huffed, turning her head away with a pout. Yet despite her words, whenever she went out later, she would still return with fine wine and sweets for Jinglu, just as always, acting as if nothing had happened. In truth, ever since she had become part of Lucian and Jinglius' life, such antics had occurred quite often. Her jinxed mouth always invited trouble. Her crash-prone fate left people helplessly exasperated. Nevertheless, Lucian and Jinglu still cared for her deeply. Now, she had even moved into the Xianzhou Songqing, living together with Lucian and Jinglu. And just like that, the three of them continued to spend their days together, and in the blink of an eye, another 50 years slipped by. In the year 7360 star calendar, the Xianzhou Afu hosted a tournament known as the Luminary War Dance Ceremony, inviting factions from across the universe to compete for the title of the strongest. Of course, the Xianzhou Songqing, as one of the Xianzhou Alliance, had also received the invitation. Master, I want to participate to see how far I am from the other experts. In the courtyard, Jinglu mentioned the tournament casually and expressed her wish to participate. All right, let's go together. Lucian, already expecting that Jinglu would take part in the Luminary War Dance ceremony sooner or later, naturally did not object. Me too. Let's go together. Beiheng excitedly raised her hand, wanting to go as well to cheer for Jinglu. In the end, after some discussion, Lucian, Jinglu, and Beiheng decided to go together with the delegation of the Xianzhou Songqing. Inxing several days later, Lucian led the delegation of the Xianzhou Songqing to the Xianzhou Luofu. It was not his first visit to the Xianzhou Luofu, but it was his first time attending its Luminary War Dance ceremony. As soon as they arrived at the Xianzhou Luofus Starskiff Haven, the Helm Master of the Luofus Skyfaring Commission came forward to welcome them. Because many civilizations tied to the Xianzhou Luofu had sent representatives to join this grand event, the place was already packed with people. Everyone, this year's Luminary War Dance will be held on the battleship right above us, known as the Skysplitter Array, surviving starskiff from the Second Abundance War. Glancing upward, the Helm Master, a beautiful Foxian woman, explained the background to the delegation of the Xianzhou Songqing. As Lucian led the delegation through the crowd, his striking appearance instantly drew countless curious glances. Lucian himself was exceedingly handsome. His graceful and poised demeanor alone caught the eyes of many women from other civilizations. But when combined with the two women beside him, Jinglu and Baiheng, both stunning in looks and figure, it became utterly deadly. Needless to say, the combination of a handsome man and two beautiful women was eye-catching enough. Of course, what captivated the crowd the most was the fact that they were the legendary Heavenly Ascendant. Is that the Songqing delegation? I heard the acting general himself came. Is that incredibly handsome man him? Mun, you're really behind on the news. Look closer, do you see who the women beside him are? As the onlookers whispered among themselves, their words quickly drew the attention of others nearby, who turned their eyes toward one of the beauties among the delegation. White long hair, light red eyes, a breathtakingly beautiful figure that radiated an aloof and noble air. Wasn't she a member of the legendary group that had been spoken of across the Xianzhou Alliance for centuries? I know her. It's the Moonlight Sword Immortal Jingliu, one of the Heavenly Ascendant. In that case, that man must be the leader of the Heavenly Ascendant, the Azure Sword Immortal. Finally, someone who recognizes them. Back when my hometown was invaded by the Wing Weavers, it was the Azure Sword Immortal who stepped in and annihilated those damn abominations. And that Foxian woman, I think I've heard of her too, but she seems to be a recent addition to the Heavenly Ascendant. Never heard of her before. You really don't know? She's Baiheng, an ace pilot from our Yaoqing. Because of her outstanding ability, she was personally invited by the two Sword Immortals to join the Heavenly Ascendant. One of the onlookers explained Baiheng's origins with great pride. It was understandable. It should be noted that the Heavenly Ascendant had been established for 1,000 years and had always consisted of only 2 people during that time. However, it wasn't because of a lack of candidates, but because no matter who it was, no matter how powerful or talented, Lucian and Jinglu never allowed outsiders to join. Only a few decades ago did they accept one new member, which alone showed the Heavenly Ascendant's incredible prestige. It was no wonder some locals of the Xianzhou, Yaoqing, boasted with such pride. Azure Sword Immortal is so handsome. If he stabbed me, I'd die happy, alright. Missy, let's team up. You kidnap Azure Sword Immortal. They'll kidnap Moonlight Sword Immortal. Hee. You two are really damn simps. Kidnap them? With one swing of their swords, you'll be skewered like birds. As the onlookers by the roadside chattered, a tall, red-haired man beside them overheard the conversation and turned toward the direction they were pointing. Heavenly Ascendant. They look incredibly strong. I hope they are willing to help me, to aid Jarilo. Even though he thought this, he knew there was no way to speak to them directly now, so he would have to use the fame of the Luminary War Dance ceremony to make his voice heard by everyone. Meanwhile, as Lucian and the others walked, they soon encountered the delegation of the Xianzhou Zhuming, led by a tall, gray-haired man of about 50 who wore an Oriental-styled black tailcoat with red-lined insides and gray trousers. As soon as the man saw Lucian and the others, he smiled and stepped forward to greet them. Brother Lucian, Sister Jinglu, Sister Baiheng, long time no see. He was Yingxing, the beloved disciple of Arbiter General Huaiyan and a renowned craftsman known as the Furnace Master of the Xianzhou Zhuming. Yes, Yingxing was the very same man who would later become the Stellaron hunter known as Blade. After his homeland had been destroyed by the Borisin fleet and turned into a pasture of weapons, he had barely escaped with his life and reached the Xianzhou Alliance. He later devoted himself to weapon forging and vowed to eradicate the abominations of abundance. At a young age, he had already earned recognition as a craftsman and later obtained the title of Furnace Master. Yingxing, huh? Lucian smiled and patted Yingxing on the shoulder. A few years apart, and you've aged quite a bit. It was truly a strange sight. A man who looked around 20 patting an old man in his 50s as if greeting a junior. Such was the sorrow of short-life species, a life barely lasting 100 years. For Lucian, decades passed like a single slumber, but for Yingxing, half his life had already gone by. In the blink of an eye, you've got wrinkles already. Baiheng sighed softly. Indeed, I have aged. Yingxing smiled gently. Jinglu silently cast Yingxing a glance and gave a slight nod. How could they know each other? It all started decades ago, during the craftsman tournament in the Xianzhou Zhuming. Back then, countless craftsmen competed for the title of Furnace Master, and in the end, it was claimed by an 18-year-old short-life youth. Lucian could not help but recall his first meeting with Ingxing. At that time, Huayan had personally invited Lucian to watch the craftsman tournament in the Xianzhou Zhuming. Lucian, having nothing to do at the time, readily accepted and brought Jinglu and Baiheng along as guests. Before the tournament began, they encountered the 18-year-old Ingxing standing alone in a corner, mumbling nervously. "Kid, you will be the champion. You will become the greatest craftsman of the Xianzhou Zhuming." Amid Yingxing's utter confusion, Lucian had said those words to him out of nowhere. Ingxing, however, had been too nervous to speak, so he could only stare silently at Lucian's departing figure. Thankfully, the tournament proceeded smoothly. Using random materials provided on the spot, contestants had to craft ingenious works, after which the judges gave their scores, followed by Huayan's final decision. Unfortunately, when Yingxing's turn came, a group of old veterans unable to accept the talent of a short-life youth schemed against him by switching all his materials with trash and scrap. "Huayan, you invited me to watch this foolish theatrics? Is this how your old craftsmen treat geniuses?" Lucian, who knew about the dirty scheme, stepped forward immediately, unable to tolerate such injustice. In the end, he publicly stood by Ingxing. "How about this? Ingxing will use this pile of trash. If he crafts something good from them, the Zhuming will provide the Songqing with free military supplies for 3 years." Lucian declared with a slight smile. "If he fails, we of the Heavenly Ascendant will work for the Zhuming free for 3 years." Lucian's wager instantly pushed the tournament to its peak. It was only natural. He was, after all, the acting arbiter general of the Xianzhou Songqing, as well as a sword immortal and the leader of the Heavenly Ascendant. As a result, the Xianzhou Zhuming's 6 charioteers had no choice but to agree. Ingxing, being the genius he was, used that pile of trash and scrap to forge a lifelike mechanical beast, ultimately winning the tournament. Since that day, Ingxing would always remember Lucian, the only one besides his master who firmly stood by him and believed in him. "I will become the greatest craftsman. Then I will join the Heavenly Ascendant." At 18, Ingxing found a new goal to join the Heavenly Ascendant. However, several decades later, still feeling unworthy, he ultimately no longer dared to mention it. "General Lucian, please hurry. General Teng Xiao is waiting for you." As Lucian was lost in thought, reminiscing about the past with Ingxing, the voice of the helm master snapped him out of his mind. Let's go." Lucian versus Teng Xiao, Xianzhou Luofi's current arbiter general, was a man named Teng Xiao, and his lieutenant was none other than the white-haired young man Lucian knew Jingyuan. Inside the seat of divine foresight, the two were waiting for the leaders of other Xianzhou delegations to arrive. Of course, because the other Xianzhou delegations were part of the Xianzhou alliance, their treatment naturally differed from that of other civilizations. However, among the Xianzhou delegations, Lucian was the only arbiter general who attended the luminary war dance ceremony this time. "Yuan, have the people from the Songqing not arrived yet?" Teng Xiao asked while pacing back and forth, the heavy armor on his body clanking loudly. "It's been so long. They should be here by now, right?" He stood at least 1.90 meters tall, extremely burly though his build was intimidating. His face appeared kind, like an uncle next door. "General, no need to rush. Haste makes waste." Jingyuan, standing nearby, replied calmly, even though his long white hair covered one of his eyes, giving him a somewhat sickly appearance. He acted as the ringmaster for the luminary war dance ceremony, the face of the Xianzhou Fu. "You know, back when I was still just a lieutenant, I already heard about the title of Sword Immortal. I thought it was impressive back then." Teng Xiao stopped, turned, and continued pacing, armor clattering. "I heard the Moonlight Sword Immortal will be participating this time. I'm worried you'll be defeated instantly. Yuan, if you lose instantly, ITLL be the face of our Luofu that's lost." He was truly anxious right now. He had never been this anxious before, not even during battles. Because the previous sword champion had fallen, the title of sword champion of the Xianzhou Luofu had remained vacant ever since. If Jing Yuan, the ringmaster, could defend the stage successfully, he would become the new sword champion, which would be the best outcome. However, if Jing Yuan somehow lost, he absolutely could not lose too quickly, or the Xianzhou Luofu's reputation would suffer. Huh! Jing Yuan let out a helpless sigh. So, General, is that why you're so eager to meet the Songqing delegation to discuss things in advance? Of course. We can't just concede immediately, we have to try first. Teng Xiao spoke seriously, a frown crossing his face. It'll test the waters for you. I'm an arbiter, General, so I shouldn't be weaker than the Azure Sword Immortal. If I can hold my ground, then you shouldn't lose instantly to Jing Lu. Even if you end up defeated after 100 moves, it won't be disgraceful. Well, that's what I think. Unlike the Azure Sword Immortal, I have a Spiritus the Lightning Lord, so it shouldn't be a problem. Even though he was indeed anxious, Teng Xiao remained confident. Jing Yuan shook his head helplessly, feeling that his general truly worried himself sick for the Xianzhou Luofu. A few minutes later, the Helm Master, leading the other Xianzhou delegations, finally arrived at the seat of divine foresight. As soon as Lucian entered, he saw the towering Teng Xiao clad in full heavy armor that made him look like a tank, and beside him stood a young man he had once admired as a player, Jing Yuan. Since Jing Lu had been taken away by Lucian, Jing Yuan's master ultimately had become Teng Xiao. He had followed Teng Xiao to study martial arts, being groomed as his heir to be the next Arbiter General of the Xianzhou Luofu. You all are finally here. I've been waiting forever. Teng Xiao greeted Lucian and the others warmly before stepping forward to meet them. Clang! Clang! As Teng Xiao walked, the steely sound of his footsteps alone revealed his strength. By the way, General Lucian, why haven't you become an official Arbiter General yet? Teng Xiao asked in wonder. If you go to the Yuk for assessment, you'll receive the Rainbow Arbiter's blessing and become stronger. Why won't you? In fact, this was a question everyone was curious about. It was only natural. Lucian had served as an acting Arbiter General for over 1,000 years without becoming official, so word of it had naturally spread. It was no secret. Well, I just don't want to rely on an Ian's blessing, Lucian said, waving his hand. I only want to grow stronger through my own efforts and strength. In the next moment, he suddenly took on an enlightened, detached look. Besides, the strength I have today comes from my own hard work. Why should I depend on others if I can grow stronger on my own? At Lucian's words, Jing Yuan, Teng Xiao, Yingxing, and even Baiheng all looked at him with admiration. In the next moment, however, Teng Xiao suddenly felt uneasy. Although he had trained hard and achieved much, he realized he took pride in relying on the aeon of the Hunt's blessing. Compared to Lucian's mindset, he was truly far behind. No wonder Lucian was a sword immortal. General Lucian, your mindset is beyond me. Truly impressive. Teng Xiao cupped his hands in respect. In that case, I'd like to spar with you. I won't use my Spiritus, I just want to see how big the gap between us really is. Originally, the spar was meant for another purpose. But now he was genuinely moved by Lucian's mindset and truly wanted to test the difference in their strength. It was about his own martial path now. Better not. Lucian calmly shook his head, refusing the request. If I swing my sword, you will die. Everyone gasped at the calmness in his words. An emanator of the Hunt would die, just from him swinging his sword? How strong was Lucian? Even the ever-composed Jing Yuan couldn't help but tense. Yingxing, on the other hand, felt his curiosity ignite. Just how powerful was his idol? Could he truly kill an Arbiter General with a single sword swing? All right, how about this? You strike me once, using 50% of your strength. Teng Xiao said confidently. I'll take the hit and see how much I need to use to match it. He refused to believe Lucian could kill him in one move. It was too unrealistic. Not only did he have high offense and high defense, with dual fire and lightning attributes, but after so many years of battle, his defenses had never been broken. He had even suppressed the great Heliobus Ignamar, and a century ago, he had also encountered an emanator of abundance, Shuhu, and cut him down 100 times. How could he possibly be killed in one strike? Seeing Tang Xiao's insistence, Lucian could not refuse any longer. Very well, since you insist. Lucian nodded helplessly. Then his expression turned serious. But if you die, don't blame me. Guhaha, no blam, no blam. Tang Xiao waved his hand, laughing heartily. I trust you'll hold back. Jing Yuan, however, suddenly had a bad feeling, sensing that his general might regret this. Yingxing naturally supported Lucian, secretly cheering him on from the side. Baiheng and Jinglu exchanged a silent glance, each catching the amusement in the other's eyes. All right, let's head to the training grounds. Tang Xiao gave a thumbs up, pointing east. I'd hate to wreck anything here. Indeed, whenever force was used, collateral damage was always a risk. No need. Lucian smiled calmly. Nothing here will be damaged. If it is, he'll pay for it. Right after saying this, he calmly extended his hand to the side without looking. Seeing this, Jinglu, already accustomed to it, immediately formed an ice sword and handed it to Lucian. General Tang Xiao, prepare yourself. As soon as Lucian finished speaking, he brought the sword down in a light, effortless swing. Huh, that's it. Tang Xiao raised his eyebrows, then frowned, feeling insulted. Is this really 50% strength? Is he mocking me? In his eyes, Lucian's casual-looking move was nowhere near 50% strength at most. It was 0.5%. Lucian clearly did not take him seriously and underestimated him. If that's the case, then ill smack. Before Tang Xiao could finish his words, a sharp sound rang out, drawing the attention of everyone watching the spar. Even the staff moving about stopped and turned to look. At this moment, Tang Xiao had somehow knelt on the ground, his palms pressed together as they clutched a gleaming bluish-white ice blade. In that instant, his mind went blank. Why am I kneeling? As I thought, Jing Yuan sighed and covered his face with his palm. Once the azure sword immortal swings his blade, all shall kneel. Even the general is no exception. Is this the difference in their strength? It's really true. Yingxing stared at the calm Lucian, then at the kneeling Tang Xiao. When General Lucian swings his sword, you're either cut in half in one strike or forced to kneel before him. Among the onlookers, only Jinglu and Baiheng wore unsurprised expressions. They had been with Lucian long enough to know that no one had ever remained standing after he swung his sword. For the past 1,000 years, Jinglu had even taken receiving her master's sword without kneeling as her lifelong goal. Seeing the Arbiter General of the Xianzhou Luofu kneel, Jinglu knew her master was still holding back. What the? General Tang Xiao knelt? No idea it was so sudden. Why? If General Tang Xiao did this, he must have his reasons. A dozen officials and staff members whispered among themselves, making Tang Xiao feel like a monkey on display. Just now, he didn't even know why, but his body, as if controlled by someone, had spontaneously knelt to catch Lucian's sword. Regardless, his pride as an Arbiter General mattered, so he couldn't just do nothing. Ahem, not bad, not bad. Tang Xiao coughed awkwardly, then spoke with a forced smile. To make me use 0.5% of my strength quite good. Again, let me see how much strength you can force me to use next, General Lucian. Jinglious aura as Lucian lowered his sword, Tang Xiao stood up again, his posture ready for battle. Every muscle in his body tightened, as if he were facing a life-or-death enemy. As a fellow general, come with the intent of cutting me dash. Before Tang Xiao could finish his words, pa! Another loud smack echoed. Once again, Tang Xiao dropped to his knees, hands pressed together, catching the ice blade hovering above his head. He froze for a few seconds before forcing out a smile. Haha, not bad. You actually made me use 10% of my strength. There are only a few in the Alliance who can match you. Next, you'll use 20%, so be careful. Tang Xiao rose again, and Lucian helplessly swung his sword once more. Bah! Tang Xiao was on his knees again. Not bad, not bad. Tang Xiao grinned as he stood up again. Next, you'll use 60% of my strength. Let's see where your limits lie. You still want to keep going? Lucian asked, looking speechless. Don't worry, it'll control my strength so I won't hurt you. Tang Xiao feigned confidence. Little did he know, as he spoke. The onlookers, already knowing who was on the winning side, were struggling to hold back their laughter. Apparently, they wanted to laugh but didn't dare to, afraid of embarrassing Tung Xiao. Lucian could only swing his sword again. Bah! Very good, very good. To make me use 60% strength for defense. Worthy indeed of being a sword immortal. Next, he'll use 70%. Bah! 90%. Bah! Sweat began to drip down Tung Xiao's forehead. I'm already defending with everything I have, yet I still can't resist at all, Tung Xiao thought frustratedly, not knowing what he should do to confront Lucian's weird swordsmanship. In the first place, what kind of swordsmanship is this? If I go all out and even summon the Lightning Lord and still end up kneeling, I'll lose all dignity. Having thought it through, Tung Xiao ultimately stood once more, smiling broadly. Well, the swordsmanship of a sword immortal is truly extraordinary. It's been an honor to witness such skill today, but it's getting late. Let's call it here, shall we? Seeing the great general himself offering a way out, Lucian naturally wouldn't refuse. Honestly, seeing the man already kneeling to him several times, Lucian even felt a bit embarrassed. Yes, I was thinking the same. Lucian nodded. Using that move takes quite a bit of focus, so I'm a little tired myself. Especially when using it on a strong general like General Tung Xiao, it drains my mind. I can't swing again. Lucian's words firmly restored Tung Xiao's pride as he grinned from ear to ear. Gwaha, not at all, not at all. General Lucian's future achievements will surely be remarkable. Tung Xiao truly wanted to befriend Lucian. Now someone willing to save his face like this was clearly worth befriending. Meanwhile, while the two generals were exchanging compliments, the onlookers eventually understood. Ah, so it was just the two generals sparring, with General Tung Xiao defending against the other's attacks? Not gonna lie, the two generals are incredible. After such a clash, they didn't even damage the grounds. Seems like General Tung Xiao has the upper hand. I mean, he hasn't even gone all out, and the Azure Sword Immortal already stopped attacking. Hearing these murmurs, Jing Yuan remained silent. He could clearly see that Lucian wasn't using any strength at all. In fact, Lucian was just casually swinging his sword, not even executing real moves. Why? I can't feel any energy fluctuation, not even a ripple. Jing Yuan pondered inwardly. Could it be some kind of law or conceptually based power? Just one swing, and the opponent has no choice but to kneel. He couldn't help but speculate on a theory, which was surprisingly close to the truth. Ingxing, on the other hand, had his admiration for Lucian deepen, as evidenced by how his slightly aged face revealed a look of longing and respect as he gazed at Lucian's figure. Meanwhile, after Tung Xiao and Lucian complimented each other for a while, Tung Xiao suddenly pulled Lucian aside. "Brother, can I discuss something with you?" Tung Xiao glanced around sneakily, then leaned close to Lucian's ear. "Your disciple Jinglu is definitely taking the championship. So what I want to say is, when she faces Jing Yuan, could you make the fight last a bit longer?" Upon hearing this, Lucian understood immediately this general wanted to save some face for the Xianzhou Luofu. It was honestly understandable. In such a grand tournament, if the ringmaster were defeated in a single strike, it would be too humiliating. "All right, I can do that." Lucian smiled faintly. "How much are you prepared to pay, though? How much for each move?" How about this? Just one price, give me 10% of the Luofus revenue for the next 3 years, and Jing Yuan gets 300 moves. Hiss. Tung Xiao took a sharp breath. 10% is a bit steep. How is that steep? Lucian responded calmly. Heavenly Ascendance rates have always been like this. In the end, after some thought, Tung Xiao ultimately agreed. Honestly, compared to a bit of wealth, the reputation of the Xianzhou Luofu was far more important. At worst, he could conquer a few more planets later to make up for the loss. And so, once they had their agreement, Tung Xiao arranged for the other Xianzhou delegations to head to the Sky Splitter's viewing platform. Right after taking his VIP seat, Lucian called Jinglu over and whispered in her ear, "When you face Jing Yuan, hold back and fight him for 300 moves, no. Make it 400, an extra 100 on the house." "How much did you take?" Jinglu instantly understood the situation and asked directly. 10% of the Luafis revenue for 3 years. Lucian answered calmly. I mean, you're just holding back. Nothing serious, so I didn't ask for too much. All right, I'll follow your lead, master. Jinglu nodded with a faint smile. Truthfully, she didn't really care about holding back as long as her master was happy. She would comply. 1 hour later, after a grand and fancy speech, the Luminary War Dance ceremony finally began. Jinglia's first opponent was a man from an unknown planet. Outside the arena, because the IPC always broadcast the Luminary War Dance ceremony live, cameras floated everywhere, capturing and transmitting every match without exception. If heaven had not birthed me, the sword path would be endless night. As Jinglu walked into the arena, her eyes covered by a black blindfold with a silver crescent moon detailed in the center, her cold words fell upon the audience's ears, instantly stirring waves. All they saw was an icy, beautiful sword immortal stepping on frost crystals, each step bringing a chill. Her very entrance alone crushed her opponent's aura. Damn, what a strong aura. Is that really the legendary Moonlight Sword Immortal? If heaven hadn't birthed me. Damn, I don't even get it, but that's so badass. One entrance. If she doesn't win, I swear I'll eat my own shoe. Countless people were ignited by Jinglia's speech, their blood boiling with excitement. Even her opponent shivered slightly. As expected, the result was obvious 1/ overwhelming victory. Second match. Jinglu, with a single sword, can move mountains, sever rivers, overturn seas, subdue demons, suppress spirits, command gods, pluck stars, topple cities, and split the heavens. 1/ instant victory. Third match. My blade, honed for 1,000 years, can cut down the stars themselves. 1/ instant victory. Fourth match. Below an emanator, I am invincible. Above an emanator is 1-for-1. 1/ instant victory. In every match, Jinglia's entrance radiated dominance and an overwhelming aura that completely crushed her opponents. Because people from other planets had never witnessed such brazen displays, many were awed by Jinglia's performance and became her fans, convinced she would claim the championship. Moonlight Sword Immortal is unstoppable. Whoever she faces, it's 1/ too strong. Is this the power of the heavenly ascendant? She's beautiful, aloof, and powerful. I love her. I'm Jinglia's loyal dog. Seeing Jinglia's imposing aura and somewhat audacious words, Tung Xiao couldn't help but ask Lucian, Brother, isn't your disciple a bit too arrogant? If the young aren't arrogant, what's the point of being young? Lucian replied with a calm smile. Honestly, he truly hadn't expected that his casual teaching would turn Jinglu into this. He felt a little sinful. Tung Xiao was speechless upon hearing Lucian's reply. Your disciple is over 1,000 years old, and you still call her young? Truthfully, Tung Xiao was also curious about this. It was common knowledge that most of the Xianzhou natives would be Mara-struck once they reached around 800 years of age. At most, only a few remained sane even at 900. Yet Lucian and Jinglu, both over 1,000 years old, were still lively and showed no signs of Mara at all. Imbibitor Luni. Dan Feng in the fifth match, Jinglu faced a red-haired man with a mechanical arm who made Lucian feel a faint sense of familiarity. He searched his memory for a while and finally recalled the man was from Drilo 6, a fighter who had once left his homeland to seek help for his people Igor Haft. In the original story, after failing to gain assistance from the Xianzhou Alliance, Igor had immediately returned home, joined the fight against the Antimatter Legion, and eventually died. He honestly hadn't expected to meet someone from Drilo 6 inside Jinglia's script. As the match began, unsurprisingly, Igor was instantly defeated by Jinglu with a single strike. Just like in the game, Igor shouted to everyone after his defeat, warning them to beware the Antimatter Legion and pleading for aid for Drilo 6. Seeing that no one was responding to his plea, Igor began to feel disheartened, but just then, a figure suddenly appeared before him. It was none other than the famed Azure Sword Immortal, the master of the formidable woman who had just defeated him. Lucian. Igor, is there a Lord Ravager behind the Antimatter Legion that invaded Jarilo? Right on the stage, Lucian calmly asked the bewildered Igor. Lucian was actually trying to find out whether Lord Ravager Selenova was present. As for why, it was mostly out of curiosity. Since Selenova's face was hidden in the game, he really wanted to see what she truly looked like. At Lucian's sudden question, Igor froze for a moment, surprised that this legendary Azure sword immortal would speak to him first, then answered. I don't know, sir. Igor shook his head, looking hesitant. I only know their number is massive. Would you be willing to aid my homeland? Lucian obviously agreed without hesitation, considering the contents of the script could affect certain aspects of reality. If he saved Jarilo 6 this time, perhaps he could even change its true history, sparing it from disaster and allowing its civilization to recover. Of course, this was not guaranteed, but nonetheless, he was willing to try. Defeating the Antimatter Legion was, after all, merely like child's play to him, and if luck allowed him to meet Selenova, it was even better. Let's go, the sooner, the better. Right after saying this, Lucian grabbed Igor and pushed him forward. Lucian remembered Jarilo V's coordinates clearly, so he didn't even need Igor to guide him. In the next moment, the two disappeared instantly, leaving the audience gasping in surprise. Azure Sword Immortal is personally taking action. Jarilo will be saved. Is it that certain? Kid, you're too young. You don't know about the Heavenly Ascendant, whose reputation was built by cutting down countless enemies. Several hours later, Lucian returned to the Xianzhou Luofu alone. A pity she wasn't there. Indeed, after scanning Jarilo 6 and its surroundings inside and out, he hadn't found Selenova. Feeling a little disappointed, he decided to quickly wipe out the Antimatter Legion and then leave in style. Thankfully, the timing was perfect. He returned just in time to witness the showdown between Jinglu and Jingyuan. As always, Jinglius' entrance was commanding and full of aura, and by now, most of the audience were already her die-hard fans. Oh, the ringmaster looks so young. He probably won't last long. Judging by Jinglius' previous record, ITLL be another one-strike win. Maybe the kid's strong too? Amid the audience's chatter, Jinglu and Jingyuan finally made their moves. However, to everyone's surprise, not only did Jingyuan not fall after one strike, but he even traded blows evenly with Jinglu. Jinglius' acting was truly impeccable. No one could see any flaws at all. It was only natural. Not only was she being paid, but this was also her master's request, so she couldn't afford to be careless. Holy crap, I didn't expect the ringmaster to be quite capable. No wonder he's the ringmaster. Jingyuan, huh? Not gonna lie, to last this long against the Moonlight Sword Immortal, he's definitely a genius. Oh ho ho, the Luofu's future is bright. I think Jingyuan has the bearing of a general. 300 moves already. To endure 300 moves, Jingyuan must be unmatched among his peers. Indeed, who else could last so long against Jinglu? One after another, the audience praised Jingyuan enthusiastically, and no one suspected that the match was actually rigged. It was understandable. Given the undeniable prestige of the Heavenly Ascendant and Teng Xiao as an Arbiter General, the audience would never have expected that they would actually stage a fake match. Of course, the match was not truly rigged, just a little holding back, which was exactly what Teng Xiao had wanted. At this moment, Teng Xiao was grinning from ear to ear. Not only did this match protect the Xianzhou Luofu's reputation, but it also gave Jingyuan the title of a genius warrior. Finally, after 400 moves, Jinglu stopped holding back and instantly defeated Jingyuan with a single strike in the very next second. Seeing the result, the audience sighed in regret. What a shame. A few more years of training, and he could have one. Even so, to last 400 moves under Jingli's sword, Jingyuan truly deserves to be called a genius. That's more than enough. With that, the Luminary War Dance ceremony finally came to an end, with the final victor being Jinglu. As a result, the audience chanted Jinglius' name, further elevating the prestige of the Heavenly Ascendant. Elsewhere, in the VIP seats, A young man with dragon horns quietly pondered after watching Jinglius matches. High Elder, shall we continue watching? An attendant behind the young man stepped forward to ask. No. Hearing his attendant's question, the young man snapped out of his thoughts and slowly stood up. Let's go find General Teng Xiao. He was Dan Feng, the current Vidyadhara High Elder of the Xianzhou Luofu, known as Imbibitor Lunier Prodigy of the Vidyadhara, entrusted with great hopes to restore their immortality. Watching Jinglius' aura and swordsmanship stirred his competitive spirit, making him want to see who was stronger between them. Of course, it was mainly her aura. He noticed that every time Jinglu appeared, her aura was so overwhelming that it finally made him realize where he still fell short. His own entrances were far too ordinary. As for her strength, considering Jinglu had fought Jing Yuan for such a long time, her strength was evidently not beyond his reach. Even if she had been holding back during the match, it was unlikely she restrained herself for 400 moves, right? A group like the Heavenly Ascendant would never take money to throw a match. Dan Feng believed that an aloof group of sword immortals like the Heavenly Ascendant must have their own principles and ideals. They would never lower themselves before millions just for material gain. Having this belief, Dan Feng assessed himself against Jinglu and felt that the strength gap between them was roughly 70 to 30. As a result, he decided to skip past Jinglu and planned to directly challenge her master, the Azure Sword Immortal. Please ask General Teng Xiao to arrange a meeting. I wish to see Miss Jinglu and her master. Dan Feng calmly ordered his attendant. Nodding obediently, the attendant immediately went to convey Dan Feng's request to Teng Xiao. Xianzhou Luofu, seat of divine foresight. As Lucian entered the seat of divine foresight, flanked by Baiheng on his left, Jinglu on his right, and Yingxing following behind, he saw a figure with flowing black hair and dragon horns standing beside Teng Xiao. Seeing such a striking appearance, Lucian recognized the figure at once. Dan Feng, the Vidyadhara High Elder of the Xianzhou Luofu and a member of the High Cloud Quintet in the original story. Here they are. Let me introduce you, Teng Xiao said with a smile, acting like a guide. He is Dan Feng, our Luofus Vidyadhara High Elder. He's the one who wishes to meet you. General Lucian, the world says your sword makes anyone kneel. Dan Feng immediately stepped forward, not beating around the bush. Today, I want to see if your sword can really make me kneel. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned, staring at him as if he had lost his mind. Clearly, he was unaware of Teng Xiao's kneeling incident when he sparred with Lucian. Even an emanator of the hunt had to kneel. How could this Vidyadhara hope to remain standing? Lucian, receiving another duel request, felt slightly helpless. It was no wonder the High Cloud Quintet could achieve great things. Each member was equally bold. Hey, High Elder, don't do this. You can't win. Teng Xiao pulled Dan Feng aside and whispered quietly. Maybe spar with Jinglu instead. To shrink back before a strong opponent, how could we ever progress like that? Dan Feng said with a frown. He truly looked impressive, truly handsome, but he had simply chosen the wrong target, which made him seem somewhat ridiculous. Lucian did not bother explaining. It did not matter who it was. Even if an Aeon came in person, they would have to kneel before his sword, let alone a mere Vidyadhara High Elder. As you wish. Lucian, just like before, received an ice sword from Jinglu, then casually gave a light swing. Bah! Dan Feng suddenly dropped to his knees, pressing both palms together, his face filled with disbelief. Why couldn't he even resist? Was the gap truly this vast? Again. Bah! Again. Bah! In the end, after 20 such kneels, Dan Feng finally admitted defeat. He was utterly subdued. Usually, this proud genius rarely met an equal, and only Teng Xiao could spar with him. But now, faced with an unreasonable sword immortal, his proud head was pressed down. Now, Dan Feng understood what he had to do. He could not remain stagnant, and had to pursue greater breakthroughs to bring back immortality. For the Vidyadhara and Lucian was the next step. Dan Feng lowered his head, deep in thought. Seeing this, The others were unsurprised and did not mock him, not because of any special reason, but simply because they knew that Lucian was just too abnormal, as no matter one's status, they would kneel without exception when he swung his sword. "Sir, I wish to join the Heavenly Ascendant." As the room fell silent and all eyes turned to Dan Feng, who was lost in thought, he suddenly straightened, then bowed deeply to Lucian as he voiced this unexpected request. Everyone was taken aback, especially Teng Xiao, who stood there utterly dumbfounded. How could it not be? Didn't this mean the Vidyadhara High Elder of the Xianzhou Luofu wanted to join the Xianzhou Kangcheng side? Breaking apart? Seeing Dan Feng suddenly wanting to join the Heavenly Ascendant, just like Teng Xiao, Jing Yuan was also dumbfounded. As Imbibitor Luni, Dan Feng was a figure admired by countless people, yet he was now willing to join another group and become someone else's subordinate? In the next moment, however, Jing Yuan seemed to have thought of something and began to lose himself in thought. Heavenly Ascendant is just something I casually formed with my disciple, Lucian said calmly, his expression remaining calm and unreadable. Besides, Heavenly Ascendant is not something you can join just because you want to. In that case, please accept me as your student. Dan Feng's gaze was firm. As long as I can occasionally receive your little guidance, that would be enough. No matter what, he had to learn something from Lucian. General, this is actually a good thing. Jing Yuan tugged on Teng Xiao's arm and whispered quietly, "Just think, with this connection, whenever the Luofu needs the Heavenly Ascendant's help, there will be a discount." Upon hearing this, Teng Xiao's eyes instantly lit up. Yes, as he thought about it more carefully, not only would that save a lot of money, but it would also bring him closer to Lucian. "Brother, I have a favor to ask." Teng Xiao approached Lucian and patted his shoulder. "Take 2 people for me, all right? Just treat them as your students, not formal disciples. Every year, we'll pay you teaching fees." If he weren't an Arbiter General, he honestly would have also wanted to become Lucian's student and learn his bizarre ability. Hearing Teng Xiao's request, Lucian had to admit this man was always breaking his expectations. Outsiders said Teng Xiao was brave and invincible, able to suppress abominations and cut down an emanator of abundance. But look at what he was doing in private, so many little schemes. "Let me guess. You want me to teach Jing Yuan as well?" Lucian asked with raised eyebrows. "Well, I'd like to see him get stronger, too." Teng Xiao chuckled. "You taught Jing Lu, and she became an incredible swordswoman. Teaching Jing Yuan should be easy for you, yeah? It's because Jing Lu had great talent." Lucian softly shook his head. "In fact, I didn't teach her at all. Come on, don't be modest, brother." Teng Xiao waved his hand. 2 people, 20% of the Luofu's profit each year. Consider it tuition. Lucian didn't know how to respond, since he really didn't know how to teach someone, but seeing Teng Xiao's persistence, he couldn't refuse. "Fine, since you treat me like your brother. What else can I say?" Lucian sighed helplessly. "Jing Yuan and Dan Feng can be my students and join the Heavenly Ascendant. Also, forget about the tuition." He honestly felt embarrassed to ask for tuition for this trivial thing. A trip to the Xianzhou Luofu, and he somehow ended up taking in 2 students, 2 members of the High Cloud Quintet. No less. "All right, it's settled." Teng Xiao grinned broadly. "Gwahaha. Jing Yuan, High Elder from now on. You 2 are his students. Learn well." Jing Yuan and Dan Feng immediately stepped forward and bowed their heads toward Lucian. Jing Yuan pays respects to teacher. Dan Feng pays respects to teacher. At this, Lucian's face stayed calm, but inside, he was rather pleased. For the future Xianzhou Luofu's Arbiter General and this era's Imbibitor Luni were now his students. Just then, Yingxing, who had stayed silent from the beginning, suddenly walked up and bowed his head toward Lucian. "Brother Lucian, I also wish to become your student and join the Heavenly Ascendant." Yingxing was indeed gifted, but as a short-lived species, his lifespan was unfortunately too brief, which was why many in the Xianzhou Zhuming refused to let him formally lead the Artisanship Commission. However, always wanted a place where he could shine, and, at this moment, that place was only by Lucian's side. Seeing others become Lucian students and also join the Heavenly Ascendant, he naturally wanted to seize the opportunity. Lucian had just been wondering whether gathering the entire High Cloud Quintet might be a condition for completing the script, and here Yingxing came on his own. Very well. Lucian smiled and nodded calmly. Yingxing's eyes widened, and then he broke into a big smile before bowing his head again. Yingxing pays respects to teacher. Now, the High Cloud Quintet was complete. Jinglu as a disciple, Baiheng as a close friend, Jing Yuan, Dan Feng, and Yingxing as students. Lucian couldn't help but wish that if reality were like this, it would be amazing. Later, when he visited the Xianzhou Luofu in reality, even its Arbiter General would have to respectfully call him teacher. In the following decade or so, Lucian often led the Heavenly Ascendant to fight and grow stronger, achieving many remarkable feats. For example, driving away the Borisin fleet that invaded Thalassa, breaking the alliance between the Howans and the Wing Weavers, rescuing the Cloud Knights controlled by the puppeteer jellyfish, annihilating millions of Void Rangers. Their accomplishments were endless, causing the Heavenly Ascendant's fame to reach its peak. In this history, there would be no High Cloud Quintet, only the legend of Heavenly Ascendant. Year 7378, Star Calendar, Xianzhou Sangqing, Jinglius Residence. At this moment, 5 people sat around a round table, drinking and chatting with each other in a festive atmosphere. Lucian sat at the head of the table, Jinglu beside him, while Jing Yuan, Dan Feng, and Yingxing naturally took the seats opposite them. Jing Yuan and the other 2 men were not fools. They could clearly see that Jinglius' relationship with their teacher was unusual. Of course, they were also aware that Beiheng's relationship with their teacher was just as unusual. Why isn't Beiheng back from shopping yet? Jinglu asked with concern. Just as these words fell, Beiheng soon appeared at the doorway with her usual cheerful smile. Sorry, I stopped to draw a career fortune, so it delayed me. I'll punish myself with 3 cups. Beiheng was as straightforward as always. She immediately downed 3 cups of wine in quick succession. Seeing you so happy. Was it good fortune? Jing Yuan asked with a smile. Yep, but no reward for guessing, Beiheng said while giggling. Meanwhile, watching the 5 gathered together, chatting so happily, Lucian couldn't help but remember the original story. Seeing you all together like this fulfills a dream of mine, Lucian remarked, then sighed in pity. Upon hearing this, Jing Yuan paused, then fixed his eyes on Lucian. What do you mean, teacher? Jing Yuan asked seriously. You were acting as if we were going to break apart someday. Through the years together, Lucian had always solved every problem with various mysterious means. So Jing Yuan often observed him and pondered his words seriously, trying to catch the hidden meaning behind them. You kid, always catching my words. Lucian chuckled lightly. You were not wrong, though. In my dream, you 5 did indeed break apart. Why, though? Jing Yuan asked with a frown. Well, since you're curious, let me tell you my dream. Lucian drained his cup, then continued. Among you 5, one's life will be short. Everyone immediately looked at Yingxing because they knew that he belonged to a short-life species. I don't really mind it. Yingxing gave a wry smile. Honestly, I'm already content with my life. One will have an immortal life. Lucian continued. Not surprising. Dan Feng calmly raised his cup, for he was an immortal Vidyadhara, destined to reincarnate endlessly. One will board the Astral Express and travel the galaxies. Lucian continued. That's my dream. Beiheng laughed cheerfully, raising her cup. Boarding the Astral Express had been her dream since childhood. After all, one will inherit a legacy and protect one of the Xianzhou ships. Lucian continued. Jinglu felt her master was speaking of her because she was, after all, his successor and the protector of the Xianzhou Sangqing. Lastly, one will leave the Xianzhou alliance and then scheme against Yaoshi. Lucian continued. As soon as the word scheme was mentioned, everyone knew it was Jing Yuan, since he was known as a good strategist with a sharp mind. It was just that no one expected that one day he would even dare to plot against an Aeon truly impressive. At this point, Jing Yuan couldn't help but ask again, isn't it just a dream about our future? Why would we ever break apart? Evidently, they thought Lucian's word about them breaking apart were just a mere joke, so no one took it seriously. Each had achieved their dreams, and with Lucian bringing them together, how could they break apart? Why, huh? Lucian shook his head, then his expression turned tranquil. What if everything turns out differently than you expect? Let's make it clear the one whose life is short is Bai Heng. The immortal one is Yingxing. The one who boards the Astral Express is Dan Feng. The one who inherits the legacy is Jing Yuan. And the one who leaves the Xianzhou Alliance is Jing Lu. Things going against one's wishes cough. A short life? Me? I am the first to die. Bai Heng had just raised her wine, cup to her lips, when she nearly choked upon hearing Lucian's revelation. Shouldn't she have been the one to board the Astral Express and travel the world? How did it suddenly become her dying first? While Dan Feng ended up being the one to board the Astral Express instead. It made no sense. Aside from Lucian, everyone was stunned, since no one had expected such an outcome. Teacher, you must be joking, right? Yingxing asked with a strained smile. Unfortunately, what met him was Lucian's calm, serene gaze, which clearly showed he was not joking at all. Yingxing's smile instantly stiffened. How could someone like him, a short-lived species, possibly be immortal? Well, since it came up, let me give you all a little warning. Lucian decided to explain in detail to prepare the five of them mentally, since he could not be at their side every moment. If something unexpected happened in the future, they must not immediately resort to Transmutation Arcanum. In my dream, people called you the High Cloud Quintet. In the year 7379 of the star calendar, an emanator of abundance, Shuhu, led a great army of abominations to press down upon the Xianzhou Lufu. Tung Xiao sacrificed himself, gravely injuring Shuhu, while the five of you fought the wounded emanator. Dan Feng transformed into a dragon and battled Shuhu, but ultimately fell into dragon's delirium. In the end, Bai Heng charged alone into the fray, saving Dan Feng and Jing Lu, but perished alongside Shuhu. At the mention of Tung Xiao's death, Jing Yuan's mind went blank, for he could not imagine that such a powerful general and the mentor he respected most would be killed by an emanator of abundance. Well, not bad. Bai Heng grinned. At least I traded my life for an emanator's life. That's a fair deal. Of course, the others knew she was only trying to ease the heavy mood. Jing Lu and Dan Feng remained silent, unable to fathom how they could have been pushed so far that Bai Heng had no choice but to sacrifice herself. In my next dream, the villains were Dan Feng and Yingxing. Lucian continued calmly. Upon hearing this, Dan Feng and Yingxing froze for a moment, then exchanged silent glances. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but wonder how an old man nearing 80 and a Vidyadhara high elder could have ended up as the villains. Dan Feng later learned about a ritual to name a new Vidyadhara high elder of the Luofu, known as the Transmutation Arcanum, which, at the time, was the only hope to bring Bai Heng back to life. In the end, the two of you went to the Scale Gorge waterscape and buried Bai Heng's remnants, attempting to use the Transmutation Arcanum along with Shuhu's flesh and the powers of the Ambrosial Arbor to bring her back to life. From Bai Heng's remnants, you tried to create new life, but instead of Bai Heng, you birthed a draconic abomination that nearly destroyed the Scale Gorge waterscape, slaughtering anyone without restraint until Jing Lu pierced its skull and killed it. In the end, Yingxing was tainted by Shuhu's flesh, cursed with immortality, and turned into a long-life species unable to die. Jing Lu, having slain her close friend, was Mara-struck, resulting in her slaughtering her comrades in madness before being subdued by Jing Yuan, and then fleeing the Xianzhou Alliance. As Lucian finished his so-called dream recount, the five fell silent. Even the usually cheerful Bai Heng could no longer smile. Needless to say, this was what people called things going against one's wishes. A life that should have been whole and destined for happiness instead ended in tragedy because of unexpected twists. So, without you, Bai Heng's death would have been the start of our downfall. Teacher, Jing Yuan said in a heavy tone, not daring to imagine how distressing it would be if that truly came to pass. Honestly, that dream is terrifying if it ever becomes reality. No wonder I had a nightmare recently. I dreamt I became a dragon, thrashing on an island, with many people attacking me. Bai Heng muttered in a slight daze. I wanted to run, but I couldn't move, and finally I saw Jinglu aiming her sword at my head. It scared me awake. Right after saying this, she quickly clung to Lucian's arm like a child seeking comfort. I told you it's just a dream. Lucian raised his hand and gently patted her head. It's okay with me here. It won't happen. I don't want to die. I want to stay quietly by your side. Bai Heng tilted her head, murmuring softly as she leaned against his shoulder with closeness. If anything happens to me, you must save me, okay? I don't want to become a dragon and kill innocents. Nor do I want to be stabbed by Jinglu. Jinglu saw Bai Heng's intimate gesture, but this time she couldn't feel jealous at all. In fact, what she felt now was only sympathy. Why? It was simply because when she was young, she had also dreamt of such a nightmare one where Rahu destroyed her home. The Xianzhou Sanqing. Back then, the vividness of that nightmare still haunted her until she realized those dreams had truly come to pass. If her master had not appeared and slain Rahu, the Xianzhou Sanqing would surely have become the hell she had once seen in her nightmare. You too, remember my master's words. Jinglu said seriously as she gazed at Dan Feng and Yingxing. I do not want to see such things happen. Otherwise, don't blame me if I cut off the problem at the root myself. Seeing her so serious for the first time, the two men did not dare to refute her. Yes, I understand. Yingxing nodded with a solemn expression. No matter what happens, I will ask the teacher's opinion first. Even though he was nearly 80, Yingxing still looked remarkably well-maintained, appearing no older than 60. In fact, Lucian had once offered to restore his youth, but he surprisingly refused, saying that when he was near death, if he still wished to live, he would then ask for Lucian's help. I want to act recklessly. Dan Feng nodded seriously. He never intended to bring harm to his friends. Besides, with a teacher possessing such unfathomable healing power, there was no need for any transmutation arcanum. Death is not the end. Preserve the remains, find teacher Master Lucian, and revival is possible. In the end, the five buried this thought deep within their hearts, their minds surprisingly in sync. Lucian felt it was good for them to understand the stakes, so that even without him around, they would not recklessly cause trouble. Next year, Shuhu will most likely attack the Luofu. Remember to inform me early. In the original story, the Shuhu upheaval took place in the year 73-79 of the star calendar. Now that they knew, the Xianzhou Luofu could prepare in advance. If only he could find where Shuhu was hiding. He would have killed Shuhu long ago, thrown him into a black hole to ensure certain death. All right. Jing Yuan quickly rose and bowed his head to Lucian. I will return now to report to the general, so he can prepare defenses and send more scouts. Even though he found Lucian's dream vision somewhat absurd, he dare not gamble on this. If a tragedy that could have been avoided truly happened because of his carelessness, he would be a sinner for eternity. Dan Feng also stood up, leaving with Jing Yuan. In that case, he'll return to the Zhuming and rush the forging of weapons. Yingxing said seriously, also standing up to leave. Lucian simply teleported the three to their destinations, leaving the courtyard with only one man and two women. Lucian, are you confident? Bai Heng moved closer to Lucian and asked in a serious tone. Of course. Lucian smiled with confidence. Don't you know how capable I am? But master, an emanator of abundance can heal and regenerate endlessly. Jinglu chimed in with a frown. It's hard to truly kill a being like that. Tung Xiao would have had the most to say after all, even when he had been utterly exhausted and had given everything. Shuhu still ultimately survived until Bai Heng sacrificed herself. Just throw him into a black hole, there's no need for a prolonged fight. Lucian shrugged nonchalantly. Don't worry, I have my ways. Right after saying this, he patted Bai Heng's head with his left hand and Jinglius with his right. The gesture carried such a sense of safety that the two women asked no more. A year later, Jing Yuan sent a voice message to Lucian, informing him of important news. Teacher, just as you said, Scouts have found the abominations of abundance regrouping and moving toward the Luofu, led by an emanator of abundance. General Teng Xiao requests support from its Sanqing. Bai Heng and Jing Lu, sitting beside Lucian, also heard Jing Yuan's voice message. "Master, when are we leaving?" Jing Lu asked directly. "Tomorrow," Lucian replied calmly. With absolute hit, knowing the coordinates meant that travel time was irrelevant, so today or tomorrow didn't matter. "In that case, they'll go out to pray for good fortune," Bai Heng exclaimed, putting on her coat and quickly leaving the house. Truthfully, ever since Lucian revealed the tragedy in his dream, it had always weighed heavily on her. Because of this, afraid she might never speak the words she had always longed to say, she resolved to seek a blessing for love first. Love and worthiness not long after Bai Heng left. Jinglu watched Lucian head toward the study, then sat alone at the stone table in the courtyard, lost in thought. However, with the warm sunlight and the quiet surroundings, before she realized it, she had leaned on the table and drifted into sleep. "You will never be able to take my sword in your lifetime. We have been master and disciple long enough. It's time to say goodbye, my dear disciple." "No." Jinglu suddenly jolted awake from a fleeting dream of her master walking away, never to return. Just the thought of being without her master beside her filled her heart with a strange unease, reluctance, and sorrow. It must be because I'm still not strong enough. Jinglu, with sweat rolling down her face, thought in distress. Yes, that must be it. I cannot even take one strike from Master's blade. I only drag him down. Am not yet worthy of staying by his side. It was understandable for her to have this mindset. Her mother had once been weak, and because of that, she was captured by those cursed abominations, used to threaten her father. In the end, her father compromised and laid down his sword, but instead of saving her mother, they both ultimately perished together. Needless to say, when one side was frail, the other would inevitably be dragged down. Jinglu had always known this truth ever since the death of her parents, which was exactly why she never dared to go further in her relationship with Lucian. It was not because she did not want to, it was because she did not dare, as Jinglius' mind was a mess, tangled with countless thoughts. The corner of her suddenly caught an unusual movement at the edge of the doorway. She turned her head and saw a fluffy figure clinging sneakily to the red lacquered doorframe, half of the figure's body peeking out before darting back. A large, bushy purple tail swayed nervously left and right, betraying the figure's panic. Such characteristics, who else but Bai Heng? Jinglu moved silently toward Bai Heng, her steps light as a breeze gliding over water. "What are you mumbling about here?" Jinglu, stopping right behind Bai Heng, asked in a cool, even voice. "Whoa!" Bai Heng jumped in fright, spinning around so suddenly her foxtail practically stood on end. Upon seeing that it was just Jinglu, Bai Heng's tension burst like a punctured balloon, her pretty face flushed bright red, the color spreading from her cheeks all the way to her delicate fox ears. "You scared me." "Jinglu." Bai Heng patted her chest in relief. "I thought it was Lucian. I wasn't ready yet." "Ready? Ready for what?" Jinglu wondered inwardly, raising her eyebrows. In the end, she didn't ask, only fixed her gaze on Bai Heng with her clear, icy light red eyes that pierced through everything like a frozen lake. Her gaze swept silently over Bai Heng's burning cheeks, then down to her restless, twitching tail. "Well, we're close, so I won't hide it from you," Bai Heng said in a somewhat shy tone. "Actually, I'm getting ready to confess to Lucian. I was practicing just now." "Lucian," I will vouch, still too nervous. She bit her tongue, then yelped and stuck out her small, pink tongue in pain. Meanwhile, upon hearing the word confess, Jinglius' eyebrows furrowed without her realizing it. "Why choose this moment?" Jinglu asked seriously. "Instead of indulging in love affairs, would it not be better to train harder? That way, there would at least be a greater chance of survival." She knew Bai Heng harbored feelings for Lucian, but recognizing them did not mean allowing her to act first. "I treat you as my closest friend, and yet you want to become my master's wife first?" Jinglu thought with rising frustration. "No, that cannot happen. I must persuade her otherwise. But that's exactly why. Beiheng's eyes shone brightly, her tone firm. I mean, since we're about to fight and emanate of abundance, I have to hurry up. What if? What if I die tomorrow? If I disappear without even telling him I love him? Wouldn't that be a huge regret? A regret all the way back to my great-grandma's house. As she spoke, she even waved her fist for emphasis. And what if the dream he told us really comes true? What if I end up with nothing left? Not even a body to revive? In that case, they'll never have a chance. That's why I need to treasure the time I still have to confess. Beiheng's voice grew softer, laced with the fragility and stubbornness of a small creature, but her eyes remained unyieldingly bright. Hearing Beiheng's determined and passionate words, Jinglu felt something stir faintly in her chest, as if a small ripple had spread across her frozen heart. Yet her expression remained unchanged. Are you really ready? Are you really sure about this? In the end, Jinglu only asked this. Beiheng nodded hard, her fluffy tail wagging furiously as if to cheer herself on. But the next moment her round, gleaming eyes fixed firmly on Jinglu, her gaze carried a sharpness unlike ever before, as if it could peel away the cold mask of aura Jinglu wrapped herself in. And you, Jinglu? Beiheng leaned forward slightly, her Foxian intuition keen, her voice lowered like a pebble dropped into a deep pond. Are you still going to wait? Upon hearing this question, Jinglia's fingers curled ever so slightly. If I cannot keep up with his steps, I will only be a burden, a weakness. Jinglu lifted her eyes, though her gaze was unfocused. In that situation, there will be no lasting bond. I will wait until I can truly take his blade until the day I am worthy of him. Worthy? For once, Beiheng's eyes widened in rare seriousness, and with a sharp flick of her tail, it snapped audibly through the air. Is love something about worthiness? Saying this, Beiheng stepped closer, almost pressing against Jingliu, tilting her head up with blazing determination. Love means love. Why it's so many rules? We as long-life species indeed live long. But we're not immortal. Who knows when our time will be up? Beiheng's words spilled out like rapid-fire arrows, each one striking like a sharp fragment, carrying undeniable clarity. I don't care about any of those complicated things. All I know is right now I love him, and I want to tell him. If I can live happily with him, even for one day, that's enough. I just want to have it once, and that's enough. I don't want to die someday with the word love still stuck in my heart, never spoken aloud. You know, that'd be too miserable and pitiful, dying with regrets. At Beiheng's heartfelt words, Jinglu fell silent. As the courtyard filled only with the rustling of leaves in the wind, that single phrase, dying with regrets, struck a heavy crack through Jinglia's icy heart. Yes, why cling to that unreachable worthiness? As Jinglu recalled the nightmare from when she was 11, she suddenly no longer wanted to wait. If Beiheng was going to act, then she had to be fast or otherwise. The next time she saw Beiheng, she might have to call her master's wife. Master is waiting for you in the backyard. Jinglu turned abruptly, swift as a startled gust of wind, leaving only this lie behind. Her voice sounded calm, yet carried a faint, hidden urgency. Huh? He's waiting for me? Beiheng raised her eyebrows, her fluffy tail spinning like a windmill in excitement. As expected, nothing can escape him. In the blink of an eye, she dashed off like an arrow, her light footsteps and faint scent quickly vanishing into the air. Jinglu took a deep breath, filled with a strange, unfamiliar determination. In the next moment, she turned sharply and strode quickly in the opposite direction. Without hesitation, her pace grew faster and faster with each step, until she was almost running, her clothes fluttering wildly in the rush. Sorry, Beiheng, but I will always be one step ahead of you. Overbearing Jinglu, pitiful Beiheng. Jinglu naturally knew where Lucian was, since before she fell asleep, she had seen him heading to the study. Now that she had tricked Beiheng into going elsewhere, by the time Beiheng realized it, it would already be too late. My master's main wife can only be me. Even though these words sounded a little strange, that was simply how it was. Jinglu just didn't know whether Lucian would accept her. So even though she had said that, she now unexpectedly felt conflicted, nervous, even afraid of being rejected. In the end, however, she steeled herself, and when she arrived at the study, she pushed the door open, but it was empty. Elsewhere, in the backyard, Lucian was crouching on the ground, watering flower buds while lost in thought. Feeling stifled after staying too long in the study, he had stepped out for a walk and ended up here. Killing Shuhu to prevent the Shuhu upheaval and the sedition of Imbibiter Luni is most likely one of the conditions for completing the script. Perhaps this script is already nearing its end. While Lucian was pondering this problem, a pair of soft, jade-like hands suddenly covered his eyes. He didn't even need to guess who it was, for he had already sensed someone sneaking up behind him like a thief long ago. "Guess who I am?" "Behind Lucian," the person asked in a slightly distorted, playful voice. "Bah!" Lucian smacked the person's butt with his hand, causing a crisp sound to echo in the silent backyard. From the feel of the butt, the person was clearly well suited for bearing a child, soft and pleasing to the touch. Ow! Being suddenly smacked on the butt, the person groaned in pain, letting out a cute, familiar voice. "Who else but Baiheng? You hit my butt again." Baiheng let go of Lucian's eyes, then cupped his cheeks, pouting playfully. "Other than you, no one's ever done that, and no." "Well, what should I do then?" Lucian chuckled lightly. "Should I apologize?" "I don't accept apologies." Baiheng pressed her palms against his face and rubbed gently, speaking with uncharacteristic seriousness. "You have to take responsibility for me." "Well, duh. Hitting your butt won't make you pregnant." Lucian rolled his eyes. "What responsibility are you talking about?" "You have to take responsibility first, then we can—" Baiheng muttered softly. "What?" Lucian blinked his eyes in bewilderment. "In nothing." Baiheng flustered, flailing her hands wildly. "I mean, there's something I wanted to discuss with you." Hearing this, Lucian rolled his eyes, then stood up and faced her calmly. Discussing what? Even though the Foxian before him was no longer that young, she always remained lively and endearing. Truthfully, to say he did not like her would clearly be a lie. "Well, this is for you." Baiheng pulled out a slip of paper from her chest and handed it to Lucian. Lucian took it and unfolded it. As soon as he unfolded it, to his surprise, he saw a marriage lot that read "Best Fortune." The petitioner and destined partner were written clearly. Baiheng and Lucian. Ugh, this is... Lucian had just begun to speak when Baiheng suddenly cut him off. "I love you. I want to be with you. Not as friends, but as husband and wife." Baiheng, her face flushed red, shouted at Lucian as if mustering every ounce of courage in her body. Her fox tail stood straight, and her fox ears perked up, looking unbearably cute. Seeing her like this, Lucian could not help but chuckle, resting his hand gently on her head. "You know, after all these years, I have never once rejected you, and this time is no different." In fact, after being together for decades, he had already noticed Baiheng's feelings toward him from all her behaviors. He was, after all, not a dense protagonist from those Japanese novels who was always clueless in romance. Upon hearing Lucian's response, Baiheng, her eyes widening, knew at once that he had accepted her feelings. "Yay!" Baiheng quickly threw herself joyfully into Lucian's arms, her large, fluffy tail swishing back and forth. After hugging for a while, Baiheng lifted her head from Lucian's chest, her bright eyes locking with his, her cheeks rosy. "My great-grandmother said only kissing mouth to mouth makes two people husband and wife. Do you want to?" Baiheng's voice was soft, trembling ever so slightly, and her warm breath brushed against Lucian's jaw. Lucian felt the world around him blur and fade away until only her moist, slightly parted lips remained before him like a silent invitation brimming with fatal temptation, slowly drawing closer. In the next moment, the distance between them drew closer and closer. Their breaths mingled, saturating the air with a sweet, fiery tension that threatened to ignite reason itself. Lucian was already anticipating the soft, cool touch of Baiheng's lips in the very next second, when suddenly, boom! A muffled explosion filled with biting cold suddenly erupted behind the two without warning. Whoosh! A frigid gust of frost wind slammed into them, stripping every trace of warmth from their lungs as a freezing mist instantly clouded the surroundings. Soon enough, Jinglia's figure slowly emerged from the lingering veil of frost. She had not even fully withdrawn her stance, her slender ice sword still angled toward the ground, its tips swirling with strands of white frost visible to the naked eye, like a snake flicking its tongue. Her face remained emotionless, yet the curve of her lips carried a razor-sharp coldness. "Master, why weren't you in the study?" Jinglu asked coldly. Upon hearing this, Lucian looked confused. What did she mean by that? What problem could there be if you were not in the study? "Why? I got stifled, so I came out for a walk, watering the flowers." Lucian answered truthfully, raising his eyebrows in wonder. "What's wrong? Did something happen?" At this, Jinglia's emotionless expression slowly turned helpless, as though she had just suffered a great disappointment. What else could she say? Fate was cruel. She had already sent Baiheng away. Yet Baiheng somehow ended up confessing first. Jinglu took a deep breath and then let it out before regaining her composure. "No matter, I still have a chance. At least the position of main wife is not yet taken." At this thought, Jinglia's gaze sharpened before she firmly strode forward and yanked Lucian to stand before her. Jinglia's frost-touched, stubborn face instantly filled Lucian's vision, so close he couldn't look away while her icy aura overwhelmed his senses, snuffing out all the warmth Baiheng had left behind. "My dear disciple, what are you doing?" Lucian asked softly, feeling slightly tense. However, just as these words fell, cold lips carrying a faint, crisp chill suddenly pressed hard against his without warning. It was none other than a deep French kiss, though rather than a kiss, it felt more like a mark. About a minute later, Jinglu finally pulled back from Lucian's lips, a thin string of saliva connecting them, her breathing uneven. Her cheeks faintly flushed, her light red eyes glimmering with an almost obsessive, dangerous light. Lucian, who had always been composed in any situation, couldn't help but feel a little stunned by this sudden development. What kind of turn of events was this? Was Jinglu actually a Yandere? Regardless, he had to admit the frosty kiss just now truly felt good and refreshing. "I was first. I was the one who fell for you first, master." Jinglu stared straight into Lucian's eyes, her voice husky from the kiss, as she spoke each word with weight before snapping her head toward Baiheng. "You remember that as well." Baiheng stood there, dumbfounded, frozen in place as she watched Jinglu share that intimacy with Lucian. What did that even mean? Why was Jinglu so overbearing? She had finally gathered her courage for the first time to be so intimate with her crush, only for it to end so abruptly, thanks to her best friend. Baiheng immediately felt a pang of sorrow. Her fox ears drooped, and her fox tail hung limply. Seeing Baiheng's pitiful state, Jinglu immediately felt a twinge of guilt. Honestly, she herself had to admit that what she had just done was unfair and somewhat cruel. "It's your turn now," Jinglu said calmly, stepping aside smoothly. Seeing this, both Lucian and Baiheng were stunned. What the hell is this situation? Lucian thought with amazement, while wiping his swollen lips with the back of his hand. He had never seen such a thing, one person ambushed halfway through, and then, after stealing the prize, graciously handed it back to the victim. It was exhilarating, yet absurd. At Jinglia's words, Baiheng looked up like a startled fawn. "I..." Baiheng's lips trembled before a tiny voice escaped, faint as a mosquito's hum. Thanks to Jinglu, the atmosphere she had worked so hard to build was completely shattered. Given that, how could she possibly kiss Lucian, acting as if nothing had happened? "If you keep hesitating, then just give him up," Jinglu stated expressionlessly, her tone oddly relieved and amused. Right after saying this, she suddenly pushed Baiheng toward Lucian, making him catch her in his arms while Jinglu stood right in front of them. Looking at the two women, a blazing fire gradually stirred up in Lucian's chest. One had rudely wrecked the mood and barged in forcefully, while the other was dithering and pulling at his nerves. "You played me first, so don't blame me for playing you back," Lucian declared calmly, and then, without another word, brought the two women to his bedroom. Sudden conflict and the Shuhu upheaval, everything felt like fiery liquor surging violently through every vein and bone, dragging along overwhelming dizziness and a heavy, sinking sensation. It was like a small ship sailing through stormy seas. When the weather was clear, it pressed on smoothly, and when caught in a raging storm, it roared ahead at full power. In the blink of an eye, the next morning came. Originally, Lucian had deliberately planned to moor his vessel offshore to transfer the freight, but who would have thought that when the last batch of cargo was being moved, Jinglu would seize his vessel and keep it at her harbor, refusing to let it leave? As a result, his entire cargo had no choice but to be unloaded at her port. However, the key problem was that this batch of cargo contained contraband of an emanator of abundance. If he had unloaded it outside, he could have hidden it from her with some effort, but now it was impossible to cover it up. How could he possibly hide it when the contraband was practically being delivered straight into her port? Because this contraband was so pure, so immense, radiating with the unique energy of the path of abundance, the breath of ultimate vitality and growth that restored all living things, instantly spread throughout the entire room, even making the withered potted plants in the corners sprout fresh buds before their eyes. As someone born with the blessing of abundance, how could Jinglu not notice? Time seemed to freeze at that moment as the intoxicated flush on her face vanished instantly, replaced by a ghastly pallor of terror. Her light red eyes widened sharply, filled with utter shock, disbelief, and disappointment. It was as if she had been scalded by a burning iron brand. Jinglu suddenly sprang away from Lucian's embrace, stumbling back several steps until her back hit the cold wall. Her body trembled uncontrollably as she stared fixedly at him on the bed, her gaze sharp enough to pierce through him. Why? Why is this power of abundance? You are an emanator of abundance. Jinglius' lips trembled, each word forced out between her teeth, carrying a chilling frost. You hid this from me for 1,000 years, master. Were you afraid I would expose you? You didn't trust me? Not giving Lucian a chance to explain, she spun around, snatched her dress from the floor to wrap around her disheveled, naked body, and like a blizzard-driven wind, stormed out of the bedroom. Bang! With a thunderous impact, the door slammed shut so hard that the walls shook. Just like that, the completely disarrayed room, heavy with the energy of abundance, fell into a terrifying silence. My goodness, why did she have to pin me like that? Lucian sighed inwardly, a frown adorning his face. When they had been grappling, he should have pulled away earlier, so he wouldn't have been caught in Jinglius' leg lock at such a critical moment. As Lucian lost himself in thought, a soft voice, heavy with worry and heartache, rose from nearby. It was none other than Baiheng, who carefully approached him from behind. Despite her own disheveled state, she reached out and gently wrapped her arms around his stiff body, resting her cheek against his cold back. Don't worry. Beiheng's voice carried a soothing warmth, as light as feathers. We're not rejecting who you are. Jinglu just thought you were hiding your identity as an emanator of abundance because you didn't trust her. Right after saying this, she lifted her head and gently turned Lucian's face toward her, gazing directly into his eyes. I'll go talk to her. Wait for me, okay? Baiheng softly kissed Lucian's earlobe before hastily getting dressed and hurrying out after Jinglu. Lucian watched the door close and couldn't help but sigh. No wonder she's the darling of the High Cloud Quintet. In truth, Jinglius' reaction had been within Lucian's expectations. Even though her parents had been killed by the abominations of abundance, which caused her to despise anything connected to the abundance, because he had once saved her homeland and spent 1,000 years by her side. Even if his identity as an emanator of abundance was exposed, she would surely have been able to accept it. Of course, that would have been after being together for 1,000 years. But 1,000 years ago, he had lacked the confidence to reveal his true identity, afraid of messing with the script. So he chose to hide it from her. However, after spending 1,000 years together, although revealing it would no longer have been a problem, it also meant that when she discovered the truth, she would believe he had concealed his identity throughout those 1,000 years out of fear that she might expose it, that he hadn't trusted her, and so he had hidden it for 1,000 years without ever telling her. It had been clear in the look in her eyes just now. It hadn't been filled with murderous intent or hatred, but with disappointment. In other words, whether he revealed his identity early or not, there would always be a crack in their relationship. Lucian had originally planned to hide his identity until the script was complete and tell Jinglu about it in reality later. But thanks to her and Beiheng's temptation, he was consumed by lust and threw that plan out the window. What surprised him, though, was Beiheng. It should be noted that they had been together for less than 100 years, yet she still trusted him so deeply, even after learning his true identity. Beep beep. As Lucian was once again lost in thought, pondering the best course of action to solve the problem, his jade abacus suddenly chimed. He snapped out of his thoughts, picked up the jade abacus from the lamp table, and saw that it was a call from Jing Yuan. Teacher, Emanator Shuhu suddenly launched a surprise attack. General Tang Xiao is already fighting him, requesting support. He'll be there right away. Lucian immediately got dressed, gave a brief glance toward the courtyard gate, and decided to let it go. He would deal with the urgent matter first and return later for Jinglu. In the next instant, he vanished with absolute hit, reappearing a second later inside the seat of divine foresight in the Xianzhou Luofu. Teacher, Jing Yuan rushed over as soon as he saw Lucian appear, long since accustomed to his teacher's teleportation. Right now, it's only Shuhu himself attacking to probe, and the general is holding him back. As for Shuhu's army, they've already encircled the Luofu, but haven't advanced yet. Lucian looked up at the giant screen ahead, which showed Tang Xiao battling Shuhu at the scaleward waterscape. Tang Xiao was clad in heavy armor, wielding a flaming glaive and bathed in golden thunder from the massive Spiritus towering behind him, the Lightning Lord. He had to admit, the effects caused by the Lightning Lord were so dazzling that they made Tang Xiao truly look like a limited edition 5-star character at max Eidolence. As for Shuhu, he resembled a massive tree with human head fruits hanging from its trunk, horrifying to behold, like a typical monster from Souls-like games. Yaoshi may be selfless, but the creatures they enlightened were not all selfless. Lucian remarked coldly. In his eyes, Shuhu's act resembled that of a Buddha draped in severed heads. Teacher, what if Shuhu can't be killed? Jing Yuan asked with worry. No worries. Lucian answered calmly. I will intervene. Just find me the coordinates of a black hole. Xianzhou Tsangqing, outside Jinglius' residence. As Lucian teleported to the Xianzhou Luofu, Jinglu stood alone in the empty alley near her home, her expression heavy with sorrow. I'm not angry about his identity, but about the fact that he hid it from me for so long. Jinglu muttered to herself, her fists clenched. Could it be? He never fully trusted me. After 1,000 years together? Otherwise, why had her master never told her the truth? As for the identity and status of an emanator of abundance, she honestly didn't really care. 1,000 years of shared memories were enough to erase that stain. Jinglu, after all these years, you know better than anyone whether he's good or bad, don't you? Just then, Beiheng came to Jinglia's side, speaking gently to comfort her. I resent that he kept it from me, Jinglu said softly. I would never betray him, yet he still wouldn't tell me. Isn't that distrust? Maybe it's because he didn't want to drag you into it. Beiheng sighed helplessly, then explained her own guess. I mean, if someday his identity is exposed, as long as you don't know, you will still be clean, right? You should know that the Alliance treats emanators of abundance as nemesis. Knowing that, he clearly didn't want you to know too much, so that if one day his true identity is revealed, you can still remain safe. Jinglu froze for a long moment after hearing this. I see. I didn't even think that far. Jinglu muttered in a daze. You're right, that really is something Master would do. He wasn't mistrusting me. He just wanted to protect me. Yup. Bai Hing patted her best friend's shoulder lightly and smiled. You know, when you ran away just now, Lucian looked really worried and a little sad. Upon hearing this, Jinglu suddenly felt like a child who had done something wrong. No wonder her master had wanted to stop and pull away from her earlier even then. He had been thinking about the consequences for her. Jinglu pressed her forehead, regret instantly flooding her heart as she remembered how she had acted earlier. I can't believe I've lived for over 1,000 years, yet I still see things less clearly than you, Jinglu said with a bitter smile. Hee hee, that's because you've lived too long, so you don't know how to cherish it, Bai Hing said with a chuckle. How about letting me be the main wife instead? Be me first, then we'll see. Jinglu curved her lips into a faint smile. Having untangled her feelings, she immediately wanted to return to her master, apologize, and hear what he thought. However, when the two women entered his bedroom, it was empty. They immediately searched the entire house, yet still found no trace of him. Only after messaging Jing Yuan did they learn that he had gone to the Xianzhou Luofu to provide support. Come on, let's hurry. For some reason, Jinglu felt a foreboding in her heart. An unease gnawing at her was as though if she arrived too late, something irretrievable would be lost. Goodbye. Xianzhou Luofu, Scale Gorge Waterscape. In the Xianzhou Luofu, the Scale Gorge Waterscape was an area tightly guarded by the Vidyadhara, where the roots of the ambrosial arbor one of the plague marks, also known as the traces of abundance, were sealed. As Shuhu forced his way into the Scale Gorge Waterscape to seize the ambrosial arbor, Dan Feng transformed into a dragon to fight him. But unfortunately, he was still no match and was defeated not long after. Whoosh! A blazing glaive descended from the sky, burning away the sickly sweet stench of rot that lingered in the air. Boom! A towering man clad in heavy armor, with a giant golden figure formed by lightning looming behind him, crashed into the battlefield like a falling star, roaring as he charged toward the great tree. Shuhu's tree body blossomed once more like a flower, golden branches rapidly sprouting and wrapping tightly around his foe. Boom! 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 A man and a tree clashed for 100 moves. Every time Shuhu was cut into pieces, he swiftly regenerated as if nothing had happened. As a result, even though Tang Xiao was already exhausted, Shuhu remained lively and unscathed. Needless to say, this was what made the emanators of abundance terrifying, because they were truly hard to kill. Every time I overcome death, it is supreme joy. Just like them, your flesh is worthless. But perhaps your pain can entertain me. Shuhu's branches cackled, every head upon them uttering a word in turn to form a sentence. Tung Xiao, how do you plan to kill me this time? I am eager to know. Kill you? Tung Xiao glared with disdain. When you're kneeling and begging for mercy later, I hope you can still act this arrogant. Originally, he had planned to use the Lightning Lord's self-destruct mechanism. Even if Shuhu did not die by it, he would at least be heavily injured, and others could then finish the job. However, once he heard Jing Yuan's message that Lucian had arrived, Tung Xiao instantly felt reassured, so he canceled his plan. He did not know why, but Lucian always gave him a strange sense of security. Ridiculous, really. Kneel? Me? Ha ha! Are you trying to make me die laughing, Tung Xiao? At Tung Xiao's ridiculous words, all the heads upon Shuhu's tree spoke one after another, their voices weaving into a chilling laughter. I am Shuhu. I am eternal. In this life, I kneel only to Yao Shi. Just as Shuhu finished, however, a calm voice rang out abruptly. Is that so? At this moment, without anyone realizing it, a black-haired young man suddenly appeared beside Tung Xiao, standing calmly with his hands behind his back. Looking fearless and composed, the young man's harmless appearance should not have inspired fear, yet Shuhu faintly felt a sense of dread and, strangely, a trace of kinship. However, that kinship was faint and distant. Wait, you're an emanator of abundance? Shuhu, sensing the faint aura emitted by the young man, said in a bewildered voice. Impossible. Your abundance blessing even surpasses mine. He couldn't help but think this had to be an illusion. In the first place, within the path of abundance, he was sure that he was the only emanator, so how could there suddenly be another? Besides, if another truly existed, how could he not have known? Nonetheless, the truth before him was undeniable. The young man was indeed of the same presence, an emanator of the path of abundance, an emanator of Yaoshi. Others might not have noticed, but as one who faithfully followed the abundance and an emanator of abundance himself, Shuhu immediately saw through Lucian's concealment. You, Tung Xiao turned to Lucian, looking confused and speechless. You're an emanator of abundance? Do you believe him? Lucian smiled lightly. Gwahaha, I'm not stupid. I trust my comrades, not the enemy. Tung Xiao shook his head decisively, laughing heartily. Well, I don't know about the other generals, but personally, even if you really are an emanator of abundance, as long as you stand on our side, I don't give a damn about who you are, brother. Hearing this straightforward and bold answer, Lucian nodded in satisfaction. For those words alone, I shall protect the Luofu. Right after saying this, Lucian immediately drew a spare sword from Tung Xiao's waist and swung it casually at Shuhu. Seeing this, Shuhu couldn't help but laugh. Such a feeble strike clearly was never meant to kill him. It was said that emanators of the same path were like family. So this young man must have been his ally, a comrade of abundance. In other words, this young man was clearly acting undercover within the Xianzhou Luofu, waiting for the right moment to seize the ambrosial arbor himself. As expected of the young, this young man was quick-witted and clever. Perhaps he could even help this young man, and later they could divide the ambrosial arbor together? Shuhu made this assumption within a single second. Tung Xiao couldn't kill me. You think you can? Shuhu, believing Lucian was just putting on an act, had only just started his own act, when suddenly, boom! Shuhu's branches bent forward, his leaves and limbs slapping together like human palms, and right after, his trunk folded down as well, collapsing into a kneeling, human-like form bent into the shape of the number 2. Shuhu froze, dumbfounded, racking his mind over what had just happened. He couldn't help it. What had just happened to him? Could a tree even kneel? He had planned to feign weakness, wait for Tung Xiao to let his guard down, and then strike, but why was his body suddenly forced to the ground against his will? He could not even move. What did you do to me? Shuhu's fruit-like heads shrieked toward Lucian. Gwahaha! Tung Xiao laughed boisterously. His face lit up with joy. Even an emanator like you must kneel? Huh, incredible. Lucian's expression, on the other hand, remained calm, utterly unsurprised by the scene before him. Over the years, he had tested a mortal kneel countless times already, so he knew that anything that could act as a hand counted as a hand. Shuhu's branches qualified as hands, so only the kneeling effect was activated, not the cutting effect. Of course, this was a better outcome after all. Even if he cut Shuhu's body in half, Shuhu would just regenerate. If only the effect of a mortal kneel were not just cut, but cut to death, that would have been a different story, since only death carried the concept of instant kill. For those unable to regrow from severed body parts, cutting and killing might have been the same, but not for an emanator of abundance like Shuhu. Obediently kneel and watch how Tung Xiao makes you spit out everything you swallowed. Lucian said indifferently. Hearing this, Tung Xiao understood at once and rushed forward, wielding his glaive like a surgeon. Biuki! Tung Xiao sliced open Shu's body and swiftly pulled out the people he had swallowed, one after another. Among those Tung Xiao rescued were the Vidyadhara guarding the Scale-Gorge waterscape, as well as the Cloud Knights and several judges of the Ten Lords Commission who had fought alongside him to stop Shuhu, but had ultimately been devoured. In such a short time, you have consumed so many already? What a glutton. Lucian remarked casually, maintaining his stance to keep control of a mortal kneel active. Shuhu watched helplessly as Tung Xiao dragged out the lies he had devoured, roaring in fury and cursing without pause. He had thought this second emanator of abundance was a brother, that aiding the Xianzhou Luofu and opposing him was just an act, but who would have thought it was not an act at all? More importantly, The young man's strange power, which left him completely immobile with no chance to resist, was definitely not the power of the abundance. In his long life, he had never heard of such an absurd power. Outrageous. A few minutes later, Tung Xiao finally saved everyone from inside Shuhu, then gave Lucian a thumbs up. Beep beep. Lucian's jade abacus suddenly rang. It was a message from Jing Yuan. Teacher, we detected a black hole. Not large, but enough to crush Shuhu. I'm sending the coordinates now. Lucian glanced at the coordinates Jing Yuan had sent, then grinned. Shuhu, I am Lucian. I am eternal. Lucian mimicked what Shuhu had said earlier, then tossed the sword in his hand, unleashing absolute hit while simultaneously locking onto Shuhu with immortal kneel. It was a combination technique Lucian had developed by fusing two conceptual abilities. Rumble dash. As the sword Lucian tossed shot off toward the edge of the Xianzhou Luofu, Shuhu's kneeling body was dragged helplessly. What damn spell did you use? Lucian dash. Shuhu's voice grew fainter and fainter until his massive form vanished. All of you must go to catch the sword I threw. Lucian repeated the combination technique before Shuhu's army, once again forcing the fusion of the two conceptual abilities. In the next moment, the vast army of abominations encircling the Xianzhou Luofu, just like Shuhu, knelt in unison and then followed the flying sword as if bewitched. Inside the seat of divine foresight, all the high-ranking officials watched the live feed with wide eyes and mouths agape. Azure Sword Immortal truly deserves the title. With one strike, millions of abominations were forced to kneel. Did they willingly follow the sword into the black hole? Has Shuhu gone mad? Charging into a black hole and dragging his army with him? Unbelievable. Azure Sword Immortal, terrifying. All were dumbfounded, shaken to the core, because they could not comprehend what Lucian had just done. Forcing an emanator to kneel was one thing, but forcing hundreds of thousands of abominations to kneel was another. But making them willingly chase a sword into a black hole? How can anyone explain that? Just like that, Emanator Shuhu, along with his vast army, was utterly annihilated inside the black hole. One had to admit, it was truly anticlimactic. Ding! Congratulations on completing the script. In 10 seconds, the script will close, and the host will leave the current world. Killing Shuhu is one of the script's completion conditions. Huh? Lucian muttered softly. Too bad. 10 seconds isn't enough to return and find Jinglu. Thankfully, there will be plenty of chances in reality later. Calmly glancing at the sky, he stood still, waiting for the 10 seconds to pass. But just then, Master! A familiar woman's cry suddenly rang out from behind him. It was none other than Jingli's voice. Lucian turned his head and saw Jinglu and Baiheng, both rushing toward him in desperation. Seriously, why now? Lucian smiled wryly, then sighed in helplessness. Goodbye. Just as his words fell, his body quickly dissolved into particles of light. Jinglu, watching her master's figure vanish before her eyes, flinched, then froze as if struck by lightning. No, Master, I apologize. Please don't go. Lucian's return. Broken-hearted, Jinglu rushed to the spot where Lucian had just been standing, hoping to find even his slightest trace. But unfortunately, she found nothing. There was no sign of him at all, as if he had never existed. No, Master, you must be teasing me. You're still angry at me, right? I'm sorry. I shouldn't have gotten angry with you. It's my fault. Please forgive me. Jinglu, with tears in her eyes, searched for Lucian like a mad woman, shouting relentlessly. Baiheng, watching her best friend's frantic behavior, had a bad premonition in her heart, feeling that something truly was wrong this time. Especially with her sharp intuition, it told her that Lucian really was gone. No way. Where'd he go? Baiheng thought with worry, her face looking anxious. Or could he have met with misfortune? In the end, she began searching everywhere with Jinglu, looking for Lucian's tracks in the Xianzhou Luofu. Tung Xiao, who was busy helping the injured due to Shuhu, was confused by why the two women were running all over the Xianzhou Luofu, turning it upside down. Soon, upon learning that the two were actually searching for Lucian, he was rendered speechless. In the end, to prevent the two, especially Jinglu, from causing further chaos in the already chaotic Xianzhou Luofu, he had someone fetch them to him and, when they met, immediately reminded them. Why are you searching for him here? I mean, is here one moment gone the next ability? Probably means he returned to the Tsangqing, right? Why are you two turning this place upside down? Upon hearing Tang Xiao's reminder, the two women suddenly clung to it like a lifeline. Yes, that must be it, Master went home. Jinglu, with a somewhat lifeless gaze, muttered to herself, comforting her restless heart. When I return, he'll definitely be sitting in the courtyard, basking in the sun, then smiling at me like always. Script. Jinglu complete. As this message appeared inside his mind, Lucian's vision narrowed, and the scenery before him shifted back to the outskirts of Belabagit. Was the same place he had stayed over 1,000 years ago when he lured news here for her to... No, that was not quite right. Yes, in Jinglia's script, he had lived through over 1,000 years, but in reality, only a little more than 20 hours had actually passed. Huh. Lucian let out a deep sigh. His expression looked complicated. After staying in the Tsangqing for so long, suddenly coming back feels a bit strange. Just as he was adjusting to the familiar surroundings, a voice suddenly called out from behind. Mr. Lucian. Hearing this, Lucian turned around and saw a sultry, voluptuous woman approaching him with a group of people following behind her. It was none other than Jade, the IPC's cooperative representative. Well, who do we have here? Jade, the sharp-eyed investor. Lucian remarked with a slight smile. Surprisingly, yet not surprisingly, his handsome, calm, magnetic smile was enough to make even the aloof Jade freeze for a brief moment. Thank you for the compliment. Jade smiled and bowed her head slightly after a brief pause. If not for a keen eye, I never would have made it this far. Lucian nodded calmly before glancing at the group standing behind her. So, what are you doing here with a bunch of IPC staff? Lucian asked, raising his eyebrows. I saw the aeon of erudition focus their gaze on this location. Jade replied in a very polite manner. So, after gaining permission from Ms. Kokolia, I came here to investigate the aftermath. For the IPC, this kind of opportunity was obviously never something she would pass up. Besides, as a professional, and after being entrusted personally by Diamond, she was determined to do her best to please Lucian. Jade was naturally a kind woman as long as others treated her with respect, then she would do the same. Yet, because Lucian had been personally named by Diamond as a collaborative partner, and because he also held powerful connections with the members of the Genius Society, she unconsciously showed him extra courtesy without even realizing it. All right, I'll look around too. Lucian also wanted to know if Nu's projection had left behind any treasures. If that were the case, he could not afford to let the IPC swoop in and snatch them. Jade naturally did not refuse, and even invited Lucian to sit and have tea with her while they waited for her subordinates' investigations. Right after sitting on the sofa Jade had prepared, Lucian opened the system. Host, Lucian ability, disarm, absolute hit, godly bandage, immortal Neil follower, Tribios 1. Mortis 1, Fei Xiao 1, Yui 1, Castor Ice 1, Polixio 1, Jinglu 1, Baihing 0 script. 0 revive follower Baihing isn't affected by the script, huh? Lucian couldn't help but sigh with pity. Good thing she became my follower, or I couldn't revive her. Baiheng was, without a doubt, a good and kind woman who could ease one's depression just by being near her, a woman who didn't deserve such a tragic end. He naturally could never bear to let her remain in eternal slumber even if she was not always at his side. Just knowing she was alive and well gave him some peace. In the end, with this thought in mind, Lucian immediately clicked Revive Follower with his will, and soon, Beiheng's status shifted from 0 to 1. Maybe I should head back to the Xianzhou Alliance. I wonder if the Tsangqing will survive like Kuller. Beep beep. As Lucian was deep in thought, pondering when to go to the Xianzhou Alliance, something buzzed inside his clothes. Lucian groped through his clothes, then pulled a buzzing item out. It was a jade abacus, or more precisely, the Xianzhou Kangcheng's unique jade abacus. General, where did you go? We have arrived at the coordinates, ready to aid the Luofu, but there's nothing here. It was none other than the voice message from Chief Counselor Xuanlian. Lucian was surprised as he heard Xuanlian's voice. Evidently, just like Kuller, the script's effect on reality this time had also brought out the Xianzhou Sanqing. Did that mean he had gained yet another title? Supreme Guardian of Jarilo VI, Savior of Kuller, Acting Arbiter General of the Xianzhou Sanqing. Well, it's complicated, but the war is over because some changes occurred. Anyway, come to the coordinates I will send you and meet me there. Lucian sent this voice message along with Jarilo V's coordinates to Xuanlian. Needless to say, the three civilizations needed to get acquainted with each other, and with one, same leader, there would be no risk of them clashing and destroying each other. Meanwhile, on a planet occupied by the Cobra Kinds, inside a certain house, Jinglu, who had fallen asleep after slaughtering countless Cobra Kinds, suddenly opened her eyes from a dream. "Master," Jinglu shouted with intensity, reaching out her hand in desperation toward the ceiling before abruptly sitting up. "Where am I?" Absent-minded for a moment, Jinglu soon remembered this was one of the Cobra Kind's lairs, and she had fallen asleep here to recuperate. "I was supposed to find Master and apologize to him." "Wait, Master?" Jinglu was taken aback by what she had just said. She remembered that after the Xianzhou Sanqing was destroyed and she evacuated to the Xianzhou Luofu, it was a woman clad in heavy armor who taught her swordsmanship. She was her master. Yet she also clearly remembered that when the Xianzhou Sanqing was about to be destroyed, Lucian came and saved it by slaying the Devourer of Worlds, Rahu, and it was he who then taught her swordsmanship and aura, becoming her master. As Jinglu reorganized her messy memories, the second memory gradually grew clearer and clearer. Ever since she was Mara-struck, many of her memories had already been eroded, leaving her with only fragments of important moments. Yet the second memory that suddenly resurfaced contained even the smallest details, like how, on October 12th, year 6609 star calendar, at 5 in the afternoon, she ate a tofu pudding with Lucian, heavenly ascendant, Baiheng kissing and even being intimate with her own master. However, right after, her master suddenly disappeared, leaving behind only the words goodbye. Right, it was because I threw a tantrum that master left me. He must be angry. Jinglia's crystal clear second memory immediately took over her mind, making her first and original memory pale in comparison. Her already limited original memory, eroded by Mara, had now become secondary, while what she experienced in the dream, her feelings for Lucian, filled her completely and became primary. However, this caused a wave of sorrow to well up inside her. She regretted her recklessness, her misunderstanding of her master, and the fact that she lost him because of it. Soon enough, tears flowed uncontrollably from Jinglia's eyes. She lifted her hand over and over to wipe them away, but they refused to stop. A cold and emotionless woman who had shed rivers of blood without ever crying now found herself brokenhearted because of a single man. In the next moment, "Aha dash!" Jinglu screamed hysterically as grief, regret, sorrow, countless negative emotions engulfed her mind. Her light red eyes turned deep crimson. Golden branches began sprouting from her head, while wooden markings spread across her limbs. Clearly, her violent emotions had reawakened the Mara that Luocha had suppressed. However, just as she was about to lose herself to full Mara corruption, a green glow suddenly bloomed from her lower abdomen. In that instant, an overwhelming power of abundance, stronger even than Luocha's, surged through her entire body, stripping away the Mara afflicting her and restoring her to her normal self. Master. As soon as Jinglu regained her composure and sanity, she touched her lower abdomen and muttered in disbelief, realizing it was none other than her master's blessing of abundance. After all, only her master had been with her, so who else could it be? Besides, she still remembered clearly that she had asked him to stay with her that night, locking him in with her legs and keeping it there herself. However, this only proved that everything that had happened between them had truly happened, not just some dream or illusion. Hicks, Master, you saved me again. Jinglu muttered softly through sorrowful sobs. In the end, everything you did was always for my sake. As she thought about how much her master had done for her, yet how she had thrown a tantrum and broken his heart over a mere misunderstanding, her chest ached painfully. In an instant, Jinglu decided she needed to hear her master personally say he forgave her. And only then could the painful ache that tortured her heart be healed. Surprise upon surprise, Jinglu. I want you to find someone for me, a man named Lucian. Put everything else aside for now. He is more important than the marshal. When Luocha received this message from Jinglu, he was very, very surprised. Why did she suddenly want to look for someone, and even claim that this man was more important than Marshal Hua? Luocha immediately searched Lucian's name on his phone, but after searching for a while, no such person existed, not even anyone with the same name. Unbelievable. For there to be only a single unique name among billions of living beings. That really is quite special. He did not know why Jinglu wanted to find this man, but since she said he was more important than Marshal Hua, then this man must surely be some figure who could influence the decisions of the Xianzhou Alliance. And perhaps even a hidden mastermind whose information had been concealed. Luocha, does he have some special identity? Jinglu, emanator of abundance, acting arbiter general of the Xianzhou Tsangqing. Luocha was silent for a moment, then closed his eyes and sighed. Now he was convinced that Jinglu must have lost her mind and started spouting nonsense. Forget about this so-called identity as an emanator of abundance. Just the Xianzhou Tsangqing alone had already been destroyed more than 1,000 years ago. Given that, where did this acting arbiter general even come from? Luocha couldn't help but feel like Jinglu was simply making things difficult for him. Feeling that Jinglu was getting truly crazy, he immediately called her. Don't joke with me. I can't find any Lucian who is an emanator of abundance, much less the acting arbiter general of the Tsangqing. Go to the Luofu and ask Jing Yuan. He might have news. If I weren't wanted, I would have gone there myself. Upon hearing this reply, Luocha felt helpless. Still, he couldn't help but notice something surprising. He didn't know why, but he felt that Jingli's way of speaking now carried some emotion. Unlike before, when she had basically spoken like a talking corpse, she now seemed like a living, breathing, cold, and aloof beauty with real feelings. Strange. What happened to her in just a day and night? In the end, with this doubt in mind, Luocha traveled to the Xianzhou Luofu to conduct business. Xianzhou Luofu, seat of divine foresight. In a certain corner inside the seat of divine foresight, a tall, heroic man clad in heavy armor suddenly appeared. He glanced around in confusion. Then his eyes landed on the main table ahead, where a white-haired man sat alone, dozing off. Yuan? Wait, why does this kid look so old? Like he's lived 800 or 900 years. Scratching his head, the tall man couldn't hide his confusion at the sight of the white-haired man. From his appearance alone, it went without saying that this tall man was none other than Lucian's close brother, and also the Arbiter General of the Xianzhou Luofu, or rather, the former Arbiter General, Teng Xiao. As for the one dozing before him, he was naturally the current Arbiter General of the Xianzhou Luofu, Jing Yuan. Teng Xiao gazed at the familiar surroundings, watching people busy with their work, none of them noticing his presence. He pondered for a moment before stepping forward toward the main desk and lightly patting Jing Yuan's shoulder. No response. Teng Xiao raised an eyebrow, pressed a little harder, and gave Jing Yuan's body a shake. Jing Yuan slowly opened his dazed eyes. At first, he only sensed something blocking the light before him, but when his vision cleared, he finally realized a familiar tall man was standing there. As expected, old age clouds the mind. I can even dream of the deceased General Teng Xiao now. Jing Yuan muttered absent-mindedly, then shook his head with a faint chuckle. General, don't worry when I die. I'll be your lieutenant again. He closed his eyes once more, preparing himself for the next time he opened them when he would truly wake up. Strangely enough, he had just dreamed of someone else, a man named Lucian, who became his teacher, and who, on his own, perfectly resolved the incident known as the Shuhu upheaval. Everyone survived, and all of his friends were still there alive, together in harmony. Unfortunately, it was only a dream, a beautiful yet completely unrealistic dream. But suddenly, a palm slapped down on Jing Yuan's forehead, jolting him awake in an instant. What the? Who? Jing Yuan snapped his eyes open, and once again, that familiar tall man appeared before him. However, the pain he felt now made it clear that this was no dream. An illusion? No. He had been inside the seat of divine foresight the entire time, protected by the highest level defenses, so even if an emanator intruded, it would have been detected without fail. In other words, General, Tung Xiao? Jing Yuan muttered in disbelief, his expression bewildered. This isn't a dream? You just said I was deceased. Tung Xiao suddenly grew clear-headed. Are you saying this is the world in my first memory? Tung Xiao remembered the scene where he self-destructed to defeat Shuhu. Yet he also remembered Lucian defeating Shuhu with a single sword swing. Even though Tung Xiao usually acted like the uncle next door, his status as an Arbiter General was not just for show. So when he heard Jing Yuan say he was deceased, he immediately grasped the entire situation. Tung Xiao, have you seen my brother? Jing Yuan, brother? You mean Lucian? Tung Xiao, yeah. Have you seen him or not? Jing Yuan slowly shook his head, still looking a bit confused and dazed. Soon enough, after some exchange, the two finally pieced together what was actually going on. Your memories overlap with the dream I just had, and both include Lucian, Jing Yuan said with a thoughtful expression. Looks like I've encountered the same situation as Fei Xiao and Yueyu. He quickly and easily accepted the reality of Tung Xiao's revival. It was only natural, because there had already been a precedent with the Xianzhou Yaoqing, where General Yueyu had inexplicably come back alive and well. At least for now, this phenomenon seemed to bring no harm. Jing Yuan immediately reported to Marshal Hua, which led to another internal meeting among the Arbiter Generals in a special group chat channel. Marshal Hua, everyone, the Luofu has also seen a case of a former Arbiter General's revival, and this time, it's Tung Xiao. Huayan, oh, this is good news. Now the Alliance's combat strength will rise another level. Yao Guang, turn on hologram. Let me see. Jing Yuan immediately opened a one-way holographic transmission, projecting Tung Xiao's figure before the other Arbiter Generals. Tung Xiao, my old friends, long time no see, I think. Well, for you at least. But you didn't expect me to come back, right? Wahaha. Xianquan. Unbelievable. Another general revived. Don't tell me this is also connected to Lucian. Yueyu. I bet it is. Fei Xiao. Head, definitely. Jing Yuan. Yes, it's related to him. I even had a dream tied to Lucian myself. Yo, Lucian. A good man. Yao Guang. In any case, come to the Yuk first. We'll confirm your identity. Fei Xiao, wait, something's happening here too. Xianzhou Yaoqing, seat of Merlin's Claw. A few minutes ago, when Fei Xiao and Yuyu were still conversing with the other Arbiter Generals, Mose brought in a Foxian woman. Seeing the Foxian, both unfamiliar yet familiar, the two looked at her for a moment before freezing. It couldn't be helped. Before them stood none other than the legendary Starskiff ace pilot and member of the High Cloud Quintet, Baiheng, a famous hero written into the textbooks. In the Xianzhou Yaoqing, there was even a street named Baiheng Street, dedicated to her memory. What's your relationship with Lucian? Fei Xiao, instinctively realizing what was going on, cut straight to the point. Baiheng scratched her head with an awkward laugh. Well, not officially registered yet, but I guess you could say we're a couple. Earlier, she had suddenly appeared at her family residence. Though her lineage had ended with her, she still had many relatives. As a result, when her relatives at the residence saw her suddenly appear out of nowhere, they screamed in terror as if they had seen a terrifying ghost, which immediately drew the attention of the Cloud Knights. In the end, she was brought before the two generals by Mose. As expected, yup, Fei Xiao and Yueyu exchanged knowing looks. From Beiheng's answer, it seemed she, too, had formed a bond with Lucian in an inexplicable dream. If that's the case, then we're family. Come on, show your face. Fei Xiao cheerfully welcomed Bai Heng, then pulled her into view of the group chat. However, since neither of Bai Heng's two sets of memories recognized Fei Xiao or Yu, she acted a little reserved. Fei Xiao, everyone look who it is. As Bai Heng's holographic image appeared before the other Arbiter Generals, the chat immediately exploded again. Huayan, it really is you, child. Xianquan, Bai Heng, the legendary ace pilot of the High Cloud Quintet. Yowu. Well, this is worth celebrating. Hua, Fei Xiao. Could it be that she is also connected to Lucian? Fei Xiao, yes, confirmed. Yao Guang, enough talk. Bring her to the yuk. I'll see for myself. Meanwhile, when Jing Yuan saw Bai Heng's holographic image, he froze. It was only natural. He could not believe that he was actually able to reunite with a long-dead friend. As Jing Yuan fell silent, looking dazed as he gazed at Bai Heng's holographic image, his chief counselor, Qingzu, rushed in, shouting in panic. General, WE just got communication requests from the Xianzhou Sangqing. Upon hearing this, Jing Yuan jolted awake, snapping out of his daze. What? Blade and Dan Heng, you were saying the Xianzhou Sangqing, destroyed long ago, gave us a call? Jing Yuan asked his chief counselor word by word, his expression speechless. Yes, the signal has been traced. Qingzu nodded firmly, her face filled with confusion. We confirmed it's definitely the original frequency of the Sangqing. Just as she finished speaking, however, she finally noticed that, beside her general, a tall, broad man clad in heavy armor was standing there, looking at her with scrutinizing eyes. Y you general Ten Xiao. Qingzu pointed at Teng Xiao, looking utterly stunned. In no way. General Teng Xiao came back to life too, even though there had already been the case of General Yu's revival. She had not prepared herself for the former Arbiter General of the Xianzhou Luofu to return as well. Gwahaha, calm down, girl. Teng Xiao, with his hands on his waist, laughed heartily. If the Sangqing can appear, then my return doesn't seem all that special, no? Yes, if even the Xianzhou Sangqing had returned, what revival could no longer be accepted? Jing Yuan soon connected the communication channel, and in the next moment, the other side immediately spoke. Luofu, this is reinforcements from the Sangqing. We've reached the designated coordinates, but found no trace of you. Please update your position in real time. Reinforcements? Jing Yuan thought with bewilderment before a scene from his dream suddenly surfaced in his mind. In that dream, he remembered asking the Xianzhou Sangqing for aid in the effort to fight Xu Hu and his army. Remembering that, he couldn't help but wonder if that dream was actually real. If that were the case, then it meant the Xianzhou Sangqing reinforcements were now at the coordinates of the Xu Hu upheaval 700 years ago. In other words, their memories only extended to the year 7379. What kind of means could possibly achieve such a miracle? It was, after all, an entire Xianzhou shipno different than a super big city or even a country. Understood. Jing Yuan finally responded after a moment of silence. Keep the channel open and receive our coordinates. Right after responding, he immediately ordered Qingzu to take charge of guiding the Xianzhou Sangqing reinforcements to the Xianzhou Luofu. He had to see them with his own eyes and have a proper talk. Meanwhile, because Jing Yuan's holographic communication was still active, the Arbiter Generals in the group chat had all heard his exchange with the Xianzhou Sangqing, making it lively once more. Xianquan, seriously, this is getting more and more absurd. Huayan, even the Xianzhou Sangqing has appeared. What else was unacceptable? Yueyu, what should be done about the Sangqing? Hua, since they're in contact with the Luofu, let the Luofu handle it. Yao Guang, what about Lucian? He's the central figure of all these phenomena. How should the Alliance deal with him? Fei Xiao, let him decide. I'll vouch for him. He absolutely wouldn't harm the Alliance. Yueyu, I'll vouch for him too. Teng Xiao, I'll vouch as well. He's a great guy. Youwu, agreed. Jing Yuan, I agree. By the way, they'll try to invite him to the Luofu as an honored guest, but whether he comes or not is up to him. 9 people, With 3 standing as Lucian's guarantors, what more could be said? As the 9 concluded their internal meeting, it was finally decided that Tung Xiao and Bai Heng would be sent to the Xianzhou Yuk for verification. Just like Yu Yu, once they were cleared, their military status would be restored. Meanwhile, the Xianzhou Luofu would take responsibility for contacting the Xianzhou Canqing. Because this was a circumstance the Xianzhou alliance had never faced before, the matter had to be treated with the utmost seriousness. As for Lucian, an invitation would be sent by Jing Yuan as the representative of the Xianzhou alliance, requesting him to visit the Xianzhou Luofu, of course, without force. If Bai Heng could come back to life, then wouldn't Jing Li's situation have changed too? Jing Yuan thought to himself, feeling somewhat nervous. And what about Yingxing and Dan Feng? Stellar Hunter's hideout, inside a spacious room filled with all kinds of facilities and devices. Kafka was admiring herself in the mirror as she tried on a new jacket. Nearby, Silver Wolf and a young woman with long, silvery blonde hair that faded into a teal ombre reaching her waist, wearing a brown blazer over a green and white dress, were gaming together in front of a massive TV. Blade, on the other hand, leaned against the sofa beside them, resting with his eyes closed, his breathing steady until the next second, when he suddenly opened them. "Teacher," Blade unconsciously called out, making everyone turn to look at him at once. "Bladey, did you have a nightmare?" Kafka asked softly, her voice gentle, caring for Blade the way an elder sister would for her younger brother. He called for a teacher. Must dreamed he was back in class. Silver Wolf joked casually as she blew a balloon with her bubble gum. "Did you dream of the past? A teacher from back then?" Besides Silver Wolf, the young woman asked softly, her voice and demeanor graceful and lovely, like the perfect childhood sweetheart. Firefly, this was the name she had given herself. Hearing their questions, Blade drew in a deep breath, exhaled slowly, then responded somewhat absent-mindedly. "It was a dream where I wasn't a member of the High Cloud Quintet, but a student under him, the leader of the Heavenly Ascendant." Everyone exchanged puzzled glances, unable to understand Blade's story at all. What Heavenly Ascendant? What student? Who was him? A perfectly normal person like Blade suddenly speaking in riddles. Seeing everyone's confused expressions, Blade frowned, then shook his head. "Forget it. It's nothing." He had no desire to bring up his past anyway. "All right, if you don't want to talk about it. We want to ask." Kafka smiled, then turned to Silver Wolf. "By the way, Silver Wolf, I dealt with a few guys today who wanted to hunt you for the IPC's bounty." "Oh, thanks, Kafka." Silver Wolf smiled faintly. "They'll treat you to a game sometime. In that case, can I skip out?" Firefly asked with a hopeful expression. Blade looked at their daily chat and felt a pang of envy. If only he could live like in that dream, with a respected master, an admired teacher, friends he could talk to, and the freedom to decide his own life and death. If the Heavenly Ascendant truly existed, how blissful would that be? Astral Express. Around half an hour ago, in Astral Express parlor car, a cold-faced young man held a cup of coffee in his hand and stared at it without so much as a twitch. Its rich, comforting aroma filled the air, yet his expression remained utterly lifeless, all because it was Himiko's coffee. He was none other than Dan Heng, Dan Feng's current incarnation. "I was planning to take a nap later. If I drink this, I want to be able to sleep." "Mr. Yang, you should have it." Dan Heng spoke calmly, then pushed the cup toward Welt Yang, a tall, bespectacled, brown-eyed man with matching brown hair streaked with a small line of white. "I'm about to rest, too." Walt adjusted his glasses and tried to look composed. "Coffee's too stimulating. Give it to March instead." With that, he nudged the coffee over to March 7th, a young woman with messy, shoulder-length light pink hair and pink-blue eyes. "Huh? Me?" March couldn't believe it. These two were treating her like cannon fodder for the Antimatter Legion. It was only natural for her to think this way. In her eyes, a single cup of Himiko's coffee alone could take down a Void Ranger. "I think the conductor works the hardest. We should give it a pom-pom first." Just like that, March picked the cup up, ready to pass the disaster on a pom-pom. At the same time, in another car, Pom-Pom, a small rabbit-like creature with large ears and big eyes, clad in a red conductor outfit and hat, suddenly stopped sweeping the floor as a sudden chill ran down their spine and a looming sense of danger pressed in on them. Don't worry, everyone gets one, all brewed by my own hand. Unfortunately, before March could even take a step, a beautiful woman with long red hair,